I am an ordinary primary care doctor. In this barbaric world without modern technology, I suddenly traveled to the primitive age and was guarded by a group of cannibals as food. When I woke up in a smelly, terrifying cave, I realized that the predicament I was facing was a hellish challenge. No clothes, no weapons, only a naked body and a smart brain. The cannibals treated me as a lamb to be slaughtered, and the scattered bones and uneaten heads around me left me no doubt that I would soon become their next meal. I'm not a member of this tribe. The people here are completely unfamiliar to me. My mind is still confused, and I can only find a glimmer of hope for survival in my strong body. At this moment, I suddenly realized this world is my stage. With my wisdom and modern experience, I can lead a wilderness and build the strongest tribe. I used my modern knowledge and successfully escaped the cannibals' trap. In the dead of night, I sneaked out of the cave, and with the help of a primitive stone axe and stone knife, as well as the coal collected from the campfire, I galloped on my horse and began my journey of survival in this world. I was faced with wilderness, complex terrain, unknown dangers, and I couldn't even determine my own location. Every day's walk is a challenge to life and death, and with every step, I am laying the foundation for a strong future. During my escape, I discovered that the resources of this wild land far exceeded my imagination. From a piece of coal that I picked up accidentally, to various unknown wild fruits in the woods, and even a fish in the pond, it seems that this land has its own power to give me hope. And I gradually realized that only through my own wisdom can I live better and stronger in this primitive wasteland. As time went by, I chopped wood, made fires, and built temporary shelters in this wasteland. I look at the world with modern eyes, breaking it down into resources that can be utilized. Although physically, this body has not yet fully adapted to this era. But with my extraordinary brain power, I gradually mastered more survival skills. From hunting small animals, to making tools, to finding water sources, every step I took was toward becoming the master of this era. But I am facing ancient savages, unknown beasts, and even possible natural disasters. My goal is not only to survive, but also to lead the tribes in this wasteland into true civilization. After traveling to this era, I realized that I had the opportunity to live in the same era with ancient legendary figures such as Xian Yuan and Shin No. How will I face these legendary ancestors? How can I prove that the wisdom of modern people can lead them to a higher civilization? This is a pioneering journey starting from scratch, destined to be full of challenges and opportunities. Every time I brushed shoulders with death, I became more determined in my belief. No matter what kind of difficulties I faced, I would eventually become the leader of the strongest tribe in this wild world and lead my people to glory. Chapter 3. In this era of poverty, I had nothing. I quickly sorted out my thoughts in my mind, regrouped, and decided to start fishing. Although I still failed the first few times, I soon mastered the technique. I waited quietly, watched the right moment, and stabbed it with all my strength. The moment the harpoon shook slightly, I knew I had succeeded. I picked up the harpoon and saw that I had caught a fish that was almost as long as my arm. I didn't know what species it was, but as long as it wasn't pufferfish, I didn't care and ate it anyway. After my first successful experience, I became more confident in catching fish. I no longer felt frustrated when I failed occasionally. By the time my stomach growled with hunger, I had already caught 6 big fish. I cut a stick, strung the fish together, and carried it on my shoulder. On the way back to the camp, I looked up at the sun and estimated its position, which roughly determined that it would take some time until noon. When I got back to the camp and was about to have dinner, I realized that I didn't have a pot to cook the fish. I had to grill it. I cleaned the fish's internal organs and scales by the pond and brought them back to the camp. I found a piece of wood, pierced the fish, and put it on the fire to roast. Although the process of roasting the fish made me feel very hungry, and the high temperature in summer and the heat of the fire made me very uncomfortable, I had to endure it in order to eat the delicious fish. The first feeling I had when I took a bite of the grilled fish was not as delicious as I expected. The fish meat was bland and had a slight fishy smell. But for me, being able to eat and replenish my energy is the most important thing. After eating, I lay in the shade of the camp, waiting comfortably for digestion and accumulating energy for the next work. As I watched the sun rise higher, I suddenly thought of something. I immediately took a knife and cut a straight wooden stick. I found a flat place to insert it and observed the changes in the shadow of the wood. By the changes in the length of the sun's shadow, I can roughly calculate the date. Although I cannot be sure of my latitude, This way, I can calculate the approximate change of seasons and at least tell whether it is approaching the summer solstice. However, as time went by, I realized that the most difficult problem was how to preserve the fish. Without salt, the fish would spoil easily. I decided to preserve the fish by smoking it, and although I had never smoked fish before, I used my imagination to make a simple fish smoking rack. Then I put wet wood into the fire to produce thick smoke and smoke the fish. In addition to smoking fish, I also thought of making some pottery as soon as possible. Without a pot, cooking would be difficult, so I decided to make pottery out of red clay. Recalling the pottery making process that my elders had mentioned before, I started making pottery by myself. By smashing the red clay with a wooden hammer, adding water, and kneading it, I finally made a simple pottery pot, 2 small bowls, and a water pitcher. Although I was not sure whether the pottery would be successful, I decided to put them in the kiln to bake them. Even if they failed, it would not be a waste of too much time and energy. At the end of a full day's work, I looked at the pottery and fish smoking racks I had made, and I felt a sense of accomplishment. Although this was just a small beginning, I knew that I was getting closer to true civilization step by step. Chapter 4. Preparation for making salt and firing pottery. Salt, as one of the most important strategic materials, is almost a necessity for human survival, and I am naturally no exception. However, finding salt was an extremely difficult task for me because I had no idea where I was and could not rely on my memories of my previous life to determine where the salt was. The main sources of salt are sea salt, well salt, lake salt, and mineral salt. There is no sea salt in the inland areas of the temperate zone, but lake salt may be found. All I could do was walk around and taste the water whenever I saw one to see if it was salty. But unfortunately, the water I encountered was not only not salty, but rather sweet. This frustrated me a bit, so I had to change my thinking. I started looking for alkalinity on the ground. As long as there is a layer of white salt on the ground, it means there is salt water nearby, or the soil itself has a high salt content. Using alkaline earth to extract salt was a method used by ancient people in the Northwest to make private salt. Although the output was small and the quality was poor, under the current circumstances, such salt may be a life-saving medicine for me. I had walked a long way, the sun was setting, and it was getting dark. I had no choice but to give up and continue my search tomorrow. Safety first. I had to get back to the camp before dark. On the way back to the camp, I came to a pond and scooped some water with a bamboo pipe. Seeing many flocks of pheasants and quail birds returning to the reeds to prepare for the night, it suddenly occurred to me that I should find an opportunity to pick up some bird eggs to eat. Even in the autumn when the reeds are dry, I can set a fire to burn the reeds and enjoy roast chicken at the same time. Just as I was thinking about this, an inspiration flashed through my mind, and I suddenly thought of reed salt. It turns out that salt can be extracted from the ashes after burning reed stems. Although there are many impurities, it is enough for me. I immediately picked up the knife and started to cut the reeds. Unfortunately, my stone knife was too blunt and I could only cut a few reeds. I simply tied the reeds into a bundle and used the stone axe to cut them, which really made it much faster. Soon, I harvested a large pile of reeds, but I didn't move them back to the camp immediately because the reeds needed to be dried before use. So, I just placed them directly by the pond. As it was getting dark, I returned to the camp and found that the smoked fish had turned quite black, but I felt that it was not enough, so I planned to continue smoking it tomorrow, and I needed to catch some more fish to smoke together as a reserve food. Dinner was still the ordinary grilled fish and a can of cool lake water. Since coming to this era, I found that the savages have a very good stomach. Otherwise, like me in the past, I would definitely feel uncomfortable just by drinking this can of cold water. After a full day of eating and drinking, I finally finished my tiring day. I lit a bonfire and went into my little hut to rest. The next morning, when the sun rose, I got up from the bed and found that my body was covered with marks of small stones. Although I didn't sleep well, at least I didn't get a stiff neck. But it seems that I have to take some time to improve my living environment today. Keeping the habits of modern people, I washed my face after getting up and simply wiped it with water from the bamboo tube. I also had to brush my teeth. After all, in this primitive era, it is very important to keep a good set of teeth. I don't want to be like those savages with a mouth full of yellow teeth. Although I didn't have a toothbrush, I found a branch and chewed one end until it was a little hairy and used it as a makeshift toothbrush. Without toothpaste, I used charcoal ground into powder to brush my teeth. The experience was not great, but it was barely acceptable. In my previous life, I should have had a leisurely breakfast at this time, but now what I lack most is time. I must collect all the necessary supplies before my body collapses or the weather changes. After eating a few bites of grilled fish, I added some firewood to the campfire and started today's work. I decided to make a fish cage so that I wouldn't have to spend a lot of time catching fish in the future and could focus on other more pressing matters. The structure of the fish cage is simple, like a large cylinder with a funnel, which allows fish to enter but not exit. It was very convenient to make it using the surrounding bamboo. I tightened one end and tied it with vines and made the other end wide. I put the funnel structure on it and fixed it. 2 fish cages were quickly made. Carrying a fishing cage, I came to the pond, went into the reeds, and caught many snails. I smashed them and put them into the fishing cage, then found a place to put them. It is easy for fish to enter the fish cage through the wide mouth, but once they want to get out, they will always be blocked by the narrow mouth due to their limited intelligence. After setting up the fish cage, I looked at the reeds I cut last night and found that they were still too wet and needed to be exposed to the sun for a day. Out of boredom, I continued to cut reeds. I removed the leaves from the cut reeds, leaving only the stems. As long as they were dried a little and tough enough, I could start weaving. At the same time, I also collected a lot of reed fluff. Reed fluff is not only available in autumn and winter, but also in summer. It is very soft for making beds and is simply the best material. Seeing that the reeds would take some time to process, I returned to the campsite to proceed with other matters. The pottery pot I made yesterday is almost dry, with no cracks and good quality. In order to ensure that it can be fired successfully, I decided to dry it for another day. In order to make pottery, I had to stop what I was doing and chop wood, chop wood, chop wood. The stone axe was too blunt, not sharp enough, and it was not tied tightly, so I was afraid that I would break the axe if I used too much force. I wonder when I can enter the Iron Age. After chopping wood for the whole morning, I finally had enough wood. Next, I was going to start making a small wood kiln. I built a circle with mud, making it thicker, and then piled it up little by little. Then I made a big lid out of mud with many holes on the top, and after it dried a little, I put it in the campfire to burn. This round plate is used to place pottery and also separate the pottery from direct contact with the fire. When the disc is fired hard enough, I attach it to the bottom of the kiln and continue to add heights on top until all the pottery can fit in with plenty of room left. Then I cut a big hole in the bottom of the kiln to put in the firewood and finally made a kiln cover to seal the pottery. After a day of preparation, I finally completed all the preliminary work for the pottery age. Chapter 5. Heavy rain is coming. I saw the sun gradually setting, so I started to clean up the camp. After adding some dry wood to the campfire, I moved the fish smoking rack and prepared to pack the fish cage. When I got to the pond, I was not disappointed by the fish cage. In half a day, the fish cage was full of fish. As expected, resources are the most important. While cleaning the entrails and scales at the pond, I caught more than a dozen large fish. I strung the fish on 2 strings with bamboo and carried them back to the camp like luggage. The smoked fish from yesterday was almost finished today, so I made a new rack to hold not only the fish, but also the wild fruits I picked. During this time, I also discovered many familiar wild vegetables, but because I didn't have a pot, I couldn't cook them, so I had to wait until the pot was ready before picking them. So, I made another fish smoking rack to smoke the fish I caught this time. One fish smoking rack alone could not hold so many fish. Fortunately, the platform was large enough, so I separated the 2 campfires, using one side for smoking fish and the other for cooking, so that I would not be choked by the smoke from the wetwood. I brought back the reed stalks and reed flowers I had collected from the pond. This time I brought back the reeds for making mattresses. The reeds for making salt were still drying by the pond. Salt cannot be made today because no one thought about reed salt when making pottery, so there are no clay pots prepared for filtering. I can only wait until tomorrow to make one while I'm firing pottery. It doesn't need to be too complicated. A jar with a hole at the bottom will do. It can be used even if the jar is cracked. After being exposed to the sun for half a day, the reeds were no longer brittle, but more resilient. I arranged the reeds and began to weave. Although it didn't need to be too delicate, it didn't matter if the gaps were slightly larger. I used the hemming method to gather the 4 edges and finally weaved a reed mat that was not very beautiful but very practical. I put the mat into my small wooden shed and it fit perfectly. I also sprinkled reed flowers evenly on it, making a rather luxurious mat in primitive society. Although it looked crude, it was enough for me to get through the next few days. Everything seemed to be ready, but I suddenly felt something was missing. Oh, it was a pillow. So I looked around and finally chose a big stone. Although it was irregular in shape, it was flat on both sides, making it perfect for a pillow. After everything was cleaned up, I leisurely set up the fish grill and began to review all the work I had done today. With the fishing cage, the food source is no longer a problem. We just need to find other food to enrich the menu. The direction of salt is also clear, and we could try to make salt when firing pottery tomorrow. The preparations for making pottery have been completed, and high-temperature firing can begin early tomorrow morning. Another good news is that the shadow of the stick I erected yesterday is still getting shorter today, which means it is still before the summer solstice. I know the approximate time and can make full use of the next few days to prepare for the cold and food-scarce winter. Just as I was turning the grilled fish over and thought it was almost cooked, a cool, moist breeze blew through the woods and hit me. I couldn't help but shiver, not because of the cold, but because of fear. I quickly stood up and ran to the high ground outside the camp, looking into the distance. In the southeast sky, dark clouds were being blown towards me by the wind. It's going to be bad, I yelled in my heart and ran back to the camp. My camp was just a simple wooden shed that couldn't even stop the wind, let alone the rain. I didn't care about the fish and quickly used stones to build a high ground to prevent rainwater from flowing in along the ground. Next, I moved the campfire to this high ground and surrounded it with stones to form a protective circle on all four sides, with only a small opening for ventilation and firewood. Stones were also used on top to protect the fire. I was worried, so I took out the reed mat and covered it with it, broke off many branches with leaves and spread them on the mat, and put the pottery pot and some smoked fish under the mat. Although I was not sure how much rain it could prevent, I could only do my best. The wind was getting stronger, thunder and lightning were heard alternately in the sky, and the raindrops began to become denser. I knew very well that the rainstorms in the north in summer came quickly and violently. When cumulonimbus clouds formed, heavy rain could fall within 10 minutes. The rainstorm came pouring down quickly, and the water drops fell on my body, even a little painful. The sparse raindrops hit the ground, and the splashes were bigger than eggs. In less than a few seconds, the rain poured down like a waterfall, the whole sky was dark, thunder roared, and lightning was like a sharp sword across the sky. By this time, I had retreated to my little wooden shed, but unfortunately it could not keep out the strong wind and rain. The water on the ground began to flow out, and although my campfire was well protected by stones, it was still threatened by moisture. The rain was getting heavier, and when the wind blew, the raindrops shot to the ground like bullets. Thunder exploded in my ears. Lightning flashed in front of my eyes, and the whole world became very scary. I have never felt such fear before. Even when I was used as food by savages in the past, I was never as scared as I am now. The power of nature is far beyond what humans can contend with. What I'm most worried about is my campfire. The fire must not go out. If it goes out, the shadow of death will approach in this wilderness. Now the rain was almost falling from the sky, and visibility was less than 2 meters. I saw my campfire swaying in the water. Although the protection of the stone pile was effective, water flowed down from the surrounding stone piles, and the moisture continued to attack. Despite this, the fire still burned tenaciously. When I stood up, the water was up to my ankles, but it was running out. I had to raise the fire, or it would have gone out. The rainstorm lasted for an unknown amount of time until it was completely dark and the water kept pouring down. Just when I thought the worst was about to happen, suddenly, there was a clanging sound from the ground, and the trees around were shaking violently. I saw white beads falling like hail under the light of lightning, hitting high. The small wooden shed could not stop the hail, and the sound of ding-dong continued. When the hail hit me, it felt cold to the touch, but fortunately they were not big, only the size of soybeans. As the wind blew, the hailstorms became more violent and the whole world became colder. The hailstones were getting bigger and bigger. The hailstones rolling down around me were as big as quail eggs. Although my small wooden shed could not completely block the hailstones, it at least prevented me from being injured by the big hailstones. However, the saturated moisture almost put out the fire. As the fire was about to go out, I no longer had the energy to care about it. I knew in my heart that I might not be able to survive this rainstorm. Chapter 6. Fire. I didn't know when the rain stopped until the next day when the sun shone on me and I realized that I had survived. Last night's heavy rain lasted almost the entire night. First it was heavy rain, then hail. There was a break in between, but then the hail came again. Fortunately, it is still summer, and I did not suffer from severe hypothermia due to the low temperature. The physical condition of this body is also quite good. If it were me in my previous life, I would definitely not be able to withstand the second round of hail. The rain was cold and terrible, and I was so tired from the day that I fell asleep when the rain slowed down. Now I wake up and see the hailstones all over the ground, and I feel a little complicated. I don't know what mood to use to describe the scene before my eyes. I can only see that the valley is full of hailstones rolling down with the rain, as if the whole world is submerged in a pot of white porridge with a lot of chopped green onions. I thought to myself that this hailstorm must have made life extremely difficult for all the animals. Without food, the fruits of many plants were still small and had not yet reached the ripening season. The disaster at this moment almost meant the disappearance of the harvest. I looked at my campfire and gave up hope. With the storm and heavy rain, there was no chance to add more wood. The fire would definitely go out. I simply started to clean up the accumulated water and hail, sweeping away some of it with branches. Fortunately, the sun came out and the hail on the mountain began to melt, making the cleanup much easier. I sorted the firewood and spread it out to dry. Fortunately, because I piled the firewood high, the center was almost not soaked. After cleaning these up, I carefully removed the covering, threw away the branches and other things covering the reed mats, and then took away the reed mats that were deformed by blisters to dry. To my surprise, the pottery was not damaged at all. Thanks to the branches and reed mats, the hail did not damage the pottery. Only the outside was soaked and softened. After a little drying, it will be restored to its original state. The smoked fish had been softened by the water, but I smelled it and found nothing bad, so I just ate it. The smoked fish, after being chilled, tasted unique, although it was a bit helpless, but it was unexpectedly delicious. Many animals must have been killed by this hailstorm, whether they were birds or beasts. As long as they did not have solid shelter, almost none of them could escape this disaster. Now is a good time to pick up meat, but the valley is filled with water and the mountain torrents are roaring. I dare not take any risks. After all, I have finally saved my life. Finally, I began to dismantle the pile of stones protecting the fire. The stones had been frozen, and the fire must have been extinguished long ago. It seemed that the first task for today was to find the fire. I carefully removed the stones layer by layer, and the pile was full of ashes. The fire was out. It seemed that the rain had prevented the fire from staying alive. I used my hands to push away the ashes and prepare to clean them out, but surprisingly found that the ashes were still warm. I was delighted and blew on them quickly, and actually saw some faint sparks. This is great news. I know that whether it is drilling wood to make fire or hitting with stones, you need to make sparks first, and then use the tinder to ignite the open flame. I know that it may take a whole day to complete it with just these sparks. But there was a problem. There had just been a heavy rain here, and everything was wet. There were no dry materials to use, especially tinder, which was difficult to find. Just when I was about to give up, it suddenly occurred to me that although the reed fluff in the wooden shed was soaked, its light and delicate fibers were natural tinder. I quickly scraped the soaked reed fluff off the ground and spread it out in the sun to dry. Even though it was just the beginning of the rising sun, the summer sun was still scorching hot. The flagstones and the platform dried out quickly, and the reed fluff also went from being wet to becoming soft and fluffy, and then slowly dried. When I was sure the catkins were completely dry, I rubbed off the finest fluff and rolled it into a fist-sized ball. I tore the ball of catkins in the middle, took it to the campfire, and blew gently into the ashes. At first, the sparks were still weak, but gradually they became bigger, and finally when I blew hard, a bright flame ignited from the center. I almost jumped up with joy holding the burning flame, feeling as excited as when humans first got fire. I put the kindling into the bonfire, found some wood that was not too wet, and waited for the flame to gradually grow stronger. The fire finally reignited, and I breathed a sigh of relief, finally passing the most difficult moment of this disaster. After regaining the fire, I was no longer anxious and began to slowly deal with post-disaster recovery. Although there was nothing to rebuild, I couldn't risk doing anything else because of the flash flood still raging outside. By noon, I had cooked a meal of smoked fish over a fire. The hail outside had basically melted, and the sound of the mountain torrents had gradually subsided. I thought it was time to set out and look for some meat that could be picked up. I took my axe and started again. At this time, I was still in the state of the universe is my underwear. The grass had been beaten to pieces, and I couldn't make a grass skirt. This state would probably continue for a while. I carefully chose a relatively flat road to go forward, because the steep slopes may have slipped due to erosion caused by heavy rain. I did not enter the dense forest, because only in open areas could I find animals killed by hail. Soon, I found a few birds that were killed by a hammer. Although they were too small and had little meat, I didn't touch them. Walking towards the reeds, I found a few pheasants and pigeons. After checking, I found that they were all killed by a hammer. At this time, the hail had not completely stopped, but since it was no longer falling so violently, I decided to continue looking. Finally, I found a few pheasant eggs on the slope. Although some of them were broken, I still picked up 8. They were probably pheasant eggs of moderate size, and they didn't make any sound, which meant they were still fresh. I went back to the camp to put down my haul and continued searching. Finally, I found 4 rabbits. They were gray and looked as if their nest had been flooded, and they had escaped but could not escape the hail. Considering the safety issue, I decided not to go deeper. So this is the final harvest after the disaster. Chapter 7, I'm Not Alone. I carried a few rabbits back to the camp, touched their fur, and thought to myself, at least I have a place to wear my pants. Skinning is a very time-consuming process. Although it is not technically difficult, it is too bloody, so I will not describe in detail. You can use your imagination to imagine it. Looking at the pottery kiln that I worked so hard to build, which was torn to pieces by the heavy rain, I sighed helplessly and decided to make a new one. The heavy rain had made the soil soggy, and although some of the surface moisture had been evaporated by the sun, once you dug deeper, the mud was readily available. I rebuilt the kiln, and as it was getting dark, I decided to start firing pottery immediately, working overnight. First, I started a fire in the small kiln, adding firewood to dry out the moisture in the kiln. When the kiln walls were almost dry, I put the finished clay pot, water pitcher, and 2 bowls in and kept the fire burning. When I saw that the pottery and the kiln walls were turning red, I began to seal the kiln and continued to add firewood. While adding firewood, I started a process of few rabbits and got 4 rabbit skins, 2 large and 2 small. I plan to make the 2 large ones into shorts and the other 2 small ones into shoes. Although the soles of my feet are thick and hard with calluses, so it doesn't hurt when I run, I'm always afraid that my feet will be pierced by stones. As the sun gradually set, the sound of owls added to the eerie atmosphere. I roasted 2 rabbit legs over the fire, and although they were chewy, they were unfortunately tasteless. The kiln was ablaze, and the fire gave me a sense of security. By its light, I repaired the bacon rack that had been damaged by the hail and made several new ones. Since the smoked fish had been soaked by rain and the temperature had risen, it had gone bad and I had to throw it away. So I cut the rabbit and pheasant into small pieces and smoked them on the newly repaired bacon rack. I continued to add wood to the kiln, not sure how long it would take, but I heard that a small kiln would take at least a day or 2. I guessed that this small kiln would only take half a day. During this time, I also took 2 eggs and threw them into the charcoal fire to roast. After a few minutes, the eggs cracked. I took them and tasted them. They tasted delicious. I didn't get many eggs, so I planned to roast a few more for tomorrow's breakfast. But suddenly, a bold idea came to me. I decided to try to hatch the eggs to see if I could hatch chicks. This is the first step in domesticating chickens. I did it right away. I took out 4 eggs for the experiment. They wouldn't fill me up anyway, but if it worked, it would be history. Although there are no incubators on this land and no way to catch a pheasant to help hatch the eggs, I can only try to get as close to nature as possible and leave the rest to fate. Maybe these pheasant eggs are tougher than I thought. I lit a torch and found some dry wormwood and leaves around the camp. I rolled them into a bird's nest, put the eggs in it, covered it with grass, and then put it aside, waiting for the miracle of nature. It was late at night, and the air in the primitive era was fresh and pure, with extremely high visibility and no light pollution. The Milky Way stretches across the sky, and I am filled with emotion, thinking of the legend of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Although there was no cowherd and the weaver girl at that time, the Milky Way was like a hairpin cutting through the darkness, shining brightly. The stars in the sky are extremely dazzling. Altair, Vega, and Alfred form the Great Triangle on the summer night. The handle of the Big Dipper points to the south, pointing to the brightest North Star. Legend has it that it was discovered and named by Swearin. If it weren't for his invention, humans would only be able to hide in a corner at night and pray for dawn. I sighed at the impermanence of life, added firewood to the bonfire in the kiln for the last time, spread out the dried reed mat, and lay down to sleep. When I woke up in the morning, I found that I had more mosquito bites than in the past few days. As soon as it rained, mosquitoes began to breed everywhere. Although these mosquitoes are small and not very poisonous, they are indeed annoying. Thinking of this, I suddenly remembered the big flower-legged mosquito in later generations, which is the most terrible mosquito. After adding more wood to the bonfire, I went to check the kiln. It had been burning for a long time, but the fire had not completely cooled down. There were even sparks in the kiln. I ignored it and decided to wait for it to cool down naturally. Today, I was going to start making salt, but I realized that I forgot to make a water pitcher to filter out dust. I knocked my head in frustration, but I couldn't remember anything. I had no choice but to find red clay and start stepping on the mud again. This time, I found more soil, and in addition to making water cans, I also planned to make some tiles. Although my broken wooden shed can't use tiles, at least I can build a small storage shed to prevent heavy rain in the future. I can't help but feel a little scared when I think of a rainstorm, because once it rains, it may rain again in the next few days. It's time to upgrade my wooden shed. I can't rely on the current simple structure anymore. I plan to make a stronger house. When I finished making the perforated pitcher and a dozen tiles, the kiln was almost cool. I put the pitcher and tiles in the sun to dry, and then I was ready to start the kiln. I smashed the kiln roof and took off the kiln cover, and saw that the pottery inside was all yellow. What excited me most was that none of the pottery exploded. I took out a small bowl and flicked it. It was crisp and thick. I filled it with water and tried it. It didn't leak at all, nor did it absorb water, and the surface didn't soften into mud. I shook it again, and the water didn't change color. I took a sip, and it didn't taste earthy. I was sure I had succeeded. The pottery was finally made. I quickly took out the pottery pot and water pitcher and tested it again like I had done with the bowl. There was nothing wrong with it. I had finally entered the pottery age. Filled with excitement, I immediately put the pot on the campfire, added rabbit and pheasant meat, added water, started to boil, and covered the pot. But I felt that this was not enough, so I took my stone knife and went outside the camp to find some dandelions and chicory, clean the roots, and put them directly into the pot to cook. I didn't care how it tasted. The main thing was that I was suffering from constipation from not consuming fiber for a long time. The cooking process was very long. I used bamboo to carve a very beautiful pair of chopsticks. Although the stone knife was not sharp enough, it was another big step forward for mankind toward civilization. Since the stone knife was not easy to use, I had no way to make a spoon, so I had to find another way. I found a bamboo of suitable thickness and used the bamboo joints to carve out a suitable spoon shape. Although it was not beautiful, it was competent for serving soup. Sitting by the campfire, waiting for the food to cook, I felt a little uneasy. Finally, the food was almost cooked, and I used branches to build the pot ears and took the pot off the fire. I filled a bowl and was about to start eating when I saw another empty bowl, and suddenly a feeling of loneliness hit me. In modern society, even if there are no friends or relatives to accompany you for dinner, at least you can hear other people's voices. But here, there is nothing but the sound of wind blowing through the leaves. I still filled the bowl, but I was speechless, not knowing who to serve. Suddenly, I remembered that in the past, during the Chinese New Year, we would offer food to the God of Heaven. So I found a square stone, carved the words Tendi, heaven and earth, on it with charcoal, and then brought the bowl of rice and placed it in front of the stone. I am not praying for the protection of the gods. I just feel that I am too lonely, and the heaven and earth are also my relatives. I'm not really alone. Chapter 8, Rich. Heaven and earth didn't really eat, and I thought she wasn't hungry. After I finished my meal, I took her leftovers and ate them. As the saying goes, eating heaven's leftovers will make you smarter. With the water pitcher, I finally got rid of the trouble of the bamboo tube and excitedly took the water pitcher to the pond to fetch water. However, when I arrived at the pool, I was stunned. The original pool was a flat and deep bay in the middle of a stream, but this time the mountain torrent directly changed its appearance. The pool became wider and deeper. The worst part was that the water was blocked by wood, rocks, and silt near the upstream, which directly formed a barrier lake. The water level upstream seems fine now, but it may collapse at any time in a few days. There's almost no water downstream. Not even my feet are soaked in water. The dam of the barrier lake has not reached its limit. But if it continues like this, my water source will be unstable and I may not even be able to catch any fish. In order to avoid waiting for it to collapse, I decided to take action to collapse the barrier lake in advance. I found a lot of bamboo and inserted it at the outlet of the water downstream to make a fishing fence. This fishing device is a flat fence with a trumpet outside. When the fish are washed down with the water flow, they'll be trapped in the fence so I can catch them. After preparing the fishing gear, I walked to the dam of the barrier lake with an axe, chose a stable position, and started digging the soil on the dam. As the saying goes, fortune and honor are sought in danger. For the sake of fish and a stable water source, I started to destroy the barrier lake when it was most stable. The new mud was easy to dig, and I could almost dig it out with my hands. I didn't dig too big, just a hole less than 10 centimeters wide, and then gradually deepened it. I didn't stop until the depth of the opening reached the upstream water level and water began to slowly flow out of the opening. Then I quickly left the dam. The water flow hit the gap I dug, gradually making it deeper, and the water flow became stronger. I called it my pond flood discharge project. The water level continued to rise, and the water began to flow into the dry stream, carrying fish of all sizes down with it. Many fish still stayed in the pool, unwilling to move downstream, but as the water flow gradually increased, the fish were forced to be washed down. My fishing fence began to catch fish, and the number of fish increased. I could hardly catch fish as fast as the fence could catch fish. In a short while, there were already 40 or 50 fish on the shore. I selected the big fish and put the small fish back. I thought it was about time and prepared to dismantle the fence. When I was halfway through, I heard a rumbling sound from the dam that impounded the lake like a guitar string being broken. I quickly stopped removing the fence and ran back to the shore, staying far away from the pool, and knocked down a few fish that had not yet been stunned. The sound of the dam became louder and louder, and finally, with a loud bang, the dam was torn apart, and the muddy water rushed downstream with mud, sand, and fallen trees. This mountain torrent lasted for more than an hour until the water flow gradually subsided. I took advantage of this time to enjoy the roar of the flood while continuing to catch fish. In the end, I caught a total of 52 fish, an average of 3 pounds each, which was almost 150 pounds of meat. If handled properly, these fish will be enough to keep me going for the entire winter. I was planning to get some water, but ended up catching so many fish. Fortunately, the water hole was only 5 minutes away from the camp. I brought the fish back to the camp one by one. The fishy smell permeated the entire camp. Although I would definitely avoid it in modern times, I now enjoy this taste of life. Now, the fish smoking racks in the camp almost took up the entire space. Fortunately, I didn't need to chop firewood for the fish smoking, as the wood brought down by the mountain torrents allowed me to pick up enough wood. There was wood everywhere, and I brought back whatever I could move. From a distance, my camp looked like heaven. The fishy smell in the camp made people almost want to report to heaven. It was so choking. I started to think about how to process rabbit skins when I had some free time. Although the skins can't be used directly after peeling, I have higher requirements. Now I don't even have a grass skirt. I run around naked. The first step in processing the leather is to scrape off the surface fascia and grease, which is not difficult, and I finished it quickly. The next step is nitration. I originally planned to soak it in urine, but because there is no suitable container, I temporarily gave up this method. I put the leather processing aside for the time being because I had to collect some saltpeter first, and I also realized my lack of tools. So I decided to go looking for clay again, with the intention of making more pots and pans. Now that I was quite experienced in pottery making, it didn't take long for me to make a number of new pots and jars. As it gradually darkened, I turned down the fire for smoking the fish, because otherwise there would be too much smoke and I was afraid I would be suffocated to death at night. Tonight I cooked fish soup. Although there was no seasoning or high technology, the fish soup was pure white and thick and still had a strong fishy smell. As usual, I made 2 bowls, one for Tiendi and one for myself. After eating and drinking, I washed the pots and dishes. The moonlight was bright tonight, but I didn't feel sleepy. Looking at my piles of smoked fish racks, my anxiety was greatly relieved. There's enough food, and the next step is to improve the quality of life. Salt must be made tomorrow. Today, I do feel uncomfortable, or it is a psychological effect. I feel that my muscles are more sore than before. I lay in a small wooden shed with moonlight leaking in, and forced myself to close my eyes and fall asleep. In the morning, I got up early, built a bonfire, and cooked some fish in a clay pot. Then, I was ready to start firing pottery and tiles. The pots and jars I made yesterday needed to dry, and the kiln couldn't hold so many things. After the first experience, I was more relaxed this time. However, the amount of firewood used in the past few days was too much, and the stone axe could no longer withstand the high-intensity work. The difficulty of using the stone axe also made me feel miserable. Even so, I still didn't give up the idea of coal. There are open-pit coal mines near the wild man's house, and there may be some near my camp. I plan to search behind the camp that has not been explored. If I can't find coal, I plan to update my weapons and equipment and fight my way out of the wasteland. Although I occasionally fantasized about leading primitive people to establish a country, I soon realized the cruelty of reality and focused on processing firewood. Then I want to find some reeds. Hail and mountain torrents broke or felled the reeds, burying them in the mud. I easily got a few bundles of reeds, tied them tightly with vines, used bamboo as a pole, and carried 2 bundles of reeds back to the camp. Near the camp, I dug a pit to burn the reeds, and the work of making salt was finally about to begin. I lit the reeds in the pit, and the great cause of making salt finally took the first step. After half a day's hard work, The kiln was finally ready for firing the pottery jars and tiles. The pottery pieces were taken out one by one, although some tiles were broken. Fortunately, the most important perforated water jar was intact. When the bundles of reeds burned into black ash, I began to try to filter the ashes. To be honest, I knew that salt could be extracted from reeds, but when I actually started to do it, I was still a little nervous and afraid of failure. Although I heard that this method could be successful, I had to be careful in every step of the actual operation. I used a newly fired perforated water pitcher with rice-size holes in the bottom for water to seep in. I put the reed ash into the pitcher, compacted it, and poured water in it to try to extract the salt inside. I built a simple workbench with 2 slabs of stone and placed a jar on it, with a pot underneath to collect the filtered water. I rinsed the ashes a dozen times until the clay pot was full of water, but the water was almost boiling, so I put it on the campfire to boil. To my surprise, as the water evaporated, a salt-like substance gradually appeared. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw this. It all finally started to make sense. I continued to replace the reed ash and wash the salt. By noon, I was a little hungry, but seeing that there was not much ash left in the pit, I decided to boil the salt first before cooking. During this time, I walked to the newly erected stick and checked the shadow. In the past few days, the shadow had been getting shorter, but today the shadow stopped at the shortest position yesterday and began to lengthen. I finally decided on today's date. Yesterday was the summer solstice, and today is the first day after the summer solstice. Although the date of the summer solstice is not fixed, sometimes it is June 21st, sometimes it is the 22nd, but I decided to celebrate it on the 22nd. I originally wanted to use the lunar calendar, but it was too difficult and I didn't learn it in my previous life. So I gave up the idea for now. Anyway, today is the first day after the summer solstice, so let's just spin it this way. It took me some time to filter out the reed ash, and the water in the pot turned yellow and black. I tasted it, and it tasted bitter and salty. Sure enough, the salt was finally made. I put the pot on the campfire and boiled the water over high heat to evaporate the water quickly. As the water gradually decreased, a thicker and thicker layer of salt particles gradually formed at the bottom of the pot. To prevent the salt from burning, I scraped it out and placed it on a clean stone slab to dry. The salt made this time was about half the size of my fist. Although the color was not good looking with black and white mixed together, the taste was unexpectedly good. I dipped my fingertips in a little salt and tasted it. The salty taste was mixed with a hint of burnt aroma, which was a unique flavor. I added water to the pot and then cooked the meat. This pot of rice hardly needed any salt. It was delicious enough. During the day, I also made 2 small jars with lids for the salt, which were perfect for keeping if the fire was good. Now that I have finally solved the problem of the source of edible salt, I have to start perfecting my camp. At least, I have to build a house that is insulated, windproof, and waterproof. Although I don't plan to stay in the wilderness all my life, whether for the meaning of life or to escape loneliness, I will leave here one day and find a suitable human group. However, there are only scattered memories in my head. Although I know there are wild fruits in certain places or how to catch birds and even know some basic skills in primitive times, there are very few useful memories. I know I once lived in a fishing and hunting tribe where people didn't eat humans and were very lively. But unfortunately, I can't remember where the tribe was or who I knew there. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but smile bitterly. What if I went back and found that the dark-skinned kid was my son? But this situation is unlikely. Now I only know who my mother is, but I'm still unclear about who my father is. Forget it. I should not think about these messy things for now and concentrate on doing the things in front of me. I decided to at least make an iron weapon and a set of leather or wrought tan armor before leaving here. However, my stone axe was about to stop working. Of the tiles burned this time, only 13 remained intact, which was definitely not enough to use as a roof for my own house. However, it was enough to build a small room to store food. But I didn't continue making tiles, but took my axe and prepared to go to the mountain behind the camp to see if I could find an open pit coal mine. Now I was naked, holding my axe, and walking to the back of the camp. When I got to the back of the camp, I was stunned. It turned out that the rock wall was not an isolated boulder, but part of the entire rock mountain. Most of the area was covered with bushes, and large areas of rock were exposed on the ground. I went over to check it out and found that the shale here was very shiny black, layered one on top of the other. Seeing the shale, I was very excited. There must be coal in this place. I hit it lightly with the axe handle, and the shale was very brittle, and a piece fell off. Fortunately, the stones around the camp were still solid. Continuing my search, I soon found scattered pieces of coal mixed with golden particles, iron disulfide. Although this kind of coal can be used for burning, it is poisonous. I cannot use it to smoke meat, and I need to master higher technology to use it to smelt iron. I threw it away and continued to look for it, and finally found an open pit coal mine. It wasn't a big mine, but it was enough to last me a long time. I selected large pieces of coal with little sulfur content and took them back to the camp, deciding to start storing fuel for the winter. To make it easier to carry the coal, I cut some bamboo and made them into 2 large baskets. Although they didn't look beautiful and had large gaps, they were perfectly capable of carrying the coal. Before it got dark, I brought back a large pile of coal in a bamboo basket. I estimated that this amount of coal would be enough to burn the kiln 5 or 6 more times. Sitting on the ground cooking, I looked at the bacon racks all over the camp, the mountains of coal, the neatly arranged pottery, and the salt I made myself, and felt that my efforts were finally beginning to pay off. After eating and drinking, I spoke to the stone heaven and earth again. Although there was no response, it was my only comfort when I was most lonely at night. If I don't keep talking, I'm worried that I'll lose the ability to speak in the future. The bonfire continued to burn, and my axe and knife were always by my side, becoming my only support in this wilderness. As night fell, I was finally able to fall asleep peacefully. However, I didn't know that what he considered the safest defense was actually just the wilderness primitive version of the Maginot Line. In my dream, I heard some rustling sounds in the camp and the sound of something chewing. I opened my eyes, but I didn't dare to move, pretending that I was still asleep, until my hands touched the axe and the knife. I suddenly turned over and sat up, and found that the green eyes were staring at me. Chapter 10, Betting on the Wolf. I used a firelight to see the wolf in the camp. It was huge, but looked skinny. What was puzzling was that it was not afraid of fire and dared to approach me to steal food. When the wolf saw me squatting there, it immediately prepared itself and let out a low growl, trying to threaten me with the sound and looking for an opportunity to pounce on this upright ape. This is not modern society. Wolves at that time were no longer as afraid of humans as before. They knew that humans were not strong and were at the middle and lower levels of the food chain. I knew I couldn't avoid this fight, so I bit the stone knife in my mouth, held the axe with both hands, and prepared to fight the wolf to the death. The wolf lowered its body and began to move left and right, trying to confuse me. I didn't dare to act rashly, so I could only stay stable and respond carefully to the wolf's movements. The wolf suddenly found the right moment and pounced on my legs. I was startled and stepped back subconsciously, hitting it hard with the axe. The wolf didn't bite me, but its claws slashed my thigh. My leg was injured, but not seriously, and the wolf's back was scratched by my axe, but the wound was not deep. The blood stimulated the wolf, and it became more violent. Seeing that I was in a bad state, the wolf decided to launch a fatal attack. It suddenly jumped up and pounced on my neck. I quickly blocked the wolf's fatal blow with the axe handle, but the wolf had already knocked me to the ground. The wolf kept looking for an opportunity to bite my neck, and I fought back, using the axe handle to hold the wolf's head. In the chaos, my axe slipped from my hand, and he could only use his hands to push the wolf's head. While struggling, I accidentally grabbed the wolf's neck. The wolf was extremely strong, and it still tried desperately to bite my neck. I increased my strength and finally pinned the wolf down. He wrapped his arms tightly around the wolf's neck and strangled it with a cross-arm lock. The wolf's struggle gradually weakened, and I finally felt that its attack power had disappeared. After several efforts, I let go of the wolf's neck and immediately took up the stone knife and stabbed it hard into the wolf's neck to ensure that it was completely dead. The wolf's blood flowed down its neck, and the warm blood stained my hands red. Although the wolf was dead, I still carefully confirmed the wolf's vital signs to ensure that there would be no accidents. Although the wound was not deep, my hand began to tremble. He walked to the fire and checked his wounds in the weak light. Although the wounds on the arms and leg were not deep and the bleeding had stopped, we still had to be careful. Fortunately, the ash stopped the bleeding. I rubbed the dry ash and sprinkled it gently on the wound, waiting for it to heal on its own. As the sky gradually brightened, the wolf's body was dragged to the side of the camp. After careful inspection, I found that the wolf had a large skeleton and aged fur and was obviously an old wolf king. I guess this wolf must have been driven out of the pack by the new wolf king and was hunting for food alone. If it was a pack of wolves that attacked last night, I would have been killed long ago. Wolves are cooperative hunters, and an old wolf like this acting alone has a very low chance of success. I guess this old wolf was so hungry that it dared to risk bypassing the fire to steal food. Although wolves are not stronger than humans and are not as big as some ferocious beasts, they still have a considerable advantage when fighting one-on-one with humans. Fortunately, I met this old wolf. Otherwise, in his current state, it would be impossible for him to kill a wolf easily. I started to process the wolf skin, cutting off a part and scraping off the fascia and fat with a knife, planning to process it later. He was not sure about the taste of wolf meat. Although dog meat was edible, it was hard to say whether wolf meat would taste good. He cut a small piece of wolf meat and put on the fire. When the fat began to sizzle, I tasted it. It was sour and old, stuck in my teeth, and not tasty at all. But he couldn't bear to waste it, so he cut the meat into pieces and put it on the bacon rack to smoke. After processing the wolf meat, I cleaned the wound on my leg with salt water. Although the wound was not serious, the summer temperature and humidity made him particularly worried about bacterial infection, so he decided to be as careful as possible. Despite the anxiety in my heart, I knew that life had to go on. After last night's struggle, building the house seemed more urgent. I built a fire and prepared to fire the kiln. The dried pottery was ready to go into the kiln. I had prepared it early and didn't waste time chopping wood. Now he had coal and didn't have to worry about not having enough firewood. While the kiln was firing, I began to tread the mud to make tiles. His leg injury slowed him down, but making tiles was not difficult. I made 200 tiles, which I thought should be enough to build a simple house. Although the structure of the house has not yet been fully formed, I've already had a rough plan. The roof is made of wooden tiles, and the structure of earth walls and foundation is simple and practical. After finishing today's work, I took a bamboo basket to collect wild vegetables. After all, eating meat for a long time is not good for the body. In the summer, many wild vegetables have become old and started to taste bitter. I picked some tender chicory, dandelions, and patchouli, and also found a lot of wild rice by the stream. Wild rice is a harvest in autumn, but the roots and rhizomes of these plants are edible, and I think this discovery is worth celebrating. He collected a lot of plants along the way, and on his way back, he found a field of gray vegetables. He immediately felt that he had gained a lot from this trip, and his mood became much happier. Chapter 11: Prescription and Herb Collection. Bai Feng found that his wound was a little bit serious. After finishing the morning work, Bai Feng sat down to cook and felt a dull pain in his leg injury. This was normal, but Bai Feng found that the wound not only showed no signs of improvement, but also began to ooze pus. This made Bai Feng very scared, because a scratch like a branch might not be a big deal, but it was unknown what viruses and bacteria the wolf's claws might carry. There was no other way. Bai Feng could only try to find some medicine to get through this time before the wound got worse. Bai Feng did not dare to delay at all and went out to collect herbs with his basket. People of that era did not have medical knowledge, so they should know a little about the effects of a particular plant based on the experience of several generations. As for other things, no one knows anything. Maybe someone is sick and dies suddenly next to you while you're having a meal together. And the people together would not find it strange because death is too common for them. Bai Feng wanted to find great thistle and small thistle. These two kinds of medicines are very effective for external injuries. Mashing them and applying them externally can cool the blood, detoxify, and stop bleeding. Especially the ash of small thistle is excellent for stopping bleeding. These two kinds of medicine are easy to find and grow almost all over China. Both have purple flowers with thorny buds, leaves, and stems, but the big thistle is thick and tall, while the small thistle is thin and short. On a wasteland, Bai Feng saw a conspicuous purple flower poking its head out. He looked over and saw that it was indeed the same, and there were both great thistles and small thistles there. He used a knife to cut off a few of them, carefully holding the leaves to avoid getting his hands pricked, then found a stone, put the medicine on it, smashed it into juice, and applied it to his wound. Bai Feng just felt cold, and then the wound hurt, but there was nothing he could do. It was impossible to feel comfortable by taking medicine. Find a leaf to wrap it up, then tie it around your leg, and that's it. Bai Feng saw many medicinal herbs along the way, and he dug some licorice, Rhizoma anamarini, Cotinopsis palacula, etc. There are many kinds of herbs. Bai Feng even picked up several large pieces of gypsum where he was digging clay, but there were too many impurities in them. So after thinking about it, Bai Feng decided to take them with him. Because the wound was becoming more and more painful, Bai Fengkai took some medicine and came back without working. He just sat in a daze under his wooden shed to avoid the sun. But as it was getting close to evening, Bai Feng felt himself getting more and more thirsty and had a bit of hot flashes. He touched his forehead and it was very hot. Bai Feng felt that something was wrong. He had an infection and a fever, and he felt worse and worse. While he could still hold on, Bai Feng found the pile of medicine he had dug, rummaged through them, and picked out gypsum, anamarina, asphodaloides, and licorice. Bai Feng wanted to prepare a Baihu decoction, but he was still missing one ingredient, rice bran. However, at this time, not to mention rice bran, even the dogtail grass seeds were not dry yet. After thinking about it, he took out the Cotinopsis palaceula as well. Without a measuring device, Bai Feng could only rely on his feeling. The gypsum had too many impurities, and Bai Feng was afraid of drinking a mouthful of mud. So he broke it into pieces, sprayed it with water, and removed most of the impurities. Bai Feng felt more and more dizzy, and sweat kept coming out of his body, but the medicine in the pot just started to boil. Bai Feng forced himself to cure the wound on his leg and replaced it with some thistle juice. Then he staggered to take down the medicine pot and filled himself a bowl of medicine. After drinking the medicine, Bai Feng couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground. He felt dizzy and fumbled to rest his head on a stone, then closed his eyes steadily. Bai Feng felt cold at night and tried to cover himself with something in the air with his hands, but there was only air and dirt around him. After struggling for a while, he fell asleep murmured. When the sun shone on Bai Feng's body, Bai Feng felt as if he had been beaten up. His whole body ached, his head felt dizzy, and his mouth was very dry. When he opened his eyes, it was almost noon. Bai Feng touched his forehead and found that he no longer had a fever. I got up and changed the medicine on the wound. It seemed that the condition of the wound had improved and the flesh was beginning to grow. There were still medicinal residues from last night in the pot. After Bai Feng poured them out, he added some water and started cooking. Although Bai Feng has no appetite now, he has to eat. As long as he can eat, there is hope of recovery. I cooked some smoked fish, and Bai Feng Duo added some chicory and dandelion, both of which can cool the blood and are both medicine and food. Bai Feng suppressed the discomfort in his stomach and drank a large bowl of soup. After the meal, he immediately started to boil medicine. If it weren't for the medicine last night, Bai Feng felt that he would have died by now. It's still the same recipe, just simmer it slowly in the pot. After the meal began to be digested, Bai Feng slowly felt stronger and even thought he could continue to work. But as a doctor, Bai Feng knew that this was just a buffer period. After the medicine was boiled and cooled, Bai Feng drank it all up. Although he couldn't see his tongue coating, judging from his strong pulse and his urine, his fever had not subsided. In order to save energy, Bai Feng lay in the wooden shed to enjoy the cool in the afternoon. But he stretched out his legs to let the sun disinfect and sterilize them. But he didn't know how effective it would be. It was almost evening again when Bai Feng started to have fever again, but this time it was slightly better than last night. Bai Feng prepared his dinner and evening medicine early, as he couldn't be like last night when he almost couldn't hold on until he could take the medicine. This time, Bai Feng finished drinking the medicine and then lay down steadily. Even as the world was spinning, he tried to fall asleep. The next day, Bai Feng woke up a little later than usual, but he didn't feel as uncomfortable anymore, and the wound didn't seem to be infected anymore. Bai Feng finally felt relieved, as he had finally survived the first serious illness in the primitive era. Bai Feng is able to work today, and he doesn't want to waste time. He always feels anxious. Although he doesn't know what he is anxious about, as soon as this thought comes to his mind, he feels like having a stomachache while driving on a highway, but the service area is dozens of kilometers away. Bai Feng did not open the kiln to take out the pottery fired the day before yesterday. Only today did he open the kiln and take out many pots and jars. Only one jar was broken, while the rest were intact. Bai Feng took a jar with a lid and put the salt in it. This way, it would be moisture-proof and would prevent other dirt from mixing in or the salt from being blown away by the wind. The tiles that had been made previously had already dried very well, so Bai Feng set up a kiln to burn the tiles. However, the kiln was too small, and to burn 200 tiles, he would need to burn at least 4 kilns. While Bai Feng was burning the kiln, he was looking for wood and making tools for laying the foundation. For pieces of wood are fastened together with mortise and tenon joints to form a square, one side of which can be removed. This is the mold for the foundation. There should also be a stone pestle to compact the soil base, but Bai Feng does not have the ability to drill holes in stone, so he can only give up this idea and just find a stone to hold and smash it. Looking at the black smoke coming out of the kiln and the burning fire, Bai Feng sighed. How great it is to be alive. Chapter 12. No worries with food. Open the kiln, take out the tiles, then put the tile embryos in and seal the kiln. Bai Feng continuously repeats the process of firing tiles. Of course, now that Bai Feng had salt, he was no longer satisfied with making smoked meat, but went to the pond to set up fish traps to make salted fish. It is better to use snails as bait. The fish are stupid and easy to catch. Bai Feng put the fish cage there and ignored it, turning around to go cut reeds in the reed marsh next to him. He had to add more salt to pickle enough meat. Originally, Bai Feng planned to set fire to the reed marsh, but he was afraid of starting a forest fire. If the entire area was burned down, it would be unsafe for him, and he would also lose his food source. What's more, Bai Feng plans to catch some birds in the reed marsh after they get fat in the autumn. He can't just clear everything out now, which is not suitable for sustainable development. With experience, Bai Feng felt more confident and at ease making reed salt. This time he just kept cutting and carrying reeds, and the fire in the pit for burning reeds in the camp never stopped. Fortunately, the reed marsh was large enough, so the damage caused by the white wind was just minor. The salt made by Bai Feng this time was so much that the salt jar could not hold it, so he just found a basin to put it in and use it directly to make salted fish later. We returned to the pond and set up the fish cages. We had another big harvest. We threw a few small fish back into the pond to let them grow and brought a dozen big fish back to the camp. After cleaning the fish scales and internal organs, cut the fish open, flatten it, and make a few cuts on the fish to allow the salt to seep in better. Then cover both sides with plenty of salt and rub the fish meat with salt. This process goes through all the fish. After they are marinated, they should be cleaned and then hung up to dry in the sun and wind. But Bai Feng is afraid of summer. After washing, there will be flies or it will rot, so he just hangs it up to dry. At worst, he can just wash the salt before eating. It doesn't matter if it's salty. He can't be picky about food now. The smoked meat that had been made previously was simply placed on a rack and piled up. Bai Feng thought it would be safer to use it as a granary. So Bai Feng found a lot of big stones and planned to use them as bricks to build a small house. Bai Feng mixed a lot of mud, added wood ash and grass knots, and used them as adhesive to build a wall. Bai Feng leaned against the stone wall of the camp and planned out a 1 square meter residential plot to serve as a granary. The stones were built up little by little with mud, and the mud was scraped on the inner and outer walls to make them smoother. In one afternoon, Bai Feng built 4 1-meter-high walls and reserved a door for taking out and storing food. Although it is small, it is enough. Bai Feng intends to use this granary temporarily. When heavy rain comes, it will be enough to preserve the grain. In the future, the grain will be stored in the big house to be built to prevent it from being stolen. By the time of dinner, the tiles made by Bai Feng had all come out of the kiln. The remaining tiles would be burned tomorrow, in case coal was not added in time at night, and they were burned, which would be a waste of time. When Bai Feng woke up in the morning, he couldn't help singing Xinianyu. The main reason was that he hadn't spoken for a long time and was too lonely, so he wanted to vent. As he sang and worked, Bai Feng's anger was relieved a lot. The longer Bai Feng stayed in the wilderness, the more he wanted to leave and find a human community, even though his own camp had already taken shape. Bai Feng really wanted to try to smelt iron. If successful, he could set out in the fall to look for the human race. Even if he failed to smelt iron or found the human race, this camp could ensure that he could survive the winter. Although Bai Feng planned this, it would take some time to put it into action. After all, he had to build the house quickly and make some pickled vegetables so that he would have vegetables to eat in the winter. Open the kiln and burn tiles. The granary that was built yesterday is already relatively dry today. After being dried in the strong sun at noon, we can put up the roof and cover it with tiles in the evening. Bai Feng picked up the basket and started looking for wild vegetables nearby. He didn't care what kind or whether they tasted good or not. He only picked the ones that were relatively tender. In no time, he could dig up a whole basket. Just pick it up, remove the roots, wash it with clean water, and blanch it in a pot. While the water is boiling, I go digging again. In short, I make full use of every moment. When the water boils, throw all the wild vegetables, regardless of their kind, into the water to blanch them. Then take them out, rinse them with cold water, and squeeze out the moisture. Among the pile of pottery that Bai Feng had fired before, there was a jar about 50 centimeters high, and it had a lid, which was just right for making pickle jars. Bai Feng put the vegetables in the jar, sprinkled a thick layer of salt, and then put another layer of vegetables in. He continued to put a layer of vegetables and salt in this way until the jar was almost full. Bai Feng found a piece of granite of similar size, washed it, and used it as a pressure stone. However, he did not dare to squeeze it too hard. Bai Feng was not quite sure about the pressure limit of the thing he made. After lunch, chat with the Heaven and Earth stone tablet and make a cut on the stone wall to record the date. That's all there is to do at noon. After lunch break, Bai Feng first went to the pond to put the fish cage. No matter how many he could catch in half a day, now that they could be made into salted fish, the more the better. Back at the camp, Bai Feng officially began to build his own residence. He took out the mold for making the soil foundation. Not far from the camp, there was a slope of soil with plenty of soil, and it was easy and convenient to dig. Bai Feng chose to build the soil foundation there. Dig a pile of soil, add wood ash into it, and then stir it evenly. Put it into the soil base mold, step on it with your feet. If it is not compact enough, use a big stone to hit it until it is firm. Then remove one side of the mold, and the soil base is demolded. Bai Feng can make a soil base in an average of 3 minutes. Fortunately, his body is strong and even tireless. Otherwise, if the Bai Feng from his previous life were to come, after making 2 soil bases, his arms would not be able to lift the stone. Bai Feng stopped only when he had caught 100 fish. After a short rest, he went to the pond to get the fish cage. He placed the prepared soil base on the slope, waiting for the sun to dry out the moisture. Anyway, no animal would steal it. It is midsummer now, and your feet will feel hot when you walk on places without trees blocking the way. The soil base only takes 2 or 3 days to completely dry out. Once the soil base is completely dry, it will not be damaged or soaked unless there is heavy rain for 2 or 3 days in a row. The fish catch can be said to be a bumper harvest. This is the advantage of the primitive era. As long as you have enough brains, you will always have something to eat. Unlike later generations, there are not many fish in a big river. It gets dark very late now, and the sun doesn't set until 8 o'clock. Bai Feng, who has just come back from fishing, still has time to leisurely make salted fish. The salted fish is ready, and the tiles fired today have cooled down and come out of the kiln. The remaining tile embryos only need to be fired in one more kiln. However, the coal is almost gone, so we have to fetch some more tomorrow. After the tiles are fired, Bai Feng may not use them again for a while, but he has to find time to build another iron smelting furnace. Once everything is ready, he should try to smelt iron. But what does an iron smelting furnace look like? Chapter 13, Another Wild Man in the Wilderness. Under the scorching sun, Bai Feng was sweating while holding a stone. His naked body was tan dark. Bai Feng was no longer a fair-skinned, handsome guy. Bai Feng's goal today is to lay all the necessary foundation soil, and after it dries, he will start building the house. Just as he put down the stone and wiped his sweat, Bai Feng heard something moving in the bushes not far away. Anything that could make the bushes rustle must be a large animal. Bai Feng quickly left the slope, ran to the camp to get an axe, and hid behind a tree to observe. The sound was getting closer and closer, and Bai Feng was becoming more and more nervous. If another ferocious beast came, Bai Feng would really die here. What Bai Feng didn't expect was that the person who came out of the bushes was actually a man. He was holding a wooden spear and came out alone in the wilderness. When a man saw the earth base made by Bai Feng, he was not nervous or afraid. Instead, he squatted down to study what the square thing was. He even broke off a piece and put it in his mouth to taste it, and then spit it out. Bai Feng was very curious. Was this man too stupid or too confident in his own martial arts? This scene was obviously caused by unnatural forces, but he was not nervous at all. Could there be a large army behind him? Bai Feng lowered his body again, hid himself, and continued to watch. The wild man stood up and looked around like a fool. Bai Feng looked at the savage's face and felt it was more and more familiar, but he just couldn't remember who he was. I tried hard to recall the memories of my previous life. Although my brain reacted very slowly, the word late came out of my mouth. When he heard someone talking, the fool picked up his wooden spear and got ready, looking around to see where the enemy was. Bai Feng simply left the shelter, went out, and shouted to the idiot, "Chi, I am Feng." The fool named Chi took a few seconds to react, as if he was thinking carefully about who Feng was. Then he suddenly became excited, jumped up on the spot, threw away the wooden spear, and rushed over to hug Bai Feng. Chi said happily, "Feng, you haven't returned to the tribe for a long time. I thought you had been eaten by wild beasts. I didn't expect you to be still alive." Chi was a very good friend of Bai Feng's original tribe. Since primitive people did not have enough brains, stupid people like Chi were not uncommon. The clan leader wanted Bai Feng to run as fast as the wind, so he named the original owner of this body Feng. Bai Feng thought that this was probably the arrangement of that mysterious damn altar, that they traveled through time and space just because of the same name. As for Chi, the clan leader originally called him Feng. It didn't matter what name he was called, but because he reacted too slowly, the clan leader angrily called him Chi. After a brief reunion, Bai Feng asked Chi why he appeared alone in the wilderness. Although Bai Feng was also alone in the wilderness, without even a pair of pants, and Chi at least was following him, Chi did not realize that it was also strange for Bai Feng to be alone in the wilderness. Chi used his not very coherent language and gestures, and Bai Feng finally understood roughly what he said. It turned out that it was because of the last rainstorm that the hail destroyed all the grass seeds planted by the tribesmen. The diverted river destroyed the tribesmen's settlements, and even many tribesmen died in the flood. But Chi had no idea about numbers. When Bai Feng asked him how many of his people were left, Chi scratched his tangled head, then used his hands to indicate a section and said, "There are still this many left." Bai Feng knew it was useless to ask him, so he just asked where the living tribesmen were. Chi pointed to the forest in the distance and said that the tribesmen were still behind. The witch said that he was the bravest hero and would clear the obstacles for the tribesmen. When the sun was directly overhead, he could return to the tribe to reply to the news. Bai Feng was speechless. It seemed that the tribe's territory was no longer habitable. They had no choice but to find another place. In order to find out if there was any danger ahead, they sent this idiot out to explore the way. She was very happy. Primitive people are so simple. Bai Feng began to consider whether or not to bring his people here to settle down. If he expanded the hunting range, the output here should be able to barely feed 200 people and prevent them from starving to death. But the problem is that Bai Feng doesn't know how many people there are in the tribe. Moreover, if he returns to the tribe, should he listen to the tribe leader? Or how can he seize power from the tribe leader and lead the tribe members onto the right path of development? Looking at the rudimentary camp he had built, Bai Feng felt that he should give it a try. There is strength in numbers, and when it comes to power, he doesn't believe that he can't defeat a group of primitive people. Some small gadgets can fool them. Bai Feng took the axe and asked Chi to take him back to find the main force of the tribe. When they were halfway there, Bai Feng suddenly remembered that he had no pants and was naked. After staying alone in the wilderness for so long, Bai Feng had forgotten about this matter. But he was about to meet a lot of people and felt that he would be socially frustrated. So Bai Feng stopped Chi, who was walking fast, and said that he wanted to make a grass skirt. Chi didn't understand why Bai Feng wanted to make a grass skirt now. Bai Feng said that he didn't like to be naked. Chi told Bai Feng that most people in the tribe were naked because the weather was too hot, but he was reluctant to take off his leather skirt. If he took it off, when the weather turned cold, he would have nothing to wear and would freeze to death. Dan Chi looked at Bai Feng's bear, but then looked at her own, and finally reluctantly took off her leather skirt and gave it to Bai Feng. Bai Feng was a little embarrassed and wanted to accept it, but when he saw all kinds of dirty things on the leather skirt, the dirt that was rubbed to a shine and the lice running around in Chi's hair, Bai Feng decisively rejected Chi's kindness and inadvertently distanced himself from Chi. Bai Feng felt that his body was a little itchy. Maybe it was because Chi had itched when he hugged Bai Feng that time. Perhaps Bai Feng was the first savage in this era who paid attention to personal hygiene. Ting Chi said that almost all the tribesmen were not wearing clothes. Bai Feng felt that there was no need for him to make a grass skirt now. He just needed to prepare himself mentally. What should I do if I see those female savages? Should I look at them or not? Bai Feng chatted with Chi casually, and soon he saw a large group of savages in action, estimated to be more than 400 people. Chi still had his head down, studying the stone that had just hit his foot, and did not notice that the large army was not far away. Bai Feng reminded Chi and asked if the tribe in the distance was his. Chi just looked up and said yes. Then he lowered his head to ponder the stone. Bai Feng saw from afar that at the front of the tribe was a witch wearing a feather crown and a strong man holding a large stone axe. That man was the current chief of the tribe. Bai Feng didn't know whether the clan leader was willing to give up the position of clan leader after seeing his ability, and whether he had abdicated now. In other words, Bai Feng needed to fight a duel with him and win to become the clan leader. Does Bai Feng really need this clan leader? Does he really need this little power? The answer is yes. If he fails to become the clan leader, Bai Feng may die, and his clan members may also die. Chapter 14 Primitives Don't Lie. When Chi saw that the main force of the tribe had arrived, he ran to the tribe leader and reported what had happened along the way. However, the tribe leader did not listen to what Chi said, but just picked up the whip and started to beat Chi. Bai Feng could see that this chief was relying on force to rule the entire tribe. Bai Feng only remembered that his name seemed to be Xiong and that he was a warrior with super strong martial arts skills. He didn't remember anything else. After beating Chi, the tribe leader turned to look at Bai Feng. He looked Bai Feng up and down and said, "I remember your name is Feng, right? Since you are not dead, why don't you return to the tribe? Are you going to defect?" Bai Feng didn't expect that he would be accused of this crime the first time he met the patriarch. After hearing what the patriarch said, a group of strong men beside the patriarch were ready, waiting for an opportunity, intending to kill Bai Feng, the traitor, at any time and cut off his head to intimidate everyone. Bai Feng's mind naturally worked very quickly. At this moment, he was not even afraid of lies, so it was very easy for Bai Feng to deceive this group of savages. Bai Feng was not afraid at all. He said to the chieftain, "Bear, don't be so arrogant towards me. I was captured and killed by the cannibals. It was God who saved me and gave me fire and weapons, food and land. Now God is protecting me. What qualifications do you have to talk to me like this?" Before the chieftain could speak, the witch wearing the feather crown asked Bai Feng anxiously, "Did you meet a god? Which god was it? The wind god, the rain god, or the sun god?" Wu did not doubt Bai Feng's words at all, but asked Bai Feng very eagerly. In fact, Bai Feng was not lying. After all, he was indeed thrown here by God, but whether it was a punishment or a favor was unknown. Bai Feng looked at the anxious Wu, then pointed to the sky, then to the ground, and said, "It is the heaven and earth that favor me." The witch was very confused and tried hard to recall which god heaven and earth was. However, the bear was more anxious than the witch. In primitive times, people felt that God's favor and were more important than anything else. Bai Feng thought that it would be better to create a god directly. Since Huangdi had Fenghua and Yushi under his command, why couldn't I have some relationship with the gods? Then Bai Feng pretended to be extremely pious, pointed to the sky, and said, "The sky is my father. The rain god, wind god, and sun god are all under the command of the sky." He then pointed to the sky and said, "The earth is my mother. The water god and wood god are all under the command of the earth." Bai Feng pointed at himself and said, "My previous body was eaten by cannibals, but my soul is still here. My father, the sky, provided rain, and my mother, the earth, provided soil and rocks to create this new body for me. So now I'm the wind, but not the wind." Xiong and Wu didn't understand what Bai Feng meant by his last sentence, and Qi was so dumbfounded that he didn't know what was going on. When the other tribesmen heard what Bai Feng said, they didn't know what to do, so they all looked at the tribe leader and Wu. When the bear finally understood what Bai Feng had said, he angrily questioned Bai Feng. "Since the sky and the earth are your parents, why did you send down white stones and heavy rain and create a flood to destroy our home? That is also your tribe." Bai Feng pointed at himself and said, "Because I was eaten by the cannibals, they were very angry and sent down natural disasters to punish all the living things on this land." The bear pointed at Bai Feng angrily and said, "You were not eaten, you are still alive and well." Bai Feng spread his hands and said, "So I said, I am the wind, but I am not the wind. Now I'm called Bai Feng by family the wind." Hearing about Bai's name, Xiong's attitude suddenly changed for the better, and he asked, "You mean you have a name?" Bai Feng did not answer the bear, but stood on a high place and shouted to all the tribesmen, "I, Bai Feng, am the son of God. All you can use Bai's family. I can feed you and make you no longer afraid of wild beasts and the cold. But the premise is that you must listen to me. Are you willing?" Out of more than 400 people, less than 100 shouted that they were willing. However, when they saw that the people around them were silently indifferent, they quietly calmed down their excited bodies. The bear gritted his teeth and said, "You mean you want to be the chief?" Bai Feng said calmly, "No, I want to be the king of the Bai family." Holding the stone axe, Xiong moved his intimidating body closer to Bai Feng. "Why do you expect everyone to listen to you with your frail body? You said your body was made of rain, soil, and rocks, but can it withstand my axe and fist?" Bai Feng would not be frightened by the ignorant savages. He stepped forward and said, "I can feed everyone and protect everyone from the cold winter. I can make the tribe the most powerful and richest in this land. Can you do it?" Xiong didn't expect Bai Feng to be unafraid of him, knowing that he could whip him at will before. He couldn't do what Bai Feng said, and even many tribesmen would starve to death before winter, but he didn't believe Bai Feng could do it. Bai Feng looked down at the bear and said, "I can do it because I am the son of God." Bai Feng no longer cared about the bear, but gave orders directly to the tribe members, asking everyone to follow him. He would take the tribe members to his territory, where there was enough food. Hearing about food, the savages who had been starving for a long time didn't care what their leader thought and kept pushing forward from behind, pushing the tribe forward. The bear was also pushed away, and it was useless even if he scolded it. The temptation of food was much greater than the threat of the whip. Bai Feng would not let a powerful wild man like Xiong become his enemy. So Bai Feng walked to Xiong's side and said to Xiong, "The chief is still yours. I won't take it away, and they will still listen to you." Xiong was incredulous. Didn't you say you wanted everyone in the tribe to listen to you? If you don't want to be the tribe leader, then what do you want to be? Bai Feng patted Xiong's thick shoulders, pointed to the endless wasteland, and said, I will not be the chief of a small tribe of a few hundred people. I want to be the king of this land. The bear didn't understand again, but when he heard that Bai Feng would not steal his clan leader, he felt that Bai Feng was not evil, and there was no need to chop him to death with an axe. He could only ask, what is the king? Bai Feng painted a primitive pie for the primitive man. He said to Xiong in a vivid way, when I become a real king, you will no longer be the chief of a small tribe of a few hundred people. Your tribe will have thousands or even tens of thousands of people. You don't have to work. The tribe members will bring you delicious meals, and there will be countless beauties for you to visit at any time. Xiong was so fascinated by Bai Feng's simple pancake that he lost his mind. He imagined the wonderful life in a daze, counted on his fingers a few times, and asked, then, King, tens of thousands of people, how many are there? Seeing that Xiong was very sensible, Bai Feng waved his arms to draw a circle, as if to cover the sky, and then said, there are only tens of thousands of people, just like the 100 people in your tribe combined. The bear seemed to understand and fell into fantasy again. He did not doubt Bai Feng's words, because primitive people would not lie. Chapter 15, Want to be smart? When Bai Feng brought everyone to his camp, everyone was very disappointed because there was no vast plain as they had expected, no grass seeds that were about to be harvested, and no mountains of meat. In order to calm everyone down, Bai Feng stood on the platform and said loudly, I am the son of God. If I say I can feed you, I will definitely not let you go hungry. As long as you listen to me and the tribe leader, I will definitely feed and clothe you. The savages below were very confused, wondering whether they should listen to you or to the chieftain. Bai Feng did not say anything else, but scanned the things the savages in the tribe brought. At a glance, there were only some pottery jars, animal skins, and the like, and some bulging animal skin bags, which might contain food. Anyway, Bai Feng could see that this was a group of stupid savages, even more pitiful than beggars. Bai Feng turned sideways and cleared away the debris on the camp, revealing the piles of fish and meat. The savages below wanted to rush up to grab the food when they saw it. Bai Feng snatched the whip from Xiong's hand and whipped the savages who rushed up. The savages were frightened by the whip of their leader, so they woke up in an instant and ran away again, but their eyes were still staring at the meat. Bai Feng was very serious. He stood tall, showing his manly appearance, and shouted, I have food for you to eat, but you have to be obedient. If anyone dares to mess around, I will beat you hard. After Bai Feng finished speaking, he returned the whip to the still confused Xiong and said to him, You arrange the tribesmen, find a place to light a fire, and prepare for dinner. I will show them where the water source is. For people will get one fish, and you will distribute it. When the bear heard that the right to distribute food was still in his hands, he felt that he was still the leader of the tribe and did not think there was anything wrong with Bai Feng ordering him around. The chief of the savages must be able to feed his people and have strong military power. Intelligence is not important at all. Soon the camp was surrounded by rising smoke, and the salted and smoked fish that Bai Feng had stored were taken away one by one. The savages didn't understand what a group of four meant, so it was difficult for them to count exactly how many there were. If he saw the person in front of him got a fish, but he didn't, he would be very angry. After being whipped, he would follow the person in front of him. If the person in front of him didn't have any fish, but he got one, he would be very happy. The bear didn't know how many people he had, and he was lucky if he could count to 10. A total of 103 fish were taken out, and there were still 2 people left. He gave them 2 halves of fish, which they thought was unfair. Why did he only take half a fish when others took one? They were not willing to leave until they were whipped. In other words, there are a total of 414 people in the tribe, and Xiong is not included. Bai Feng plans to have a meal with him alone. There were not so many pots in the tribe, so dozens of people who got the fish gathered in front of a big pot, threw all the fish in, and scrambled to eat it after it was cooked. This resulted in the strong people eating more, the thin people eating less, and not even getting any soup. Bai Feng called Xiong to the platform, then set up the pot, slowly put the fish in, and added some wild vegetables to go with it. The bear must have been hungry for a long time, staring at the pot and swallowing his saliva. Bai Feng opened the lid of the pot and stirred it, thinking it was cooked and ready to eat. The bear reached out to scoop some food from the pot, but Bai Feng slapped his hand away. Then he looked at it with disgust and took out 3 bowls from his side. After filling the first bowl, he did not give it to the bear who was eagerly waiting, but gave it to the stone with the words heaven and earth written on it. The bear was very confused. He ran to the stone and looked around. He wanted to turn the stone over to see what it was. However, this time, Bai Feng was scolded by the witch before he could make a move. That's a god. You can't be disrespectful to a god, or you'll be punished by heaven. The witch still had a bit of fishtail in his mouth, and he was frightened by the bear's behavior. Why do you offer sacrifices to the gods in this way? Shouldn't you throw the sacrifices into the fire? If you do this, how can the gods receive your offerings? The witch was very confused by Bai Feng's behavior, and even wanted to come over to help Bai Feng pour the bowl of rice into the fire as an offering to the gods. Bai Feng stopped the witch and said, "You don't have to throw the offerings to the gods into the fire. As long as you have a substitute for the gods, you can put the offerings in front of the substitute, and he will enjoy it." Bai Feng pointed to the steam coming out of the bowl and said, "Look, this is the gods enjoying my offerings." Wu felt that what Bai Feng said was wrong, but he couldn't find a way to refute it. He looked around and pointed at a pot that a bunch of savages were fighting over and said, "That food was not offered to any gods, but why are their gods enjoying it?" Bai Feng shook his head. "You didn't offer sacrifices, but the gods are enjoying it. The water is enjoyed by the rain god, and the fire is enjoyed by the earth. Look at the steam rising from the river now. That's the water god drinking the water himself. When he has drunk enough, it will fall back to the earth as rain." Wu was shocked by Bai Feng's explanation and felt that his worldview was about to be shattered. Xiong was also stunned by what Bai Feng said. "Okay, God is enjoying his food, and it's time for us to enjoy our food." Bai Feng no longer cared about the confused witch and went back to the fire. He filled his own clay bowl with food and also filled a bowl for the bear. Bai Feng picked up the chopsticks and started eating elegantly. Seeing Bai Feng's expression, the bear, who was eating with his hands, thought that he should learn how to eat as well. But his chopsticks were no longer available, so he made use of local materials and broke off 2 branches nearby, removed the leaves, and used them as chopsticks. But the bear didn't know how to use chopsticks, and the 2 sticks stuck together were completely out of control. Seeing the bear clumsily holding the 2 sticks with his hands, Bai Feng demonstrated to the bear how to pinch them. But the bear just couldn't separate his fingers, and Bai Feng was getting anxious, so he simply stopped teaching him and let him do it on his own. The bears couldn't use chopsticks, but they used 2 wooden sticks to pick out the meat and ate it quickly. Bai Feng was curious that they were not afraid of getting stuck by fish bones, but seeing that they didn't spit out the bones, they probably chewed them up and swallowed them directly. Bai Feng could only say that these savages were very tough and easy to feed. Bai Feng saw that the bear's bowl was almost empty and there was no food left in the pot, but the bear looked hungry. So Bai Feng walked over and took down the rice from Tiandi to give it to the bear. However, when he turned around, he saw that the bear had already dug his own rice into his mouth with his hands. Seeing Bai Feng looking at him, Xiong pretended to be like, "It's not me, I don't know." Bai Feng had no choice but to eat the bowl himself. He sat down, picked up the bowl, and took a bite. Xiong opened his mouth in shock, and the rice in his mouth flowed out before he had time to chew it. He quickly wiped it back with his hand, chewing while looking at Bai Feng in surprise. When Wu saw Bai Feng eating the sacrifice to the gods, he couldn't understand it anymore. This was completely different from his concept of sacrifice, so he ran over to question Bai Feng again. Bai Feng said, "The saliva of God is the best reward for man. If people eat it, they will become wiser." Wu asked, "How did you know?" Bai Feng looked at Xiong and Wu as if they were fools and said, "I'm the son of God, so of course I know. What's more, I was originally as stupid as Qi. Do you still think I'm stupid now?" The skinny witch rushed over to grab Bai Feng's bowl, wanted to have a bite of God's leftovers and become smart, but was kicked away by Bai Feng. Chapter 16, The Mess. The full savages found a place to lie down and sleep without worrying about the next meal. To them, this should be the chief's concern. There were savages lying flat on their backs, and those who were shameless enough to have sex and create babies in public. If Bai Feng had not been taught by Master Mikami in his previous life, he would not know how to face them. Fortunately, these female savages all had skinny butts and fat waists, were covered in black, and were probably infected with all kinds of parasites, so they couldn't arouse Bai Feng's interest at all. What made Bai Feng most angry was that after eating, the tribe leader Xiong also lay down to rest. Bai Feng felt that he was about to get a stitch in the side, so he took the whip and whipped Xiong hard in the side, causing dust to fly. Xiong sat up in confusion and looked at Bai Feng blankly. Shouldn't he fall asleep after eating? Bai Feng threw the whip to Xiong and asked him to drive all the tribesmen to work, otherwise, you will have nothing to eat tonight, let alone in the future. The bear looked at the few remaining salted fish and went to drive away the savages below. He whipped the crowd randomly with the whip. Those who were whipped quickly stood up, staring at each other, waiting to be assigned work, while those who were not whipped still lay on the ground and refused to get up. Bai Feng looked at this group of lazy people and felt very regretful about taking over. If he had known earlier that he could just work hard on his own, the worst that could happen was that he would die here alone. The sooner he died, the sooner he would be reborn. Bai Feng has always felt that savages should be hardworking. After all, in such a harsh environment, with a lack of food and clothing, the only way out is to work hard. I didn't expect that they were just like lions and wolves, who would not care about where their next meal would be when they were hungry. As for their so-called planting and farming, Bai Feng would rather believe that they just scattered seeds around their settlements and waited for them to grow up on their own, leaving everything to fate. It's really a miracle that a tribe like this can still have more than 400 people. Bai Feng stood up and said to the savages who were still in a daze, "Do you want to eat? If you want to eat, you have to work. Only by working can I feed you and clothe you warmly, and I can make sure you don't fear winter. As long as you work hard, I can guarantee that no one will die of hunger or cold in winter." The savages below probably still didn't understand, and Bai Feng didn't care anymore. He told Xiong directly to divide the male savages into one team, the female savages into another team, and the children into another team. Bai Feng would assign work according to their working ability. Among this group of adult savages, there are fewer men, about 170 or so, and more than 200 females. The rest are children of various ages, whether they are still breastfeeding or almost grown up. All of them were pulled together by the bear to form a team. Looking at the little babies sucking their fingers in a group of mud children, Bai Feng shook his head speechlessly. This bear was really stubborn. He even said that the children were feeding themselves, and they had already pulled out the milk. Bai Feng could only shout again, "Whose child is that who is breastfeeding?" and asked to take the child away quickly. However, no matter how many times he shouted, the mother did not come, as if no one wanted those children. After shouting several times with louder voices, a few female savages slowly left the women's group and came out to hold their children, but after they came out, they didn't know which team to go to. Bai Feng waved his hands helplessly and said, "Just think of this as an area for pregnant women. You don't have to do heavy work. The most important thing is to take good care of the children and make sure they are well fed and plump. Children are the future of a tribe." Looking at the group of savages picking their noses, Bai Feng first ordered more than 20 male savages to find tender bamboo and rattan, and then demonstrate to them how to make fish cages. When the time comes, they will have to rely on these people for fishing. As for those who had nowhere to vent their energy and were staring at the female savage, Bai Feng directly showed them what coal looked like, then took them to the back mountain and asked them to find coal by themselves. After that, they would need to carry the coal back to the camp with their bare hands. Why not give them baskets? Firstly, Bai Feng really disliked them, so doing this could make them understand and obey. Secondly, Bai Feng was really poor and could not afford to give them so many baskets, so they had to carry them by hand. As for the boys, Bai Feng arranged for them to pick wild vegetables and fruits. Wild vegetables were easy to find and were everywhere. The group of little kids could recognize some of them. Bai Feng also taught them several kinds of wild vegetables. When they dug up the wild vegetables, Bai Feng thought that in the time they spent playing in a day, they could find enough wild vegetables to solve the food problems of dozens or even hundreds of people. As for the younger children, he was still worried about letting them go outside because it was too dangerous. So Bai Feng prepared some clay for them and asked them to step on the mud. When the mud became soft, it could be used to make pottery. The Bai Feng tribe is really poor, so poor that they don't even have a few pots, but no one in their tribe knows how to make pottery. Their pottery is exchanged with other tribes at the annual tribal trade fair. Bai Feng is speechless. If they can't even make such simple things, can they still be called savages? Bai Feng had no choice but to ask Xiong to find a few capable or skilled savages to stay and help Bai Feng make pottery. As a result, Xiong didn't know what Bai Feng meant by dexterity. Among hundreds of people, there was not even one who could make pottery, so Bai Feng had to pick out a few who at least looked decent and were pleasing to Bai Feng's eyes. There were also a few savages in the tribe who could do some repair work, and they could be considered the earliest craftsmen. In order to make enough pots and pottery for so many savages, Bai Feng would need a larger kiln so that he could burn all their things at once. But now with the help of the savages, Bai Feng's workload has been much smaller. At least Bai Feng has saved himself a lot of unnecessary work, and some repetitive physical work has been arranged. All Bai Feng needs to do is to grasp the overall situation, dispatch and command the savage troops. The construction of the new kiln started with digging the pit and preparing the mud. Bai Feng only gave instructions and taught. He had to make sure these people learned thoroughly how to make pottery. The kiln built this time can be said to be extremely large. Not to mention by Feng, this thing is taller than a bear, and its width is enough to fit several bears. After the kiln is installed, it will probably take 1 or 2 days to burn through, but it doesn't matter. Now, Bai Feng doesn't have to go out to collect coal. Now there are energetic old men in the tribe to do it. By then, there will be no shortage of coal for the kiln. The savages arranged by Bai Feng found all the bamboo and wrought tan, piled them together, and then looked at Bai Feng stupidly, waiting for Bai Feng to show them what a fish cage is. Bai Feng explained to the savages in slow motion how to weave fish cages, as well as the principles behind it and why it could catch fish. The savages listened very carefully, and Bai Feng was very pleased. He just didn't know how many good ones they could come up with if he let them weave them themselves. When asked to weave the fabric themselves, most of the savages were clumsy, but they still managed to make it in the end. There was one savage who surprised Bai Feng. Not only did he weave it very quickly, but he also weaved better than Bai Feng. Upon careful questioning, it turned out that he knew how to make this kind of thing before, but he didn't expect that he could make a fish cage like this. After all the fish traps were ready, Bai Feng took them to the pond, pointed out the location of the traps, installed several traps, and put snails in them as bait. Bai Feng then led them downstream. Only by expanding the hunting range could they catch enough fish for the hundreds of people. Otherwise, the fish in the pond would be eaten up in a short time. As for the future issues like overfishing of fish leading to the destruction of the food chain, we will talk about that later. The first thing we have to do is to get through this winter. At worst, we could just move. The world is big enough anyway. Chapter 17, Looking to the Future. After arranging all the savages to do their work, Bai Feng left Xiong and Qi behind. After all, as his good brother, Qi, although a little stupid and dumb, could still be a thug as long as he was given enough food. Bai Feng needs to know where the salt mine is. It is obviously impossible for a tribe of more than 400 people to feed so many people by burning reeds to make salt. However, since Xiong can maintain a tribe of so many people, he must know where the salt mine is. This kind of thing is usually the privilege of the clan leader. When the power of the clan leaders changes from generation to generation, each one will explain the location of the salt mine to the next one to ensure that his clan will not perish due to lack of salt. However, if the clan leader suddenly dies and there is no time to explain, then the clan may be in danger. The bear did not hide the location of the salt mine, and his IQ was considered very high among these savages, so he could roughly explain the location of the salt mine. In the bear's words, from the White Wind Camp, you can start walking as soon as the sun rises and wait until the sun is at its highest to find the place. It's only half a day's walk, not too far, but I can't go today. Otherwise, I won't be able to get back before dark, which is very dangerous. Looking at the leisurely savages slowly doing their work, Bai Feng was furious, but there was no need to be angry. After all, if they didn't work, they would be the ones who would starve to death or freeze to death. The children were very good at making mud. After all, it was just like playing, and the children were quite happy. The amount of mud made was huge, and the quality was also very good. For the time being, Bai Feng had to do the delicate work of making pottery, but he still called a few savages who looked pleasing to his eyes and asked them to come over and learn how to make it. The pot that Bai Feng wants to make is very big enough for 10 savages to drink soup. It can even be said to be a vat. Bai Feng taught step by step, and the selected savages learned step by step. Although their hands were a little clumsy, they were generally good enough. Bai Feng refined the pots they made and considered it success. Then Bai Feng handed over the pottery, making to these savages, and freed himself. Bai Feng was very curious. None of the savages here knew how to make pottery. So where did their pots come from? Xiong explained to Bai Feng that every time the leaves turned yellow and were about to fall to the ground, and the moon was the fullest, there would be a long period of time when one could go down the river and encounter markets run by savages from other tribes, where they could exchange what they wanted. Bai Feng looked at the bear with contempt. He was so poor that he didn't even have anything that jingled. What could he use to exchange for supplies or other people's pottery jars? Xiong was also a bit embarrassed. After all, the tribe he led was poor. But before the flood destroyed their homes, they were still doing okay. They had grass seeds to collect and plant, and some people in the tribe could catch deer, so they had a lot of antlers that could be exchanged for things from the big tribes. The most important thing is that they have salt. Many small tribes or wandering savages cannot find salt and can only exchange things for it. However, Xiong said that if their tribe wanted to survive the winter, they would have to exchange women who could give birth to children for food in the market in the fall, which was the biggest bargain. Baifeng was shocked by Xiong's words and found it hard to accept. Although treating people as commodities was a very common thing in history, in this era people would already take women from their own tribe to exchange for food. It seems that quickly feeding and clothing the tribesmen is the most important thing. As for the fact that these people are dirty and have no sense of shame, Baifeng thinks that we should not rush into it. After all, people will know etiquette when they have enough food. The tribesmen who went to transport coal piled up the coal in the camp one by one, and soon there was a small coal mountain in the camp. However, they didn't know why they had to transport this black stone, which was also very brittle and could not be used to build houses. Baifeng was too lazy to explain it to them, and once they started using it, they would naturally know what it was. The tribesmen who were sent out to catch fish also came back with their fish cages, but some of them only had a few small fish, and some even had no fish at all. What made Baifeng angry the most was that 3 of them had blood and fish scales on their mouths. They must have stolen the fish as soon as they caught them, and did not know how to destroy the evidence. Baifeng asked Xiong to whip the savages who stole food with a whip, and then arrange them to do the hard work of building the foundation. As for those who worked seriously on building the foundation, Baifeng asked them to replace them and do easy work such as catching fish. This time, Baifeng, the fisherman, made it clear that he had to fill the cage with at least 10 fish before he could take them out. I wonder how many 10 fish are. And he filled the cage halfway before taking them out. Moreover, only fish larger than the palm of your hand are taken, and fish smaller than the palm of your hand are thrown back into the water. Another thing is that if anyone dares to steal food, being beaten is a minor matter, but you will not be able to eat tonight or tomorrow. The savages who were frightened by Baifeng left obediently. Only Xiong and Qi stayed with Baifeng in the entire tribe. Even the witch was sent out by Baifeng to work. After all, the witch's brain was a little more useful, and he could manage the savages who went out and prevent them from being lazy. The area below the camp platform was in a mess. Baifeng didn't know whether he should move to another place so that these savages could have a place to stay. Baifeng camped here before because one person's ability was too limited and it was not safe enough, so he found such a small corner to avoid danger. But now there's a large tribe of hundreds of people, and there will not be any blind creatures to provoke them. Even if it is a wolf pack, it is impossible to rashly attack the tribe of upright apes with hundreds of people. Baifeng asked the bear if he had found a suitable place to live along the way, but the bear didn't know what a suitable place to live was. He just thought that the river was too dangerous, so he kept moving away from the river and didn't know where to settle down. Baifeng really felt that the fact that these savages could survive until now was definitely not because of their great abilities, but because of God's blessing. Otherwise, these most fortunate creatures would have been extinct long ago. After thinking about it, Baifeng decided to prepare more food in the next few days, catch fish, pick wild vegetables, go to the salt mine tomorrow, purify it when he comes back, and then pickle the fish and the wild vegetables. Finally, some people stayed in the camp to continue fishing, picking vegetables, and storing food, and the firing of pottery and other things could not be stopped. It was just to prepare for the future. At the same time, Baifeng will take a group of savages with relatively strong martial arts and walk downstream along the stream here to see if there is any place suitable for living where the river widens. No matter how dangerous a river is, humans can only survive near it. Humans cannot live without rivers. All primitive civilizations originated in the basins of large rivers. This time cannot be too long. It must be found before autumn arrives, and then camp must be set up immediately. Otherwise, there will not be enough time to prepare food in autumn, and it will be difficult to survive the winter. Chapter 18. Beat you with food. As it got darker, Baifeng stopped all the busy savages and asked them to find some firewood and clear the weeds around the camp so that they could set up a temporary camp. Baifeng counted the savages' half-day harvest. There were more than 230 big fish, which was enough food for today and tomorrow morning. There were also countless wild vegetables that could only be counted in piles. The savages have no concept of 3 meals a day or 2 meals a day. They just eat whenever they catch prey. Now Baifeng and Bear control the distribution of food. It seems that Baifeng has already gained ownership of the tribe, but in fact, the bear is still in control. The tribesmen do not fully recognize Baifeng. If it were not for food, the bear would not easily allow Baifeng to gain such a large voice. At the command, the savages received their food one after another and happily crowded together to fight for it. After the meal, the savages had no habit of washing the pot. After all, they had licked the pot several times. The witch did not rush to grab it with the savages, but waited to eat the leftovers of the god. Seeing the witch looking pitiful, Bai Feng gave the leftovers to the witch. The savages looked at Bai Feng washing pots and dishes in confusion, and then scrambled to drink the water used to wash the pots and dishes. This made Bai Feng very angry, because this behavior was very much like that of pigs in later generations, not humans. Bai Feng went into the small wooden shed alone. Xiong thought this was the treatment of the tribe leader and wanted to go in too. But how could the small wooden shed accommodate 2 people? Moreover, Bai Feng had long been fed up with the stench of Xiong and the lice running around. After kicking and beating the bear away, Bai Feng no longer cared what the savages in the tribe were doing in the wilderness. He lay down on a reed mat, using a stone as a pillow, and was about to fall asleep. However, the moans of the savages making love made Bai Feng very angry. As soon as the day broke, Bai Feng didn't care whether these savages had the habit of getting up early or not. He just kicked the bear on the butt to wake him up. But when the bear saw Bai Feng, he treated him as a stranger and looked at the unfamiliar environment and immediately showed his wild and rough side. After Bai Feng scolded him, the bear remembered what happened yesterday and no longer felt ashamed of his stupidity. The bear used a whip to wake up all the sleeping savages. They all got up cursing. Usually they got up because they couldn't sleep anymore due to the hot sun. Why did they wake them up today as soon as the sun came out? Everyone was assigned the same work as yesterday, but those who were lazy and liked to cheat were forced to do hard work like transporting coal. Bai Feng also asked the few savages who had taught him how to make pottery yesterday to continue doing it, but they had to do less than yesterday. After arranging the people, Bai Feng picked out 13 strong savages and planned to let them go with him to transport salt. Bai Feng felt that he needed to go to the salt mine in person before he could feel at ease. They were asked to take baskets, animal skin bags, and other things, as well as enough dry food and weapons. Bai Feng, Xiong, Qi, and the 13 strong men set off. As for the lunch, Bai Feng gave the power to the witch. He also asked the witch to supervise the tribe members and not let them be lazy. In order to prevent the witch from stealing, Bai Feng also took the witch to swear an oath before heaven and earth. At this time, the savages attached great importance to oaths. After all, without laws or conventions, oaths were the most deterrent thing. Unlike later generations, I swore an oath every second without repeating it. Anyone who believed it was a fool, especially an oath of love that would last forever. After Wu finished his oath solemnly, Bai Feng was very satisfied, and Xiong was also very satisfied. She nodded without knowing why. When the sun reaches its highest point, we can let them eat. For people get a fish and 4 handfuls of wild vegetables. After everyone has finished eating, we can continue working immediately. Wu kept repeating it in his mind, fearing that he would forget. Xiong led everyone towards the salt mine, a direction Bai Feng had never been to. Ever since he escaped from the cannibals and ran to the newly built camp, Bai Feng had been hiding there and was unwilling to run far. After all, an unarmed person is really just walking food. When the temperature rose and it started to get hot, Bai Feng and the others left the forest and arrived at a very large plain. Although there were many trees, because it was close to the salt mine, the density could not be called a forest at all. If there were large enough freshwater resources here, Bai Feng would definitely choose to move the tribe here. The further you go, the fewer trees there are, and they are replaced by some salt-tolerant grasses. Until they saw a depression, the bears said, "We've arrived." Bai Feng recognized that this was a salt lake. The water had dried up long ago, leaving only a thick layer of salt at the bottom. The salt became thicker as he went towards the middle. Bai Feng chopped down with an axe until it was about 40 or 50 centimeters deep, but there was still no sign of soil. This meant that the salt deposits in this salt lake were thick enough. As for the size of the salt lake, Bai Feng couldn't estimate it. It was indeed too big. Bai Feng couldn't even roughly calculate the circumference and area. After all, it was called a lake, so it must not be small. Bai Feng asked everyone to take out their tools to get salt. Anyway, it was all very white with relatively few impurities. Bai Feng felt that there was no need to purify it much, but for safety reasons, he would go back and purify it first to see. After everyone's bags and baskets were full, Bai Feng, still holding a large piece of salt slab in his hand, slowly left the salt lake. After going ashore and finding a shady spot under a tree, Bai Feng asked everyone to stop and have a rest and lunch. He arranged for a few people to find firewood. Bai Feng found a few stones and piled up the large salt board, preparing to make a salt board to grill fish. Bai Feng felt incredible when he saw the savage using 2 white stones to collide to produce sparks and then ignite the dry tinder. He was extremely worried about the fire, fearing that it would go out. How could this group of savages start a fire so easily? Bai Feng wanted to take the 2 white stones and study them carefully. But the savage looked at Bai Feng as if he was a country bumpkin and a retard, and handed the stones to Bai Feng with contempt. Bai Feng was insulted, but had no choice but to silently make a note in his heart. If you despise me now, you will suffer in the future. Bai Feng took the stone and looked at it. 2 milky white and slightly transparent quartz stones collided, and sparks were obvious. There was also a strong odor. Bai Feng sighed. Is this possible? He didn't understand why. After all, most stones don't have so many obvious sparks when you touch them. This kind of quartz probably contains more of something. Returning the stones, and waiting for the fire to heat up the salt slab, Bai Feng began his counterattack. Bai Feng placed the fish on the salt plate and fried it slowly, allowing the fat to seep out. The skin became charred while the meat remained snow white, and the aroma continued to stimulate the taste buds of these savages. When Bai Feng picked a handful of sand onions, tore the leaves into pieces, and sprinkled them on the fish, the aroma burst out even more strongly. The savages who only knew how to cook, or even eat it raw, were already drooling on the ground like silk threads. Bai Feng successfully took the first step by defeating this group of savages with delicious food. When he finds more ingredients and seasonings in the future, he is confident that he can turn this group of people into slaves of delicious food. Chapter 19, Bai Feng's Lucky Star. The savages took the grilled fish that Bai Feng distributed and wolfed it down without chewing it slowly to savor it, just like Zhu Beiji eating the ginseng fruit. Bai Feng took a small piece and ate it slowly. Xiong, who was tearing the fish into big bites, thought Bai Feng looked very elegant and wanted to learn from him, but then he looked at the fish in his hand and decided to continue with his wild way of eating. There was only one salt plate, which could only roast 1 fish at a time. The savage couldn't wait any longer, so he ran back to the salt lake and got a super large salt plate for Bai Feng to use. After roasting all the fish, Bai Feng felt very full. He thought the savages should be full as well, but they were still staring at the salt slab, hoping that a roasted fish would appear out of thin air. The uncovered plain became even hotter when exposed to the sun. Bai Feng didn't want to travel in the hot sun and wanted to stay under the shade of the trees. But the snoring of the savages next to him made Bai Feng realize that if he didn't work harder and behave like a human being, these savages who ate and slept as soon as they were full would probably spend the night here. Enduring the high temperature, Bai Feng kicked the sleeping savage out of bed and prepared to hurry back to the camp. Although the savage was lazy, he did not complain and set off with a heavy load of salt on his back. Bai Feng was really attracted by this vast wilderness. It'd be great if he could camp here. Bear, are there any big rivers or lakes nearby? Xiong searched his memory and shook his head. He didn't know. Bai Feng was a little disappointed. It would be great if there was a water source here. At this time, a savage nearby spoke up. I know there is a big swamp not far from here. I have been here before when I was hunting. Unexpectedly, things would take such a turn. Bai Feng asked how far it was to walk there. The savage thought for a moment and said with drooling that it would take the time to grill a fish. That was about half an hour. Bai Feng patted the savage on the shoulder and said, If you remember correctly, as long as you find the big swamp you mentioned, I will reward you with a grilled fish when you return. The savage immediately smiled and wanted to take Bai Feng to the place he mentioned. Bai Feng saw that it was still early, so he let the savage lead the way. Seeing the savage so happy, although he looked very mature, Bai Feng estimated that he was only about 16 or 17 years old. After all, in this era, being able to live past 30 was considered very lucky. What's your name? Bai Feng asked him from behind. My name is Deer. Bai Feng thought the name was strange, but subconsciously he felt it was impolite to ask why someone was called that, so he didn't ask any further. However, he made note of this person and thought he might be able to promote him in the future. He is the best deer hunter in the tribe, the bear explained. From the look in his eyes, one could tell how satisfied he was with the young man. After all, the deer antlers and deer skins he provided could bring the tribe a lot of food for the winter. Bai Feng didn't expect that the deer had this unique skill. It seems that no matter whether the deer can lead them to find a big swamp, he will have to be promoted tomorrow. If he fails to find it, he will have to take the first step with his right foot in the morning to become a small captain. If he finds it, he will have to take the first step with his left foot in the morning to become a big captain. The further he went, the more Bai Feng believed that the swamp really existed, because the types of plants growing on the ground had changed and the soil was becoming increasingly moist. After crossing a small earthen ridge, A large lake appeared in front of Baifeng. This lake was enough to support the people of a small county, not to mention Baifeng's poor tribe of several hundred people. Walking down, there are many scattered small puddles. There's a layer of loose and soft hay grass on the ground. Water will come out when you step down. Continue walking forward, and when you step down, there's not only water, but also small frogs as big as fingers that have not fully grown and are running away. There is a mud flat next to the lake, but fortunately, it is not a swamp. The Z here refers to a lake. There are scattered footprints of small animals on the mud flat, which seem to be the hoof prints of herbivores, but no wild beasts. Squatting by the water, Baifeng remembered a line of poetry. Tasting water is so delicious. Baifeng said, there are 16 people by the lake, each with a handful of water, and they didn't spend any money. Take a taste. It's salty and fresh, with normal saltiness, about the same as well water. As for the freshness, it has the taste of small fish fry swimming everywhere and the extra-large fish poking their heads out everywhere. With such abundant resources, Baifeng immediately decided to move to the Great Plains. Baifeng felt really good about the deer, the great hero of this event. He thought it was his lucky star, and he would grill up an extra fish for him when he got back. Returning to the Great Plains, Baifeng used his limited knowledge to select an open area. Behind was a barren saline mountain as a barrier, and the sparse trees were just right for building houses and firewood. Opposite and in the distance was the edge of the woods, so the camp could continue to extend inside, and there would be land available for gathering or planting. Leave most of the salt on this plain. There is no need to bring it back. We will prepare to build a new home here tomorrow. Baifeng drew a circle outside the salt pile with a stick and thought it was okay, so he was going to go home. But Xiong and his friends didn't understand why Baifeng drew this circle. When they expressed their doubts, Baifeng was also stunned. This was just his subconscious behavior. However, Baifeng still explained to them that drawing a circle outside this thing means that this thing has an owner, it is mine, and others cannot touch it. Xiong and the others had never thought that they could actually do this, so everything they met along the way, whether it was a stone or a tree, was circled by these savages. Even the bugs running on the ground would be circled. If the bugs ran away, they would chase them and draw circles. Baifeng couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him over before he stopped. When they returned to the camp, there was still a long time before dark. They saw the witch directing the tribesmen seriously, and the tribesmen did not slack off. The supplies they collected had exceeded Baifeng's expectations. Baifeng called everyone to a halt and decided to let everyone go off work early and start eating early. The savages didn't know what it meant to go off work, but they were extremely happy when they heard that they could start eating. After everyone had finished eating, the fish that Baifeng had grilled for Lu was ready. The salt-grilled fish garnished with sand onions stimulated the taste buds of these primitive people, and they all looked eagerly at the people on the platform. The deer was a little scared of being stared at, but didn't want to give up the delicious food, so he hid behind the huge bear and ate the grilled fish. Bear's grilled fish was also a must, but no one dared to think about the chief's food. Baifeng thought Wu did a very good job today, so he gave him some grilled fish as a reward. Looking at the hundreds of people swallowing their saliva below, Baifeng stood up and began to give a speech. Does it smell good? Of course it smells good. Not only does it smell good, it's delicious. The audience swallowed their saliva collectively, and the sound of their voices scared Baifeng. This is what I learned from the gods. This is the most common kind. There are better foods. If you want to eat it, you can make a contribution. As long as you can provide the tribe with the most food, the most coal and firewood, pottery, or discover something that is beneficial to the tribe, I can reward you and make better food for you to eat. The audience swallowed their saliva collectively. Chapter 20. Teachable. After eating the pancake, go to bed immediately. The savages don't care about the future or what their pursuits and dreams are. As long as they can see the sun when they wake up tomorrow and have no missing parts among their fellow tribesmen, they will be considered a success. There was nothing in the prepared new camp, but here at least half of the things were built. Although it was not suitable for long-term living, it was still a good place to live temporarily. It is unrealistic to move everyone there now. After all, it is still risky to start from scratch on that plane. So tomorrow we will only take a part of the people there to lay the foundation and build a house. At daybreak, Baifeng directly mobilized nearly half of the labor force to the plain for construction. The gathering and fishing teams were basically not mobilized, as this was the most important logistical support. As for the coal transporters and foundation builders, they were all taken away, as there was no need to waste time staying in the old camp. Bai Feng asked the pottery-making team to build a kiln several times larger than the one they had made before, and then put the dried pottery embryos in it to start firing. Faced with the vast plains, everyone was still a little scared. After all, such an unsheltered place really couldn't give these savages much sense of security. Bai Feng did not lead the way, but instead served as a technician and supervisor. Use wooden sticks to outline an area of about 700 square meters, and then let the savages use tools to dig holes and take soil outside the outline land. This will ensure enough building materials and also increase the height of the residential area to facilitate drainage. The mold for the soil base is very easy to make. It doesn't need to be very sophisticated. It will be enough to make a rectangular block of soil. 2 people use one mold. One puts the soil in while the other tamps it, just like an assembly line. Once you become skilled, you can make one in 3 minutes. As for Bai Feng, he was unwilling to do this kind of physical labor. He liked to do mental labor, such as giving technical guidance and suggestions on general directions. He first took a dozen strong men and carried large pitchers to fetch water from the lake. The journey back and forth to fetch water takes an hour, which is neither far nor near. The main reason is that it is easy to encounter wild animals along the way. Fortunately, it is noon and most wild animals are unwilling to come out. They prefer to hunt at night. If you want to live more conveniently in the future, you have to find a way to bring water directly here, instead of risking being killed and sending a large number of people to fetch water every day, wasting labor. As for this, Bai Feng already had a plan in mind. This would have to wait until everyone moved in together to do it quickly. Bamboos are everywhere, so you just need to choose thick ones, open up the bamboo joints, and connect them to make water pipes. The outside can be covered with mud to prevent wind and sand, evaporation, and wild animals. When productivity increases, the temporary bamboo tubes can be replaced with ceramic tubes. Bai Feng is still confident that the distance of about 3 kilometers can be achieved. The lake is at a higher altitude than the plain camp. The water level will drop during the dry season. If it freezes, the water pipes will not work. Therefore, it is necessary to dig several large water storage cellars around the camp. Water cellars have been used in the Northwest for thousands of years. Many people come to the plains to work, and they all bring enough food for lunch, but the food is very simple now. Almost all of it is fish. People in a tribe who usually go hunting are now working overtime and cannot hunt more. More than 100 wild men were working under the scorching sun, and Bai Feng built a fire under the shade of a tree to grill fish for them. Bai Feng had no pants and no place to put the flint, but flint was easy to find in this land, so he picked up 2 and easily ignited the fire with dried grass. The salt that was put here yesterday was evenly sprinkled on the thin stone slab. When the fat of the fish was fried out, it was sprinkled with chopped shallots and continued to roast. The smell was so delicious that even Bai Feng couldn't stand it. However, Bai Feng didn't eat it. After roasting one, he put another one in the big pot next to him. Now he's in charge of logistics, so he must not annoy these hard workers. The weather was so hot, and the fire was scorching the white wind. Although they were under the shade of the trees, they were sweating all over. They drank the water from the pitcher beside them. Although they could not be fed yet, they could come and drink any time they wanted water. Bai Feng was wiping his sweat off his face. His eyes were blurry with sweat, and he couldn't see clearly. As a result, Bai Feng saw a savage fall straight down among the working savages. But his partner not only did not panic, but kicked him to tell him not to be lazy. Seeing that he was indeed not pretending, he was not scared. He just didn't know who to continue partnering with, so he could only stand there stupidly. The savages around him didn't react much when they saw their companion fall down. Bai Feng suddenly felt something was wrong and ran over quickly. He saw that he had indeed suffered from heat stroke. Fortunately, he was still conscious, but he had fainted and was vomiting. Bai Feng and his partner quickly carried the savage who had suffered from heat stroke to the shade of a tree, poured water on him to cool him down, and found a branch with dense leaves and asked his partner to fan him. His partner didn't know why they did this, but did it anyway. Pouring water and dripping water into the mouth didn't seem to have much effect. Bai Feng could only look for other ways. He couldn't let a strong labor die of heat stroke. Bai Feng saw a locust tree not far away and immediately strode over, picked a handful of thorns from the tree, and then came back to give acupuncture to the savage who had suffered from heat stroke. This is how acupuncture evolved, from bamboo needles to bone needles, stone needles, and then to metal needles. Bai Feng had to use plant needles as a last resort. First, the Ren point was pricked to let blood, and the Higa point needed to be pierced. However, the skin on the hands was too thick, and the unwashed dirt had become like armor. It was too hard, and the tip broke when the needle was applied too hard. Therefore, Bai Feng had to stimulate the uneaten and other acupoints with strong prickles, but he couldn't penetrate them anyway. The savage who was fanning nearby was so scared when he saw how Bai Feng treated the man with heat stroke that he said he would work hard and would never be lazy. Bai Feng told him not to be afraid. He was just saving people and curing illnesses, but the savage didn't know what illness meant. In their concept, there were only two states, living and dead, and there was no such thing as illness. Bai Feng did not explain anymore, but continued to stimulate the acupuncture points with a needle. Soon the savage who had suffered from heat stroke showed signs of improvement. Bai Feng felt relieved, and then he simply found a relatively smooth stone and started scraping the savage. As soon as he scraped, Sha appeared immediately. The savage next to him was stunned. Such a thing never happened in his world. He was so fascinated by it that he even lost the frequency of fanning himself. Seeing that he was curious, Bai Feng said with evil humor, "Why don't you try it too?" The savage who was fanning the wind was not polite at all. He threw the branch away and picked up the stone to start blowing. Bai Feng thought that the savage who had suffered from heat stroke would scream out in pain after being scraped, but he didn't react. The savage who was doing scraping actually did it quite well. Bai Feng also wanted to test how receptive this savage was, so he gave him instructions on how to do scraping. The angle is a little more oblique. Yes, that's it, a little more forceful. Very good. You see, start from here and end here, right? Just like this. Oh, right. Bai Feng suddenly felt like he was guiding it in turn, and this savage learned very quickly indeed. The scraping technique was not difficult to learn, and after just a few practices, he had already learned most of it. It's not easy to find such a talent among the savages. "What's your name?" Bai Feng asked. "I don't have a name. I can give you a name. If you're willing to become my disciple, I can teach you medical skills." Chapter 21 Social Concepts First Proposed. Bai Feng is determined to promote a complete social concept in the tribe. To maintain a society, appropriate political ideas are needed, and the traditional heaven, earth emperor, parents, and teachers is the most appropriate means. Heaven and earth are already prepared, but there is no complete concept of king, which is roughly equivalent to the patriarch of the tribe. If you want to truly implement it, you have to wait until the primitive accumulation is sufficient, store up food, and slowly become king. Parents and teachers. Parents come first, but at present they only know their mother but not their father, and even the relationship between mother and child is not deep enough. If you want them to understand parents, you must first implement family life, which will take a long time. As for master, Bai Feng will now show all the tribesmen what a master is. The people who went to work on the plains dug a huge amount of earth foundation all day long, but it was still far from enough to accommodate more than 400 people. As for the savage that Bai Feng took a fancy to, he had not been working because his partner had suffered from heat stroke. Bai Feng also tried to teach him some basic medical knowledge. The savage learned very quickly, so Bai Feng decided to accept him as a student to change the current situation of no doctors in this era. As it grew darker, everyone packed up their things and hurried back to the camp, chatting and laughing all the way. Bai Feng had already prepared dinner for them, so they didn't need to go back to the old camp to eat together. Moreover, after eating the food Bai Feng cooked, these savages were even more reluctant to go back to eat the disgusting and not filling soup. When we returned to the camp, all the tribesmen were eating. The savages who usually rushed to eat the food when they saw it, now didn't even look at the food in the old camp. To inspect the results of the work because they were moving, Bai Feng no longer considered the issue of sustainable development for the fish here. So he expanded the fishing basin area, and even if the fish were not too big, they could be harvested directly. The wooden racks were filled with salted fish. Bai Feng couldn't count them, but the number seemed enough for all the tribesmen to eat for 3 days. Before moving, Bai Feng estimated that he could catch enough fish to eat for a month. The finished pottery has been distributed to the tribesmen. Although it is not enough for 4 people to use one pot, it will be enough if we fire another kiln tomorrow. Bai Feng also stopped the work of making pottery embryos and asked them to make pottery jars and thick-walled pottery jars to store food and make pickles. The wild vegetables they picked were piled up randomly in the camp, forming several large piles of vegetables. Bai Feng forgot to tell them how to process and pickle them. Anyway, they were directly hung out to dry in the open space, and the moisture was almost completely dried out by the sun. Bai Feng picked a few savages who looked relatively clean and taught them how to pickle vegetables. It was nothing more than adding salt and rubbing them, But the most important thing was to let them wash their hands clean and not step on them with their feet. Bai Feng was worried and asked them to wash their hands on the spot. The water for washing hands slowly turned from black to transparent until the cracks between their nails were clean. Bai Feng asked them to reach this level tomorrow before they could pickle vegetables, and the witch would come supervise. After explaining everything, Bai Feng went to find some tender bamboo leaves, found a special pot, used the bamboo leaves as tea leaves, added water, and boiled a pot of tea. Then, Bai Feng called all the tribesmen over and told them that he was going to hold a very important ceremony, witnessed by gods, similar to a sacrifice. Hearing this, the witch got anxious and quickly found his feather crown and came to preside over the ceremony. Bai Feng thought that it was really too strange that he couldn't direct and perform the ceremony himself. So he agreed to the witch's request, but first explained the process and requirements to the witch. The witch, who had never heard of this kind of ceremony, listened very carefully. He felt that this should be a grand ceremony that could communicate with the gods, and this new ceremony and new method must be learned. Bai Feng moved the heaven and earth to the middle of the platform and placed it at a relatively high position. He should have lit some incense and candles, but there were none at the moment, so he lit a bunch of cypress branches. He then placed a salted fish on the side with leaves as a cushion, and that was all. Bai Feng sat cross-legged on the left front of the heaven and earth stone, but as soon as he sat down, he felt very uncomfortable because when he sat like this, his masculine features were fully exposed. Although he was used to not wearing pants normally, it was directly exposed when he sat like this, and everyone was watching. So Bai Feng quickly stood up again and took out the wolf skin that he had not had time to deal with before. Fortunately, it was very clean. Bai Feng tied the wolf skin in front of him and then sat down cross-legged again. Signaling the witch to begin the ceremony, the witch threw a few cypress branches into the fire, then dragged over the savage that Bai Feng had chosen and made him stand in front of Bai Feng. Bai Feng said, "I plan to take you as my apprentice and teach you medical knowledge. Are you willing?" Bai Feng had asked this question a long time ago, and the little savage had also said that he was willing, and now it was just a matter of going through the formalities. Hearing the savage's willingness, the witch asked him to kneel in front of Bai Feng. At this time, Bai Feng felt that there should be a chair, but he made a sudden decision. Since the tribe was still poor, he didn't care about so much. After he became rich, he must pretend to be cool. Bai Feng looked at his apprentice and said, "Since you have chosen me as your master, I will give you the name Doctor. From now on, you will be called Doctor. I will teach you knowledge and treat you as my apprentice. You must respect me and treat me like a father. Do you understand?" The doctor quickly said, "I understand, but what is a father? Equals?" Oh no, Bai Feng forgot that they have no concept of a father, let alone respecting him as a father. What if the son learns from a wild beast and bites his father to death when he grows up? That would be the end of him. Bai Feng had no choice but to explain the concept of family and parents to them in advance. He glanced at the doctor, then at the confused tribesmen below the platform, and said, "The creation of all things by heaven and earth is the result of the fusion of yin and yang. Heaven is yang, the father, and earth is yin, the mother. The same is true for humans. Men are yang and women are yin. So real people should be a man and a woman living together, combining to produce offspring, instead of being so chaotic like now. So now you can only be called savages. Your parents are the ones who gave birth to you. You must respect them. When you have food, you should give it to them first. When they are old or seriously ill, you should serve them wholeheartedly. This is filial piety. All I ask of you is that you treat me like you would treat your father." Bai Feng had explained the concept of yin and yang to the doctor during the day, so the doctor quickly understood what Bai Feng meant, but the tribesmen were confused, and so was the witch. The witch wanted Bai Feng to explain it in more detail, but Bai Feng knew that it was useless to tell them now, and it had to be done subtly, so he ignored the witch and asked him to continue with the ceremony. The witch scooped out 2 bowls of bamboo leaf tea from the pot in a depressed mood and handed them to the doctor. The doctor didn't understand what was going on and almost poured the tea into his own mouth. Bai Feng quickly asked him to pass the tea over. Bai Feng offered the first bowl of tea to heaven and earth, and then the witch gave the doctor another bowl. The doctor understood a little this time, and imitated Bai Feng and respectfully passed the tea over. After taking a symbolic sip and putting the bowl down, the doctor, under the guidance of the witch, clumsily kowtowed to Bai Feng 3 times. Bai Feng quickly helped him up, showing great concern. Then he pulled the doctor to kneel before the heaven and earth, and the 2 of them kowtowed 3 times. The ceremony ended with Bai Feng ashamed, Wu excited, the doctor confused, and the tribesmen even more confused. Bai Feng pulled the doctor up and decided to take him to take a bath tomorrow to build their relationship. After all, this was the first direct descendant of his makeshift team. Chapter 22. Savages who can't be called savages. All work is proceeding in an orderly manner. Due to the detailed division of labor, everyone has become more proficient in their work and more efficient. It seemed as if there were no end to the fish in the river beside the old camp. No one knew if there was any good feng shui spot upstream or downstream that would allow these fish to reproduce wildly without disrupting the food chain in the stream. Over the past few days, the number of fish caught has accumulated, and the whole camp is filled with the smell of fish. Some members of the fishing team not only use fish cages to catch fish, but also use harpoons. The salt in the old camp had been used up, so the construction team, led by Bai Feng, after working for half a day, took them to the salt lake to fetch more salt. Bai Feng roughly estimated that the earthen foundation of the new camp was sufficient. After all, the savages did not have the same housing requirements as modern people. A 50 square meter house was low and dark, but they could squeeze together with more than a dozen people, which made them feel safe and warmer in winter. Coupled with the scorching summer heat, the soil base was quickly dried and hardened enough. The planned living area has a height difference of about half a meter with the outside, so there is no need to worry about water accumulation even if heavy rain comes. Bai Feng was very afraid of rain before, but it has been nearly half a month since the last rain. It's the rainy season, and after such a long time, it's almost time for it to rain. After finishing work this evening, Bai Feng looked at the earth foundation that filled the plain and decided to start building the house tomorrow. When the house is about half built, he will let all the tribesmen move in. He has left the infrastructure team. His former partner, Bai Feng, felt that he was in poor physical condition, so he arranged him to the fishing team. The doctor's daily work is to learn how to make grilled fish from Bai Feng, identify herbs along the way, and learn basic knowledge. Although the doctor is studious and remembers things quickly, he also forgets them quickly. As soon as Bai Feng says something, he forgets it. Bai Feng is so angry that he picks up a bamboo stick and asks random questions. If the doctor can't answer or answers incorrectly, he will spank him hard. Why didn't he spank his palm? Because he still had to cook and grill fish, and touching the salt would be a punishment. Bai Feng felt that there was no need to be too harsh on him, and that he should just proceed step by step. Bai Feng didn't know how long it would take to build the house, but in order to avoid any further complications, the next day, only the people from the fishing team stayed behind, and everyone else, including the children, rushed to the new camp. He also gave orders to the fishing team to do their best to catch fish and to build a bamboo dam downstream to drive the fish from upstream and downstream, so as to have a big harvest before moving away. As for the pottery team, Bai Feng also called them over. The children were responsible for digging the soil and mud, and the adults were now making tiles. It was too troublesome to move the old camp to this place after the pottery was done. It was not cost-effective, mainly because there was no such thing as a cart. There was no coal near the new camp, so they had to chop wood for the kiln themselves, but fortunately there were forests nearby. The construction site started in full swing, and Bai Feng had no way of being lazy because he was the only one who knew how to build a house. 3 large houses of about 50 square meters were built at the same time. After these 3 were built, construction will continue. Now we have to build a few houses first to provide shelter for the tribesmen when they move in. Level and tamp the foundation, then use a straw rope as a level to make the wall straight. With a piece of earth foundation and a handful of mud, just like a brick concrete structure, this pure earth wall was soon about 1.6 meters high under the joint construction of more than 20 people. The wall was almost as tall as the savages, and Bai Feng felt that it should be made a little higher. Only when the wall reached about 1.8 meters was Bai Feng satisfied. What Bai Feng wanted to build was a single slope house, not the kind with 2 slopes on the roof that you see now. A house with 1 slope is faster and less difficult to build. The gables and back wall on both sides were raised, and when the back wall reached more than 2 meters, the frame of the house was completed. Then mud was used to thicken the inner and outer walls, which not only made it more beautiful, but also more resistant to water erosion. Under Bai Feng's guidance, the walls of the 3 large rooms were completely built by dusk. After all, with a construction team of nearly 200 people, even if their skills were not as good as expected, they had to catch up with their efficiency. The tiles produced by the pottery team are enough to build the 3 rooms, but Bai Feng asked them to continue making them. When they returned to the old camp to rest, everyone was so tired that they could not straighten their backs. However, When they thought about the thick and tall walls they had built, they felt that the future was promising. After hearing the description from the tribesmen, the members of the fishing team were extremely eager to catch the fish in the stream and move away as soon as possible. However, when he saw the fish piles covered with salt, Bai Feng estimated that there were not many fish to catch in this section of stream. After all, if they drove the fish away like a family, not many would escape. The tribesmen were not tired of eating fish. After all, having meat to eat was enough to satisfy them. It was much better than eating grass every day or even going hungry. In order to catch up with the progress, Bai Feng led his men to the construction site at daybreak. He left 2/3 of the men to continue building the fourth room, while Bai Feng and more than 60 men took axes and went to the woods to chop wood. There was enough wood, so if a group of people gathered around to chop some stray and hardwood, they could quickly knock down a tree. However, some savages were stupid enough to stand in the direction of the tree when it was about to fall. If Bai Feng hadn't been quick to come over and pull it back, the tree that fell on them would have become their coffin. The most important part of this house is the purlin, which is the wood placed vertically on the front and back walls. It doesn't need to be too thick, just as thick as a calf, but a lot of it is needed. With a large number of people, they soon cut enough logs to build 5 rooms. However, they still had to cut branches, remove bark, and scrape the clean wood, then expose it to the sun to remove moisture before it could become good building wood. While Bai Feng and his team were chopping wood, the scaffolding for the 4th room was also being built. Without anyone to direct them, they didn't know what to do. They could only sit under the wall in the cool air and wait for Bai Feng to assign them work. Bai Feng naturally wouldn't let them sit idle, so he picked out a few people who he thought had good lives, and at the end of the planned residential area, on the slope of the hill, Bai Feng allocated a 30-square-meter residential plot for himself. The advantage of this place is that it is located on a high ground. The housing location may not be the best, but it is definitely the one that best reflects power. He asked the tribesmen to clean up the surroundings, dig drainage ditches, and then asked them to build the walls carefully. Bai Feng wanted to build a house with 2 roofs for himself, which would look good and show his uniqueness. Bai Feng couldn't bear to see them having nothing to do, so he selected the spacing and location and arranged a group of people to build houses. Looking at the huge number of tile embryos, after drying, they make a dinging sound when knocked, which means they can be put into the kiln for firing, but a new kiln has to be built. Bai Feng did not use the previous kiln made of mud, as it could not burn enough things at one time. Bai Feng planned to do it in one go and dig a kiln on the hillside. A circular cave with a hole for exhausting smoke and gas, and a hole for adding firewood. The walls around the cave are layered like steps, which are used to place tiles. When the time comes, put firewood in the middle, light the fire, and seal the cave. You can start firing. However, it will take 2 or 3 days to fire a large cave like this. The sturdy savages were sweating on the soil. Bai Feng felt a strong sense of incongruity. There was no written language, no sound, and reasonable social system, but they were almost living in houses that would only appear thousands of years later and building large tile kilns. Perhaps in a very short time, all kinds of facilities would appear across the ages. So, can they still be called savages? Chapter 23, New Home. The blazing kiln fire continued all night long. In order to make good tiles, the tribesmen had to work in shifts throughout the night to add firewood to maintain the temperature in the kiln. In the previous 3 days, the work of installing beams and purlins in the 5 large rooms was completed. Bamboo strips and mud were added to the purlins to seal every inch of the gap, and they were just waiting to put up the tiles on the roof. A house with a roof was enough for the tribesmen, except for some people who stayed in the old camp to continue collecting food and protecting the women and children. The others stayed in the new camp overnight. The tiles had been burning for 2 days and 1 night, but Bai Feng didn't dare to open the kiln rashly, fearing that all the previous efforts would be wasted, so he had to continue burning. Some of the other tribesmen gathered around the fire, holding weapons to keep watch, while those who had been replaced slept in the room. Ever since the roof beams were put up and the brick kiln was lit, Bai Feng no longer called them savages, but completely recognized them as human beings. The crackling sound of the kiln fire and the jingling sound of tiles in the kiln made it difficult for Bai Feng to fall asleep. What's more, the summer nights were extremely hot and stuffy, and there were many mosquitoes. It is still very inconvenient to simply wash your face in the morning. There are too many people, and the demand for water is also high, so a large number of manpower is needed to fetch water from the lake. As soon as he went out, the moist south wind in the early morning blew on Bai Feng's face. Although there was no cloud in the sky, Bai Feng could still predict that it was going to rain soon. The south wind is relatively slow, which means the rain will come later. The earliest it will rain is in the evening, and the rain will not be too heavy. Now that the weather is starting to urge us to move, let's officially move. Except for those who were working in the kiln, the others set out towards the old camp in a mighty procession to move all the supplies to their new home. In order to avoid rain, the old camp built a granary using the earthen foundation and tiles made by foam before. However, the granary can no longer hold all the food. Salted fish that require a large amount of salt are piled up on the platform in jars, and piles of wild pickles are also placed randomly. The river where they lived before was too big and too deep, making fishing inconvenient, and there were very few wild vegetables they knew of, unless Shunnong tried to detoxify them in their tribe. The tribe leader also deliberately controlled salt, so the food sources were few and scarce in the past, not as abundant as they are now. The catch in the past 2 days was obviously less, so the fishing team's work was completed. This time, nearly 400 people came, taking all their belongings with them, like a gust of wind, leaving nothing behind. Even the children of a few years old hurried on, with a few bundles of pickles. Bai Feng didn't take anything else but the stone with the words heaven and earth written on it. It wasn't that Bai Feng wanted to be lazy, but no one else dared to touch it. Bai Feng thought that he could write on this thing again when he got to his new home, but not only the witch disagreed, but also the tribesmen. They felt that it was this stone god that allowed them to find so much food. Nearly half of the tribesmen had no idea what their new home would look like, but they were envious after listening to the descriptions of their mates who had gone there to work. They could not imagine that humans could build a cave large enough for dozens of people to live in by themselves. When they were holding the jars and the salted fish, looking at the tall house and the smoking kiln, they were all stunned and thought it was a miracle. Bai Feng didn't bother explaining or talking too much. He just asked them to put all the supplies into a big house. It would rain soon, and if the food they had collected with great difficulty got wet in the rain, all of their work for more than half a month would have been in vain. The tiles have not been baked yet, and the waterproofness of the roof is worrying. Heavy rain may leak, so we have to mobilize the tribesmen to collect pine needles and spread them on the roof, which can also have a waterproof effect. With so many people coming at the same time, the problem of drinking water was instantly exposed. There was not such a large amount of domestic water as in later generations, and it could even be said that domestic water was not consumed at all. But now, a large amount of water is needed just for drinking and cooking. The old camp is close to the water source, and it only takes 20 minutes to go back and forth, but here it takes an hour. Bai Feng had no choice but to use the same old trick and formed a water-fetching team of more than 100 people. They carried various containers and went to the lake to fetch water. One time was enough for a day. Now, because the weather is too hot, wild animals are unwilling to go out hunting during the day. When the temperature drops, fetching water will become a high-risk job. It is really not easy for a person to grow into a working force, so we must cherish it. Bai Feng had previously thought of a bamboo pipe water conservancy system, but now he thinks that the possibility of realization is not high. Now that he has a large kiln, it would be more convenient to directly burn ceramic pipes. Another thing is that there are too few houses now. There is not enough to live in. According to Bai Feng's idea, if you want to live relatively comfortably, you need to build at least 40 houses here. And this work will continue until winter comes, when the weather becomes too cold to continue. After moving to a new home, the work team had to be reorganized. Of the nearly 300-strong laborers, about 100 were responsible for digging the foundation and building the house. The main work of the pottery firing team of more than 20 people was still firing tiles. Of the remaining labor force, about 100 people should be set aside to hunt, and the more food the better. The rest of the people will do odd jobs, or take the children to pick various wild fruits near the camp. Bai Feng asked Xiong to select the 100 most capable hunting members, and then Bai Feng got a general understanding of their hunting targets and hunting methods. They could only catch some small herbivores. Because their weapons were too poor, they relied entirely on luck to catch large ones. In front of carnivorous beasts, they were prey, not hunters. Looking at their weapons, they are nothing more than stone axes and stone spears. Some are even wooden spears. It is really not easy for them to catch prey. Although the hunter deer is good at catching deer, he is unwilling to share his skills with others. He feels that this is the capital for his livelihood. Bai Feng didn't force it. He just felt that their weapons needed to be updated. If they had powerful weapons and a savage body, humans would be able to gradually move to the top of the food chain. First, Bai Feng asked several spearmen to demonstrate their spear-throwing skills. Although their weapons were poor, they threw the spears far and accurately. If this were done in modern times, most athletes would probably not be able to beat them. Since they can throw spears accurately enough, the powerful weapon prepared by Baifeng can come in handy. That is the spear thrower. It was because of this thing that primitive humans invented that they were able to add large beasts such as mammoths and woolly mammoths to their diet, which also accelerated the extinction of these species. A long bamboo piece with a hook on one end was handed to the tribesmen. They were all confused. How could they kill prey with it without a point and could not be thrown far? Baifeng gave them a simple demonstration. He put the spear on the spear thrower and then pulled the spear thrower hard. He, who had never used a spear, could throw it farther than those who specialized in using spears with just a casual throw. The hunters understood how to use the spear thrower and tried it one by one. Sure enough, the throwing distance almost doubled. This is the power of physics, which lengthens the lever arm. It's just that Baifeng has no idea about metallurgical technology. Otherwise, if he changed to a copper spear tip or even an iron spear tip, Baifeng felt that he should be able to own a tiger skin chair. However, Baifeng also made improvements to their stone spear heads. If the two sides were not sharp enough, they would grind them on other sand and stone, and also grind barbs on both sides. In this way, the spears would not fall off after stabbing the prey. As for those who use stone axes and stone knives, they are not suitable for hunting at all. They should change to other weapons, such as bows. Think bows are useless? It's easy. Let me build you a recurve bow. Chapter 24, It Rains Again. If you want to capture more prey, you need more powerful weapons, and the bow is indispensable. But the bow at that time was extremely simple. It was just the earliest version of the straight pole bow, which was not very powerful and easy to break. It is complicated to make a good bow, but it is still very simple to make a bow for demonstration. There are many old bamboos in the forest, which are the common material for making bows. The tribesmen quickly found several old bamboos. Baifeng broke the bamboo into strips, roasted them over fire to give them just the right curvature, and used wood to carve a handle. However, using a stone knife was too difficult to carve, and the resulting wood was ugly and prickly, so Baifeng had no choice but to use a large stone grinder. Without glue, he used animal skins to make do, and the same with the bowstring. He made a recurve bow. Baifeng pulled it and felt that it was about 40 kilograms. Without arrows, he used thin bamboo instead. Baifeng pulled the bow to the full extent and shot it. Not only was the direction far from the target, but the distance was also pitifully short. When the tribesmen saw it, they felt bored and dispersed. Baifeng was looked down upon, but he could do nothing about it. He couldn't tell them that he could improve it. Do they know what improvement means? It seems that he can only polish it slowly by himself and make a good bow, so that they will be jealous of it. The bows they made did not achieve good results, but that does not mean they can rest. Take your spears and go hunting. There are 100 of us. If we cannot bring back 3 large prey, we will either spend the night outside or cook you for the new year. The hunters had no idea what New Year was, but when they heard Baifeng threatened to eat them if they failed to catch prey, they all ran away in groups of 3 or 5 and went into the woods to hunt. The construction of the house is progressing at a leisurely pace, and the firing of tiles is also nearing completion. No more firewood will be added, and we will just wait for the temperature in the kiln to drop naturally. It is not reliable to rely solely on hunting. There must be other sources of food. Fishing must not be given up, but in the big lake, the previous methods are no longer applicable. If you want to catch fish, you can only go to the big lake and use a net or hook. Baifeng remembered that there were a lot of wild hemp here, which had now grown wildly to 2 meters tall. It was a good material for textiles and was strong and durable. He arranged for people to go cut hemp, but they had no idea what Baifeng was talking about. After describing it for a long time, Baifeng thought it would be better to take them there in person. There are several hemp plants very close to the camp. Hemp is dioecious, with females bearing fruit and males flowering. Baifeng has to wait for the females to mature before picking the seeds. In winter, he can eat them like eating melon seeds to kill time. He can also use them as medicine, which Baifeng, who suffers from constipation, really needs. Once they knew what hemp was, Baifeng no longer cared about them and let them cut hemp by themselves. The more the better, as long as they came back before dark. Now, Baifeng still feels that he is very pressed for time. He has no clothes, his house is not even roofed. He has no breeding and no planting. If he goes out and sees other tribes, people wearing linen clothes and holding bronze weapons in their hands will definitely laugh at Baifeng and call him a savage. Time is speeding up, and everything has to be accelerated. After the great heat, autumn will come, and there is not much time left. Bai Feng was anxious. Seeing that everyone was busy, he couldn't sit still either, so he took an axe and went to chop bamboo. He hoped to build a bamboo raft as soon as possible so that he could go to the lake to fish. Towards evening, the hunting team returned first, and as expected, they brought back 2 deer, as well as a dozen pheasants, rabbits, and the like. Although it did not meet Bai Feng's requirement of 3 big bucks, the number of small bucks made up for it, which barely allowed them to pass. The people who went to cut hemp came back slowly, bringing with them a considerable amount of hemp. Bai Feng estimated that with this hemp, all the hemp needs in the tribe could be met. He called back all the tribesmen to finish work and prepare for dinner. At this time, Xiong had already accepted Bai Feng's ability to replace him because he had seen his abilities during this period. After all, he had no way of making all the tribesmen live this kind of life. Before we started to divide the fish, a gust of wind started to blow from the flat ground. Looking up, we saw that half of the sky was already covered by clouds. The heavy rain that had not been seen for half a month was about to come. Although the house was not completely completed this time, the roof had been sealed. Even though there were no tiles, it could still keep out the rain. Bai Feng and the others at least had a place to hide and would not have to face death like last time. Bai Feng quickly postponed the mealtime and asked everyone to rush into the house. It was very difficult to squeeze nearly 100 people, big and small, into one house. Bai Feng has his own little house, so he doesn't have to squeeze with them. Bai Feng felt relieved only after everyone was inside the house, and no one was left outside, and after he checked the warehouse containing medicine and food to make sure they were not exposed to the rain. Put the container for storing water on the open ground, and it will be full when it rains so you don't have to run to the lake to get water. After doing all this, Bai Feng felt the rain falling, and then he walked into a small room leisurely and stood at the door to watch the rain. The rainstorm came with great force, without any prelude, and it poured down directly. With a roar of thunder, the people in the house began to scream. They were afraid of the unknown, and they were as fragile as ants in the face of nature. The heavy rain came and went quickly. In less than an hour, it was blown away by the wind. The afterglow of the setting sun could still illuminate the earth. The wind blew up the smell of earth, stirred up by the rain hitting the dust. This smell made Bai Feng feel that the world was still beautiful. The ground outside is covered with mud. It makes a splattering sound when you walk on it. It's really annoying. I wonder when this place will be paved with stone slabs or bricks. Everyone was frightened by the rainstorm and huddled together, not daring to come out, until Bai Feng called them to go out and prepare for dinner. Only then did the braver ones dare to come out to find out what was going on. Bai Feng was also considered a warrior by the tribesmen, as he did not look afraid at all in such a situation. After finishing their meal, sitting on the mud, no one dared to leave the room. Even though it was uncomfortable and hot to be huddled together as a group, they were unwilling to take risks in the wilderness. The rain just now reminded them of the harm caused to them by the last rainstorm. Fortunately, the house didn't have a door yet, so there was no need to worry about them suffocating. Bai Feng just went with them, supervising the hunters to deal with the prey before letting them go back to sleep. The tile kiln was cooled by a heavy rain, and steam continued to rise, like a fairyland. The witch asked which god was enjoying this, which made Bai Feng so angry that he wanted to kick him into the tile kiln and sacrifice him to the god. When we wake up tomorrow, everything will be back on track. Some people will build houses, some will hunt, some will do handicrafts, and some will gather. Bai Feng only needs to coordinate and contribute his wisdom to speed up the development of everything. It would be great if there was a rooster that could crow and wake everyone up tomorrow morning. Chapter 25, Double Happiness. There were no loud crowing of roosters in the morning, only the irritable mosquitoes and flies buzzing in the ears. Bai Feng's plan to hatch bird eggs had long ended with them turning into smelly biological weapons. The green tiles were taken out one by one in the morning mist. The sound was crisp, and the colors were beautiful. Bai Feng couldn't wait to lay the tiles on the roof. Bai Feng didn't care about the big house. He just called the tribesmen who were in the construction team, and under his wise command and leadership, they first laid tiles on his luxurious little house with 2 eaves. After the roof of his room was laid, I believe they would also learn how to lay tiles. Everything was moving in the right direction, and except for the occasional extra work that Bai Feng came up with on a whim that disrupted the plan, everything was in order. With Bai Feng's unremitting efforts, the bamboo raft was completed, but the tribesmen didn't know what it was used for. Maybe it was used to lay on the ground for sleeping? There were no lines or nets, but Bai Feng still led people to the big lake, tied fishing cages with vines, and hung them around the bamboo raft, so they could also catch fish. No one dared to get on the bamboo raft. They didn't think a few bamboos could keep them floating on the water. If they fell off, they would definitely drown. After looking down on these cowards, Bai Feng jumped onto the bamboo raft first. To be honest, he himself was not sure. He was a pure northwestern landlubber, and his knowledge of bamboo rafts basically came from the sinking ship built by Bear Grylls, the man at the top of the food chain. If it sinks this time, everyone will probably trust him even less, and no one will be willing to try anything he makes in the future. Fortunately, the bamboo raft did not disappoint Bai Feng. When he stood on it, it just shook slightly and then floated steadily on the water. With a push of a bamboo pole, it slowly left the lakeside and headed towards the center of the lake. The lake is vast, with reeds and wild rice growing wildly by the lake. In autumn, the tribesmen can come here to pick reed flowers and harvest wild rice. After riding the bamboo raft for a while in the calm lake, Bai Feng paddled back to the shore. He didn't want to waste time on these things. He had proved that there was no problem with the bamboo raft. If they were still unwilling to get on, they would be beaten. They only need to paddle the bamboo raft to the center of the lake and wait for the fish to bite. After that, they can make fishing lines, hooks, and fishing nets and start fishing on a large scale. The construction of the house never stopped. Bai Feng also planned the water diversion route on his way to and from the lake. After the tiles were fired in the kiln, he could also fire some water pipes. Time passed quickly, and on the day of the beginning of autumn, the 20th large house in the tribe was successfully topped out. The living conditions of the tribesmen were much better than before, with almost 20 people living in one room, and it was not so crowded. Another obvious problem caused by large crowds of people living together is that there is feces everywhere, and the walls are washed out with urine. Bai Feng feels that the house may be collapsed by the urine of these people, even without rain. Bai Feng not only felt that it looked disgusting, but the air around him had obviously become worse. Furthermore, doing so was too likely to cause disease. Most of the children in the tribe had ascariasis and looked thin and weak. If Bai Feng had not still had the habit of washing his hands before meals and after defecation, his stomach might have been full of ascaris. In order to deal with these people, Bai Feng spent a lot of effort to build a large public toilet and separated the men and women. However, they did not take it seriously and even wondered why waste materials to build a house for the poop. Be civilized, set new trends, and strive to be new savages of the new era. This is the slogan of the Bai Feng tribe. Bored Bai Feng wrote this sentence on the wall of the public toilet, but no one except him could understand this strange symbol, and no one could understand it when he read it out. In order to force the savages to go to public toilets, anyone caught by Bai Feng defecating or urinating in the living area will be beaten with 10 whips and then made to clean toilets for a day. In the beginning, many people were arrested, but later they became obedient after being beaten so many times. It was not a long distance, so at most they could just go to the public toilet. The new problem is that they are illiterate and don't know which is male and which is female. Even if you tell them this time, they will forget it next time. But we cannot rule out the possibility that some hooligans just want to get into other toilets. To solve this problem, Bai Feng first painted modern signs for men's and women's toilets on the wall. As a result, more people went to the women's toilet. He randomly picked a few people and asked them why they went there. They asked, "Aren't they marked it?" and they pointed at their grass skirts. Later, Bai Feng changed the logo to Now if you pretend not to know it again, you will be whipped 20 times if you're caught. The cleared feces are added with wood ash and soil, piled together for fermentation, and then spread in the vegetable fields planned around the camp as fertilizer when winter comes. Now, when all the tribesmen go out, they will bring back the unfamiliar plants they picked for Bai Feng to identify, and Bai Feng will decide whether they are valuable. After Bai Feng finds many edible wild vegetables and medicinal herbs, he is required to bring back not only plants but also special stones he picked up, and it would be great if he found minerals. All the herbs found were simply processed and handed over to the medical insurance manager. After a short period of study, the doctor had a general understanding of the basic theories of traditional Chinese medicine, but he was still not allowed to treat the tribesmen. Although the tribesmen did not understand what it meant to be sick, they thought that even diarrhea and vomiting blood were normal. No one came to see the doctor or Bai Feng because they were not feeling well. The Water Conservancy project also started as scheduled. The original tools were not easy to use, so Bai Feng tied the stone axe at a different angle. It just became a buttocks. The Ren and Du meridians invented by the tribesmen were instantly opened collectively. Some people showed Bai Feng chopsticks that were round on the top and square on the bottom, while others showed him bowls that were narrow on the top and wide on the bottom. Bai Feng did not dare to deny these inventions, as they were not only useless but also a waste of life. He was afraid that he would accidentally wipe out mankind's first technological explosion. Fortunately, this wave of inventions soon passed because they all realized that what they made was indeed useless. However, during this period, some things appeared that Bai Feng did not have time to make, such as a kettle with a long spout. When the first stream of water flowed out of the pipe, everyone cheered and jumped for joy. From then on, they no longer had to carry large water tanks to the lake to fetch water. No one thought it was a miracle because they had been involved in the entire process from digging the pipe to running the water and knew that the principle of this thing was very simple. However, this was not just one good thing that happened that day. It could be said to be a double blessing. Good news came from the sky. The rich iron, or that Bai Feng wanted most, was picked out by Bai Feng from a pile of strange stones. A pile of stones of various colors were picked up by the tribesmen when they went out. They only knew that their chief wanted to collect strange stones and had collected various inedible grasses before. The reddish-brown stone with a hint of silver naturally attracted Bai Feng's attention. If he could find enough of this, Bai Feng couldn't imagine how big a step forward he could take primitive society. Chapter 26, Iron. Bai Feng anxiously asked where those iron ores were picked up from. The tribesmen did not know the importance of that thing, and just thought that the tribe leader was planning to waste people's money and resources again. After explaining to the tribesmen for a long time, they finally understood that the stone could be used to make better tools and weapons. Someone tried to make the iron ore into a stone axe, but Bai Feng kicked it away. Bai Feng guarded the stone and refused to let anyone touch it. Although no one remembered who picked up the stone, they all swore that there was a place where there were plenty of such stones. Bai Feng then asked some people to stop their collection work and focus on picking up this iron ore. Bai Feng wanted to use his limited knowledge of chemistry to refine iron. In his opinion, as long as the temperature was high enough, it would melt, and as long as it was tempered over and over again, good iron would be produced. The blast furnace for smelting iron by traditional methods was built quickly, but it still could not meet the requirements of iron smelting. Air inlet and blower were needed. Without blower, animal skin bags were used. The bag was opened to let in air and tied tightly to squeeze out air. The iron ore was transported back bit by bit, and Bai Feng felt relieved. From then on, it was just a matter of trial and error and slow exploration. As long as there were materials, iron could definitely be smelted. Burn the iron ore in the fire until it's crispy, then break it into pieces bit by bit with a wooden hammer. The finer the better. The mineral powder is put into the iron smelting furnace, which has been heated to a high temperature, with a layer of mineral powder and a layer of charcoal, and then the fire is burned continuously to raise the temperature again and again. Bai Feng didn't break the furnace until the furnace walls were red hot, and burned it into a lump of iron tangled with the broken furnace walls. Bai Feng poured water to cool it down, not afraid of the iron becoming brittle and denatured. After all, the raw materials had been smelted, and he had to continue making iron. The iron lumps that had been cooled to the lowest temperature were rough and black, but there were enough of them, each the size of a basketball. It was a bit difficult for Bai Feng to carry them alone. After a little polishing, the silver luster appeared. The iron that Bai Feng had been longing for was finally refined. Perhaps other tribesmen did not know what this meant, but Bai Feng knew that this tribe would become an advanced tribe, rather than a pitiful and fleeing tribe of savages. Now the temperature is gradually dropping, the daytime hours are getting shorter, and a large number of wild fruits are ripening, but they don't taste very good. The seeds of various plants have matured, and nuts are about to fall to the ground. Herbivores and animals that are hibernating are all rushing to replenish themselves with fat to cope with the winter. Carnivorous beasts also began to appear during the day to hunt, and several tribesmen spotted traces of wolves, but were lucky enough to avoid them. Going out to look for food now has double the risk, and you may have to exchange your life for food. Bai Feng must forge iron weapons in the next few days to enhance the killing power and self-defense capabilities of his people. Without wasting a moment, they mixed iron or powder and clay, fired a large crucible to melt the molten iron, and used mud to make a mold for casting iron bars. In half a month, the chestnuts in that forest will be fully mature and fall to the ground. All the people who are collecting chestnuts no longer go out, but concentrate on preparing tools, weaving bamboo into backpacks, and preparing to rush to harvest the chestnuts. The other part was smelting iron under the command of Bai Feng. Iron smelting furnaces more than one person tall were quickly built around the camp, and the fire was constantly burning. Bai Feng used continuous blasting to heat the iron lumps, melting them into molten iron, which were then cast into iron bars one by one. Although the iron bar was hard at this time, it was also very brittle and contained many impurities. Bai Feng did not want to rely on others to do it, so he made a stone hammer himself, reheated the iron bar, and began to hammer it continuously. The iron bar gradually becomes thinner, and the iron becomes purer. It is constantly heated and hammered, heated again and hammered again, and finally a very ugly knife blank is hammered out. It is heated once more and then quenched. It is probably the protection period for novices. This knife blank is quenched straight and hard. The knife, about 30 centimeters long, was the first iron tool in the entire tribe and Bai Feng's treasure. He kept grinding the knife shape and sharpening the blade on the stone. He wrapped it with animal skin to make the handle. In Bai Feng's eyes, a relatively exquisite knife was finally made. When the tribesmen saw that Bai Feng could easily cut wood and chop thin bamboo with a knife, they were all envious and hoped to use it. Bai Feng naturally wouldn't give it to him, with so much iron, or he wanted to refine it himself. Anyway, all the processes were the same as his, so there would be no problem. However, Bai Feng still made a lot of iron axes and spear tips for the tribe. They could be used with wooden handles, which doubles the lethality and is not that difficult to make. After that, the construction speed in the tribe accelerated significantly, and the building materials transported increased rapidly. Just like a child who wants to show off his new toy, the tribesmen took the axes and began to chop trees frantically to feel the pleasure of conquering nature with iron. The longsword is a good thing, and Bai Feng has tried to make one. Unfortunately, not only is the shape ugly, but it also bends badly after being quenched. Bai Feng had to give up this idea temporarily and try again after he has mastered the technique. The weather is getting cooler. Although it is still hot at noon, it is still very cold in the mornings and evenings, especially for these naked people. There are a lot of animal skins in the tribe, all collected from hunting in the past. Although on average, they only catch one prey a day, including those collected during this period, there are more than 400 animal skins in total. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to tan, so they could just punch a hole in the hide and pass a rope through it. Bai Feng naturally wouldn't do that. The wolf skin was still in good condition. The grease was scraped off, and saltpeter and wood ash, which were available everywhere in the saline plain, were added and then rubbed and soaked. Then it was washed, dried, and pounded until it became soft. Only then was the leather qualified in Bai Feng's eyes. Finally, Bai Feng owned a pair of wolfskin boxer shorts, but the thread was a little prickly because it was too thick. Bai Feng comforted himself that he would get used to it after a little adjustment. The chopped hemp was dried, thrown into water to ferment, and finally the fibers were torn and twisted into ropes. Under Bai Feng's explanation, the series of work went smoothly. However, Bai Feng wanted to make a fishing net, but unfortunately the ropes were far from enough. No one wanted to follow Bai Feng's example and make animal skins into boxer shorts to wear. The animal skins distributed to them were still in the shape of grass skirts, and when they wore them together with their old animal skin clothes, they finally didn't have to spend the winter naked. Bai Feng really wanted to own cloth, but silk was just a delusion. Although silk appeared very early, no one in the entire tribe had ever heard of the Shilling tribe in Lezu. The news was blocked, and it was unknown whether the Shilling tribe still existed. However, the tribe members had another temporary order from Bai Feng, which was to catch all kinds of cocoons. If there were wild silkworms here, the silkworm moths would probably be in the cocoons at this time. If they could be caught, Bai Feng thought Lei Zhu might be replaced by Bai Zhu. Lady Lei Zhu, what a sin! Angle. Chapter 27, Autumn Harvest. The chestnuts finally ripened and fell to the ground, but the long thorns on the outside discouraged most animals from eating them. Only small animals, such as squirrels and chipmunks, were not afraid and began to rush to harvest them and carry them to their nests. It was time for the members of the Bai Feng tribe to go out. The large backpacks and long bamboo clips allowed them to pick up chestnuts without bending over or worrying about getting their hands pricked by thorns. They had no shoes to wear, and although their soles were covered with thick calluses, they still couldn't stop the fine burrs from appearing. In order to enable them to better serve the tribe, Bai Feng designed shoes for them. The soles were made of wood and then tied to the feet with animal skins. In fact, they were the simplest clogs. After the tribesmen put them on, their movements were completely restricted and no one wanted to wear it, so Bai Feng only let them wear it when picking chestnuts. After being pricked a few times, they realized the benefits of this thing. The wild rice that Bai Feng had been longing for has also matured. Now other grains, such as the traditional cereals, have not been selected and are still in their primitive state. They have low yields and bad taste. They are also scattered everywhere and are difficult to collect. Wild rice is different. It has remained the same for thousands of years, and no one has specifically cultivated it to make it a staple food. Instead, people have focused on its roots and turned them into a vegetable. The number of bamboo rafts has increased from the one made by Phone to more than 10. Judging from the state of the tribesmen, they are determined to get one raft for each person, and each newly built raft is bigger than the previous one. Place animal skins on the bamboo raft to block the gaps, then float the raft over the wild rice. Pull down the wild rice heads and hit them lightly with a stick, and the mature wild rice will fall onto the animal skins. The lake was big enough and produced enough wild rice. Every morning, Phone would wave goodbye to the tribesmen who went to collect wild rice and chestnuts, and then at noon and evening, she would happily welcome the tribesmen who returned with full loads, just like a woman who stayed at home. Of course, Phone was not idle either. The task of forging iron and casting weapons basically fell on his shoulders. He had to forge iron every day until his arms could not be lifted. He even said that he felt that he had already achieved the ability to make a unicorn arm. The things he made became stronger and stronger, and the shapes gradually became more decent. When the weapons that the tribe needed most were almost made, he began to make knives and distributed them to some tribesmen who made greater contributions. The first reason for doing this is to set an example for them. If you like the knife, then work hard and make achievements. The second reason is that the knife is really convenient. Whether it is for work or cutting meat, you can use it anytime. He was once Feng's lucky deer, but he refused when Phone wanted to pass on his deer catching skills to everyone. Although Phone did not deliberately make things difficult for him afterwards, he did not give him any preferential treatment either. People who have the ability but do not use it are no different from ordinary people. In addition, he was mediocre in other aspects and had no outstanding achievements. So after the hunters of his tribe got the knife one by one for various reasons, or were promised to give them the knife by Phone, he could no longer hold back. He found Phone and said that he wanted to exchange his deer hunting method for the knife. At this time, Feng's carefully crafted recurve bow was almost finished. Once it was finished, the tribe's hunting success rate would definitely increase several times. So Phone was no longer very impressed with his method of catching deer. What a great method a primitive man could come up with. However, he still agreed to him. As long as his method was really useful, there would be no harm in giving him a knife. When the deer heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately wanted to pull Phone to watch him catch deer. Phone was not interested in this because he still had a lot of knife skills that he hadn't made yet. But Phone couldn't just give him the knife based on what he said, so he asked the hunters in the same group as Lu to supervise him. As long as Lu could catch a deer within 3 days using his method, he would be given a knife. If this method was generally practical, he would be given a dagger. What's a dagger? It's a knife this long, but it's longer and thicker. Phone gestured to the deer with his hands. After seeing the length Phone was indicating with his hand, Lu immediately pulled the hunters in the same group to go hunting without saying a word, wanting to prove to Phone that he could catch a deer. All you have to do is throw the deer in front of me 3 days from now, and you'll get a knife. Phone waved his hand and told the deer to do its thing and not to interfere with his work. Anyway, he would not break his promise once he made it. Phone has to continue repeating this boring blacksmithing process. He still owes his tribesmen more than a dozen knives. Although the tribesmen cannot get their rewards immediately, the quality of the things Phone makes will become better as time goes by. Phone even wanted to make a Damascus knife by stacking forged steel, but unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength. The iron embryos could not be fused at all, and he didn't know what material the flux was made of. Phone had just gained confidence after playing with iron for a while and felt that he would definitely advance to the finals in the broken sword competition. However, the scrap iron in his hand made him face the reality. In addition to making knives, axes, and other things every day, he also takes time to make arrowheads, and Feng's high-strength recurve bow is almost ready. The bamboo one used last time wasn't very powerful, so Phone used mulberry wood instead. However, it was a little difficult to shape, as it had to be tied with ropes to slowly change the shape. As for gluing the handle, because the tribe catches a lot of fish every day, the fish bladders are left for Phone when cleaning the internal organs, and then Phone uses the fish bladders to slowly boil glue. Phone made his bow in secret. Otherwise, although the tribesmen would not have the courage to object, they would definitely look at him strangely. The majesty that was forged with iron with great difficulty could not be eroded even a little bit. In the living area that Bai Feng originally planned, the houses have basically been built. Hundreds of people are building houses every day, and they can do it even faster after becoming more skilled. The house that Bai Feng first built was just for sheltering from the wind and rain. Now it seems that there are too many mistakes and shortcomings. There's only a door but no windows, which is a small matter. Anyway, they don't care about the little sunlight. Insulation is the most important thing for them. No one knew how to make a door. Bai Feng knew a little bit. He knew that door frames and thresholds needed to be made before the door could be installed. However, the craftsmanship in their tribe was too poor. The doors they made were all made of a whole piece of wood tied together with vines. There was not enough iron to make nails and wasted on these things. Not knowing how to install a door, he just covered it on the door. In the morning, he pushed it down again. Bai Feng found one of the few craftsmen in the tribe, described to him what the door frame looked like and its specific operating principles, and then left. The craftsman that Bai Feng called a carpenter stood in the wind, just wanted to say, are you kidding me? However, Bai Feng still gave him a chisel, an axe, and a rough saw according to his impression of carpentry tools. Especially when there was no ink fountain, he was taught how to use the ink line so that he could saw straight wooden boards. After a set of combined punches, he had forgotten the unreasonable demands made by Bai Feng to him. Chapter 28: Death of a Tribe Member. The tribesmen who went out to pick chestnuts ran back to the tribe in panic. When Bai Feng saw them, he saw that they were all in shock, their weapons were missing, and when he asked them questions, none of them could speak clearly. The people picking chestnuts had no idea where their backpacks and baskets were lost. Only one person may have forgotten that he was still carrying a backpack. He sat among the tribesmen who had escaped back, without taking off his almost empty backpack. When they gradually recovered, Bai Feng roughly understood what had happened from the confusing sentences. Because they had never encountered any danger before, they relaxed their vigilance when picking chestnuts. However, a tiger suddenly rushed out and knocked down a tribe member, biting him to death, and then rushed over to look for targets in the crowd to kill. After seeing their tribesmen being killed by tigers, this group of foragers, which was mainly composed of women, had no ability to fight an adult tiger, so they dropped their things and fled, not caring how many people were killed. They just ran towards the tribe. After waiting in the camp for a long time and seeing no one coming out of the woods, Bai Feng knew that there was no way those people would come back. Bai Feng would not blame them for not resisting or saving people, but just running away, because he felt that he did not have the courage to face a tiger directly. He was not Wu Song in the novel, and the tigers today were not the honest pets for people to watch in zoos in later generations. Bai Feng did not remember the names of all the tribesmen. He only remembered some of them. But among the people he sent out in the morning, some familiar faces were no longer visible. The White Wind tribe lost 6 members during the autumn harvest. The picked chestnuts are being dried to prevent them from getting moldy during storage. After 8 days of picking, the chestnuts have filled up half of the warehouse. Together with the other grass seeds, wild vegetables, and fruits collected, along with meat, it is enough for the entire tribe to have a prosperous winter. It's just that Bai Feng is too greedy. He believes that the more food, the better. The tribesmen will feel at ease when they see the warehouse full of food. For the safety of his tribe members, Bai Feng decided that starting tomorrow, he would not go out to collect food. At most, the hunting team would remain large, but they would no longer disperse and would gather together to act. The other people in the tribe were not too sad and quickly returned to normal and continued to work. It was normal to be killed by wild beasts when going out to find food. Humans are hunters and also prey. Bai Feng couldn't even take care of the fight now, and could only anxiously wait for the other 2 teams that had gone out to return safely. The team that went to the Great Lake to collect returned safely. They returned to the tribe proudly with their full harvest, either on their backs or in their arms, waiting to be greeted by the White Wind. When Bai Feng saw them, he did not ask about their harvest, nor did he praise the person who had harvested the most. Instead, he counted them twice, and only after making sure that no one was missing did he say welcome home. When they learned that some of their tribesmen had been killed by tigers, their expressions became sad. The stable life during this period made them almost forget the cruelty of nature. The hunters did not return until the sun was halfway down and it was already dark. Their harvest was not very rich, even worse than before. Normally, Bai Feng wouldn't think there was anything wrong, but after this happened, this group of people who came back on time made Bai Feng angry. They came back so late. Were they going to stay in the woods to feed the wild beasts? Unfortunately, they hadn't noticed Bai Feng's unhappiness yet. The deer happily ran up to Bai Feng and said, "Chief, I'm almost catching a deer today. I'm just a little bit short. If it weren't for the fact that it's getting dark, I would have caught it today." Bai Feng's face turned as dark as the sky. "You mean they came back so late just to accompany you to catch deer?" "Yes, Chief. Didn't you ask them to supervise me?" Lu had not yet noticed Bai Feng's unhappiness. Bai Feng snorted and said directly to the deer, "Starting tomorrow, you don't have to go hunting anymore. Just stay in the tribe and move bricks and build houses. I can't let you harm everyone just because of your one-sided words. As for what I promised you before, you don't need to hunt deer anymore. When you have laid 500 pieces of soil, I will also give you a knife." After saying that, Bai Feng walked straight towards his house. He wasn't even in the mood to eat. The deer was confused and didn't understand why the chief suddenly got angry at him. He turned to look at his fellow hunters for answers, but they also didn't understand what was going on. Now Xiong is still in charge of managing the tribe members. Although Bai Feng is the tribe leader, because of his good temper, everyone listens to him but is not afraid of him. Xiong has resigned from the position of tribe leader, but the whip is still in his hands, and he's responsible for matters such as distributing food. Since Wu could understand simple arithmetic, after Bai Feng taught him the decimal system, he was in charge of the warehouse. Now he's also learning simple characters from Bai Feng, so he can at least use words to record what is in the warehouse and how much of each item there is. After Wu counted everyone's harvest for the day, he moved it into the warehouse, closed the heavy door, propped it up with wood, and waited for Bai Feng to give the order to eat. Bai Feng had no appetite, as he felt that he was not free from responsibility for the death of his people. The idea of human-centeredness of later generations was firmly ingrained in Bai Feng's mind, making it impossible for him to accept the death of humans as easily as his people. Wu was in charge of counting the numbers, Xiong was in charge of distributing the food, and dinner was spent in a depressing atmosphere. The naughty children in the past did not dare to act unruly, as they felt that the atmosphere was not right. Bai Feng almost stayed awake all night. Although he was not in the mood to eat, the lack of oily food made him feel uncomfortable in his stomach in the morning. So he got up early and cooked some chestnut porridge. When the tribesmen heard that they didn't have to go out to collect food today, they didn't know what to do and could only wait for Bai Feng to arrange other work for them. The hunters must continue to go out. Their team is large, and generally no blind animals will bother them. They're well equipped with weapons, and they are all strong. The tigers here should be South China tigers, which are not that big, so there shouldn't be any accidents with so many people. However, Bai Feng still told them to come back early and not wait until the sun was about to set, as malnutrition had caused their night vision to be almost zero. As for the collection team, they finished their work ahead of schedule, and the water storage project that Bai Feng was planning to carry out after the autumn harvest was completed would also start ahead of schedule. With so many people, the amount of drinking water is huge, but the lake will definitely freeze in winter, and there will be no water in the natural canal that can directly reach the camp. At this time, it is necessary to dig reservoirs or cellars and fill them with water from the canals to ensure water supply in winter. One cellar can be used by 10 people, so at least 40 wells must be dug to last until the lake thaws. But now Bai Feng still has to do one thing first, that is to carefully count every member of the tribe, and those who don't have a name should be given one now. No matter what, no more tribesmen can die, but it's impossible to happen without knowing who died. Chapter 29 Division of Households. The current management of the tribe is too chaotic. Someone may eat with this group today, sleep in another group's house at night, and then eat and sleep in yet another group tomorrow. They only know which group they should be in when they are working, which leads to another situation that the family system that Bai Feng wants to gradually promote is out of reach and ethically confusing. In the morning, Bai Feng did not ask people to start working, but let them choose their own companions from a team of about 10 people, eat together, and live together. Now the house has been built enough for them to live in. A team must include men, women, and children. The specific distribution is up to them to choose. If no one chooses, Bai Feng will make the arrangement in the end. They don't know what the point of doing this is. Why should they be divided so clearly when they are all from the same tribe? Bai Feng didn't explain it to them. They would understand even if he explained it to them. It would take a long time for them to see the benefits. If someone could discover love now, Bai Feng wouldn't mind giving them a small house of their own. After much hesitation, we finally divided into groups. Originally, we could have formed 41 teams, but because we lost several tribesmen, we had to divide into 40 teams in the end. Bai Feng, Xiong, and Wu all have their own small independent houses. Originally, only Bai Feng had one. They were used to sleeping with their tribesmen. Later, they found that Bai Feng was very majestic, so they built a small house for themselves. Bai Feng did not stop them. The emergence of classes was only a matter of time. Bai Feng would not stop his people from building an independent house for themselves and working hard for a better life. He supported and encouraged them, but unfortunately, they did not have the concept of a house and a home. The 10 production teams were divided into 10 groups, and Bai Feng used the 10 heavenly stems to arrange them according to the front and back positions of the houses they lived in, from Team A1, Team A2, Team A3, Team A4, Team B1, all the way to Team Gu A4. The captain of each team is the most capable person or someone elected by the team members. He is responsible for collecting food, counting the number of people, urging them to go to work, etc. every day. Everyone received a piece of pottery, which could be hung around the neck after being punched with a hole. The name was written on the front of the pottery, and the team number was on the back. No one knew how to write, so Bai Feng used a knife to carve names on them one by one. If they didn't have a name, he would give them one on the spot. Of course, they weren't meaningful names, just a Zhuang, Xiao Mei, etc. If they didn't like their name anymore, they could ask Bai Feng to change it. Only after Bai Feng wrote all the name tags did he officially recognize all of his clansmen. There might be many people who he wouldn't remember their names the next time he saw them. It was not until noon that Bai Feng finished carving. He asked the team leader to nail a wooden stick on the wall of his team's house. He would distribute the nameplates when he went out in the morning and hang them back when he came back. It would be easy to see who was missing. Just as Bai Feng stretched his back and prepared to take a rest, the player from Team C came to find Bai Feng and said, "The deer is gone. I haven't seen it since this morning." Bai Feng thought about it and realized that the name tag had indeed been written, but Lu's name was not engraved on it. Damn it. He didn't expect such a thing to happen now. Do you know where he went? Did he tell you? Shaking his head, Bai Feng looked at the hunters who were familiar with the deer. They also shook their heads. The deer hadn't said a word since dinner last night. He didn't nag like usual, but just fell asleep quietly. Bai Feng thought to himself that this was not good. This kid might have sneaked out to hunt. He was also worried that something might have happened to the deer, but he couldn't let anyone go out to look for him and put more people in danger for him. Since he left without saying goodbye, if he doesn't come back before the sun sets, no matter what he does, he will no longer be a member of the White Wind tribe. Let him go out and fend for himself. Bai Feng must never encourage this kind of trend. You can have your own ideas, and you can question the words of the clan leader, but you cannot act on your own will. No one pleaded for the deer. They also felt that what the deer did was wrong and just felt sorry for it. The hunter team packed up their weapons and set out to hunt. This time, Bai Feng did not ask them to bring back a certain amount of prey. He only said that safety came first, and it didn't matter if they didn't catch any prey, as long as everyone returned safely. The members of the original collecting team began to dig cellars at the location planned by Bai Feng. Since iron tools were not enough, they used wooden and bone tools, since everyone was idle anyway. The potters have never stopped working since the camp was first built. When they had enough tiles, they started making water pipes. When they had enough water pipes, they started making bricks. There are also containers of various sizes and pots and jars. In the past, due to lack of technology, they could only burn thick and heavy pottery. Now, with the help of a lot of production experience, they can make lighter pottery. Bai Feng also tried to let them add patterns or colors to the pottery, so that they would be more competitive in the upcoming grand gathering. The Bai Feng tribe produces very little, and there are no extra good things to exchange at the grand gathering. Bai Feng is still a little worried about taking out the ironware. If it is targeted by some big tribe, it will be a disaster for them. However, Xiong still assured Bai Feng that although this gathering was formed spontaneously, tribes of all sizes could participate, and with the oath in place, no one dared to take action during the gathering. Xiong believes in the power of oaths, but Bai Feng does not. He is a modern man, but if the awakened Lao Lu finds that the oath has no binding force at all, then he will be in trouble. However, Bai Feng still decided to forge a few knives and go to the rally. Once he got what he needed, he would go back immediately without staying for long. Bai Feng's bow is almost finished. After removing the shaping mold, the bow body does not rebound. Bai Feng uses animal intestines for the bowstring, whether it is sheep or deer. After processing, Bai Feng clamps them together and kneads them into a very strong bowstring. Under the watchful eyes of Xiong and Shi, Bai Feng laboriously put on the bowstring, then placed the arrow on the frame, carefully polished it, glued on the tail feathers, and installed the iron arrowhead. It was very difficult to pull the bow, and Bai Feng didn't know how many pounds of bow he made weighed. However, in order to show the maximum power of the bow, Bai Feng used all his strength and shot at the prepared wooden target. After flying more than 10 meters, the arrow was firmly stuck in the wood, asking Chi to pull out the arrow. Chi pulled out the arrow body, but the arrowhead was still stuck in the wood. Both of them were amazed by the power of the bow and wanted to try it. Bai Feng was not stingy and gave it to them generously. Even though they were stronger than Bai Feng, they still felt their arms a little sore after shooting 5 or 6 times. They were all reluctant to part with the bow and hoped that Bai Feng could give it to them. Even if he couldn't, he would at least let them use it. Bai Feng had avenged his previous humiliation. He held his head high and walked away with his hand behind his back. Xiong and Qi followed behind him like Bai Feng's lackeys, showing their fawning attitude. Chapter 30, Bison Herd. In the end, Bai Feng didn't give the bow to anyone. He just let the two of them take turns using it. If they wanted to have their own bow, they could learn how to make it. Since a bow has been made, it means that the production method is fine. Xiong and Qi were the first apprentices, but unfortunately, apart from being strong, they were not dexterous at all. The work was basically a waste of materials, and Bai Feng couldn't stand it anymore. So he asked them to stay away and find a craftsman to learn how to do it, and the two of them would take over the craftsman's original job. It takes several days to make a bow, but fortunately several can be made at the same time. After the baptism of Bai Feng's craft teaching, different types of craftsmen have emerged in the tribe. Bai Feng would give everyone the opportunity to try different jobs. Those with talent would stay, and those without talent would change to other jobs. So far, he has trained many qualified potters, and some of them are even better than Bai Feng and much better than him. They can be described as excellent. Bai Feng also intends to train the carpenter, but after all, unlike playing in the mud, it takes longer to train a carpenter. Until now, only 2 of them have touched the threshold of the word carpentry, but they're still far from being carpenters. Fortunately, Bai Feng's requirements are not high, and there is still a lot of time. Now we just need to stand a little ahead of this era, and development will be faster and faster in the future. Let them repair the bow by themselves, and Bai Feng returned to his blacksmith shop. He now had to figure out and improve the process by himself, such as the steel frying method and the steel wrapping method. He only knew the terms and did not understand the specific process, but if he did it according to the name, he would get results sooner or later. Bai Feng was not satisfied with his tools, so he built a better stove and spent a lot of iron to make a hammer and anvil, which made his blacksmithing work more efficient. His pliers were almost finished, and he would no longer need bamboo clamps, as it would not take more than a dozen bamboo clamps to make a knife. Now, as soon as the sun sets, Bai Feng's heart becomes tense, fearing that some of his tribesmen may be missing when they return. Looking forward to it in the blacksmith shop, the hunters all came back early today, but their hands were empty without bringing back any prey. They also looked ashamed, fearing that they would be laughed at by their fellow tribesmen who were still working hard. Bai Feng first asked them whether all the people were there, whether they encountered any danger, and whether anyone was injured. After getting the answer of no, Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked why there was no prey today. No matter how bad it was in the past, there would still be 1 or 2 wild rabbits. The leader, Ji, stepped forward to explain to Bai Feng that Ji was the one who could throw the spear the most accurately and the farthest in the hunter team. Because he had no name, Bai Feng named him Ji. Unlike other hunters, Ji did not feel ashamed but said to Bai Feng seriously, "Chief, it is my fault that I did not catch any prey today. Please do not punish them." Seeing Ji's initiative to take responsibility, Bai Feng's initial unhappiness disappeared completely. He smelled the scent of friendship and responsibility in this primitive wilderness. Not really smelling, not taking a shower, there was a strange smell everywhere. Bai Feng finally got used to it. "Well, then tell me what mistake you made." Ji raised his head and looked directly at Bai Feng and said, "We just went out today and were looking for traces of prey. Then we found fresh buffalo hoof prints. When we followed them, we found that this buffalo had joined a large herd of buffaloes. The place was densely packed with hoof prints. We followed the hoof prints all the way and found a huge herd of bison in the valley south of the forest. The number was about this big." Ji stretched out his arms as wide as he could to describe to Bai Feng how big the herd of cattle was. More than half of the people in the tribe could count to 10 because they all had 10 fingers. Bai Feng had taught them how to count with their fingers, but if the number was larger than that, few people could count it. Looking at the description of the cattle, Bai Feng estimated that there were no less than 300 cattle. Bai Feng asked, "So, what did you do after you went there?" Ji said to Bai Feng anxiously, "Chief, there are too few of us. We didn't dare to act directly. We just circled the valley to observe the location and marked it. When we returned, it was already very late, so we didn't have time to hunt other prey. But as long as more people come, we can hunt the buffalo herd, and we will definitely catch a lot of buffalo. How can you be sure the herd will still be there when we're ready? Ji felt that Bai Feng also had the idea of hunting and became more anxious. We have checked. The bison herd has been there for several days. Most of the cow dung and hoof prints are from a few days ago. Now there are more herds of bison gathering together. As long as we go early, they must not have left yet. Bai Feng was indeed tempted. Although the gathered herd of bison was very intimidating, as long as long-range attacks caused damage and chaos, there would definitely be a big harvest. If a calf could be caught and domesticated for several generations, it would definitely become more docile and evolve into a working ox. Bai Feng agreed immediately. After hearing this, Ji and the hunters breathed a sigh of relief and were even a little excited. If the hunt was successful, they would be great contributors to the tribe. They were more experienced in hunting than Bai Feng. Bai Feng asked Ji what things were needed, how many people were needed, and when to set out, and he went to prepare. Ji quickly said that they would need a team of hunters to help block the enemy. The more spears, the better. It would be best if each person had several, and the sooner the better. Bai Feng nodded in agreement and asked the hunters to go back and rest. He would figure out a way to deal with these things. The hunter group originally consisted of 100 people, but the deer slipped away and a few people were eliminated as being unsuitable for hunting, so now there are more than 80 people. This time, they're going to capture about 200 people. Bai Feng doesn't dare to take all the men away, as someone has to guard the house. So, only 200 men and women will be needed. Women are also fully capable of blocking the bison's retreat route. There are definitely not that many iron-headed spears, but we can quickly make a batch of bamboo spears. After sharpening them and using them with spear throwers, they will still have strong lethality. It will be fine as long as there are a large number of them. It's too late today. We have to start preparing for the big roundup tomorrow. Bai Feng's minimum expectation is 30 bison. If we can catch them alive, it will be even better. The tribe's animal husbandry will then start. Just as Bai Feng was thinking about and preparing the details of the bison roundup operation, someone shouted, "Chief." Bai Feng looked over and saw the deer waving at him in the sunset. When he saw Bai Feng turn around, the deer started running towards him. When he saw the deer, Bai Feng's mood, which had just improved, instantly turned bad again, even though he had already seen that the deer was carrying something on its shoulder. The deer quickly ran to Bai Feng, threw the deer he had hit on his shoulder to the ground, and then stretched out his hand to Bai Feng with a smile. Bai Feng said coldly, "What do you mean by reaching out? What do you want to do? Didn't you leave the tribe? Why are you back now?" When the teenage boy heard Bai Feng's cold words, his smile disappeared and his hand slowly dropped. "I just want my knife. You promised me." Chapter 31, Fire Attack. Bai Feng still couldn't bring himself to punish the deer. Although he was already a strong laborer in this wilderness, he was only a teenager after all. In later generations, he would be fearless and not afraid of rebellion. How can we punish him now? It's nothing more than frying bamboo shoots with bacon, hitting the palms of his hands with thin bamboo sticks, and then hitting his buttocks while saying that he can't leave the tribe without saying goodbye, and if he dares to run away again, he will never come back, etc. When Bai Feng was beating him, he was still looking at Lu's expression. He didn't expect that he could really endure it and refused to say a word or give in. "Are you wrong?" The deer shook his head. Bai Feng hit him hard again. "At this time, you should say you are wrong. You should also say you are wrong even if you don't accept it. Be submissive and get less beatings, understand? You should take the small stick and walk away with the big stick. Why are you so stubborn?" Lu then looked up at Bai Feng with tearful eyes and said, "If I give in, will you make a knife for me? Do it, do it. But if you disobey me and run away in the future, I will take it back." The deer then said, "Then I was wrong." The doctor sent the boy into the house and made him lie down, pointing at the swellings on his buttocks and using them as teaching materials for the doctor. You see, the thickest part of the human body is the buttocks, and the acupuncture points are few and deep. The way I hit him will only hurt his skin and make him suffer a little, but it will never hurt his tendons, bones, and meridians. When conditions permit, I will teach you how to prepare medicine to treat this type of injury. Now, just let him recover on his own. You'll be able to get up tomorrow." The doctor nodded as he listened and reached out to touch the scar on the deer's butt. The deer screamed, and then the two of them cursed each other. Bai Feng clapped his hands and left. The next day, Bai Feng told all the tribesmen about the upcoming hunt for the bison herd and asked everyone to work together. All work now revolves around this hunt. So the entire tribe began to cut bamboo and went to make spears and javelin throwers. in order to facilitate the transportation of weapons and the carrying back after capturing bison. Bai Feng designed a backpack, which is much more practical than a backpack for carrying large items. It was not difficult to make, and a batch was quickly produced. It was put into use immediately, and the tribesmen carried them on their backs to transport bamboo and wood. The deer was also transporting bamboo, but every time it would pass in front of Bai Feng, and it would run past. If Bai Feng didn't know the deer's character, he would definitely think that the deer was provoking him. With your strength, I beat you yesterday, and I can run away today. When the deer once again ran in front of Bai Feng could not help but say, "Stop, stop, stop. Lu, just tell me what you want to do. Don't keep showing up in front of me." He threw the bamboo on the ground, scratched his butt shyly, and said, "Chief, look at mine. When will you give it to me?" "What?" The deer raised his voice and said, "Knife." Bai Feng thought that he was no different from a child, so he stopped teasing him. "You have to follow the order. There are more than a dozen people waiting in front of you. Once they are done, it will be your turn. As long as you don't do anything wrong again, I will definitely give it to you." After getting a positive answer, the deer roared happily, then picked up the bamboo on the ground and ran away quickly. By the evening, there were more than 1,300 bamboo spears and wooden spears, but most of them were bamboo spears with fewer wooden spears. On average, each person could get about 6 spears, which was enough to fight a rich battle. Bai Feng asked everyone to rest early, so that they could set out early tomorrow to round up the enemies and eat well and sleep well to maintain their strength. At daybreak, Bai Feng gathered more than 200 people who were going to participate in the roundup, packed up their equipment, and prepared to set off. The other tribesmen who stayed behind should still do what they were supposed to do. Wu was left to guard the house, and strong men like Xiong and Qi had to go. Bai Feng was naturally no exception and had to go to participate in the roundup. There was a bow hanging on the bear's back, a bamboo quiver filled with a dozen arrows, and an iron-headed spear in his hand. If he was wearing armor, he would look like a great general, but unfortunately, he only had a fur skirt hanging on his hips. Bai Feng also held a spear in his hand, but Bai Feng preferred to call a gun, because his spear was not for throwing. He also had a knife on his waist, which was the longest and best one he had made so far. The other tribesmen, the strong men, were scattered on the periphery, each holding a wooden spear, and more than half of them had iron spear tips. The rest of the tribesmen were inside the circle, carrying bundles of spears as logistics. They hurried as fast as they could, and at about 11 o'clock, Bai Feng estimated, they finally arrived at the valley. Fresh hoof prints and feces could be seen all around, indicating that the cattle were still there. Walking further, Bai Feng found High Point with a broad view and saw the huge herd of bison. The number of cattle was far higher than Bai Feng expected, roughly estimated to be more than 2,000. This valley is sandwiched between two mountains. It is flat and extremely narrow, with the slopes on both sides extending gently to the bottom of the valley. Looking at the traces of the flood, Bai Feng knew that this was an alluvial fan plain caused by mountain torrents. In addition to its lower location, the cattle should have regarded this place as their wintering ground. If nothing unexpected happens, they will also go here next autumn. For the Bai Feng tribe, this is equivalent to a hunting ground with a fixed time and place. Bai Feng led the people to stand in the downwind direction because it was not a narrow sky. Although it was a valley, it was wide and narrow. It was impossible to surround it with such a small number of people. It was a bit unrealistic to think about it. Feeling the autumn wind and looking at the gradually withered grass, Bai Feng came up with a bold idea, but he was afraid that it would be out of control. Amid the crowd's confused gazes, Bai Feng continued walking downwind until he saw a narrow area that was almost bare on all sides, with only stone walls and no vegetation. "This is it." Bai Feng ordered most of the men to ambush here with spears, while he would lead the men to the upwind direction and set fire. As a modern man, Bai Feng is actually very afraid of lighting a fire in the wild. He is more fearful than primitive people. Fire is uncontrollable, and no one knows how fierce it will be once it is lit. This time, Bai Feng can only use the fire to the maximum extent to drive away the bison. There is nothing to burn down there, so they should stop there. If the wildfire continues to burn, we can only let it go. The damage caused at this time will not be as serious as in the future. After all, there are not many people around. With dozens of people, Bai Feng found a suitable location and lit a fire. The dry grass was an excellent fuel, and with the help of the wind, the fire spread instantly. The speed was so fast that Bai Feng was afraid, because he couldn't outrun the speed of the fire anyway. The cattle below vaguely sensed the danger and began to get agitated, but the wind direction did not change randomly, and kept blowing in one direction, so the fire did not burn upwind. In just 1 minute, the fire had spread from the hillside to the bottom of the valley. When some of the cows sensed the fire coming, they quickly bypassed the wall of fire and ran to the upwind side, thus escaping the disaster. Then they walked away and continued to graze. But before more cows could run over, the fire came over, and with the heat and smoke, the cows in the distance realized what was happening and began to walk slowly away. But the cows that were close to the fire couldn't wait and started running wildly, trying to get away from the fire, dragging more cows along with them to run, causing the cows in the distance to run faster. Soon, in the narrow canyon, the bison driven by the fire ran more and more densely and faster. Some bison began to be knocked down and then trampled to death or injured by their own kind. Bai Feng and his men followed the fire from a distance, cleaning the battlefield in the still hot ashes. Chapter 32, A Lot of Meat. Bai Feng and his companions kept looking for bison that had been trampled to death or injured along the way, but there were very few of them, and most of them were still alive. They were all knocked down by their frightened and crazy companions, and then trampled to the point that their bones were broken and even bloody. When Bai Feng encountered this, he used a knife to cut the blood vessels in the neck and let the blood flow. On the one hand, it could cause quick death, and on the other hand, the meat would taste better after bleeding and would not have such a strong fishy smell. If it were a normal hunting situation, Bai Feng would definitely not dare to bleed directly in the wilderness, as this would attract other powerful beasts. Not to mention whether the prey could be saved, he might even become a snack. Under the protection of the fire, Bai Feng did not have these worries. No matter how powerful the beast was, when it felt the fire coming, the first thing it would think of was to run away, rather than to go through the firewall to find food. Even if the fire was extinguished, the smoke would cover the blood chi. For have been found now. Each of them is huge in size, with yellow-white fur and straight horns. Bai Feng cannot be associated with any kind of cattle in later generations. Instead, it looks more like the antelope in the Qinling Mountains. If it stood up, its back would be almost as tall as Bai Feng. Just one of these would be enough for the entire tribe to eat for a day, and the real hunt had just begun. The flames were burning fiercely, carried by the wind, and the cattle were driven to run wildly. The tribesmen who were waiting in ambush below looked at the smoke blowing in from afar and the dust raised by the cattle, and they became more and more nervous. Now that they were on the stone wall, they were no longer afraid of being burned by the fire, and the spears thrown from great heights were more lethal. However, the fire that was getting closer and closer still made them feel hot and suffocated. When the crowded herd of cattle came to this narrow mouth, the bear gave an order, and everyone threw out a spear at the same time. Although most of the spears missed, as long as they were hit, and with the crowding and trampling of their companions, no one could escape. The first round of throwing scared the cattle. They sensed the danger and were unwilling to move forward. But the cattle behind them, who did not know why and were forced by the fire, did not care and squeezed forward madly. The herd of cattle in front could only be pushed forward and wait until the herd was dense enough again. The bear threw out a second round of spears, hitting more cattle than last time. After a brief pause like last time, the herd continued to run forward. Until the last round of throwing was over, some of the cattle had not left the narrow mouth, and the bears could only watch and sigh. In the end, the fire did not burn the bear, but was driven to the other side by the wind. It is unknown how many places were affected. When Xiong and his men went down to clean up the harvest, Bai Feng and his men also slowly swept over. When the two teams met up, they were shocked to see the mountains of cattle piled up at the narrow mouth. Originally, Bai Feng thought it would be great if he could kill 20 of them, but now he has picked up 7 along the way, and there are no less than 50 piled up here. Such a cow weighs at least more than 1,000 kilograms. Through daily observation, Bai Feng found that it is no problem for men nowadays to carry 200 to 300 kilograms without much pressure. They have better physical fitness and greater strength than people in later generations. But even if such a cow is abandoned, the meat from the head and hooves, which don't have much meat, would still weigh about 800 kilograms, and it would take 4 people to carry one back. There are so many cattle that need to be dealt with here first. It is impossible to go back before dark, so Bai Feng decided to camp in this valley for one night. First, they bled the captured cows one by one, removed the spears, took out the internal organs, and piled them aside. By the time he was halfway done, the ground under Bai Feng's feet was already bloody mud. There was a fishy smell and flies flying everywhere. The blood, like a stream, made Bai Feng very uncomfortable. His stomach was churning. However, the tribesmen were in high spirits, laughing and chatting with each other. Bai Feng only then realized how incompatible he was with this wasteland. Although his body was here, and he was the leader of a tribe of several hundred people, his soul was still thousands or even tens of thousands of years away. Bai Feng walked away from the slaughterhouse without saying a word, hid behind a rock, and cleaned out his stomach contents before he felt a little better. It was he who agreed to this roundup, it was he who came up with the plan, and it was he who started the fire. But now he felt uncomfortable. Bai Feng laughed at himself, thinking that this was just being pretentious. After calming down and adjusting his state of mind, Bai Feng returned to the slaughterhouse again, cheering on his fellow tribesmen with a smile, or loudly scolding those who were lazy and directing the tribesmen to take action. When the sun sets and the mosquitoes become more and more annoying, all the cattle picked up on the road are processed and piled up together in a haphazard manner. It looks very shocking in the valley. There were 64 cattle in total, 17 of which were calves and half-grown cattle, but they were also very large, much larger than an adult deer. There's not much difference in size between bulls and cows, except that bulls have longer horns and are fatter. However, Bai Feng guessed that the taste of uncastrated cows would not be much better, and the meat of cows should be more delicious. The spears that were collected together were inserted diagonally around the temporary campsite. After a few circles, Bai Feng felt safe again. With such a circle of protection, it would not be easy to steal the beef or attack Bai Feng and his group. They worked together to cut down 3 trees on the mountain. After lighting them, they could burn until dawn, driving away wild beasts and, to a certain extent, annoying mosquitoes and flies. It took 200 people to finish a calf after eating to their heart's content. Bai Feng took a beef heart, cut some beef brisket, skewered them, and roasted them over the fire. When they started to sizzle with oil, he took a bite while they were still hot. They were very tender, but the taste was very ordinary. Without any seasoning, Bai Feng could not enjoy the pure beef flavor. Bai Feng originally said that eating the heart should be something the king does. After all, when a lion catches prey, it is the king of lions who eats the heart. But he found out that no one cares about the internal organs at all. Who would care about the internal organs when there is meat that tastes better and is guaranteed to fill you up? Bai Feng guessed that he might have been fooled by later novels. They only care about who takes the first bite, and no one cares what position you eat. The tribesmen took turns to keep watch all night, and they could not be careless even if there was a fire. Bai Feng spent the night amid the crackling sound of the fire, the howling of wolves coming from who knows how far away, and the snoring of the tribesmen. Without any delay, everyone started to skin the cow and cut up the beef so that it would be easier to transport. Bai Feng didn't care about the internal organs, but no one was willing to throw them away except him. They casually squeezed out the contents of the stomach and intestines, and then piled them together, ready to transport them back together. Bai Feng originally wanted to abandon the ox head and ox hoof, but under the strong request of the tribe members, he finally only discarded the hoof that was really without meat. In their words, he would take the ox head back even if it meant dying of exhaustion. In the end, almost everyone was not empty-handed, as they carried the cuts of beef on their backs or on their shoulders and were ready to set off on the return journey in the afternoon. Including Bai Feng, there were 23 people who were guarding with weapons, clearing the way, covering the rear, and observing the surroundings to ensure that they could resist when attacked by wild beasts and to give other tribesmen time to react. Except for the spears with iron heads, all other spears were abandoned in the wilderness. They were a burden to them at this time. More than 50 iron spears were enough to deal with emergencies on the road. The formation was arranged, and everything was ready. Bai Feng gave the order to set off. Xiong carried 4 spears on his back and held a bow in his hand to lead the way in front, while Bai Feng was at the back to cover the rear. When the tribe climbed up the hillside and were about to leave the valley, the mooing of a cow attracted Bai Feng. Turning around, I saw a lonely white calf standing on the black ground. It seemed that it had lost its herd and didn't know where to go. Chapter 33, Return Home. The white calf walked aimlessly in the black valley, and its cries attracted everyone, including Bai Feng. In Bai Feng's eyes, this scene looked like endless loneliness, just like when he had just arrived here and escaped from the cannibals' cave to the wilderness. The only difference is that the cannibals now are Bai Feng and his people. Bai Feng is deeply hurt, but he can't say anything or do anything. No matter what he does, it will only expose his most shameless side. He is a whore and still wants to be a virtuous woman. However, the savages are more open-minded. They are just for food and survival. Seeing that the calf is just looking at food, they don't think there is anything shameless about it. Bai Feng asked everyone to keep going. He took 3 people to catch the calf. If they stayed there, without the protection of the herd, the calf would soon be caught by other predators. Bai Feng did not shamelessly say that he wanted to protect the calf. He just kept reminding himself that he needed the calf. He needed to domesticate the cattle so that his tribe could develop animal husbandry. If the domestication was successful, the cattle would be the biggest help when the tribe entered a true agricultural civilization. When Bai Feng and his companions ran down to surround the calf, they unexpectedly found that the calf had no intention of escaping. Perhaps it was because it had not eaten or rested since last night and had been looking for the herd of cattle and was now exhausted. Bai Feng walked up to the calf easily and reached out to touch its head. Instead of dodging or resisting, it sniffed it and stretched out its thorny tongue to lick Bai Feng's hand, not knowing at all that Bai Feng was the culprit who caused it and his people to be in this state. As soon as Bai Feng felt guilty, he suppressed it calmly in his savagery. He smiled happily at his tribesmen, then tried to walk forward while holding the calf's neck. The calf was also very obedient. It followed Bai Feng without resistance. Bai Feng pushed aside its thick lips and saw that its teeth were basically fully grown, which meant that the calf could now eat grass and did not need milk. The large group was moving very slowly because they were carrying so many things, so Bai Feng asked the 3 of them to follow and continue protecting them, while he followed behind with the calf. It was too cruel to let the calf look at the heads of its dead companions, and it might scare the calf and make it run away. Along the way, crows kept jumping and flying in the trees, trying to steal some beef from the White Wind tribe. The tribesmen didn't need to pick up the minced meat and blood clots and internal organs that fell to the ground, but this was what the crows were madly fighting for. After discovering that humans didn't care about their sneak attacks and were picking up things on the ground, they began to rush over boldly and even fought each other under the humans' feet. The longer they walked, the more things Bai Feng discovered were following him. At first, there were only crows, but now he could see sneaky foxes and badgers. He even saw an eagle with an amazing wingspan in the sky. Bai Feng felt more and more uneasy. Although they were outnumbered, the presence of all these animals following him really made him feel cold inside and sweaty on his feet. With a loud shout, Bai Feng alerted the tribesmen on guard around him. He also let go of the calf's neck and let it follow him. Bai Feng held the spear tightly in his hand and kept his elbow on the knife. The crow's cries made Bai Feng more and more annoyed. The only sound was the groaning of the more than 200 tribesmen carrying heavy loads. Bai Feng thought it would be most appropriate to sing a labor song at this time. However, not to mention the tribesmen, he himself could not sing. After thinking for a while, Bai Feng took a breath and shouted at the top of his voice, "Give me a shout, and I'll tie you up outside the tent." The calf was frightened by this shout, and its legs trembled and it jumped to the side. The other members of the tribe were unable to turn their heads due to the heavy objects pressing on them, and the alert tribesmen turned around to see what was wrong with their leader. Bai Feng didn't care. He just felt that the clouds suddenly cleared up after he shouted, and his uneasiness dissipated a lot. Then he continued to shout at the top of his voice, "Heroes can't help but laugh. I rode alone to trample the Tang camp. I killed the men and made them sad, and the blood flowed like a river into the sea, and the corpses piled up like a mountain with no place to bury them." The crows in the surrounding trees were so frightened that they dared not fight for the food anymore. Instead, they flew away to observe what this human was doing. However, the tribesmen did not feel so panicked by the roar of the White Wind. Bai Feng continued to sing, "Little Tanger was frightened by my courage, who dared to come when my horse trampled on the 5 camps. I will come again to take revenge in 20 years. The executioners are waiting for me outside the killing ground." The tribesmen had no idea what Bai Feng meant by this singing, nor did they know that words could be spoken in such a harmonious rhythm, and they all imitated Bai Feng's singing style clumsily. Bai Feng felt that this Qin Xiang opera, Beheading Shan Tong, was the most tragic and majestic, but he only knew this, and there was still a long way to go. So he repeated it from the beginning, and the tribesmen hummed along again and again. By the end, although they didn't know the words, they could follow the tune. The team marched forward with great momentum, and scared away all kinds of petty thieves and wild beasts hiding in the dark. Bai Feng and the others were making very loud noises. The tribesmen who were guarding their homes only heard strange noises coming from the distant forest and were all very scared. In addition, the people who had gone out last night had not returned. Even Wu, who had originally been the backbone of the group, was now at a loss after hearing the noises and did not know what to do. The sound was getting closer and closer, coming towards them, but most of the tribe's fighting force had left, so everyone had no choice but to pick up their weapons and hide in the house, ready to fight to the death. The witch put on his feather crown, held a staff in one hand and a knife in the other, stood in front of the heaven and earth, lit a big fire, and prayed for the protection of the gods. If there was really no other way, he would stick the knife into his heart and sacrifice himself to the gods to protect his tribe. The strange sound was getting closer and closer. The witch's prayers were recited faster and faster, and his hands holding the knife were full of sweat, but the god still did not give him any orders. He had already raised the knife to his heart, waiting for the tribesmen to rush out with weapons to fight, and then he would sacrifice himself. From the sound, the group of people had already left the forest and entered the plains. He waited for the tribe members to make the sound of attacking, but the strange roar was getting closer and closer, and he did not hear any sound of the tribe members preparing to attack. He thought that his tribesmen were afraid of death and prepared to go back to supervise the battle and launch an attack himself. However, he did not expect to see his familiar tribesmen rushing towards home with countless prey. The strange roar became a beautiful war song. The witch dropped his knife and almost stabbed his foot, but he didn't care and rushed out to greet them, shouting loudly. The tribesmen hiding in the house also saw it and rushed out cheering. The bear, standing at the front, received the warmest welcome. Even when he was the chief of the tribe, he had never felt this kind of feeling of being praised by everyone, so he was so happy that he couldn't contain himself. The tribesman carrying the meat put down his harvest, which made a dull sound on the ground, to show off his achievement to his fellow tribesmen. The clansmen who were guarding the house had never seen such a scene before. The meat was piled up like a mountain. Everyone was happily touching this pile of meat and smelling that pile of meat. Bifong came last, followed by a white calf. Everyone first cheered and praised the chief even more, then looked at the calf and asked when it would be slaughtered. Bifong shook his head and said, "I will not kill it. It is the future of our tribe." Chapter 34, Bonfire Feast. Bifong brought the calf to his house, found some grass for it, fed it water with salt, and gave it a handful of grass seeds. The calf ate the grass in big mouthfuls, then lay down peacefully and slowly chewed the cud. The tribesmen didn't understand why the chief didn't plan to kill the calf, but it didn't matter. There was so much meat now, and they didn't know how long it would take to eat it. When Bifong came back after settling the calf, all the meat had been moved together under the command of the bear and the witch, and then cut into small pieces like an assembly line, and then covered with thick salt and marinated. With more people, work can be done faster. Everyone just repeats their own tasks. Other members of the tribe will take over the next task. Soon, the blood-red beef turns into white beef and piles up together. There are many newly built empty houses in the tribe. They choose one to use as a warehouse to store meat. They lay bamboo on the ground to isolate moisture, then use salt as the bottom and put the meat on top. Bifong doesn't know how long the meat can be stored in this way. This is for the winter, so salt is used unscrupulously. The salt lake is right next to them, so there's no need to worry about not having enough. When everything was packed up, the sun was about to set. Bifong looked at the excited tribesmen and shouted, "Family members, there is no limit on the amount of meat we can have tonight. Eat as much as you can. Let's have a feast for the whole tribe to reward everyone and thank everyone for their hard work during this period." The tribesmen couldn't understand some of the words, but they all understood that there was no limit on the meat tonight, so they cheered together. Everyone lit a bonfire and boiled or grilled the beef. You can eat it however you like. The house where the meat is stored is right there. If you want to eat it, just go and get it. No one will stop you. The tribesmen were very happy, but Bifong always felt that the bonfire feast was incomplete without music and dance. He found a thick pottery jar, covered it with untreated cowhide, tied it up tightly, and made a simple drum. The sound was dull and unpleasant, but it could barely be considered a musical instrument. Bifong held the drum between his legs and clapped his hands to beat the rhythm. The tribesmen all looked at Bifong, attracted by his cheerful drum beats. The drums were beating more and more cheerfully, and a tribesman at the campfire shouted, "Oh, oh," and the others also began to shout, "Oh, oh," happily, following the drum beats of Bifong. The sound became more and more regular. The witch started to do a weird dance like crazy, stirring up dust all over the ground. Bifong handed the drum to the witch, who was tired of dancing. He already knew how to play the drum to Bifeng's own beat. Bifong walked over to a bonfire, took the hands of the tribesmen on both sides, asked everyone to hold each other's hands and form a circle. Then Bifong taught everyone the Guizhuang dance step by step. By the end, everyone knew how to dance, and they danced around the campfire with abandon tirelessly. It was not until the second half of the night, when the children were so sleepy that they fell asleep on the ground and the adults were almost exhausted, that they went back to sleep one by one. Although Bai Feng was physically exhausted, he was still very excited. At least now, he had a sense of belonging to this world and this tribe, and he didn't feel so lonely anymore. A man closed the door of the meat warehouse with great effort, checked all the warehouses, and then checked the walls of each house to see if the signs were there and whether all the people were there. After confirming that everything was correct, the clan leader Bai Feng finished his work and went into his own small house to sleep. As soon as he lay down, the door was pushed with a bang. Bai Feng thought that he had just looked around and there was nothing nearby, so he picked up a knife and looked through the crack in the door. It turned out to be a calf. Bai Feng had seen it lying outside and had forgotten about it. After opening the door, the calf walked in naturally and lay down on the small bed that Bai Feng had made with grass and animal skins. Bai Feng was speechless. He pushed it out a little, and then they fell asleep together. The calf kept ruminating and chewing, which made Bai Feng a little annoyed. He finally fell asleep, but the calf started snoring again. Why is a cow snoring? After pushing it, it shook its head and continued to sleep. Bai Feng was tired and sleepy, and finally he couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep to the calf snoring. I don't know how long I slept, but Bai Feng vaguely heard a woman crying and a group of people shouting. It was like a horror movie, very scary. Bai Feng thought it was just a nightmare and was thinking about how to break it, but the noise was getting closer and closer, and then his door was slammed open. Bai Feng and Xiaonyo stood up at the same time, only to see a tribesman talking incoherently and pointing outside. Bai Feng didn't understand what he was saying, but thought that some wild beast was coming. So he quickly picked up the knife and was about to rush forward, but the tribesman saw this and quickly stopped him, snatched Bai Feng's knife and put it back, and instead gave Bai Feng a piece of thick bamboo and pulled Bai Feng out. The woman's voice came from room 3 Gung. Bai Feng didn't dare to delay and ran over quickly. All the members of room 3 Gung were outside the house, shouting anxiously. Seeing Bai Feng coming, several women hurriedly pulled Bai Feng into the house. Bai Feng then knew why the woman was screaming, because her child was about to be born, but had not been born yet. The women pointed at the bamboo stick in Bai Feng's hand and asked him to roll it on the pregnant woman's belly to squeeze the baby out like rolling noodles. Bai Feng was shocked to hear this and asked why they did this. The women said that they must roll it on the woman's belly so that the baby can come out quickly, otherwise it will suffocate to death in the belly. Bai Feng naturally couldn't stand listening to this nonsense, so he threw away the bamboo stick in his hand and said, "How can you roll over during childbirth? If I see you rubbing a pregnant woman's belly in the future, I will beat you from head to toe." Bai Feng was a doctor in his previous life, so he would not avoid the difference between men and women at times like this. Besides, in this era, no one cared about those things. Bai Feng walked up to the pregnant woman and looked in the light of the fire. The amniotic fluid had broken, but the cervix had not yet fully dilated. The pregnant woman was screaming very loudly, as if she was in unbearable pain. Bai Feng didn't dare to be careless. What if the baby was difficult to deliver? In this case, Bai Feng would have no way to save the baby. The ultimate option would be to give up the adult and perform a cesarean section to save the child, but that might not be successful. Gently palpating with the hands, the fetal movement was very violent. Bai Feng was glad that the fetal position was very correct. At most, the birth would be a little difficult, but there would be no dystocia. As for why she was crying so miserably, it was simply because she had a big belly and had just eaten a lot of the banquet. She didn't know how much meat she had eaten, which caused her belly to be squeezed and was very uncomfortable. The house was dirty and messy. For the safety of the child and the mother, Bai Feng had to temporarily requisition a small house. That house was built bit by a potter for himself. He did it all by himself. He had just finished roofing it and cleaned it, and hadn't even moved in yet. When he heard Bai Feng say that his house was going to be requisitioned, his face showed an extremely painful expression as he felt that the house he had worked so hard to build was going to be taken away. Bai Feng said that he would ask the whole clan to build a bigger and more beautiful house for him tomorrow. Is that okay? The potter had tears in his eyes and said nothing, but it was obvious that he did not want to abandon the house that he had built brick by brick, which was all his hard work. Bai Feng was helpless, but he couldn't force him directly. However, the woman was getting closer and closer to giving birth, and Bai Feng was scratching his head anxiously. There was a solution. Bai Feng pulled the potter over, asked him to look at the woman who had just given birth, and asked him if he had ever slept with her. The potter recalled and nodded. Bai Feng chuckled and said, "This is easy to handle. Do you think she's pretty?" The potter nodded woodenly again. "Then she will be your wife in the future, and you are her husband. Now your wife is going to give birth to your child. Are you still going to stop her from entering your house?" Chapter 35 Dawn. The potter was devastated by Bai Feng's words. He did not understand at all what the patriarch said to him. What was a wife and what was a husband? Bai Feng quickly asked the women in the same team to carry the woman to the potter's house. When leaving, Bai Feng patted the potter on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, the house is still yours, and you have a wife and children. You made a lot of money. As to whether he is the one who takes over, it is unknown, but he will definitely have a share, and he will not suffer any loss if he raises the child." The potter's house became a temporary delivery room. Except for Bai Feng and a woman, no one else was allowed to approach and had to stay far away, except for the potter, who could watch secretly at the door. Bai Feng had almost no experience in delivering babies. He had studied obstetrics and gynecology for a period of time, so he could clearly determine the fetal position through palpation. As for the delivery process, he had only watched it before and had never participated in it. The boiled water and the cooked knives were all sent to the temporary delivery room. When the woman in labor saw Bai Feng holding the shiny knife, she became even more frightened, fearing that Bai Feng would directly cut open her belly and take the baby out. She would rather let other women use sticks to pull the baby out. Bai Feng had no choice but to keep comforting her, saying that this was not used to cut her stomach. The cervix was almost dilated to its maximum, and the woman began to push. Bai Feng put her in the most suitable delivery position and waited for the baby to come out. Everything went very smoothly. The child's head came out first, then curled up, and a dirty child fell to the ground. Bai Feng made sure his hands were washed clean. He held the child and patted him gently on the butt. Then the child burst into tears. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with the child, Bai Feng cut the umbilical cord with a knife and then tied it tightly with boiled hemp rope. Looking back at the mother in labor, she didn't look exhausted at all. Instead, she looked relaxed, as if she had thrown away a burden. Unfortunately, there was no cloth, so Bai Feng had to wipe the child clean, wrap him up in a soft animal skin, and put him in front of his mother, saying, "Congratulations, you have a baby boy." When he went out, he said to the potter, "Congratulations. Mother and child are safe." They were both confused. They just thought that a new child was born in the tribe. Was it necessary to take it so seriously? The moment Bai Feng walked out the door, the sun had just risen, and the first ray of sunlight shone on Bai Feng's face. In this case, let's name the child Liming. For Bai Feng, only newborns can gradually accept Bai Feng's worldview and knowledge in the process of growing up. Today's adults, and even children who are just 8 or 9 years old, their thoughts and worldviews have already been solidified like those of people in their 40s or 50s in later generations, and there is not much possibility for exploration. But newborns are different. As long as Bai Feng spares no effort to teach and raise them, they will definitely become someone who can understand what Bai Feng is saying. This is also the future of the entire tribe. Even if Bai Feng dies, there will be a new generation of people who will continue to follow the path pointed out by Bai Feng. Perhaps the vitality of people born in the wilderness is as strong as the weeds on the saline alkali land. After finding his mother, the child lay on her body and drank enough milk, and then fell asleep quietly in the animal skin swaddling clothes. Human beings should not be as fragile as they are now, threatened by wild beasts all the time. It takes at least 6 years for a human child to be able to find food on his own and not starve to death. However, only deer and cows, the truly low-level creatures, need to let their children be able to stand and run as soon as they are born to avoid wild beasts. After dealing with the delivery matter, Bai Feng first took the potter away to do some ideological work. After all, the incident happened suddenly, and the potter could be regarded as Bai Feng's experimenter in promoting the family system. Even after explaining to him clearly what a husband, a wife, a son, and a home are, the potter only understood vaguely. However, Bai Feng's words, "That woman will only belong to you from now on. No other man can sleep with her, not even the clan leader," made him feel that he had made a good deal. If you want to find a woman to reproduce, they will first look at your health, and then ask you to exchange food to ensure that your genes are good enough and you have the ability to obtain food. The potter was not very competitive among the men in the entire tribe, but now he has a woman who belongs only to him. He has forgotten the unhappiness of having his house occupied. Looking at the potter's silly smile, Bai Feng guessed that he didn't hear much. He probably only heard about what he had, but didn't hear about what he needed to pay. Regardless of it for now, If he pretended not to know in the future, he would be whipped to teach him a lesson. The tribesmen from other teams also gradually woke up, and only Bai Feng kept the habit of washing their faces and brushing their teeth. It was only under Bai Feng's coercion and inducement that the other tribesmen gradually got used to washing their hands and faces. The first thing Bai Feng did was to use a piece of pottery to carefully carve Gung Sandan on it. After drilling holes and threading ropes through it, he hung it on the potter's house. He also found the nameplates of the potter and his new wife and hung them side by side above Dawn. Thus, the first family of 3 in the tribe officially appeared. The tribesmen all knew that a new baby was born in the tribe, and seeing their leader happy, they were happy too. The food stored by the tribe now is enough to last until the end of spring next year, let alone the winter, so everyone is not in a hurry and feels very relieved. There was no need to go out hunting. There was no need to take the risk. The water cellar prepared by the tribe had been dug halfway. Bai Feng urged them to speed up. The hunter team Bai Feng will not let them have any time to rest. Although they have made great contributions, it is impossible for them to rest. They can stay at home and relax for the whole winter, but now they have to work. As the tribe continued to expand, the originally designated area was no longer sufficient, so Bai Feng drew a larger area on the periphery, which would be enough to accommodate the tribe, even if it grew to 2,000 or 3,000 people. There was no obstacle on the way from the plain to the tribe, so Bai Feng decided to build a high wall in the planned area to protect the tribe. Using the board building method, with wooden boards and wood, the soil can be fixed in a certain position, and then pressure is applied downward to compact it, and it becomes a wall. The wooden boards and sticks can also be continuously raised, so that a very high wall can be built. More than 100 people started building the wall at the same time. The scene was very shocking. When the wall surrounded the tribe, even if it was only 10 centimeters high, Bai Feng could say that this was a city, and he would be the lord of the city. When he owned several cities of this size, he would be the king. At Bai Feng's request, the pottery team not only produced various pottery, but also tried to fire bricks of various sizes. However, due to lack of experience in the first kiln and the firing time was too short, a kiln full of waste bricks was produced. Bai Feng did not waste the soil and paved it on the central avenue of the tribe. No matter how brittle it was much better than the muddy road after rain. Bai Feng did not urge them, but just asked them to keep experimenting. It didn't matter if they made mistakes, but they had to do better each time. Once the bricks are baked, Bai Feng will pave the entire tribe's land with bricks to show the ignorant country bumpkins what a wealthy family is. Chapter 36, Heading to the Assembly. Bai Feng was still worried about the stored meat. It wasn't even the mid-autumn festival yet, and the temperature was still very high. Even if a thick layer of salt was applied, there was no guarantee that it would not spoil. The people who cook every day are basically fixed. Ever since the tribesmen have eaten the food prepared by Bai Feng using the simplest ingredients and seasonings, they're no longer willing to eat the crudely prepared food. Now Bai Feng has found wild seasonings such as shallot, peppercorns, cinnamon, and star anise. You can even see purple flower thyme everywhere. Sprinkling a little of it when frying meat will create a completely different flavor. Limited by ingredients and equipment, many of the delicacies Bai Feng wanted to make could only be imagined. However, just a few skills that Bai Feng demonstrated gave birth to professional cooks in this tribe. If you want to eat the same ingredients that taste better, you need to help others for a while before they are willing to cook for you. When supplies become abundant enough in the future and private ownership emerges, people may directly use food to hire chefs to cook for them. Speaking of which, although Bai Feng didn't see any mold or spoilage in the meat warehouse, he always felt that something was wrong when he smelled it. It might be a psychological illusion caused by being too worried. Thinking of the meat sauce that his hometown used to stir-fry in order to store meat for a longer time in his previous life, Bai Feng felt that this was also a safer way. To cut meat, one needs to use a kitchen knife. Making a Chinese kitchen knife is not a difficult task for Bai Feng. His blacksmithing skills have now reached a certain level. After being polished on sand and gravel, he has 6 large Chinese kitchen knives that are shining brightly and look quite impressive. The tribesmen all thought that this was a newly made weapon, and they all showed off their muscles and bravery in front of Bai Feng, wanting to get the right to use the weapon. However, Bai Feng told them that the knife was used for cutting meat and cooking, not for killing the enemy. They were so shocked that their jaws were about to dislocate. Stir-frying the meat sauce is also a big project. When the tribesmen heard Bai Feng's decision, they were more shocked than when they heard that the knife was used to cut meat and cook. It has already been marinated with such a thick layer of salt. Is it still not enough? Bai Feng could only say that it was for safety reasons. He had never seen so much meat before, and he didn't know how long so much meat could be preserved with salt. But this was related to the lives of more than 400 people in the entire tribe, so he didn't dare to be careless at all. More than a dozen large ceramic pots were used for frying at the same time. The iron pot was the best, but Bai Feng's skills were not yet up to the level of making pots. He didn't know how to beat a piece of iron into a smooth pot with uniform thickness. Cut the meat into small pieces or slices. Boil the oil out of the meat over high heat, stir-fry continuously, and add salt continuously until the fat in the meat is rendered out. Finally, pour into a vat and wait for it to cool. It will become the sauce with meat wrapped in white fat. When you want to eat it, just boil some of it out and dissolve it. There was too much meat to fry in one day. Bai Feng visited the newborn and the mother, and was relieved after finding that they were healthy and there was no problem at all. At the same time, he found the potter to continue his ideological work, telling him not to enter the house for a month anyway, and to wait a month before talking about it. There are still 7 days left until the Mid-Autumn Festival. Bai Feng needs to make more iron tools in these few days to prepare for the gathering. On the one hand, he can use some of them to exchange for other things at the gathering. On the other hand, it takes 3 days to travel from the tribe to the gathering place. If he doesn't have good weapons, he will be taken away by wolves before he reaches the gathering place. 4 days passed in a flash, and Bai Feng went into full force, equipping all the 60-plus people who were going to the rally with iron spearheads and 3 iron daggers. In the morning, Bai Feng set off with more than 60 people, simple cowhide tents and pottery, ironware, salted fish, and other items for exchange. Xiong was the leader. He had always been the one to go to the gatherings in the past, so he knew where they were. He carried a bow on his back, and now the bow was basically occupied by him. Most of the arrows in the quiver were stone arrowheads, which had enough killing power anyway, so the witch stayed behind to watch over the house. The gathering place has no specific name and location, but you can always find it as long as you follow the river downstream. This river is the mother river of this land, and it has nurtured countless large and small tribes on both sides. The White Wind tribe was originally located by the river, but the mother river got angry and washed them away, so they moved away from the river and drifted into the wilderness. So now they have to get to the bank of the river first before they can go downstream. Even if the river changes its course, it doesn't matter. After it changes its course, they can hold a meeting next to the new river channel. The beef they brought with them was dry food for the journey. If they caught some prey along the way, they could save the beef and exchange it for other things at the gathering. When setting up camp at night, Bai Feng used the simple tent he designed. Although it still leaked air everywhere, it could still keep out the rain if it rained. The yurt is the best tent in Bai Feng's mind, but unfortunately Bai Feng knows that it is very complicated and he doesn't know how it is propped up. The first 2 nights were peaceful and smooth. When setting up camp on the 3rd night, Bai Feng saw a fire on the other side of the wide river and could vaguely hear voices of people talking. Although he could not see them, this was the first human tribe Bai Feng encountered besides his own native tribe and the Cannibal tribe. Bai Feng guessed that they were also going to the rally, but since he didn't know whether they were friendly or not, he didn't dare to be careless at all, and was even more careful when taking turns to keep watch. Because the river changed its course, Bai Feng and his team found the gathering place 1 day later than expected. It was not until the 4th day that they saw the bustling place. The reason why the rally point was chosen, there was probably that there was a large sandbar in the middle of the originally wide river, which separated the river into 2 sides and made the river narrower in disguise. Probably the big tribe that arrived, first cut down the giant tree, built a relatively wide wooden bridge on the sandbar, and did the same thing on both sides of the river, so that people on both sides could communicate with each other. There are the most people on the sandbar. Bai Feng feels that it is more lively than the rural fair in later generations. He didn't expect that the wilderness is so lonely and deserted, but in fact there are many human tribes around. Bai Feng looked like a bumpkin entering the city, full of curiosity, but in fact there was nothing on the stalls that Bai Feng liked, especially those things that belonged to stray savages. Bai Feng would not even pick them up if they were thrown on the ground. Bai Feng had no interest in the things of the small tribe. They were nothing more than pottery, stone tools, or some beautiful stones that had already been eliminated by the Bai Feng tribe. Instead, the tribes that used women to exchange for things attracted Bai Feng's attention. It was very normal to use people to exchange for things at that time. Moreover, those women could not eat enough in their own tribes. If they were exchanged with wealthy tribes, their lives might be better. So there was no such thing as coercion at all. It's just that the aesthetic at that time was very strange, or it might be that Bai Feng's aesthetic was a bit distorted in this era. The men in the tribe couldn't walk when they saw women with bucket waists, millstone butts, and good looks, and they hoped that the chief could exchange some for them. But when he saw a woman who was skinny and thin because of not eating enough, he didn't even want to look at her. Bai Feng was also panicking. In this era, he wanted to find a woman who met his aesthetic standards. Is it possible? Does he have to be single until he dies of old age or be forced to change his aesthetic standards? Chapter 37: How Old is Old. One of Bai Feng's main purposes for attending this gathering was to replace some women of marriageable age in the tribe, because the tribe was too small and only enough women could increase the tribe's natural population. In the past, the tribe was poor, and they had to bring women from the tribe to exchange for food during gatherings. Now that the Bai Feng tribe is wealthy, they can exchange many women back home. When the time comes, they will give the women to the best-performing tribesmen as wives. I believe they will work harder to contribute to the tribe. Men were also sold, but they could only be bought as slaves. Bai Feng still had a great psychological burden about treating people as livestock, but if he treated them as ordinary tribesmen, the original tribesmen would definitely have opinions, so Bai Feng no longer considered buying men. Under the constant urging of the tribesmen, Bai Feng used 5 salted fish and a jar to exchange for 1 person in exchange for 10 women. Xiong checked their teeth and made sure that they were relatively young and were not the kind of women who were infertile and about to die. Each of them has a strong build and is considered a top beauty in the eyes of the tribesmen. There are more than 20 of them who are left over. They are either too old or very thin due to malnutrition, and no one wants them. Bai Feng didn't know what they meant by old, so he just asked how old the old women were. The tribe leader said, "Most of them have just lived for 30 years. We only need 2 salted fish to take them back. They can still work for the tribe for a few more years before they die. They will definitely not suffer any loss." Bai Feng was very shocked. He was just over 30, very young. In later generations, there were many people who were not married, which meant they were dying in this era. Bai Feng felt that the short lifespan of primitive people must be due to their poor living environment, lack of food, and many accidents. It was impossible for them to only live for a dozen years. I went up to feel their pulse and check their tongues. It was just obvious that they were deficient in qi and blood. They must have felt that it was unnecessary to give them too much food when they were old, which led to accelerated aging. Their teeth were not loose, their eyesight and hearing were fine, and their organs were not failing, which meant that they must still be young and could live for many years. 1 salted fish for 2 people. If you give them to me, you won't suffer any loss. If they stay in your tribe, they will only waste your food. Good. Bai Feng didn't expect that he would be so happy. He should have lowered the price earlier. He handed over 4 salted fish in exchange for 8 so-called dying old women. The chief of the unknown tribe happily tied 4 knots on the rope. He was very satisfied with the salted fish that the White Wind tribe used generously with salt. Xiong didn't know why Bai Feng was wasting food in exchange for a few old women. They wouldn't live long in the tribe, so it was a waste. The women's eyes were dim, and it was normal for them to be abandoned, as they were useless to the tribe. If they couldn't be exchanged at this gathering, they would be abandoned in the wilderness to fend for themselves. Bai Feng looked at the bear and asked, "How many years have you lived now?" Xiong recalled, "I became the chief of the tribe when I was 17 years old." He counted on his fingers and muttered, 1, 2, 3, 4. "This year marks the 4th year since I became the clan leader." This time, Bai Feng not only looked at the bear, but also at all the people in the tribe and asked, "How many years do you think a human can live?" 30, 20. I don't know either, but after 30 years, he will definitely not live much longer. There's a lot of chatter below. Bai Feng silenced them with his hand and said seriously, "As long as people don't die of starvation, freezing, disease, or being eaten by wild beasts, they can live for at least 70 years. For those like them who have only lived for 30 years, they're still very young. When I return to the tribe, I can make them no different from those who are 20 years old in half a year, and they can continue to have children." The tribesmen were shocked, speechless. There is no such thing as bragging now, otherwise they would have said it long ago. When the group of women heard this, their eyes just changed a little, and they didn't hold out much hope. The bear came closer and whispered, "Chief, can you extend the life of this person?" Bai Feng smiled, but did not answer. Now Bai Feng found a very low-cost way to expand the population. Their so-called old people were only 30 years old, and their so-called ugly women could become beauties as long as they ate enough. The most important thing was that it only cost a very small price to replace them. Bai Feng and his tribesmen began to sweep the entire market. As long as they were old women, Bai Feng would bargain madly and buy them back at a very low price. Soon, A group of more than 60 strong men and more than 100 old women appeared on the sandbar. People from other tribes were curious and mocked them, thinking that the chief of this tribe must have a problem with his brain, otherwise why would he choose such women? Bai Feng doesn't care. You can scold me as much as you want. As long as I know that I've found a bargain, it's enough. The people of Bai Feng tribe are too ashamed to look directly at people from other tribes, but what their chief says cannot be questioned. If they can really extend the lives of these women, then they will make a fortune. Bai Feng felt that there were enough women, and if he changed them any more, food might become tight in the tribe. So when there were 120 beautiful women, ugly women, and old women combined, he slowly turned around to look at other goods. Giant antlers? No use. Iron ore? I have plenty. Agate? Ignore it. Bronze? It's golden and really pretty, but this little tripod should be a sacrificial utensil. Judging from the craftsmanship, it must have come from a large tribe, perhaps one with tens of thousands of people. Bai Feng also liked it. His own tribe didn't have a ritual vessel yet. When he asked the price, he found out that he needed 2 cows or 5 bags of grass seeds in exchange. Bai Feng exclaimed, "Oh my God, it's so expensive. A 40-centimeter tall thing would cost a person half a year's food rations." Bai Feng would definitely not do such a deal. But Xiong was very thoughtful. After all, they were just a small, insignificant tribe. As long as they had sacrificial ritual objects, they would be considered to have entered the true civilized circle. Except for Bai Feng, they all attached great importance to sacrifice, although the god of the Bai Feng tribe was created by Bai Feng. Bai Feng didn't want to exchange it first, but his willfulness just now had already made the tribesmen a little dissatisfied, and they wanted to exchange for this ritual vessel no matter what. Bai Feng was helpless, but he really couldn't bear to exchange so much food for such a thing. Although in the future it could not only be sold for hundreds of millions, but also provide a regular life with food and accommodation, Bai Feng really didn't think much of it now. Bai Feng took out a short knife and asked if he could exchange it for this one. The man looked at the size and said no. Bai Feng found a stone and chopped it down. Sparks flew everywhere, but the blade was not damaged and the blade was not bent. This is not comparable to the soft texture of bronze. The man took the knife and took a closer look. After accidentally cutting his finger, he became very satisfied with Bai Feng's knife. He immediately changed his opinion and said that he could take the bronze tripod away. The tribesmen were all happy to exchange a short knife for a bronze tripod. Bai Feng just felt that it was not a waste of food, and it was not a loss as it was just an iron knife. After comforting the tribesmen, Bai Feng continued to walk. His biggest hope now was to find linen. It would be best if he could find someone who knew how to make linen. When Bai Feng looked around, suddenly a thin girl with fair skin and delicate features appeared in his peripheral vision, squatting among a group of ugly people. Chapter 38: Beauty and Ugly Girl. Bai Feng, who originally thought he would live out his life alone, unexpectedly saw a woman who met his aesthetic standards. Although she was not considered particularly beautiful in later generations, in this era, Bai Feng felt that she was like a fairy. Judging from her appearance, she probably wasn't treated well in her tribe. After all, she was so thin and had such a small face. It was obvious that she wouldn't have any strength. In the eyes of everyone in the tribe, she was absolutely ugly. Bai Feng suppressed his excited heartbeat and thought, "Don't panic. No one would compete with him for that ugly girl anyway." Bai Feng was just about to go over and ask the price. Anyway, there were already so many old women in his team, so it wouldn't be too strange for him to specifically ask about buying that ugly woman. Just as he was about to speak, a dark, peeling hand passed through Bai Feng and pointed at the ugly woman. "I'll exchange her for 2 pieces of salt." Bai Feng turned his head in surprise and saw a savage with matted hair, dirt all over his body like armor, and body odor like biological weapons. Under Bai Feng's training, the Bai Feng tribe was not so clean, but at least there was not much odor. Bai Feng washed his hair and took a bath frequently, and although he was tanned, his body was clean. His temperament was incomparable to the savages of other tribes. Bai Feng didn't know why there would be such a savage coming to buy that ugly girl. In this era, there shouldn't be savages with distorted aesthetics. It is impossible that he is like the showy, rich second generation and later generations, who deliberately steals love and then puts on a show of pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face. There must be a reason for everything, and it can all be discussed. Bai Feng asked as kindly as possible, "Why did you buy that ugly woman?" Bai Feng eats well, and his former owner was also tall, so now Bai Feng is considered a strong man no matter which tribe he is in. People like Xiong and Qi, who have good innate conditions, are definitely no match for him. In addition, the tribe has many people and sufficient supplies, so Bai Feng is now more like that aggressive, rich second generation. The man glanced at Bai Feng's team and said, "Our tribe has collected too little food this year. We need to offer sacrifices and ask the gods to bless us with more food. But we can't afford to exchange for a beauty, so we can only afford that woman." When the squatting, ugly woman heard that she was going to be replaced for sacrifice, she trembled even more violently. Her clan leader also felt that the 2 pieces of salt were worth it, so after checking the quality, he handed over the woman. The tribe wanted to use humans for sacrifice, and Bai Feng couldn't stop them, nor could he stop them, but he might never meet a woman like that one who met Bai Feng's aesthetic standards in this life. This era was barbaric, but Bai Feng could not rob, and their transaction was completed without any delay and quickly succeeded. In the eyes of the female clan leader, the price of 2 pieces of salt was very suitable. Bai Feng had no choice but to say to the dirty savage, "I will give you 2 salted fish. You give me this woman and go, and exchange it for a more beautiful woman for your god." The savage stood there in a daze. He felt that what Bai Feng said was very strange and unreasonable. He was afraid that Bai Feng was lying to him, but he couldn't find anything wrong. Seeing that he was hesitant, Bai Feng struck while the iron was hot. "Our tribe pays the most attention to the gods, and we use the best for sacrifices. Your tribe is almost out of food, and you still use such an ugly woman. Aren't you afraid that the gods will blame you and punish you?" If this doesn't scare him, Bai Feng can't really go and rob them halfway. Putting his people in danger just for an ugly woman would make it hard for his chief to bear it. Bai Feng's nails were almost digging into his flesh due to nervousness. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Bai Feng said, the savage actually trembled violently, as if he had thought of something horrible. He quickly said to Bai Feng, Okay, no problem. I'll give it to you, but you have to give me the salted fish first. I'm afraid you'll cheat me." Without saying a word, Bai Feng took out 2 salted fishes from his own goods and handed them over. The tribesman who was carrying the salted fishes was very resistant. He almost cried when Bai Feng took the salted fishes away. He had never seen such a wasteful tribesman. The savage got the salted fish and took a lick. It was so salty that it tasted bitter, but he was reluctant to spit out the salt. After putting it away, the thin and ugly woman in their eyes belonged to Bai Feng. Bai Feng lifted the woman's chin and took a look. He felt that she should not be called a woman, but a girl, about 14 or 15 years old, with immature facial features. She was not tall, about 5 feet tall, malnourished, thin, and small. It's one thing to say that her figure is not well developed, and she has nothing to cover her body. She is just wearing a skirt made of some unknown long grass, which will fly apart when the wind blows. Fortunately, it is too ugly and no one wants to look at it. Their attention is attracted by the sturdy woman who is basically wearing nothing. Bai Feng considerately wrapped her in animal skins. If they were in the tribe, Bai Feng would have her wash herself clean and dress up beautifully to save his own aesthetic taste. As for reproducing offspring immediately, Bai Feng felt that doing those things to a child was no different from being a savage, and he couldn't get over it psychologically and morally. The girl accepted her fate and was manipulated by Bai Feng. She heard everything. The previous tribe sent her for sacrifice, but this tribe didn't want to use such an ugly woman like her for sacrifice. Maybe they would use her for something more horrible. Anyway, they would not let her live. "What's your name?" Bai Feng asked, pushing aside her hair that was covering her eyes like dry grass. She didn't say anything, but trembled even more violently. "Our tribe will not send you for sacrifice, nor will we kill you. We will just let you eat until you are fat and become someone else's wife." After these words were spoken, the girl's eyes lit up a little, but the tribesmen all made strange noises, expressing their resistance. After several exchanges, there were already 40 young and relatively good-looking women in the team, and there were hundreds of women in their own tribe who would be better than this ugly woman. Perhaps in their eyes, this ugly woman is just like the 200-pound woman in the eyes of later generations. They only choose her when they have no other choice. If there is a better choice, they will definitely stay away from her and give her to the one they really like. Bai Feng snorted and said, "You country bumpkins, what do you know? I won't give it to you even if you ask for it." The girl didn't say a word after all, and Bai Feng was not in a hurry. He thought that she would be fine after a few days of good life back in the tribe, and her mentality would change. Now he just took the dazed girl aside and kept walking around the party. Until night, they didn't see anything good. Many tribes that were farther away had not arrived yet. Bai Feng and his men left the sandbar and chose a high ground on the shore to camp. All the people from other tribes slept together, but only the people from Bai Feng's tribe had to take turns to keep watch. He really didn't feel safe. However, Bai Feng doesn't need to arrange anyone to keep watch at night. After all, a group of men who can get aroused at any time, after having so many women, no one wants to sleep. Bai Feng did not stop them. After all, the children born in the end were all from their own tribe, but they didn't know who the father was. No one in the wilderness cared about Bai Feng's feelings. The noise continued until late at night, making Bai Feng annoyed. There were enough women, and no one had any ideas about the ugly woman, so she slept next to Bai Feng. Brother Bai Feng is now very majestic, but when he thinks of the various diseases he has seen in the hospital, he keeps repeating, "Keep yourself clean, keep yourself clean, keep yourself clean." Chapter 39 Ancestor. Everyone was very well behaved, and the robbery and murder that Bai Feng was worried about in the middle of the night did not happen. The tribesmen were still in high spirits after a night of fighting, and no one leaned against the wall. Bai Feng sometimes envied these silly, primitive people who did things without so many rules and concerns. Otherwise, with Bai Feng's conditions and abilities, as well as women running around without clothes, he would have realized a man's dream of starting a harem long ago. Xiong said that this gathering would last for 10 days. Today was only the third day. They were still on the road on the first day. By today, the tribes in the distance should have arrived. Those large tribes in the distance should have what Bai Feng wanted. The things exchanged in the small tribes were no different from those of the Bai Feng tribe in the past, so there was no need to continue checking. The appearance of Bai Feng only made his tribe escape from the category of savages, but it was still far from becoming a truly wealthy and powerful tribe. The Bai Feng tribe is called a tribe because Bai Feng has a surname. Otherwise, no matter how powerful and wealthy it is just a tribe. Bai Feng is not sure whether his Bai is a surname or a clan name, and he has never understood the inheritance and evolution. Anyway, later generations call his surname. As for now, Bai is whatever is needed. If Bai Feng cannot lead the tribe to expand and develop quickly, in the future they will only become like the Xianyuan tribe when they made dragons, and some parts on the dragon's body may even be so small that they are not willing to install them on the dragon. Or because of disasters, like the savage they met yesterday, they can only rely on the gods for everything, but they can't even offer sacrifices to the gods. Originally, cannibals, stone tools, and other things made Bai Feng think that he traveled to a very long time ago, but this gathering made Bai Feng face the reality. Many tribes have already escaped from ignorance, and only small tribes like theirs are still backward and have not made any progress. Perhaps Bai Feng is a contemporary of Xianyuan and Xiyu, and they are about to unify the Bai Feng tribe, or perhaps they are just children waiting to become the next tribe leader. If he didn't want to be annexed by other tribes, he must first annex other tribes to increase his own strength. His own warriors only numbered 200 at most. If he wanted to increase his strength through natural population growth, Bai Feng would probably be already very old by then. The ugly girl that Bai Feng exchanged for finally spoke after having a full meal, but she only told Bai Feng her name was Sui. She lowered her head and did not answer any other questions. The other women have completely adapted to the role change. They have no sense of family and country or tribal identity. It's just that the tribe can't support them, and now they have moved to a tribe that can give them enough food. The so-called dying woman, after having a hearty meal and a good night's rest, felt that she had many more years to live. The silent gathering gradually regained its noise, and goods that were not there yesterday could be seen. Perhaps they thought that taking out the good stuff later would maximize their profits. The Bai Feng tribe brought a lot of things. Yesterday, they mainly used salted fish for exchange, but now the number of people has doubled, so they can only keep the salted fish and beef for themselves. They can't go back now, and they will have to consume food on the road, so they have to keep enough dry food. Bringing only Sui, Bai Feng left all the others to set up stalls. The various pottery he brought out from the tribe were relatively light, novel in style, and had beautiful patterns. Once they were displayed, they became the most competitive goods in the entire gathering. There was also an iron knife stuck on hardwood, which was not something that an ordinary tribe could deal with. Bai Feng put it there as the finale, and it was also a bait to lure those big tribes. He carried a bow on his back, a quiver hanging on his back, 2 knives on his waist, and wore what might have been the world's first pair of boots, with his strong chest exposed. It was a pity that he was wearing a leather skirt. Otherwise, Bai Feng felt that he was more handsome than anyone else in the world. People should wear cloth. Animal skins can be draped over the outside to show others how ostentatious and wealthy you are, but they should definitely not be worn directly as clothes. Unfortunately, If it weren't for Bai Feng, his own tribe wouldn't have cloth, let alone hemp rope. Bai Feng wandered along the way, hoping to find something practical and useful. He knew less and less about this world, and he didn't want to be treated as a newborn monkey by the more developed tribes. As for his own goods, if he saw cloth, he would exchange them all for cloth. If there was no cloth, he would exchange them for grass seeds. If he only ate meat, the tribesmen would not be able to stand it. Walking across the single plank bridge to the other side of the sandbar, Bai Feng discovered that the people here seemed to be richer. Whether it was the goods displayed on their stalls or their own body shapes, they were generally better off than the savages on the other side. We didn't find it yesterday. Could it be that the main tribe has just arrived? The further downstream you go, the more wealthy people you see. When they see Bai Feng without clothes and with an ugly woman, they always look a little disdainful. Even if Bai Feng looks towards their stall, they have no intention of entertaining him. Bai Feng tried his best to ignore them, thinking that his knowledge was 100 times higher than theirs, so there was no need to get angry. Instead, the ear of cornflower next to her became lower, and if Bai Feng hadn't held her, she wouldn't have dared to walk. Bai Feng just hoped to find cloth here so that he could have clothes to wear. Just as he was thinking about it, a boy who looked about 11 or 12 years old stood in front of him. Bai Feng was about to shout at the child to get out of the way, but he discovered that he was dressed in linen clothes, with a necklace made of green jade and shells around his neck, and there were two men who were stronger than Bai Feng following him. Bai Feng was shocked when he saw this. He thought this must be the second generation of a large tribe. He couldn't afford to offend him, so he had to make way and avoid him. But the boy didn't take his eyes off Bai Feng. Bai Feng knew that no one cared about Sui, and that this boy must have taken a fancy to something of his. Bai Feng simply asked directly, "What did this young master take a fancy to of mine?" The boy tilted his head and said, "What is a lord? I am Bao Shi from Sui Shui Swearin. What is your name?" Bai Feng's head was shocked. He didn't know Bao Shi, but he knew Swearin, one of the 3 emperors of ancient times. However, he should have died long ago, and it was just a tribe that passed down his name. But no matter what, he was Bai Feng's ancestor. Did he want to follow him? If this guy was Xian Yuan, Bai Feng would definitely flatter him without hesitation, and maybe even become a god. However, in later myths, Swearin was not very famous. Bai Feng did not dare to take sides and express his feelings too early, for fear that he would be defeated by other ancestors and be doomed. "I am Bai Feng, the chief of the Bai Feng tribe." Bai Feng's face remained calm. No one thought it was wrong, because the name of the patriarch was usually the name of the tribe. Shinnong had been passed down for countless generations, and the patriarch was still called Shinnong. "That thing on your foot is very nice. I want it. What do you need to change it?" Bai Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that he was just interested in the boots. Bai Feng would naturally not miss such an opportunity to communicate with the tribe. "What I am wearing is called boots, and I still want to wear this pair, but I can teach you how to make them, but I need you to use the method of weaving linen in exchange." "Can't your tribe make linen?" Bao Shi didn't think that a tribe with a clan name would be a tribe of barbarians. It was impossible that they couldn't even make something as simple as linen. "My tribe has several thousand people, but they all make a living by catching cattle and fishing. They have never grown hemp, so they don't know how to weave cloth." Bragging and exaggerating your own tribe are what you should do when you go out. Even if others have bad intentions, you have to consider whether you can afford to offend a large tribe of thousands of people. Chapter 40. Transaction with a Great Tribe. After hearing about thousands of people, Bao Shi put away some of his little thoughts. "Anyway, don't think that there can be any trust and friendship between people now. The real thing is that you rob me and I rob you." The Swearer tribe now has only a little over 10,000 people, and they often conflict with Shinnong, so he dare not cause trouble for his own tribe at will, even if his father is the chief of the Swearer tribe. "Of course, I have many women who can make linen here, and I can trade them with you." Bao Shi was very generous. "But I don't have a woman who can make boots. I made them all myself stitch by stitch." Bai Feng yelled in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare to switch to her. What if he revealed that he was just a small scum among a few hundred people? Wouldn't he be conquered by others in minutes and used as a slave? "Because the journey is too long, our tribe did not bring women this time, and our tribe will not exchange women for things, but I can teach your people how to make it, and let your people learn it. As for the people you give, I can compensate them with corresponding goods." Bao Shi agreed without thinking. A few women who could weave were insignificant to his tribe. Instead, he was more interested in the things called boots that could be worn on the feet. Bai Feng was invited to visit Swearinshi's camp, mainly to teach them how to make boots. On the way there or anywhere else, you could do whatever you want, but at the rally, you are absolutely not allowed to take action. Bai Feng trusts this point. They also said that no matter which tribe they were from, as long as they were guests, they would not be harmed. Even if they were enemies, they would be treated well and sent out of the tribe before being killed. When he arrived at their camp, Bai Feng realized what a large tribe was. The number of people they brought with them on a trip was more than the population of Bai Feng's entire tribe. Fortunately, as someone who had experienced the spring festival travel rush before, as long as these people had no ill will towards him, there was nothing to be shocked about. It was a pity for Sui, a little girl from a small tribe who had been bullied all the time. How could she stay calm in such a place? Her legs kept shaking, and her hands were tightly holding Bai Feng's arm. At this time, Bai Feng was her only support. Baoshi was very surprised that Bai Feng was with such an ugly woman. It was impossible for a clan leader to be without beauties. Bai Feng smiled and said that he saw her being replaced by someone yesterday and was going to be used as a sacrifice. He couldn't bear it, so he replaced her and asked that person to find another woman as a sacrifice. Baoshi looked at him like a fool. But if you save her, someone else will be sent as a sacrifice. Bai Feng immediately felt a tightness in his chest. The reason he just thought of was indeed stupid, but he couldn't say that he thought the woman was pretty. Instead of challenging the aesthetic of an entire era alone, it would be better to become a member of the group of fools that this era has the most. There should be no historians nowadays. Otherwise, Bai Feng would be the protagonist in the fables of later generations about mending the fold after the sheep had been lost. Bai Feng had no choice but to pretend that he had suddenly realized something and knocked his head. Right, I didn't think of it at the time. There was a glimmer of cunning in Baoshi's eyes. If he was so stupid, maybe he could get some unexpected benefits from him. The chiefs of the small tribes around Suiren were dumber than each other, and finally they all became their affiliated tribes. No longer dwelling on this matter, Bai Feng pulled the frightened Sui Pan to sit down, and after constant comfort, she slowly calmed down. There is no time to lose. The sooner the teaching of how to make shoes is done, the better. After teaching, Bai Feng will take the exchange people back and go home after clearing goods. If he stays in this place for too long, there will be too many variables. I was thinking of using a knife to fish for the big tribe, and I caught the fish without using any bait, but the fish was too big, and it was easy for Bai Feng to swallow it in one bite. The production of boots is nothing more than measuring the soles of the feet, making the shape of the shoes, and then several layers of animal skins. Whether you use glue or something else, stick them together to form a thick sole. Cut 3 pieces of leather into suitable shapes and sew them together with the soles to make boots. Baoshi did not break his promise just because the boots were easy to make. He still gave Bai Feng a woman who could weave cloth in exchange and did not ask for any additional good from Bai Feng. But Bai Feng felt that one was not enough. It would be a huge loss if she got strangled and died on the way. So he proposed to exchange a few more women and use the knife on his waist. Baoshi took out a golden knife, meaning that their tribe had no shortage of it. In his eyes, a knife was not worth a few women who could weave. Bai Feng smiled without saying anything. How could a soft bronze knife compare to his iron knife, which was almost as hard as steel? They drew out their own knives. Baoshi and the others had never seen a silver knife before, and they were all really surprised. You use your knife to chop my knife. If my iron knife is cut with a notch, I will give it to you immediately. If your knife is broken, but mine is fine, I hope you can consider my proposal again. Baoshi agreed without thinking. For him, the son of a clan leader, the bronze knife was not too expensive. If he won, he could get the knife for free. If he lost, he would just have to exchange it for a few women. It was a win-win situation. Bai Feng placed his knife on the ground with the blade facing upwards. Baoshi raised his knife and chopped it up with force, but the 2 knives got stuck together. Baoshi felt that it must be his knife that chopped into Bai Feng's knife. Bai Feng was confident in his knife, so he just smiled and said nothing. When the 2 knives were separated, Baoshi's bronze knife had a deep cut, while Bai Feng's knife only had a small scratch. Baoshi was not unhappy at all, but instead, he looked at the iron knife carefully as if he had seen a treasure and was reluctant to put it down. I'll exchange this knife for 10 women. You can pick anyone you want, no matter how beautiful they are. Bai Feng was naturally not polite, but he did not pick pretty ones. He only looked for capable women who could weave and sew clothes. That was what Bai Feng needed most. Baoshi was still playing with the knife in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on Bai Feng's bow. At first, Baoshi didn't care. After all, there was really not much to say about the bow at this time. Broken bamboo, connected bamboo, flying soil, chasing flesh. The poem describes the simplicity of the bows made by the ancestors, which means that the power must not be very high. But Bai Feng's bow, from the size, shape, and material, does not feel so ordinary, especially after seeing this iron knife. Bao Shi hoped that Bai Feng could show him his bow. Bai Feng was naturally not stingy. He had just taken such a big advantage of the other party, so he would definitely satisfy such a reasonable request. He put an arrow on the bow, drew the bow, and shot at the tree in the distance. The arrow was nailed straight into the tree trunk, and the tail of the arrow was still swinging because of the great impact force. Bao Shi, who was still a child, tried his best but failed to pull out the arrow. Bai Feng also stepped on a tree to gain leverage and was able to pull it out. The wound caused by the arrow was so deep that Bao Shi was dumbfounded. As expected, Bao Shi proposed to exchange Bai Feng's bow, increasing the number of people from 30 to 50 and adding 5 bags of food, but Bai Feng still shook his head. It is not difficult to make a bow. As long as Bao Shi takes it back, someone in their tribe will definitely be able to copy it. However, this is the most powerful weapon of the Bai Feng tribe. It is the most powerful weapon in the box, and it will never be circulated. Bao Shi saw that the negotiation was fruitless and had to give up. However, after a short pause, he said to Bai Feng, "It can be seen that your tribe is very powerful, especially with this kind of weapon. However, the Tanfu tribe has come to this great river basin, and your tribe will definitely not be able to avoid it. I hope your tribe can unite with us to kill them all or drive them out of here." Why do you want to kill the Tanfu tribe? Bai Feng was not clear about the love and hatred among these big tribes and did not want to get involved. Didn't you know that Tanfu is a cannibal tribe? When Bai Feng heard the word cannibal, he felt as if he had entered an ice cave and his whole body was chilled. Chapter 41 Intrigue. When Bai Feng came to this world, the first human being he met was a cannibal. If he had not traveled through time and space to this body, Bai Feng would have been a pile of shit in the wilderness. Bai Feng had an instinctive fear of cannibal tribes, but the cannibal tribe he had encountered before was small and extremely backward, and at most they could capture a lone human. They were not worthy of the cooperation of the big tribes to encircle and suppress them. Our tribe is far from the river, so we don't know about the Tanfu tribe. Tell me what they are like, and then I'll see if we should go together to encircle and suppress them. After all, I'm far away from here, and they don't have much influence on my tribe. The White Wind tribe is backward and lacks information, so they must use all possible means to understand the world, because the unknown is the most terrifying. Bao Shi did not ask too much, but just described to Bai Feng that no matter which tribe it was, no one would like the cannibal tribe. The Tanfu tribe originally lived in Qishui. They could plant and hunt, but they also ate people. It wasn't that serious at first, but later, as the Tanfu tribe continued to expand, they became more and more cannibalistic. They captured people and ate them throughout the Weishui River Basin. In their words, it was called capturing human sacrifices. Their sacrifices also required a lot of people, and the surrounding tribes were basically killed. We, Suiren, Shennong, and Yu Chao surrounded and killed them together. As a result, most of them fled back to their Qishui, but some still came here along the river. Bao Shi paused for a moment, calmed down, and then continued. On the way here, I saw a small tribe of 100 people suffering a disaster. In fact, I brought more than 1,000 people, more than 700 warriors, to investigate around the market. I feel that they may attack here at night. More than 1,000 people. Bai Feng clicked his tongue secretly. What kind of help do they need? They can walk around freely in this river basin. They are indeed a big tribe. Other small tribes haven't even figured out how to play in the mud, but they have the rudiments of a family empire. The tribe leader's son can even take thousands of people for a stroll. However, with so many people besieging the escaped stragglers of the cannibal tribe, there is no need to drag him along. Bai Feng decided to wait and see first. It is not that simple. Who can be sure that the savages will not play tricks? Bai Feng pretended to think for a while before slowly saying, "To destroy the cannibal tribe, I definitely need to contribute, but I only brought a few dozen warriors here, and we are not fully prepared for a war. If I rush back to the tribe and bring people back, I'm afraid it will be winter, and I won't be able to join the war in time." Bao Shi's expression changed slightly. Bai Feng realized something was wrong. He didn't want to be left here. Let's put it this way. If they dare to attack, I will leave my people to join the battle. If this gathering can end peacefully, we will return to the tribe. If the cannibal tribe is still there next year, you don't need to negotiate. I will take the initiative to attack. Bao Shi sighed. I'm not forcing you. It's just that the people of the Danfu tribe are strong in military strength. Even if we win after the battle, the losses will be great. But as long as we have a strong Bao like yours, we can easily defeat them. Bai Feng snorted in his heart. They're indeed planning to take my Bao. What he fears most is that the matter about Tanfu is fake, and the people they ambush at night might pretend to be a cannibal tribe and rob everyone in the gathering. But this Bao is too difficult to make. There is only one person in our entire tribe who can make it. One Bao needs to be made from the time the grass sprouts until the leaves fall. Alas, our entire tribe doesn't have many bows. Otherwise, I would give this Bao to you in exchange. When Bao Shi heard Bai Feng's words, he felt relieved. No matter how he looked at it, Bai Feng's brain wasn't working very well. So how did he become the patriarch? His primary goal was to get a Bao and then imitate and make one after returning. However, if their entire tribe only had a few bows, it meant that they posed no threat to the Swearin tribe. Then Bai Feng would be his good business partner, since he would not live long anyway. There was no tea to entertain the guests. Only water with honey in a large clay pot. Bai Feng picked it up and took a sip, not afraid that they would poison him. Even Shinon might not be able to use poison properly, let alone Bao Shi. The taste was so sweet that it was a bit choking. He had lost touch with sweetness since coming to this world. But just drinking a little was fine. Sweetness was not that precious to Bai Feng. He handed most of the remaining honey water to Sui. After she smelled it, she held the jar and drank it guzzlingly. Maybe she has never known what sweetness is since she grew up. Bai Feng is now afraid that she will have diarrhea if she drinks so much honey water. However, the stomachs and intestines of primitive people should be as hard as iron, so this should not be a problem, although Bai Feng has already heard the sound of Sui's stomach and intestines moving. The host entertained him, and Bai Feng was willing to tell him some stories. No matter how dirty his heart was, he still had to do a good job on the surface. She told them about the golden crow sun and the fusang tree. Bao Shi was fascinated by the story, as if he had learned the great secret of heaven and earth. Sui even forgot to drink her honey water and just listened quietly while holding the jar. When talking about Jingwei filling the sea, Bao Shi interrupted Bai Feng's story. I know Jingwei is the daughter of Shinon. I have seen her before. She is still alive and well. She did not drown in the river. How can you say that she turned into a bird? Bai Feng was waiting for him to say this. Extending the mythological story to reality was Bai Feng's purpose. If he didn't let Bao Shi speak himself, he would probably not be able to get anything out of his questions. I heard this story from a wise man named Gusu when he came to my tribe. I have never seen Jingwei before. Does the blind old man have any other stories to tell? Are there any people I know? After all, Bao Shi was only a child of 11 or 12 years old. Stories were most attractive to him, especially when someone he knew became the protagonist of the story. Do you know Xianyuan of the Yoxiong clan? I know Yoxiong clan is in Qingqiu, but I have never heard of who Xianyuan is. Where's Qi Yu from the Jili tribe? He's riding a black and white iron-eating beast, which is very funny. I have only heard of the Jili tribe, but not Qi Yu. Is the iron-eating beast you're talking about a kind of bear that likes to eat bamboo? Yes, that kind of bear. You should know Kuafu in Xingtian, right? Bao Shi thought for a moment and said, Xingtian is a warrior from a tribe affiliated with Shinon. He is very powerful. Kuafu, you mean the Kuafu tribe, right? Kuafu and Danfu are both cannibals, but Kuafu are more terrifying. They are giants. Bai Feng couldn't help wanting to laugh out loud in his heart. Although he didn't find out about Xianyuan and Qi Yu, maybe they were still children, but the fact that Xingtian was there meant that Bai Feng had traveled to the most exciting and passionate period of this ancient era. If he could build a tribe comparable to the Yoxiong clan and the Jili tribe before Xianyuan and the others grew up, would he also be qualified to leave his own legend to future generations? Chapter 42, A business that benefits both parties is a good business. Bao Shi wanted to ask if there were any other stories, but Bai Feng pretended to be profound and said to Bao Shi, we are now in a mythological era. Perhaps everyone is a god. You will always hear stories about them in the future. As a guest, it is time to leave the host's house. However, Bai Feng brought several knives this time. It would be uneconomical if he did not exchange them for something to take back. After all, it was only a matter of time for him to get iron, but some things could not be obtained even if he spent time on them. He took off the last knife from his waist and proposed to exchange some cloth with Bao Shi. His tribe had not collected much hemp this year, and if they wanted to have enough hemp to weave cloth, they had to grow some. Even if there are weavers, it is useless without raw materials. The cloth here is of very good quality, and Bai Feng finally has hope of wearing shorts. Bao Shi paid the price of 6 bundles of cloth for a knife. Although a knife was nothing to Bao Shi himself, In this era when the metallurgical industry was extremely backward, all metal products were extremely expensive. 6 bundles of cloth. There is no unified measurement system now, so by phone can only make a rough estimate. One bundle of cloth is about 1 meter wide and 8 meters long, which is a very good deal. After the goods were delivered, by phone took the 11 women he had exchanged for and let them hold the cloth, chatting and laughing with Bao Shi as they left their camp. As soon as they were out of Bao Shi's sight, Bai Feng's smile immediately disappeared, and he shouted to everyone to speed up and rush to his tribe's stall. Sui's condition was obviously much better. Perhaps the jar of honey water brought her a happiness she had never experienced before. The 11 women were once Swirenchis, but now after the exchange, they are members of the Baifeng tribe. Normally, they will no longer have any relationship with Swirenchi, but Baifeng cannot rule out the possibility that there are spies among them. Most of the pottery on the tribe's stall had been exchanged. It was much more popular than the pottery of other tribes that did not know how to innovate. Unfortunately, no cloth was exchanged for it, only grass seeds. There were a lot of people crowded at the stall, and Xiong and the others seemed to be arguing about something. Baifeng quickly ran over, pushed away the savages who were watching the fun outside, and went into the inner circle. Only then did he realize that it was the knife that caused the trouble. There was a man with a very imposing manner who was pointing at the knife and kept talking. The general meaning was that he wanted the knife and named a price. Xiong was a good hunter and fighter, and so was Qi, but he was not good at talking. The most important thing was that Baifeng did not tell them how much the knife was worth when he left, so they said to the anxious savage, "Let me think about it. Let me think about it." The savage with great momentum was a little angry. He felt that Xiong and the others were making fun of him. Seeing that a conflict was about to break out, Baifeng rushed in to stop it. "I'm a chief of the White Wind tribe. This knife is the most important treasure of our tribe. I'm offering it for exchange now. However, I just went to visit Swarinchi, and they cannot make the decision, so they neglected you. I hope you're not angry. I wonder what your name is and what you can afford to pay for my knife." If he mentioned the name of Swerin, he would be someone else's guest, and these savages would have to give him some face and not take action. The man saw that the person in charge had come, and he did not lower his spirits. "I am Jian from the Taijiao tribe. I want that knife. I can exchange it for 2 cows. The price of 2 cows is indeed not low, and Baifeng even thinks it is too high. One will be enough, but the Baifeng tribe still has a lot of cows, so there's no need to exchange them. Cloth, furs, and grass seeds are what he needs. The tribesmen want to survive the winter, and without cloth to make clothes, they need a lot of furs." Baifeng shook his head. "Our tribe has no shortage of cattle. I need grass seeds, cloth, or fur in exchange." Jian heard the laughter and wanted to reach out and pat Baifeng on the shoulder, but Baifeng dodged it without leaving a trace. "My department has plenty of furs. If you want a cow, I'll have to think about it for a long time. I can give you as much fur as you want." Since he had met a big client, Baifeng had to quickly complete the transaction. He was a little panicked, especially when he heard Bao Shi say that there were hundreds of soldiers lying in ambush around. If they rushed in, no tribe here would have as many people as the ones brought by Swerin. Everyone would definitely run for their lives and would not unite to resist. Then calculate it based on the price of 2 cows and see how much the fur is worth. As long as you can take it out, you can exchange it. If the fur is not enough, you can use grass seeds and cloth to make up for it. Jian immediately asked his tribesmen to get the furs. "We in the Taijiao tribe don't have anything else, but we have a lot of cows and cow hides. 2 cows can be converted into 35 cow hides. Do you think it's okay?" Baifeng didn't know the conversion rules between cows and cowhides, but he felt that exchanging a knife for 35 cowhides was not a bad deal, so he nodded in agreement. Jian happily paced back and forth beside the stall, just waiting for the tribesmen to bring back the cowhide to exchange for the knives. Metal smelting was the skill of the big tribes, and it could only produce softer bronze, which was extremely expensive. None of their tribe had much. This kind of silver, hard and sharp knife could definitely not be made by the White Wind tribe. Perhaps they were lucky enough to pick it up, so they sold it to him at such a low price. It's a good business when both the buyer and the seller feel they're getting a good deal. Seeing that they were quite wealthy, Baifeng tentatively asked, "Does your tribe still need pottery? Look at our pottery. It is light yet strong, and the patterns are beautiful. Listen to the sound. It is so beautiful." Baifeng picked up the ceramic basins one by one and tapped them with his fingers, making crisp sounds. "If you want, all you need is 10 cowhides, and all the pottery here will be packed for you. How about that?" Jian felt that he had gotten a good deal and was complacent. After hearing Bai Feng's suggestion and seeing that the quality of the pottery was indeed good, he thought about his own tribe, which made a living by raising bison on the grassland. They really didn't know how to make these things and were very short of them. It was not a loss at all to exchange them for the least valuable cowhide. He nodded happily in agreement and arranged for a tribesman to fetch 10 more cowhides. Bai Feng was very happy to meet a big customer. He smiled and packed up all the pottery with his tribesmen, waiting for the cowhide to arrive and then changing it and closing the stall. The White Wind tribe didn't know that business could be done this way. They exchanged their useless things for scarce cowhide so easily, and they immediately thought that their tribe leader was really awesome. The wild people who were watching saw this exchange method and felt that their practice of licking a piece of salt to taste it was very unsophisticated. The cowhides were brought in, and Bai Feng turned them over one by one. They were all hides of big cows, and they were cut from the neck. There were no wounds on the skins, unlike the cowhides of Bai Feng and his people, which were full of holes. This showed that the Taijiao tribe had a way to capture cows alive, but judging from a number, it was more likely that they were a pastoral tribe. This is much better than the average gathering, fishing, and hunting tribe. At least they have a stable source of food. It's a pity that Bai Feng has nothing left, otherwise he would really trade a few cows to raise them himself. But now he has a calf, so next year he will try to catch a herd of cows alive and start raising livestock. As for now, the goods have been cleared, both parties are smiling, saying something like see each other next year. Bai Feng turned around and was about to leave the sandbar, wanted to leave the gathering place quickly. Chapter 43, Run Away. After dealing with all the goods, Bai Feng asked the tribesmen to gather all the women in the center and urged them to leave the sandbar. They all thought they were just going out of camp, but Bai Feng was the only one who was anxious. Along the way, he pretended to check the goods in other stalls, taking the opportunity to observe whether there was anyone following behind. The hunters all knew how to track prey, but they did not understand the difference between humans and beasts and still used the same method to track beasts. They did not notice Bai Feng's clumsy performance. Bai Feng discovered that there were at least 2 people behind him who were following his team with a purpose. The cloth clothes they wore revealed that they were warriors of Swearin. The other tribes here were not rich enough for everyone to wear cloth. We returned to the place where we had camped yesterday. We did not tell the tribesmen about the special circumstances. We just told them that we were setting up camp and preparing to cook. Everything seemed to be going on normally. Bai Feng was certain that the 2 men were spies who were following the group. No one would not go to the gathering to trade during the day, but follow a team that had no goods left to set up camp in an empty space. They hid very well in the bushes, and if Bai Feng hadn't been watching them, they would have been impossible to find. Xiong also noticed Bai Feng's abnormality. Although Bai Feng was doing the same things as usual, his vague, vigilant eyes and serious expression showed that something must have gone wrong. The tribesmen had already built a fire, set up pottery jars, fetched water, and cut meat. Bai Feng did not allow them to drink raw water, which had become a habit under the whip's instruction. Even the women who had just arrived would lie down by the river and take a deep breath when they were thirsty, even if it was the stagnant water in the pits left by other savages. If Bai Feng had not been so obsessed with cleanliness, he would have vomited on the spot. The tribesmen were doing what they were supposed to do normally. Those who were unaware were the best actors, not to mention that there might be spies in the team. Xiong was sitting next to Bai Feng. To people far away, it looked like 2 people in power were having a normal conversation. But when Xiong heard Bai Feng say that no matter what he heard next, he had to pretend that nothing had happened, his posture became a little stiff like a performance. However, it was enough to confuse people far away. We must be being targeted by the Swearin tribe. They want our swords and bows, and probably other goods as well. There are people watching us in the bushes at those 2 locations. Don't look up yet. Look slowly and pretend to be casual. Bai Feng drew 2 lines on the ground, pointing to the bushes where the 2 people were hiding. The bear stretched out his arms and pretended to stretch, taking the opportunity to look at the 2 bushes. The hunters had excellent eyesight during the day, and he could spot the people hiding there with just a glance. But Bai Feng was speechless about Xiong's carelessness. Fortunately, the 2 spies didn't find anything unusual and remained hiding motionlessly. After the bear inspected it, he moved his butt closer to Bai Feng and said, I saw it too. Do you want to go over and kill it? Bai Feng straightened his back and looked at the busy tribesmen. Don't be anxious yet. Wait and see what they will do. If we act rashly now, we may disturb them and cause trouble. By the way, have you ever heard of the Tanfu tribe? One of Swarinshi's boys said that the Tanfu tribe was a cannibalistic tribe. They're now near this gathering and might attack us at night. But I think Swirenshi is lying. Maybe they will pretend to be the Tanfu tribe and attack other tribes participating in the gathering at night. Xiong thought for a moment and said, there's indeed a cannibal tribe called the Tanfu tribe, but I heard from other tribes at the gathering that they are at least 20 days away from this river basin, and it is impossible for them to come here. They have nothing to eat along the way. I haven't heard from any tribe that came here that they saw people from the Tanfu tribe. Bai Feng's heart began to tremble. This must be Suerin's conspiracy. Suerin said that they saw a small tribe of several hundred people being attacked by the Tanfu tribe on the way. It seems that they have already planned to attack everyone in this gathering. Compared to the so-called cannibals, Bai Feng felt that Suerin was more terrifying. They had excellent weapons, a large number of people, and most importantly, they had a shameless and scheming leader. This is much more terrifying than believing in oaths and being a simple savage. Bai Feng understood that if Suerin started robbing, the Bai Feng tribe would definitely be one of the primary targets. This powerful bow alone was worth their special attention. Xiong, find some smart warriors, not those stupid ones, and tell them to prepare to escape. I'll see if we can kill the 2 spies later. We have to run far away before dark. I feel they will take action tonight. Why don't we fight them head on? We have so many warriors here. We are not afraid of them. Bai Feng pounded his fist on the ground. Suerin's tribe is so big, and the warriors I saw alone are almost more than the population of our entire tribe. Moreover, Suerin also said that they have warriors hiding around. I don't know if it's true or not, but our tribe cannot lose a single person. Xiong Kai nodded seriously, said okay, then stood up and pretended nothing had happened. He walked up to a tribesman, said something to him, patted him on the shoulder, and moved on to the next person. The person he was talking to was also doing his job normally, with nothing unusual. When the meal was ready, the tribesmen sat down to eat. They still surrounded all the women in the middle, while the men stayed outside, under the pretext of protecting them, but in fact they were just monitoring them and not letting them go out to report the news or escape. The Bai Feng tribe had not had their leader distribute food for a long time. Everyone took what they wanted, and the tribesmen knew what to do and would not take more than they wanted. Bai Feng's sudden act of distributing food surprised them a little, but they got used to it quickly. The women did not think there was anything wrong with the leader distributing food. While distributing food, Bai Feng counted the people. The number was complete, not one was missing. Even if there was a traitor among the 11 people, he would have no chance to report it. Perhaps seeing that the White Wind tribe had started to eat, one of the spies left, probably to report, leaving only one person behind. White Wind nodded to the bear, and the bear also noticed that one person was missing. Xiong came up to Bai Feng, and after listening to Bai Feng's plan, he called up the big fool Qi and stood with his bowl in his hand to eat in the direction of the spy. Xiong was behind him, picking up the bow and arrows on the ground and getting ready. After the few people arranged by Xiong received the signal, they took their weapons and pretended to go to the woods to urinate, then quickly moved towards the direction of the scout, preparing to encircle him. Qi's body was broad, and Xiong could hide the bow behind him. When everything was ready, Bai Feng pulled the confused Qi away, and Xiong released the fully drawn bow at the same time. The arrow flew towards the bushes where the spy was. Only a scream was heard, and the surrounding soldiers who were preparing to surround the spy rushed over in an instant and ended the spy's life. No sound was heard again. The arrowhead had a barb, and they couldn't pull out, so they took a stone and smashed their heads before they could get out the iron arrowhead. Bai Feng didn't know about this. He just saw that after the spy died, he quickly told his tribesmen to pack up and prepare to run away. They didn't care even if they hadn't finished their meals, but they didn't want to waste anything and just gulp down the food like pelicans. The women were in a panic and didn't know why they suddenly took action. The tribesmen had experience after long-term cooperation, so they quickly packed up and surrounded the frightened women and started to run away. Chapter 44 National Curse. The 11 women exchanged back from Suerin were the focus of attention. If any of them was found trying to escape, the first choice would be to kill her. The arrow that was pulled back was covered with white stuff, blood, and hanging flesh, which made Bai Feng feel a little nauseous. He didn't want to touch that arrow no matter what. He just didn't expect that Xiong's archery skills were so accurate that he could hit the target directly from 100 meters away. Bai Feng decided to make a better bow for Xiong when he returned, so that he could become the tribe's sharpshooter. Bai Feng actually didn't have a very clear understanding of his bow, mainly because he didn't have any measuring equipment, so he didn't know how many pounds the bow weighed. He had never used it in actual combat before. Now he saw that the bow was still very powerful at a distance of 100 meters, which meant that the bow weighed at least 100 pounds. While hurrying on the road, Bai Feng explained to everyone what had happened and why they were in such a hurry. After the tribesmen knew about it, they didn't express any opinions, but just quickened their pace. The woman in return thought that Bai Feng was lying. It was impossible for anyone to start a war during a gathering. This would be punished by the gods, as everyone had sworn an oath. Only a few women of Swirenshi began to tremble and walk unsteadily after hearing Bai Feng's words. They thought Bai Feng might kill them on the spot, but they did not refute Bai Feng's words or explain for their tribe, which proved that Bai Feng's guess was basically correct. None of them ran away, probably because they accepted their fate. Bai Feng might also be too nervous. He just randomly selected people, so there shouldn't be any spies among them. If they could successfully return to the tribe, they wouldn't dare to run back to report the news. Walking alone in the wilderness was no different from committing suicide. Bai Feng and his companions almost trotted all the way. When the sun was about to set, Bai Feng had no intention of stopping. He only ordered everyone to cut down pine branches to make torches, especially some fallen pine trees, whose trunks were full of oil and almost transparent. This was a very good material for torches, and the burning time was long enough. Dozens of torches were lit together, moving forward like a fire dragon. It was not until the moon was very bright and the road could be seen clearly without torches that Bai Feng and his companions ran to a high ground. From here, they could clearly see what was happening downstream, and even if someone was chasing them, they would be able to discover it in time and escape. Even if Swirenshi found something wrong and started chasing them, they would not be able to get here until dawn. Bai Feng ordered them to set up camp, build a fire, and take turns to keep watch. The woman Swirenshi had exchanged had her hands and feet tied with cowhide ropes to prevent her from escaping. Taking out the little remaining beef, everyone ate a little bit frugally. Those who didn't have to keep watch immediately lay down and fell asleep. Bai Feng couldn't sleep, so he sat on a rock and looked downstream, hoping to see what happened. Bai Feng's guess was correct. There was a faint glow of fire at the gathering place downstream. It was not caused by the scattered fires at night. Instead, someone had set fire to the woods around the gathering place. Several fires were burning at the same time, and the fire was getting bigger and bigger. Just like Bai Feng and his men hunting cattle, the only difference is that Swerin surrounded the two sides with a wall of fire and blocked the upper and lower reaches of the river with people. No one should dare to escape through the encirclement of fire. As expected, they were the first tribe to play with fire, and they were extremely skilled in using fire. If Bai Feng had not run away earlier, he would have been among those being surrounded and killed. He could even hear the wailing and screaming of the wild men who had gathered. Bai Feng did not understand what was so good to rob, as everyone was equally poor. This robbery was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment idea, nor was it specifically aimed at the Bai Feng clan, but Bai Feng should have brought their plans forward. I wonder how many people there are in the world now, 1 million? I'm afraid there aren't that many in the entire Asian continent. I don't know why such a small number of people would kill each other. Swirenshi is not a cannibal. Why'd he do this? Bai Feng doesn't understand. At this time, everyone should get rich and develop civilization together. The world is big enough for everyone to expand. After feeling sad for a while, he asked the tribesmen who were on night watch to be more vigilant on both sides of the river downstream and to give the alarm immediately if there was any abnormality. Bai Feng's tense mind relaxed a little after the fire started. They should still have to clean up the battlefield and would not chase after him immediately. So he lay down and forced himself to sleep and rest. There were no pursuers throughout the night, and in the morning, most of the fire downstream had been extinguished, but one fire in one direction was still spreading and burning, and the smoke was blown everywhere by the wind. The women of Swerin had no intention of escaping at night, so he got up and untied the ropes on their feet, but their hands were still tied. While they were on the road, Bai Feng was wondering if they would say something like, "I need to go to the toilet," and "I need to go to the toilet" now means going to the toilet, but they just squatted where they were and continued to follow the team, leaving a puddle of water. Bai Feng and the others were now running slower because they had been jogging yesterday and their bodies had not yet recovered. Besides, they felt that they had run so far that the other party would definitely not catch up with them, so they relaxed. The tribesman in charge of guarding at the back suddenly raised a loud alarm. Bai Feng looked in the direction he pointed and saw a group of savages moving quickly far away on the other side of the downstream bank. Looking from a high place, it seemed that they were so densely packed that there should be hundreds of people. Although they could see them, even if Bai Feng stood still, it would take them most of the day to catch up, so Bai Feng was not panicked at all. With so many people marching in a hurry and without much food, they definitely couldn't chase for long. They probably thought that Bai Feng and the others hadn't gone far, so they chased after them. Bai Feng stood upwind, his hands in the shape of trumpets, bent over and shouted, "Bao Shi." The wind carried the sound far away, and the echo bounced back from the valley. Bai Feng never thought that his voice could be so loud. After several seconds, the team stopped. They must have heard something. Bai Feng shouted again, "Bao Shi." This time they listened carefully. They seemed to be shouting as well, but their voices were blown away by the wind and could not reach Bai Feng at all. Bai Feng shouted, "I can't hear you. Stop chasing me. You can't catch up." After shouting several times, Bai Feng was sure that they should have basically heard what he was shouting. They were shouting again, as if several people were shouting at the same time. Bai Feng still couldn't hear clearly, but he vaguely heard words like, "Wait for me," and "kill." It looked like they shouted several times, then turned around and went back, with no intention of chasing anymore. Bai Feng knew that this was definitely not a strategy, seeing that even if he ran after Bai Feng, he might not be able to catch up. If they turned around just to confuse Bai Feng, it would be even more impossible for them to catch up. Although they retreated, Bai Feng still felt unhappy, so he shouted, "Bao Shi," and then followed up with the classic four-character Chinese curse, and then he felt better. However, when the tribesmen nearby heard what Bai Feng had just shouted, they looked at each other strangely. "Chief, are you planning to be the chief of Swearing Clan? We can't defeat you." Chapter 45, just a small tribe. Bai Feng had no intention of becoming the patriarch of the Swearing Clan, and those words he cursed out did not mean that he really wanted to be someone's father. It was just the literal meaning. However, since the tribesmen understood it this way, Bai Feng could not guarantee how Bao Shi understood it, whether he knew that he was scolding him or whether he thought that Bai Feng wanted to seize his Swearing tribe. But it doesn't matter now that they are mortal enemies. The other tribes at the gathering should have been robbed. Maybe some escaped, but Bao Shi should have fought under the banner of the Tanfu tribe. He would not seek revenge on Swearing. Now only the Bai Feng tribe knows the truth. However, for the time being, no one in this river basin knows the specific situation of the Bai Feng tribe. After all, the name was changed not long ago, not to mention that the number of people and the territory revealed to Bao Shi were all false. When they return to the tribe, they prepare for the winter, hide at home, and don't go out, waiting for the arrival of spring to plan for the new year. The 11 women that Bai Feng exchanged for have completely accepted their fate. In the Swearing tribe, they should have been taken away for sacrifice under such circumstances, but Bai Feng couldn't bear to do so. He exchanged them for a knife, and they could also weave cloth, so how could he kill them at will? Because the Swearing tribe was rich, the women ate well and grew strong. No matter which tribe they were in, they could be considered beauties. The men of the Bai Feng tribe had been coveting them for a long time, but because of the special treatment they received, they refrained from doing anything to them. There were 9 people in total who joined forces to besiege the spies of Swearing yesterday, including Qi and Xiong. Although Qi was just making up the numbers in a daze, he also made contributions. The 11 men were told to choose one of their wives, and she would belong to them from now on. No one else could sleep with her, and they could not sleep with other people's wives. They were very happy after hearing this, because the women of Swearing were indeed beautiful. After 9 of the women were chosen, they felt relieved because they knew they would not die. However, the 2 who were not chosen kept crying and making a fuss. They were scared to cry together with Tong Sui, thinking that they were the last remaining sacrifices. Xiong asked Bai Feng to accept the 2 women. After all, as the clan leader, he had the power to do so. Bai Feng hesitated and was unwilling to agree. If it were beauties like those in later generations, they would not have a chance to share, and Bai Feng would definitely be the first choice. However, Bai Feng's only hope and thoughts were on Sui. He really didn't have any thoughts about the beauty of the moment. In order to avoid making the tribe members feel unusual, he had to say that beauties were rewards for people with merit, so he didn't need to rush. But those who made contributions to the tribe must have the beauty first. When the tribesmen heard Bai Feng's words, they all cheered and were full of energy. None of them complained about not getting a beautiful wife. They only wondered why they didn't seize the opportunity. He comforted everyone, especially warned the tribesmen who were assigned wives that they must keep a close eye on the ropes, as they knew that although the route was far, they would not necessarily escape, and that they were not allowed to do anything unrelated to the journey during the march, and that if they had to do it at night, they had to ensure they had enough energy to continue the journey the next day, etc. Bai Feng always keeps Sui by his side. The tribesmen say she is ugly, but there is no guarantee that some evil spirit will harm Sui in the cover of night, and Bai Feng will not even have time to cry. In ancient times, Deng Tuzi loved his ugly wife and was then criticized by gossipers as a lecher. Now the tribesmen can only force themselves to believe that the tribe leader can make old women younger and ugly women more beautiful, rather than believe that their tribe leader has a distorted aesthetic taste and prefers ugly women. Because they didn't plan the journey well and brought less dry food, Bai Feng and his crew ate a lot on the way here, which resulted in not much left on the way back. With 100 people and little food, everyone returned to the state of fleeing famine. 2 meals a day became 1 meal, and each meal was less. The bear's arrows were very accurate. Along the way, he and several other tribesmen would suddenly run out of the group to catch any prey they saw, and they could also get some meat as a supplement. After they had finished all the dry food they brought, Bai Feng would not let them eat the grass seeds they had exchanged for, so they had no choice but to continue their journey hungry. Fortunately, this was their last day, and they would be able to return home by the afternoon. Several women of Swearin had heard Bai Feng say, when he was a guest, that it would take 10 days to reach their territory. Now they had run out of food on only the 4th day. They were so disappointed that if they were not killed for sacrifice, they would starve to death on the road. They certainly couldn't be allowed to eat grass seeds, and they had to pick out the good ones for seeds. Bai Feng saw several wild species of grains grown in later generations, including wheat, buckwheat, millet, sorghum, and even rice. Bai Feng couldn't imagine that rice could be grown in this place. Although the tribesmen were hungry, the familiar wilderness made them realize that they were about to reach home, and they would no longer be hungry once they got home. They all learned to sing the songs of the White Wind religion. When they saw the sudden appearance of the tribe on the plain, the women thought that they had to rob that tribe for supplies. They felt that they had too few warriors here, so they wanted to charge together with all their weapons, so that the success rate would be higher. When they heard this, Bai Feng and the others burst into laughter. The confused women saw the witch and his people coming out to greet them, and thought that this was a small tribe affiliated with the White Wind tribe. However, they did not expect that the witch cheered with everyone, took the supplies they had exchanged, and wanted to take them to settle in the tribe. They realized that they had been deceived by Bai Feng. How could there be a tribe of thousands of people? Plus, there were only more than 500 people. They all knew that they had entered a very poor tribe and would starve or even not survive the winter, so they became depressed. According to the witch's report, everything was peaceful during the time they were away, and nothing major happened. When they got closer, they saw that the wall was only 20 centimeters high when they left, but now it is more than 40 centimeters high. It stretches all the way around the entire tribe. If it could be built to 4 or 5 meters high, Bai Feng would not be afraid of any large tribe siege. Do they know siege tactics? Those women only saw from a distance that the White Wind tribe was small and had few people. But when they actually walked in, they discovered the difference. What was this tall, earthen, cave-like thing? Why didn't they have tents? What is that green thing on top? Is it for rain protection? How can it be protected? Can't we just lay down thick branches and leaves? Smoke is coming out from the distance, and there are springs that are constantly flowing out. This group of women is dazzled and finds everything new and interesting. Although we cannot match you in terms of numbers and supplies, our infrastructure is many levels higher than yours. Bai Feng smiled as he watched the tribesmen taking the new women around to get to know their new tribe. The identity arrangements were carried out on the spot. It was okay if they didn't understand. They just registered their names and were assigned to their own production teams. Naturally, the team leader would explain it to them. Each team has about 3 more people, and the gender balance in the tribe is a bit unbalanced. There are less than 200 men, but more than 300 women. Bai Feng can only say that those who are capable should do more work and give birth to more children for the tribe. In the past, we couldn't feed our children because of lack of food, and there were accidents during childbirth. Now we don't have these worries. There are too few children in the tribe, and this is absolutely unacceptable. If someone who already has a wife asks to live separately, that's fine. He can just find some time to build a house for himself. Chapter 46, How to Spend a Warm Winter. There are already more than a dozen people in the entire tribe who have wives. There is no love involved. These are arranged marriages by the tribe leader. Their simple understanding of home is private property, and their wives cannot be slept with by others. Bai Feng was not at all opposed to their idea of leaving the collective housing and having his own wife all to himself in his own small house. Only in this way could they gradually know each other and evolve a social order. In those large tribes, Only the patriarch knew who his son was, and no one dared to sleep with his woman. It is already late autumn, and all the crops have been harvested. The tribesmen no longer need to go out fishing or gathering or hunting. All their thoughts are focused on how to spend a warm winter. The house where more than a dozen people live together, although it is large in area, is relatively low, otherwise it would be difficult to survive in the winter. There should be a giant coal mine under this land, and open-pit coal has also been discovered nearby. However, Baifeng dare not let them use it directly for heating in winter, and the equipment must be well prepared. Baifeng planned to conduct the experiment in his own small house first. He had originally allocated a large piece of land for himself as a homestead, but in the end he only built a house of a dozen square meters, which was just right for him to live in alone. However, now a new ear of corn and a cow have arrived. Sui finally had a full meal after arriving at the tribe. Looking at her wolfing down the food, Baifeng felt pity for the only beauty of this era. The tribesmen usually bathed by pouring water from the top of their heads, but to Baifeng, it was just a shower. Since he had iron, Baifeng gave the future carpenter a set of carpentry tools, and then used his power to force him to carve a bathtub for himself out of a thick piece of wood. In addition to the soapberry trees that are very common here, Baifeng used soap rice and cypress leaves to make shampoo, which is also very useful for bathing. Even in later generations, it can beat many big-name products, especially the cypress leaves, which are excellent for preventing hair loss. Baifeng is the most particular and cleanest person in the entire tribe, mainly because he is very afraid of things that jump around and suck human blood. Although washing alone won't be very effective, at least it can avoid some fecal-oral transmitted diseases. Baifeng asked Sui to take a thorough bath in the tub with hot water. Baifeng wanted to avoid other women, but those women were clumsy and couldn't do anything. Baifeng could only think, they are all savages, it doesn't matter. I've seen so many anyway, so this one won't make a difference. Baifeng's mental age is very high, but this body is not. It is not even 20, which is the prime of life in this era. Sui is also a little girl with a flat figure and no development, but this also makes Baifeng feel very nervous. But he had to restrain himself. Sui was still too young. He had to wait until she was 17 or 18 before he could think about making her his wife. As for these years, he could just cultivate their feelings. Sui's skin would be considered dark in later generations, but here she was so white that she looked like an outlier. Everyone else was tan like a coal ball, but Sui's was wheat-colored. The women who came from Suirun, under Baifeng's command, roughly sewed 2 cross-collared robes. This was the closest style to ancient Hanfu that Baifeng could imagine. The 11 women all knew how to do needlework, and with the iron needle made by Baifeng, they could do it very quickly. Baifeng didn't know how to make scissors, but it was easy to use an iron knife to cut cloth. During the production process, Baifeng also told them how to measure body length so that the clothes would fit well based on the vague impression he had from his previous life. He also told them how to use a white plaster pen to draw lines on the cloth so that they could cut more intuitively. They all showed great interest, and their learning ability surprised Baifeng. Originally, he only planned to let them sew a robe to wear, but seeing that their craftsmanship was probably better than his, he simply asked them to make the boxer briefs they were planning to make. Before making it, you have to beat the cloth until it is soft so that it won't be scratchy when worn. He made 3 pairs for himself and 3 pairs for Sui. Baifeng was embarrassed to ask her to wear a triangle or something, so he made them into boxer briefs that were of any size and could be tied tightly with a rope. I asked Xiong and the others if they needed it. Looking at the tight underwear and the strange shape, they decisively refused. They felt that it would be most comfortable to let their little brother swing freely between heaven and earth. Baifeng, I won't force you. As for Sui, she had to wear it regardless of her habit of wearing it or not. Baifeng felt that if she didn't wear it, not only would she suffer, but he would suffer as well, even though no one in the entire tribe wore it, and they could just look at it casually. Baifeng didn't know why his possessiveness was so strong, and he didn't even consider other people's feelings. Maybe this was the side effect of power? After washing and putting on clothes, Sui looked extremely beautiful in Baifeng's eyes. However, she was still shy and didn't know why Baifeng was so nice to her, and she felt uneasy. The tribesmen looked at Baifeng grinning foolishly at an ugly girl and treating her so specially, and they knew that the tribe leader's aesthetic taste must be distorted. There was nothing they could do, so they sighed and walked away. Those who had wives also breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the tribe leader would not snatch their beautiful wives away. Sui is like a follower. She follows Bai Feng wherever he goes. Xiaoyo also follows her, an extremely weird combination. Bai Feng wanted to install a fireplace in his room. He only needed to use bricks and mud to make a chimney to exhaust the smoke. The wind blows in the northwest in winter, so the chimney should face southeast, otherwise the house would be filled with smoke when the wind blows. When the house was built, nothing else was reserved, but Bai Feng was so showy that he opened the largest window in the whole family. The windows of other big houses were not as big as Bai Feng's. Bai Feng only paid attention to the lighting at that time, but completely forgot about insulation in winter. Fortunately, the carpenter got the idea and installed a wooden window frame for Bai Feng. Bai Feng made hinges and nails for him, so he installed windows that could be opened and closed for Bai Feng. He also used the same method to install a door for him. The price was that Bai Feng had to make the necessary hinges and nails for the entire family's houses for several days in a row, and Bai Feng once again experienced the pain of not being able to lift his arms. When Bai Feng was forging iron, Sui squatted beside him to put coal in the furnace and pull the bellows. Xiaoyo ran around without a care in the world, urinating and defecating everywhere. Perhaps he didn't see or know what these humans did to his tribe, and he couldn't understand it either. The fireplace was a success, but the gap between the fireplace and the wall would leak smoke. After covering it with mud, Bai Feng could not guarantee that it would not leak. Therefore, Bai Feng only dared to use the fireplace to burn coal during the day. At night, he would throw firewood if he had it, and if he didn't have firewood, he would just freeze. He didn't want to die silently. He didn't know if the cannibals he met when he first came to this world had died at the hands of coal. After seeing Bai Feng's fireplace, the tribesmen, under the leadership of the captain, built giant fireplaces in their own big houses. Also under Bai Feng's instruction, they ensured that they would never use coal at night and would extinguish the fireplace if there was no firewood. At the same time, the tribe's demand for coal and firewood is increasing, and the piles of coal and firewood on the open ground are getting higher and higher every day. Although it is not cold during the day, you can already feel the temperature drop significantly in the morning and evening, and the temperature difference between day and night is very large. As a pure northerner, something like a Kong is a must-have. However, as someone who has slept on it for decades, Bai Feng doesn't know how a Kong is made. Bai Feng doesn't dare to start digging the wall at will, so he has to simulate it with bricks on the open ground and try to deduce how to make a Kong. Chapter 47. The Shame of Making a Kong. In the eyes of the tribesmen, Bai Feng is a chaotic state of being both a genius and a psychopath. Some things he does are really amazing, and no one can even imagine what they are. But some things are completely incomprehensible. For example, now Bai Feng is digging a hole in the wall of his house. The tribesmen think that the patriarch has been ill more frequently recently. Bai Feng was grunting and digging a hole in the wall. This was the eye of the Kong he was going to make. After a simple model simulation, Bai Feng gained some confidence in making the Kong. The worst that could happen was if it collapsed. He could just redo it. But the eye of the Kong had to be made well. Otherwise, if the wall was dug, there would be no way to make up for it and the house would be ruined. Sui used a bamboo basket to carry soil one trip at a time, added grass knots, and poured water and mud. Xiaoyo stood beside and wanted to help by peeing, but was ruthlessly rejected by Sui. He pushed his head against Bai Feng's raised butt and ran away to have fun somewhere else. In the blacksmith shop, with Bai Feng and his apprentices watching over it, all they have to do now is refine the iron ore into iron ingots, which are then stored for Bai Feng to use directly. It is impossible to stop all work in the coming winter. Pottery, iron smelting, and wall building cannot be stopped for a single day. If it snows, we can get a God-given holiday and rest without worries, and resume work after the snow melts. Bai Feng's outlook for winter is to replicate the iron-making blast furnace to the greatest extent possible. The current problem is not that there are not enough resources. You can use iron, ore, and coal as you like, but the output cannot be increased. If there was enough iron, it could be given to more than 100 men in the tribe, and everyone could be equipped with a large iron sword or iron knife. Of course, iron armor would be a luxury, but even with bamboo armor or leather armor, the 200 people of Bai Feng would not be afraid of the 500 people from other tribes in a war. There is still about a month to the beginning of winter, and when you wake up in the morning, you can already see a thin layer of frost on the ground. Even the strongest people have to have a mental struggle before going out in the morning and then go out to work shivering. The Bai Feng tribe did not have enough cloth to make many clothes. After making clothes for himself, Bai Feng planned to give the remaining cloth as a reward to the group of people who had made the greatest contribution to the tribe on the day of the beginning of winter. The tribesmen made clothes from fur by simply cutting them, or even wearing them directly as they were. The warmth-retaining effect was very poor, and it was a waste of the material itself. Among all the clothes made of fur, Mongolian robes are naturally the best. Bai Feng once went to the pastoral area to see the snow-capped mountains and grasslands. In some specialty souvenir shops in the scenic area, Mongolian robes and boots were very eye-catching, but most people would not buy the robes and had no chance to wear them. Many people buy boots, which can be worn in daily life and look very good. The most popular item is hats. The hat that Bai Feng bought in the Tibetan pastoral area actually has English words on it, which shows that it is wholesale from the mainland. He was ridiculed by his friends for a long time because of this. Bai Feng specially customized a set of Mongolian robes, which are very suitable for wearing in the northwest winter. 6 lambskins are needed to make one. Unfortunately, Bai Feng's entire tribe only has a dozen sheepskins, all of which are brown, not the white sheepskins commonly seen in later generations. The productivity of the entire tribe was too low, so Bai Feng asked the weaver girls to make a set of Mongolian robes for himself and Sui, according to his memory. By the time these 2 sets were finished, it would be winter. There were too many people for Bai Feng to take care of them, so he could only ask them to collect dry straw, and, after pounding it soft with stones, they could spread it in the house to use as mattresses. It was soft and warm. If they couldn't get a quilt, they could hide their whole bodies in it. There was dry straw everywhere in the mountains, and it was easy to collect. As a pioneer, Bai Feng built the Kong walls with bricks and mud. But when it came to making the Kong surface, he ran into trouble. The area was too large, and there was no way to spread the mud on it without it falling off. Also, there couldn't be too many firewalls in the middle of the Kong. Otherwise, when the Kong was burned, the fuel would be blocked on the outside and couldn't go anywhere else, and the Kong would be burned in vain. Only then did Bai Feng regret why he had not asked more questions before about how the Kong was made. Although the Kong he slept on before often collapsed, or the mattress was burned because it was too hot, Bai Feng was very upset. He punched the mud and then went out to relax angrily. Sui followed Bai Feng in small steps and did not dare to say a word. When the tribesmen saw Bai Feng coming out in a bad mood, they guessed that what he did had failed. No one wanted to get into trouble, so they pretended not to see it and turned around and left. Lu was such a silly boy. While everyone else was quietly turning around and walking away, he was caught by Bai Feng before he could even react. "That's great, kid. I'm really worried right now. Come over and help me. I can't figure out what to do. Let me see if yours works as well as mine. If you can't do it either, I'll see if you dare to laugh at me in the future." The deer was pushed into Bai Feng's house by the back of its neck. It did not dare to resist Bai Feng's tyranny at all. When it saw the things Bai Feng had piled up, it was also confused. It didn't know why he had piled up a circle in the house. Bai Feng told his worries that if he didn't add a firewall, the Kong's surface could not be made. If he added too many firewalls, the firewood would not be able to burn inside. Lu simply took a look at the structure of the Kong and understood what Bai Feng said. In fact, Bai Feng didn't expect anything from Lu. He just wanted to vent. Lu was just unlucky to be caught. The deer pretended to be thinking, and Bai Feng did not disturb him. Soon the deer put a horizontal brick vertically parallel to the Kong door, then squatted and looked up at Bai Feng. Bai Feng's face went from confused to thoughtful, and then from sudden enlightenment to anger. The deer stood up and ran away. Bai Feng was of course not really angry. He just wanted to scare the deer. He watched the deer run away and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. The deer was good in every way except that it was a little stubborn, and it was also Bai Feng's lucky star. He didn't even realize such a simple truth. By building several firewalls parallel to the Kong eye, Bai Feng had support for the Kong surface and was not worried about the Kong not being able to burn. Bai Feng almost used wood as support like he built a roof, but in that case, he might fall into the fire and be roasted at night. It seems that deer's knife can be changed into a dagger again, and it can also be made for him in advance. Bai Feng made his Kong successfully, but without good tools, the surface was uneven and too wet to sleep on. Bai Feng used fallen leaves found everywhere, mixed them with soil, filled the Kong with them, lit it, and slowly dried it with fire. The fuel for the Kong must be mixed with soil so that the fire is a slow, burning fire, rather than an instant burning fire. The burning time is long and the temperature is comfortable. Bai Feng is quite clear about this aspect. After all, the experience of having your butt hurt by the Kong is really not a good one. The tribesmen didn't know what Bai Feng had done. They only saw the tribe leader mixing mud and laying bricks for his own house for 2.5 days. There was a hole where smoke was coming out of the house. One fireplace would be enough, so why make 2? Bai Feng will teach everyone after he makes sure that his Kong is stable and safe. As for now, he'd better keep it a secret because half of the room is occupied by the calm, and people can't lie on it before it's dry. So Xiaoniu lost the right to sleep in the house. The tribesmen brought their own thatched straws, and each team gave a handful. Bai Feng had the thickest bed in the tribe without any work. Chapter 48. Too Greedy. Enjoying the best resources of the tribe and having control over the tribe's property are the powers of the tribe leader. Bai Feng does not need to worry about whether he is oppressing his tribe members, because his burden is heavier. He needs to lead his tribe members to obtain enough food and ensure their safety. At least for now, Bai Feng is a very qualified tribe leader. The tribesmen now have houses where they can live for a long time to shelter from the wind and rain and from wild beasts. They have food to eat until the end of next spring, a stable water source, more powerful weapons, a more convenient life, and more ways to keep warm in winter. Sleeping in the same grass nest with Sui, Bai Feng has to try his best to keep himself from making any mistakes. What stops Bai Feng is not his great willpower, but the law and the protection of minors that is deeply rooted in his heart, his own moral bottom line, and the fact that as a doctor, he is extremely aware of the horror of difficult labor for young mothers. Bai Feng wanted to build a little house for Sui, but when he mentioned this, Sui held Bai Feng's arm and cried without saying a word. Sui lacks a very strong sense of security. She convulses, cries, and has nightmares at night. Bai Feng doesn't know how much she has suffered in her original tribe. Now he has no choice but to give Sui more care. When Bai Feng finds that Sui is having a nightmare, he hums a lullaby to her. Sui did not grow up with lullabies and her mother patting her back. In fact, Bai Feng did not grow up either. Bai Feng was born during a relatively poor era. He was abandoned at home when he could crawl. When his parents came back from work, they saw Bai Feng sleeping under a tree. His clothes were covered with dirt mixed with urine and soil, and the one-year-old child's hands were covered with cracks. By the time Bai Feng started to keep records, life had gotten much better. After those years, the child had become a complete treasure, and it was impossible for him to be abandoned like that. The child's physical condition had also deteriorated a lot. The children seen in the Bai Feng tribe were worse off than those Bai Feng had when he was a child. It seemed that the mothers thought their children were as tenacious as she was, so they just threw them everywhere at will. Every time Bai Feng went to see the few children in the tribe, he always had to act as a babysitter for a while. The children were restless, so Bai Feng taught them lullabies. There were no words, just a simple tune. Sui also learned it and would hum it involuntarily while working. When Sui had a nightmare, Bai Feng sang a lullaby to her, and Sui would soon calm down, as if she was freed from the nightmare. For Sui, the lullaby was not a sense of security from her parents, but a panacea for her tragic fate. But Bai Feng didn't know what kind of feeling Sui had for him. Although he could ignore it, in this era, no one cared about women's thoughts, so there was no such thing as love. But what if Sui felt towards him like a father or brother instead of a husband? Bai Feng uses all his patience and meticulous care for Sui every day. Even in later generations, he would be an extremely qualified bootlicker. Sui's personality begins to improve day by day, and she smiles again. Bai Feng would also tell her some jokes of this era that he made up to amuse her. The tribe now had a lot of meat, and the refined butter is top-quality fat, which can quickly replenish a thin and old person. There are also chestnuts rich in starch. Beef stewed with chestnuts, with salt, cinnamon, star anise, thyme, and other seasonings, is not only nutritious, but also tastes like the pig food of other tribes. In half a month, the old woman who was said to have only a few more years to live, although she has not changed her appearance and figure to match her age, is no longer as half-dead as when she first arrived. Her spirit is no different from that of a young woman, and she is able to do heavy work every day. The tribesmen felt that the patriarch must have the ability to extend people's lifespan, and they respected him even more in their hearts. When they got old, they could ask the patriarch to extend their lifespan. Bai Feng didn't know what his tribesmen were thinking, otherwise he would have laughed. As long as the tribe could maintain the current standard of living every year, or even a higher standard, they could live for more than 60 years. Only when they reach their 40s or 50s would their bodies inevitably decline in age. There were relatively few ingredients, and Bai Feng couldn't change the taste even if he wanted to. There were beef stewed with chestnuts, or roast beef, fried chestnuts, stewed salted fish, etc. The tribesmen enjoyed the meal and looked forward to the meal every day. Only Bai Feng was so fed up that he didn't know how to describe it. The biggest characteristic of not liking home-cooked meals is that he is greedy. Bai Feng always feels like something is missing in his mouth, but he doesn't know what exactly he is greedy for. Maybe it's the spiciness? While walking around the warehouse, I saw a string of bacon hanging on the roof. I didn't know what kind of meat it was. When I took it down, I saw that it seemed that a hunting team had killed a large female wild boar. Bai Feng kept one of its hind legs to make bacon and also stuffed it into sausages, but he had forgotten what it was. Bai Feng, who had found the good stuff, quickly called Sui, cut off a large piece, and took it back to his house. He also cut a large piece of sausage. Seeing that Sui was very greedy, Bai Feng cut a piece of sausage for her. It was so salty that she frowned, but she was unwilling to spit it out. Bai Feng was very happy. He took a knife and went to the bamboo forest to look for bamboo shoots. The bamboo shoots he had dug before had been made into kimchi. Bai Feng wanted to find fresh bamboo shoots, but he didn't know if there would be any in autumn, so he could only try his luck. Bai Feng didn't dare to walk too deep into the forest. The bamboo forest blocked out the sun and felt very eerie. In late autumn, bamboo leaves fell to the ground, making a rustling sound when he stepped on them. In this environment and atmosphere, Bai Feng felt a little uncomfortable in his stomach and wanted to defecate. Autumn bamboo shoots are hard to find, but they're not impossible to find. After Bai Feng found 7 or 8, he was unwilling to stay in the bamboo forest, for fear that something unspeakable would come out. There is not much meat on the autumn bamboo shoots, but they are very fresh. The wild rice in the warehouse has not been eaten yet. The main reason is that no one in the tribe is willing to eat grass seeds when there is meat. Pound the cleaned wild rice, put it in a pot, and steam it, and it will become delicious diaohu rice. The sand onions have no leaves in autumn, but the roots are still very tender. Dig up a few and chop them up. They have a very pungent, spicy taste. Wash off the excess salt with bacon using water, otherwise it will be inedible. Cut the tender bamboo shoots into sections. Slice the bacon and sausage. If there is no vegetable oil, use butter, heat it up, and add the scallions. After the bacon and sausage are cooked, add the bamboo shoots and some chopped thyme. After stir-frying, the original version of fried bamboo shoots with bacon is ready. Bai Feng took a bite and found it to be the top delicacy of this era. If there was a battle of myths in the future and he couldn't become the god of wind and rain, would he be able to become a god of cooking? Sui was attracted by the delicious food. She had learned how to use chopsticks under Bai Feng's careful teaching. She picked up a piece of meat and tasted it. It was simply something that only gods could eat. She stared at Bai Feng with her watery eyes, hoping that she could eat more. Don't worry, the rice will be cooked soon. When the time comes, you can eat it with rice, and you will know what deliciousness is. Chapter 49 Development. No one can resist the temptation of delicious food. If Bai Feng had eaten this meal in the past, he would have been so eager to overturn the table if he had eaten something like this in a restaurant. However, he had been eating the same kind of hot pot for the past 6 months, so after eating such a carefully prepared meal, he immediately felt it was delicious. Sui used to not even have enough to eat, let alone pursue delicious food. Bai Feng didn't eat much of a pot of diaohu rice and a pot of fried bamboo shoots with bacon. Instead, Sui ate so absorbedly that when she realized what was going on, there wasn't much left. She looked so pitiful that she was afraid that Bai Feng would be angry. Bai Feng just touched her head and then went to wash the pot. The dog was extremely tolerant of the goddess. After visiting Bai Feng's Kong, all the members of the tribe went back and wanted to make one for themselves. They all automatically forgot their previous contempt for the tribe leader's inexplicable behavior. Bai Feng put aside his past grudges and taught them what to do. In the end, every house had a large bunk bed that could keep out moisture in the summer, keep warm in the winter, and prevent diseases such as rheumatism. Now, they have no concept of avoiding disease at all. Even in freezing weather, they pour cold water directly on themselves. They sweat while working and open their leather jackets to dissipate heat regardless of how strong the wind is. They can't control the white wind either, so they can only beat them one by one. Reasoning with them is not feasible, so they can only be intimidated with whips. The days passed without any incidents, just like an isolated paradise. Nothing major happened within the tribe, and everything was dull and boring. When the calf first arrived, it was not fully weaned, so its body was honest and fat. After arriving at the tribe, it could only eat grass, and Bai Feng had no feed to give it. Now its spine is very obvious. It has grown taller, but is thinner and uglier. Sui is changing in the direction Bai Feng expects. Without the sun, Sui's skin is changing rapidly. It used to be wheat-colored, but now it is almost the same skin color as ordinary girls in later generations. There are even signs of it getting whiter. Bai Feng is sure that she does not have any skin disease. He can only say that people with white skin are born with it, and it is not something that can be envied. Only in Bai Feng's eyes are white-skinned girls beautiful, with skin as white as cream, which can cover up all ugliness. What's more, Sui's facial features are not ugly, and she has become more lovely and delicate after growing some flesh. Only in the eyes of the tribesmen, Sui is getting uglier and uglier, without the dark skin tanned by the sun, which is a sickly ugliness. Bai Feng cursed them in his heart for being country bumpkins who had never eaten good pork. The higher the status of a woman, the less she exposed to the sun and worked, and the whiter and finer her skin would be. In this small tribe, everyone was the same. When productivity became more developed and real classes emerged, men's preference for women with fair skin would be engraved in their genes. The city wall had been built to a height of 1 meter, with Bai Feng standing there with only his head visible. Although the savages could easily climb over this height, the tribesmen no longer had to raise their eyes to face the endless wasteland, and their sense of security was increasing. The entire tribe already has more than a dozen bows, and they're still being made. Bai Feng wants to use a bow that is far more powerful than its contemporaries as his trump card. With a large number of productions, the craftsmen's skills have become better and better. The bows they made are no longer so rough. They have fur handles, and the bows are coated with lacquer with sap. Although they say that lacquer trees sap bites, they still force themselves to use it for the sake of appearance. Xiong's bow was the most flashy. Ever since the bow-making technology in the tribe matured, Xiong no longer thought highly of Bai Feng's bow. Like a heartless man, he abandoned the bow Bai Feng gave him and made a bow for himself with a body so strong that Bai Feng was not sure if he could pull it. All the materials used were the best, and he also glued cow horns to the bow body to increase its toughness, which also served as decoration. On the day when the strong bow was strung, he showed it to Bai Feng. Bai Feng felt a little guilty when he touched the terrifying bow, but Xiong strongly urged him to try it. Bai Feng did not load the arrow but pulled the bow in vain. Before he even pulled half of the bow, Bai Feng felt that he was no longer able to do it. I didn't say it explicitly for fear of embarrassment, but just told Xiong that the harder the bow is, the better. No matter how strong it is, if you can't pull it open, what's the difference between it and a stick? A stick is easier to swing than a bow. After hearing this, the bear drew his bow and arrow, and the arrow whistled past Bai Feng's ears. It was so fast that Bai Feng didn't have time to see it clearly. He just felt his scalp tingling. The bear shot the arrow at a tree more than 30 meters away that had been chopped down and dragged back for firewood. When the two looked over, they found that only the tip of the stone arrow was stuck in the wood, and the rest of the arrow was shattered to the ground due to the huge impact force. If the arrowhead was made of fine iron and shaped into an armor-piercing arrow, Bai Feng was sure that at such a close distance, Xiong could kill 3 people with 1 arrow. However, it was difficult for Bai Feng to pull the bow apart in one go, even though he had the best physique of this era. Even if Xiong was born with supernatural powers, he wouldn't be able to shoot many times in a row. After Bai Feng expressed his concerns, Xiong did not put an arrow in his pocket, but just pulled the trigger and released it 6 times in a row. Only on the 7th time did he feel that he was not fully exhausted. Bai Feng naturally admired Xiong's strength. He never wanted to have a physical conflict with a man like Xiong in his life. Of course, Bai Feng would not hide the fact from Xiong that he was pulling the bow and firing it in vain, which would cause great damage to the bow. Seeing Xiong holding the bow to check it with heartache, Bai Feng's evil taste was satisfied. However, with such a powerful warrior like Xiong, Bai Feng could not treat him badly. He was ready to make iron arrowheads with various functions for Xiong. The iron ingots in the ironworks now are enough for Bai Feng to use for a long time, and also enough for him to try to make steel without worrying about waste. The apprentice he brought with him has arms as strong as a bear, and is a good candidate for blacksmithing. Unfortunately, he does not have the bear's archery skills, and his strength is much weaker than the bear's. Bai Feng only knew that iron had to be refined into steel, but he didn't know the specific method. Although the iron knives made in the past were very hard, they were also very brittle. Many of the tribesmen's knives had already broken. Bai Feng only remembered words like high-carbon steel and low-carbon steel, which meant that carbon must play a vital role in turning iron into steel. Unfortunately, he was just a damn liberal arts student, not a damn science or engineering student. Bai Feng added ground carbon powder to the molten iron, but he didn't dare add too much, probably just a handful to a pot of molten iron. After melting what Bai Feng thought was high-carbon steel into steel bars, he was going to clamp it up to forge it, hammer it, and make a knife. However, he didn't clamp it firmly, and it fell to the ground, breaking into more than 2 pieces. Bai Feng was a little annoyed. Did he add too much or too little carbon? He kept changing the amount of carbon powder added. After 2 days of tossing and turning, Baifeng finally figured out that it was not adding carbon, but discharging carbon. No wonder no matter how much carbon he added, the only difference was the number of pieces it broke into. After adjusting his state, Baifeng and the apprentice with the Qilin arm took turns hammering the iron ingot with hammers, causing impurities and oxide layers on the iron surface to fall off continuously. After Baifeng flattened the iron, he folded it up and continued hammering. After folding it 4 times, Baifeng began to hammer out the shape of the knife, making a Nepalese machete, which is a very practical knife shape. Chapter 51st Now. The hardness and toughness of the knife made after repeated folding and forging will definitely not be bad, but Baifeng still doesn't have a good grasp of the forging shape of the knife, so it's not as beautiful as expected, and it's even a bit ugly. The root of the knife is also one piece, and a hole is punched to facilitate the installation of the handle. After confirming that it is almost done, the knife blank is burned into orange red with a high fire, and then taken out and quickly quenched with water. Baifeng doesn't know how to judge the hardness, but just seeing that the blade is very straight, he thinks the quenching is very successful. When it was thrown on the ground, it made a crisp sound. When it was thrown on the anvil, it didn't break. When it was bent with hands, it didn't break either. Moreover, it could bounce back after being bent. Only then did Baifeng realize that the thing he had made was no longer iron, but steel. There are many stones of various coarseness and fineness that can be used to sharpen knives. Baifeng didn't want to ask others to do it for him, so he ground the knife shape bit by himself, then roughly polished it with fine sand, and even finely polished it with linen cloth. The knife handle is made of peach wood, which is drilled and nailed, and then polished to fit the hand shape. After being sharpened, it shines coldly. When testing the knife with extremely hard green loquat wood, it can cut very deep without any damage to the blade. Everyone stared at the knife with fire in their eyes, and they all wanted to take it for themselves. Baifeng was not very satisfied because the shape of the knife was awkward. He also knew that the blade of a folded forged knife must have complex and gorgeous patterns, but he didn't know how to show the patterns. Now it looked very rough. Otherwise, with such a knife, Baifeng could get countless beauties for the tribe. Baifeng put the knife into a scabbard made of wood and cowhide and threw it to the deer huddled outside the door. This is the knife I promised to give you. Don't bother me in the future. Keep it well. I won't be responsible if you lose it. The deer didn't expect that Baifeng would actually give him the knife. He just nodded stupidly as he listened to Baifeng's words. Without waiting for Baifeng to explain more, he ran away with the knife. The tribesmen who were originally staring at Baifeng stared at the deer with even more scorching eyes. After the deer ran away, they followed him. No one stayed to watch Baifeng. Baifeng felt slightly relieved when he saw the ears of wheat being sorted out in the blacksmith shop. Throwing away his blacksmith's apron and hammer, Baifeng picked up Sui and was about to leave the blacksmith shop. At the same time, he told Hui that he could now try to be an independent blacksmith. He had already solved the most important issue of steelmaking, and it was impossible for him to be trapped in the blacksmith shop forever. He nodded repeatedly in agreement, and the moment Baifeng walked out the door, he started to dance a randomly choreographed happy dance with a hammer in his hand. The first snow fell before the beginning of winter, and it fell secretly at night. When I woke up in the morning, there was no sign of stopping. The sky and the earth were all white. The snow was quite thick, reaching above the feet, but the snow did not contain much water and could not be molded into shape. Except for Baifeng, no one had shoes. They all thought it was stupid to wear that stuff on their feet. No one could go out now. The children were very playful, and just when they ran to the snow to have fun, their feet couldn't stand the cold, and they ran back quickly. Since it is God's will, the whole family can have a day off today and wait until the snow stops. The calf could no longer enter Baifeng's house, so Baifeng built a small shed for it with wood next to his house. Although the walls were leaky on all sides, at least it could block the snow. Baifeng thought that what he had made was sturdy enough and would not be crushed by the snow, and the entire shed was filled with thick hay, so the calf could lie down directly on it. Even if it was snowing heavily, it would still be warm. At this time, its tribesmen were in the valley, their backs covered with snow, huddled together and shivering. Having nothing to do today, Sui lay on the warm kong covered with soft hay and cowhide, and blinked at Baifeng. Baifeng naturally would not be tempted. After finding the tools, Baifeng wanted to make a pair of boots for Sui. Their Mongolian robes were now in the final stage and would be finished in a few days. However, the outside was made of plain linen and was not as colorful and beautiful as the Mongolian robes of later generations. Holding up Sui's feet, Bai Feng traced the shape of her feet on the cowhide. Although she had thick calluses, she insisted on soaking her feet every day. Sui's feet were small, clean, very white, and perfectly shaped, with delicate ankles and slender calves in perfect proportion to her feet. Bai Feng pinched Sui's feet, and his saliva was almost coming out, but Bai Feng quickly suppressed the thought. He would not let anyone know that he had such a slightly perverted preference, not even Sui. Fortunately, Sui didn't notice anything unusual and just thought Bai Feng was working seriously. She changed to the other foot. After Bai Feng had satisfied his desire to work, Sui pretended to say that the soul had been measured. It was snowing outside, and the fireplace in the house was crackling, making the room warm. It would be perfect if there was a tin kettle gurgling on the fireplace. Everything slows down on snowy days. Perhaps other members of the tribe are still sleeping soundly on the Kong, but who knows what those who live alone with wives are doing. Bai Feng took the newly made steel knife and used wood to carve the soles of the shoes. If the soles were made of only cowhide, they would be too soft, so it would be better to add a thin wooden sole in the middle. Bai Feng is extremely patient. The wooden bottom must be as flat as possible to avoid hurting the feet, and it must have an arc and cannot be completely flat, otherwise it will affect the arch of the foot. Not only will it cause foot pain after wearing it for a long time, it will also affect the spine and make the foot shape become ugly. Sui was watching from the side, occasionally handing Bai Feng the hemp rope for sewing boots, or helping Bai Feng tighten the cowhide for easier cutting. In the afternoon, the snow gradually stopped, with some snowflakes flying around. By this time, the thickness of the snow had already exceeded the ankles to the calves. I didn't expect the first snow to be so heavy. There's no need to ask the tribesmen to come out and clear the snow now. It will be too much trouble for them. It is better to let them continue to sleep and let the snow sink a little, so that it will be easier to clean up tomorrow. There were no lamps at night, and oil was very precious, so Bai Feng was reluctant to use it for lighting. So pine torches could be used for temporary lighting, but unfortunately they produced a lot of smoke and were very choking. Bai Feng originally wanted to find a beehive, extract honey, and refine beeswax, but his imagination was too idealistic. People had never seen a beehive before, but wasp and hornet nests were everywhere. A tribesman kicked a dead tree when he passed by it, and he didn't expect that there was a nest of hornets living inside. Fortunately, it had rained and there was a lot of mud, so he rolled in it and escaped. However, when he returned to the tribe, he found that he was stung all over his body and was severely poisoned. He kept vomiting and fainted. Bai Feng could only prepare a detoxification soup with the limited medicine on hand, and he recovered after a night's rest. Now Sui and Bai Feng were very calm when they went to bed at night. There was no embarrassment or awkwardness. It was just that there had never been any actual relationship between them. They were just familiar with each other and relied on each other. Bai Feng was the one who often woke up from the cold at night. Looking at Sui wrapped in cowhide, Bai Feng could only bury his body in the hay to keep warm. In the morning, the sunlight reflected by the snow made the sky and the earth exceptionally bright. After Bai Feng washed up in the room, he stretched himself and was ready to go out to gather the tribesmen to clean the snow. But as soon as he opened the door, the messy and overlapping claw marks on the ground made Bai Feng feel uneasy and his scalp tingled. Chapter 51 Wolf Warrior. Bai Feng quickly closed the door and did not dare to go out rashly. So many footprints could not have been made by a lone wild beast. There must be a large group of wild beasts that came to the Bai Feng tribe at night. He held the knife in his hand, but he didn't feel safe. It was too short and not lethal enough. After thinking for a while, he handed the knife to Sui, who didn't understand what was happening. Bai Feng picked up the bow and put an arrow on it. The long-range weapon could give Bai Feng more courage. Sui stood behind Bai Feng, holding the knife and trembling. She thought that the big tribe that she had offended before came to seek revenge. She cried and trembled, but the knife in her hand was held tighter and tighter. Bai Feng gently pushed the door open a little, looked around, and didn't see anything nearby, but he still bent over and prepared to attack. After looking around to make sure it was safe, Bai Feng dared to squat down to see what animal's footprints they were. It was plum blossom shaped and relatively small. Bai Feng guessed it was a wolf, because only wolves would travel in packs of such large beasts. As for jackals, Bai Feng had never seen one here. As long as it was a wolf, Bai Feng was not so afraid. He had fought one alone before. Although it was just a skinny old wolf, Bai Feng was still confident in dealing with wolves. Wolves don't lie in ambush and then rush out to attack like lions and leopards. Canines like to live in groups and are accustomed to using human wave tactics. So even if they encounter a lone prey, they will test it back and forth before actually attacking. Since there was no warning from the tribe members, either everyone in the house was killed, or the wolves did not even enter the house. Bai Feng felt that the latter possibility was more likely. No matter how powerful the wolf pack was, it was impossible for none of the dozen prey to make a sound. He called the calf softly, and it mooed in response to Bai Feng, but it must have been frightened, so the sound were not loud, and it was trembling a little. The calf's house was made of pure wood and was leaky, but its sturdiness was guaranteed. The wolves probably wanted to attack the calf, but could do nothing about it. Bai Feng did not let Sway out, but just asked her to stand inside. If she saw a wolf coming, Bai Feng would close the door immediately after coming in. Now Bai Feng was standing under the eaves, calling out to the tribesmen loudly to warn everyone. Most of the tribesmen were awake, but they knew the snow was still very thick outside and thought they didn't have to work, so they stayed in the house and didn't go out, so they didn't notice the wolves coming in. Following Bai Feng's warning, all the middle-aged men came out of the house cautiously after confirming that it was safe, while the women guarded the door with weapons. Hundreds of people gathered in the open space in front of Bai Feng's house. There were people on guard in front and behind. There were footprints everywhere on the road. They should have found their way here after the snow stopped. I don't know if they have left now. Dozens of people were divided into a team, and everyone searched in different directions. If they found something, they would shout loudly and rush over to provide support. Due to continuous expansion, the territory of the White Wind tribe had already expanded to 300 or 400 acres, but the population was densely populated and there were no fields. Bai Feng led his men to search forward. The footprints were so dense that it was terrifying. Bai Feng couldn't imagine how many wolves had come. There was also their fallen gray-yellow fur on the snow. It was quiet, and no one dared to speak loudly. The only sounds were the crunching of feet in the snow and the heavy breathing of the tribesmen. Because they had no shoes, their feet were already red from the cold, but they were so nervous that they didn't notice it at all. There were no sounds in the residential area, so Bai Feng walked towards the warehouse. While they were still far away from the warehouse, Bai Feng and the others vaguely heard scratching sounds, banging sounds, and some sharp voices. Everyone immediately entered combat mode, put their spear tips flat, bent over, and stabilized their lower body, and gradually began to approach the warehouse. Before turning the wall, Bai Feng had already seen many wolves. Perhaps they felt that humans were not a big threat to them, or perhaps they were fearless because of their large numbers. They must have noticed that Bai Feng and his team were approaching, but not a single wolf turned around. Bai Feng drew his bow and shot an arrow at the wolf's belly about 10 meters away. Unfortunately, the arrow missed and hit the spine. The wolf twitched and fell to the ground without even struggling. By accident, Bai Feng had scored a great goal. After the wolf fell to the ground, the wolf next to it ran away with its tail between its legs. Then a few more of them gathered around and observed the condition of their companions. Then they looked at Bai Feng and the others one by one. The sounds of banging and scratching at the door also stopped. This was a warehouse where beef was stored. They were probably attracted by the processed beef, so they did not attack Bai Feng's people. However, the door of the warehouse was very thick and heavy, and they really couldn't open it with their claws. I don't know how long they struggled. I saw more and more wolves gathering, with as many as 40 or 50 of them appearing in my field of vision, and some that could not be seen behind the wall. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a large pack of wolves. But perhaps because of this, a heavy snowfall forced them to come out to look for food as soon as the snow stopped. Bai Feng has more people here, but facing a large group of green eyes that are eager to try, Bai Feng and his team are still a little nervous. Humans all want to fight in the wild without getting hurt, not to mention that infection after being injured is very troublesome. In case of rabies, Bai Feng is afraid that he can only be cremated. Bai Feng shouted loudly to the other team, led by the bear. The wolves retreated briefly after hearing the roar, but immediately tried to move forward again. Bai Feng had already put his arrow on the rack, but he didn't know whether this arrow would scare them away or stimulate them to attack immediately. The people led by Xiong ran over quickly and were shocked to see such a large number of wolves. Instead of being afraid, the wolves became more excited when they saw the increase in the number of humans, as if the silver glowing things in Bai Feng and the other's hand were just ordinary branches. Without thinking, the bear drew his longbow, crouched down, and shot. The arrow with the armor-piercing tip flew out with a whistling sound. After piercing the belly of the first wolf, it pierced the chest of the second wolf and nailed the wolf to the ground. The wolves did not care about the life or death of their companions. They were just stimulated by the smell of blood. Only a few howls were heard, and then all the wolves rushed over like a tide. The tribesmen retreated in fear, but the spears in their hands were not idle, stabbing back and forth. Most of the wolves were pierced by the spears and fell to the ground struggling, but some of them followed the spear shafts or drilled through the gaps under the legs and pounced on them. Some were caught, and some were bitten. Although they were a minority, their screams were still very scary. Those with bows kept drawing their bows and shooting arrows with such a high frequency that the hit rate was extremely high, but most of the shots missed the vital points, and many wolves continued to charge with arrows in their veins. After fighting for 3 or 4 minutes, the bodies of the wolves were scattered all over the ground, and those that were not yet dead were still twitching and struggling. They finally regained some reason, or perhaps were summoned by the howling wolf king, and they kept slowing down their offensive, then slowly distanced themselves from the humans and confronted them once again. None of the people from the White Wind tribe died, but many were injured. The most seriously injured one had a big tear in his calf, with the flesh and skin hanging on his leg. The wound was deeper enough that the bones were visible, but he was still standing steadily. The Wolf King, whose fur was gray and obviously much larger than the other wolves, led the remaining 60 or 70 wolves, jumped over the city wall one by one, left the White Wind tribe, and ran towards the forest. A wolf with an injured leg that couldn't jump had its neck bitten off by the Wolf King, and then was thrown randomly on the snow. The bear glared at the Wolf King, pulled out the last arrow in the White Wind quiver, pulled the draw line, and shot at the Wolf King. The Wolf King just jumped lightly to avoid the arrow shot by the bear. He stared at Bai Feng and the bear as if he wanted to carve them into his head. After a long howl, he was the last one to jump over the wall and into the wilderness. Bai Feng and his men did not dare to chase them, mainly because they had to deal with their own injured men quickly. Seeing the warrior whose calf was torn, Bai Feng shouted quickly, "Hurry up and find a clean house to send them in. And where's my medicine box? Doctor, doctor, hurry and bring my box." Chapter 52, The Whole Clan Takes a Rest. The humans of this era were so strong that Bai Feng's scalp tingled when he saw such wounds, but he only said it was a little painful, and he did not cry out like a patient after changing the dressing after surgery for hemorrhoids or perianal abscesses. After an experience in which a woman had no delivery room, the tribe built a small house specifically to deal with such emergencies. The woman who had given birth and her husband, the potter, now live in harmony, especially after having a child. They have experienced the joy of being a father. In fact, this was just the result after Bai Feng's severe crackdown. After the potter was able to enter the delivery room, he completely ignored the newborn. Fortunately, Bai Feng often went to see the child. Otherwise, even the child's food would have been robbed, and the mother would not have noticed that she had been occupied for a long time and had no time to take care of the child. Bai Feng was furious, and he didn't know how many bamboo sticks he had broken before he felt relieved. But in fact, after Bai Feng calmed down a little, he realized that this was mainly his own fault. If he hadn't messed around with the arranged marriage, would this have happened? So he wanted to stop in time. Maybe there was no foundation for building a family now. But the potter was the first to quit and beg Bai Feng not to take his wife back. He promised that he would never snatch the child's food again, nor would he monopolize the child's mother for a long time. He also promised that he would take responsibility for taking care of the child after get off work. Seeing that he was sincere enough, Bai Feng decided to give him another chance, and also give himself another chance. However, Bai Feng would check on the situation from time to time every day to see if his promise had been fulfilled. As a result, the child grew up healthily, the couple lived in harmony, the potter was capable, and was able to obtain more food, so the family lived a better life. Feng also developed the habit of checking on the living conditions of married families from time to time, and punishing and criticizing any extramarital affairs. Now the Taojiang family has become a model couple family under Bai Feng. Having said that, Bai Feng not only prepared an emergency house, but also built a medical box. There was nothing else in it, including no medicine, because Bai Feng did not have the conditions to make pills and powders. There were only sharp scalpels in the box which had not been used yet, tweezers, curved suture needles, and goat intestine sutures scraped from the goat intestine, all wrapped in steamed linen, and there was also steamed linen as a bandage in reserve. Everything was too crude, and even some steps were not handled properly. The disinfection of the equipment was not much different from not disinfecting it. Bai Feng left the doctor as an assistant and sent the other uninjured people back to deal with the wolf's body. It was not until now that they realized that their feet were almost numb from the cold, and they all begged if they could go home to warm their feet and have another day off. Baifeng only agreed that they could bring the wolf's body back to the house to deal with it, and finally the meat and skin would have to be handed over, but it was just warmer in the house. Baifeng admired the physique of the people present very much. Except for the one with a calf injury, the bleeding of the other dozen or so people with minor injuries had almost stopped, and their blood-clotting abilities were extremely strong. There were no polysaccharides or disinfectants, such as iodine. There was only warm water that had been boiled and then cooled. There was not even distilled water. The wound was rinsed with water, and the wound looked generally clean, but the blood was still flowing. Baifeng burned an iron needle red and placed it on the blood vessel, replacing the function of the electric knife in later surgeries. Fortunately, the effect was very good and the bleeding stopped. After cleaning it again, Baifeng began to sew layer by layer with needle and thread and kept explaining the key points to the doctor. The doctor had no experience in suturing, so Baifeng didn't dare let him do it. He just planned to let him find a piece of meat to practice first. All doctors went through this process. The first 2 layers of sutures went smoothly. The patient didn't resist or scream. It was quiet. Baifeng felt like he was doing surgery on a patient under general anesthesia. He sutured the skin in one go and bandaged it. Baifeng thought it was perfect, but he didn't know if it would get infected. He went to call the patient, but found that he had fainted from the pain at some point. Turning around to look at the several lightly injured patients who were watching the whole process, each of them was like seeing a devil and would rather bleed to death than let Baifeng treat them. The doctor listened to Baifeng's instructions throughout the whole process and saw how the terrible wounds were sutured perfectly. He felt that the patriarch was not scary at all, and his master Baifeng was so powerful that it was beyond words. After repeated assurances that he would not treat their bodies as cloth, they reluctantly agreed to let Baifeng treat them. Baifeng simply cleaned and bandaged them before letting them leave, hoping that they would not get infected. The brother with the injured leg had just woken up and was a little bit incredulous when he saw his bandaged leg, although the pain told him that it was not a dream. Leave him here to continue recuperating and try to stay away from those dirty tribesmen. Whether he can survive depends on whether he gets infected. As long as he survives, he will be a brave man again. If he fails, he will be a brave man again in 18. No, it should be 15 years now. The spoils of the 31 wolves, after peeling off their skins and cooking them, are very high-quality furs. However, Baifeng is hesitant to use them, in case when he goes out the leader wolf recognizes that he is wearing the fur of his uncle, he would be torn on the spot. Baifeng only promised that all those who participated in the war would get a wolf skin. It was impossible to give each person in the tribe a pair of shoes this year, but he could give these warriors a piece of skin that they could tie directly to their feet to keep warm. If they wanted to make boots, they could make them themselves, which was not very difficult. It is impossible for Baifeng to make shoes for each of these guys who pick their feet. Wolf meat is edible, but it is not tasty. It is sour and tough. However, no matter how bad it is still meat and should not be wasted. What we need now is to close the doors and windows at night and reinforce the doors. Wolves are very vengeful, and it will be terrible if they attack again at night. I originally wanted to ask them to help clear the snow in the tribe's land today, but in view of their brave performance today and the gains they have made, I will no longer demand that of them because the weather is too cold and the snow is too thick. The whole family will have a rest today. Chapter 53, Beginning of Winter Summary. After resting for 2 days in a row, everyone had no reason to stop working, and the snow began to melt gradually, making a clattering sound when walking on it. Except for the injured, pregnant women, and children, everyone else had to shovel snow together. The wooden shovel was very light and just the right amount for shoveling snow. There was also a push rake made of a large piece of wood, tied with a rope. Several people in front pulled it, and one person in the back held the handle to control the direction. No matter how thick the snow was, it could be pushed through in one go. The tribal settlement is very large. In addition to the residential area, there is also a kiln. Baifeng plans to turn the other open space into arable land. Although it is saline alkali land, the degree of alkalinity is not very high. The snow piled up in those places will be washed after it melts. All kinds of ashes produced by the tribe are dumped there, including the feces produced by hundreds of people. After being mixed with soil, they are piled up in a planned place to mature and ferment. After the spring comes, the land is plowed over. Even if the salt and alkali content is slightly heavier than other places, the harvest is definitely much better than what grows randomly in the wasteland. The water in the pipes could not be used. When Baifeng found that the temperature had dropped suddenly and there was a thin layer of ice on the water outdoors in the morning, He quickly asked people to seal the water inlet at the lake to prevent the ceramic pipes from freezing and breaking after freezing. The water we use now is the water that has been stored in advance. The temperature in the cellar will not drop below zero, so there is no ice. It's just that the cold is too strong. Even if a person has a strong physique, after drinking a sip of cold water from the cellar, he will roll around in stomach pain in just 3 minutes. The tribesman who had his calf stitched yesterday miraculously showed no signs of infection. When changing the bandage, I didn't expect the wound to be very dry and without exudate. If it remains like this in the next few days, it will really be God's blessing. Bai Feng has prepared medicine and is waiting to reduce his fever. Surprisingly, he really showed no signs of infection afterwards. He stayed in the ward for about a week. Although he could not move drastically, the wound had almost healed. The only difference was that the stitches were ugly. However, he regarded the scar as a symbol of masculinity and a sign of his courage. Bai Feng felt that people in this era with such long scars were not necessarily brave, but they were definitely tough. However, 2 of the other injured tribesmen were infected, and their wounds were relatively deep. Fortunately, the symptoms were not too serious. Bai Feng only gave the medicine to reduce the fever, and then they recovered completely relying on their super strong immune systems. 10 days had passed since the snow fell. After a brief drop in temperature for a few days, it rose again. Winter arrived when all the snow on the wasteland melted, leaving only some snow in the corners of the shady slopes. On the day of the beginning of winter, Bai Feng did not let everyone work. Instead, they gathered in the open space of the tribe that Bai Feng had designated as a square and lit dozens of large bonfires to dispel the cold. On this day, Bai Feng will hold a summary meeting to summarize the work of the whole year, reward those who have made the greatest contributions, allocate resources within the tribe, and set the work plan and construction progress for next year. This is a very important way to enhance the cohesion and centripetal force of the tribe and strengthen the sense of tribal identity. When asked why it was not held at the end of the year, but at the beginning of winter, Bai Feng couldn't move the Purple Mountain Observatory out of thin air, and he couldn't calculate when the new year would be. He could only calculate the time of the beginning of winter, which might be off by 1 day, but could be recalibrated through the sun's shadow on the winter solstice and summer solstice. As for the new year and the making of the calendar, leave it to Xianyuan. The Bai Feng tribe can now decide what to do on the beginning of winter. In a sense, it can barely be considered a festival, and from today onwards, the tribe members' rest time will gradually exceed their working time. There's another day that Bai Feng also plans to fix, and that is the day for hunting bison. The days when the bison migrate to the valley pastures are almost the same every year. The Bai Feng tribe can use hunting bison as one of their main sources of food. On the day after the harvest, they can eat, drink, sing, and dance to their heart's content, just like this year. Xiong is the person who contributes the most to the entire tribe. After all, he has certain leadership abilities and is the tribe's top military force. He has hunted countless prey. Bai Feng doesn't have many good things to give him. After all, Xiong is not polite in front of Bai Feng and takes all the good things for himself. So when there are more men than women in the tribe, he can choose another wife. He can only choose 1 young one, and he can choose 2 old ones who have been replaced. With the nutritional supply of the tribe, the old women are getting younger and younger, and now no one thinks that they will die in a few years, but the bear still picked a young beauty. The second person with the most merit was Ji, the hunter who discovered and decided to track the buffalo herd, which eventually brought huge profits to the tribe. Bai Feng could only give him a wife, some cloth for him to make clothes, and the highlight was a machete, which was more than half a meter long. Xiong pestered Bai Feng for this knife for an unknown period of time, but Bai Feng still did not give it to him. He was so happy to see the knife being thrown that he couldn't express it in words. The knife was placed on the table. Bai Feng told him that he could take it directly, but he just rubbed his hands and looked left and right. He wanted to take it, but then backed off. I don't know what he was afraid of. Seeing his face flushed with excitement and his breathing heavy, Bai Feng picked up the knife and handed it to him directly, while being careful not to get cut. In order to show the knife, Bai Feng put the scabbard aside and did not insert the knife. Ji's hand was shaking when he held the knife, and he was trembling. Bai Feng looked scared and helped him put the knife into the scabbard before he felt at ease. After putting the knife into the scabbard, Ji took 2 heavy breaths, then ran away holding the knife without turning, rushing towards his own house, ignoring Bai Feng's words that he should choose a wife first. Seeing that he loved knives more than women, Bai Feng had to take the initiative to select 2 old women for him and let them carry the cloth to find the toss. Later, members of the tribe who had made contributions were honored, such as Wu, the carpenter Chia, the potter Gao, as well as the member who discovered the iron, or the member who caught the most fish, the member who dug the most soil, the member who picked the most wild vegetables, etc. Lu can also be considered a hero, mainly because he was the one who led Bai Feng to find the big lake, which allowed them to settle here. Other aspects were very normal. Bai Feng did not reward him with a knife, and the first steel knife was in his hands. Although he was only 15 years old, he was already a grown man physically in that era, so Bai Feng let him choose a wife. All those who had made contributions were also rewarded with some extra food. They did not have to share it with their own production team, but could continue to enjoy the food distributed by the production team. This meant that they had truly obtained private food. It's just that some of the female tribesmen give Bai Feng a hard time. He still gives them steel tools, and they're equally fair in terms of cloth and food. But he can't let them choose their own men, right? Originally, he planned to compensate them with extra food, but he didn't expect that they actually asked Bai Feng to choose men as husbands. Bai Feng was stunned for a second before agreeing. Without exception, they chose the most powerful men in the tribe, who had all just received rewards. Regardless of ability or physical strength, these men are good choices, and the men all accept them with pleasure without any unhappiness. After all, the natural way of survival is to join forces with the strong. The only thing is who is getting the upper hand. Anyway, each of their newly formed families seemed to have received their own rewards, but in fact they only got double the amount, and only Bai Feng seemed to be the one who got hurt. Chapter 54 Cast Iron. For some reason, the Northwest region today is very different from the Northwest region in Bai Feng's memory. Even in the later generations, there are still large areas of forests in many places. What puzzles Bai Feng is the precipitation. In the later generations, it was so dry that people doubted their lives when winter came. But now, when winter comes, the second snow falls as soon as the previous snow melts. Most of the outdoor work of the Bai Feng tribe was stopped. Only work such as pottery making, kiln firing, iron smelting, and blacksmithing continued, regardless of whether it was snowing or sunny, because the fire was always burning and the temperature was much higher than that of their own homes. The other members of the tribe almost always stayed in the house, and occasionally went out to sweep and shovel snow when the weather was fine. Because of the reduction in work, the corresponding food supply also decreased a little. Everyone understood the reason, and no one expressed dissatisfaction. Even under such conditions, the tribesmen became visibly plumper. The calf has no grass to eat, only collected hay. These conditions are actually very good. Otherwise, it would have to use its mouth to push away the thick snow and gnaw on the grass roots underneath. Eating hay all the time would make the calf, which is growing quickly, become even thinner. The only good thing is that its wooden shed is warmer, so it doesn't have to endure the cold winter and waste heat. Sway's body has gradually become rounder. With sufficient nutrition intake and a peaceful living environment, Sway has entered a period of rapid development. Her skin has become firm and elastic, and her hair has become smooth and shiny, no longer like hay. It is estimated that her height will grow again next year. To the blacksmith shop, Bai Feng brought a few tribesmen with unicorn arms. Since they were usually free, they might as well come and do blacksmithing to contribute to the tribe. After they became proficient, the output of ironware in the tribe doubled, but there was also more scrap iron, so they had to send it back to the smelter for remaking. After a few months of winter and the still cold early spring, nearly 200 warriors of the Bai Feng tribe will each have a long sword, which can be regarded as the top combat force in this era. The production of bows was also proceeding in an orderly manner. A few confused tribesmen also wanted a super strong bow like the bears, thinking that only with that kind of bow could they show their bravery. After borrowing the bow from the very reluctant bear to let them try, they obediently chose a bow of normal strength. In the past, Bai Feng only thought about forging iron but never thought about cast iron. When smelting iron, an apprentice accidentally dropped a piece of clay into the mold of the iron bar that had just been poured. Everyone thought the iron bar was useless, but when he came to Bai Feng with the scrapped iron bar to admit his mistake, Bai Feng did not blame the apprentice when he saw that there was a hole in the iron bar after removing the clay. He just asked him to be careful and pay attention to safety in the future. This mistake reminded Bai Feng of an older method, which was casting. He had been stuck in the alley of forging. Since coming to this world, Bai Feng's mind was often confused. Only when someone else brought up the idea could Bai Feng suddenly understand it. In fact, Bai Feng also knew the reason. The previous owner of this body was only slightly smarter than the tribesmen who were familiar with Bai Feng asked why Bai Feng suddenly became so smart. Bai Feng couldn't tell them that he had traveled through time in this Bai Feng body. He could only use the same words as before, that of the parents of heaven and earth. Now, Bai Feng has the superb source code, but even if it is open source, he can't continue to do the architecture. He can't even copy it well. Bai Feng is also a little scared. What if he has a child, and he is as stupid as Bai Feng? Should he hand over the power of the tribe to him, like other big tribes? Or should he abdicate to someone smarter and who can lead the tribe further? Another thing that troubled Bai Feng was that if he had a child, would it be Bai Feng's child or his own child? Would the inheritance of physical genes be more important or spiritual? Would he be considered the successor of the former Bai Feng? Although he had perfect control over this body, he knew that this body was not his real one. When this idea first came to Bai Feng, it almost made him collapse. After all, his brain was not working well, and he had to think about such a tricky thing. Bai Feng, who was about to fall into insanity, was awakened by a dry thunder. When he looked up, he saw the potter holding the child in the sun. Bai Feng was relieved then. As long as he had experienced the process of creating a human being himself and continued the genes and soul of the previous Bai Feng, it would be enough. Just treat the child as having two fathers. The ethical problems would be solved by philosophers of later generations. Instead of thinking about unnecessary things, it is better to do something more meaningful, such as casting an iron pot. The hammered iron pot was also made popular by a documentary, but in fact, most of them are cast iron pots. Bai Feng used clay mixed with iron sand to make an iron mold, and then poured the molten iron into it. After removing the mold, he could get the desired cast ironware. The famous Simuwa Ding, Xiang Fengzuan, and other large and exquisite bronze were all cast using the lost wax method. It's a pity that Bai Feng didn't have beeswax, otherwise he could have cast things faster and better. The first thing Bai Feng made was an iron pot. A ceramic pot conducts heat slowly and is thick, making it difficult to cook in. The only things that could be used for cooking were boiling and stewing. With an iron pot, however, he could fry and stir-fry. Sui could not forget the delicious food that Bai Feng made. Bai Feng also liked to tease her, so he often told her about various delicious foods and different ways of cooking them. Sui could not stop drooling, and Bai Feng's saliva also flowed as he talked. Both of their stomachs were growling. They wanted to cook delicious food, but they only had a heavy clay pot and simple ingredients, and the food was too salty and bitter. Bai Feng often said that it was so salty that he wanted to kill the salt cellar. With an iron pot, an iron spatula was also arranged. In order to save iron, only the spatula head was made of iron, and Bai Feng could make the spatula handle out of wood. Of course, this technology cannot be used only to satisfy Bai Feng's appetite. Cast iron can cast arrows more quickly. All you need to do is make a row of molds, pour in molten iron, take them out, and then polish them finally one by one. You don't need very good arrows. In an era without armor, stone arrows paired with hard bows can penetrate the human body. Arrow bodies and arrow tails were mostly made by women. They could sit at home, slowly carve a round piece of wood, and then stick feathers on it. There was never a shortage of feathers. In this era, everyone had the habit of collecting feathers, especially brightly colored and gorgeous ones. Wearing them on the head was the best decoration. The word beauty in Oracle Bone script is the best proof of this. A person wearing feathers is beautiful. Although the infrastructure is almost at a standstill, the armed forces of the Bai Feng tribe have reached an astonishing level, especially with enough bows and arrows. Xiong takes them out for target shooting and archery practice every day, and everyone's skills are improving rapidly, except Bai Feng. The White Wind tribe now possesses hundreds of hard bows, dozens of long swords, and arrows densely piled in the warehouse. The warriors carry longbows on their backs, quivers hanging on their backs, and hold long swords shining with cold light in their hands. Anyone who sees them will feel scared. By spring, there will be nearly 200 warriors equipped in this way. Chapter 55 Snowflakes Blown by the Wind. Palm-sized snowflakes began to fall again. Bai Feng sighed. Sui curiously said that the snowflakes were only as big as the tip of a finger. Why did you say they were as big as a palm? Bai Feng put his hands behind his back and said in a profound manner, "You are still young. You will know when you are my age." In the Yoshiong tribe, a strong young man, wrapped in animal skins and with a thick layer of straw on his feet, was walking with difficulty in the heavy snow. His father, Xiao Yin, the leader of the Yoshiong tribe, asked him to go to the tribe to check whether the tribe members were cold and whether they had enough food to eat. This young man is Xin Yuan, the young patriarch of the Yoshiong clan. Unlike other small tribes, where the patriarch can be killed at will and replaced by a stronger person, the patriarch of a large tribe like theirs will definitely let his son inherit the throne in the future. His father, Xiaodian, inherited the land of Qingqiu from his grandfather whom he had never met. His own tribe was called Youxiong. His father's brother inherited Yin from Lieshan, and his son, who was most beloved by Grandpa Shinnong, inherited Lin Kuei from the largest and richest Shinnong. The Youxiong clan also needed to accept the jurisdiction and orders of the Shinnong clan, and also had a hand over a portion of grain. There was no other way. Although the Youxiong clan was given to his father by his grandfather, it was actually also a subordinate tribe of the Shinnong clan. The same was true for the Lieshan clan. Xian Yuan looked down on his uncle whom he had never met. He was incompetent and lustful. He inherited the largest fortune but did not know how to cherish it, which led to the further decline of Shinnong clan. If he were in charge of Shinnong clan, he would surely make Shinnong clan more powerful than when the first generation of the clan was in charge, and he would be able to make all the tribes submit. The young Xian Yuan was walking in the snow. He felt angry when he thought about incompetent people occupying high positions while his ambitions could not be realized. His father also felt that he was still a child and was unwilling to give him more power. Xian Yuan knew from a young age that he would have a large tribe of nearly 10,000 people in the future. So he needed to learn a lot of things, such as how to farm, how to identify edible food, how to hunt, and practice archery and swordsmanship. At a very young age, he owned a bronze sword that others could only envy. But what his father taught him more was how to win over people's hearts and subordinates. So even at this time, when it was snowing heavily, Xian Yuan would throw his thick fur cloak to the thinly dressed warrior entourage who followed him on patrol. Even if the warrior could not put on the cloak, he would kneel on the ground and say words of gratitude to the young patriarch. In fact, without his father's order, Xian Yuan also wanted to go and see his people. He did this not to win people's hearts, but he felt that this was the right way and this was what he should do as the future clan leader. The tribesmen were crowded in small wooden sheds, and some had animal skin tents. So many people were crowded together that Xian Yuan even felt some difficulty breathing when he went in. Once the door or curtain was opened, the warm air would instantly run out and the cold wind would rush in. However, no tribesmen felt dissatisfied. Instead, they were very grateful that the young chief came to visit them in such weather. After checking on the tribesmen, he found that only 40 people froze to death, and more than a dozen people were suffocated by their tents that collapsed under the weight of the snow. Xian Yuan felt that this loss was completely acceptable. As for the bodies, someone would naturally clean them up when the weather got warmer. On the way back, they took a look at the livestock in the pen, some cows and sheep, all of which were intact, but they didn't expect to see a slave hiding under the belly of a cow to avoid the snow. The accompanying warrior was very angry, so he rushed in and grabbed the slave and killed him with a sword. The blood dyed the snow red, but the hot blood was soon frozen by the low temperature, leaving only a small piece of snow flashing red. It wouldn't be long before the slave and the body would be buried in the pure white snow. There were also thousands of skinny slaves squatting next to the firewood pile, huddled together for warmth, without any covering on their bodies, no animal skins or cloth. They made no sound at all with their heads down, their bodies covered with snow. If it weren't for the white mist rising from that area, one really wouldn't have known that there were people there. I just didn't know how many of them were still alive. Seeing that most of the tribesmen were safe, Xian Yuan walked confidently on the snow, step by step, towards the cave where he lived. At the same time, in the Zhuli tribe, a fat boy with 2 braids was running through the bamboo forest holding a black and white ball of fur. The heavy snow broke too many bamboos, making the already narrow bamboo path even more difficult to walk on. Fortunately, he was followed by a dozen huge warriors with muscles as hard as rocks, who could crush the bamboo blocking the way with one hand and clear the way for Chiyu, the young chief of Zhuli. His father said he had 30 bronze-headed and iron-forehead warriors. Chi was very unconvinced and thought his father's smug look was hateful. He thought to himself, when I grow up and take charge of the Zhuli tribe, I will have 50, no? I will have 81 bronze-headed and iron-forehead brothers. Mine are brothers, not warriors. I am definitely better than him. But now there's no need to worry about how many brothers with copper heads and iron foreheads there are. The most important thing is to find edible iron for the iron-eating beast in his arms. The tribesmen went out and picked up this small iron-eating beast. Instead of killing it, they directly presented it to Jiang Xiong, the patriarch of the Zhuli tribe. The father of the tribe leader originally planned to kill the iron-eating beast to see if there was any undigested iron in its stomach, but Chiyu refused and insisted on killing the iron-eating beast. He had heard from a wise man passing by the tribe that immortals would ride on big fish, some immortals would ride on eagles, and some would ride on a beautiful animal called a fire animal, which would run as fast and beautiful as a wildfire burning in autumn. Chiyu had never seen a big fish that could carry a person, nor could he catch a giant eagle or any other beautiful animal that he could ride on. There were only huge bison in his territory, and they were extremely violent. Warriors who wanted to ride on them were thrown up and lifted into the sky by their horns, and then fell down and were trampled into meat paste. They finally encountered the legendary iron-eating beast. I heard that this beast only exists far west of the mountains. It is huge in size and even more powerful than the black bears here. It only eats iron, a precious metal that can only be extracted by chance. Chi would never miss the opportunity to have an iron-eating beast as a mount, so he asked his father for a chubby, iron-eating beast cub and kept it in his own cave. However, no matter whether he fed it or refined bronze, it would not eat a single bite. Chi thought that if he starved it for a few days, it would eat, but it became weaker and weaker and did not open its mouth. Chi had no choice but to hold it in his arms, hoping to find the iron it would eat in the place where he found it. Chi ran at full speed, holding the iron-eating beast. After they entered the bamboo forest, the beast's eyes opened and it seemed to have regained some energy. It struggled to get down to the ground, but Chi was afraid that it would run away, so he held it in his arms. The iron-eating beast became more and more impatient and made sharp cries. Chi didn't know what it was anxious about, and he was also anxious, but there was nothing he could do until a thin bamboo branch fell in front of Chiyu and was caught by the iron-eating beast. It then put it in its mouth and began to chew happily. The strong wind blew up the snow and blew out various animal shapes on the wasteland. Sway shouted loudly, "Look, that's a big long worm, and that one looks like a bear." The wind blows them as if they are fighting. Bai Feng, who was squatting at the door with Sway watching the snow, chuckled and said, "What a fight between dragons, or a fight between bears." Chapter 56. Sharp Tools First. The boring and difficult winter is finally over. Although the weather is still very cold, at least a lot of new year work can start. After a winter of nourishment, not a single member of the White Wind tribe froze to death or starved to death. Instead, each one of them became healthier and stronger. However, most of them had frostbite on their hands and feet, and their faces were red and peeling from the cold wind. Those women who were about to die of old age and were bought back by Bai Feng at a low price have now regained their youth. There are always many men around them. They hold the food they saved in their hands, hoping to exchange it for something. Winter is boring, and the tribe has no entertainment activities, so naturally there are more pregnant women. There are more than 100 pregnant women in the entire tribe, and many of them are even showing their pregnancy. These pregnant women have been included in Bai Feng's list of women who are forbidden to be touched by men. If you cause the tribe to lose a child because of your own desires, you have to go to another tribe and snatch 2 children from me to make up for it. However, while Bai Feng was happy, he also felt the pressure. By this time next year, there would be more than 100 more mouths to feed in the tribe. Although they could not eat yet, he would have to increase the supply to feed their mothers well. Besides, the children also constrained the labor force, and it would be impossible to abandon the children and go to work. Bai Feng was very satisfied when he saw the more than 2-meter-high wall built by the tribe in one winter. Although it was made of earth, considering the current attack power of humans, they had no way to block this wall unless they had gunpowder. Bai Feng knew how to make gunpowder in the best ratio, and he also knew how to make it more powerful. Charcoal and saltpeter were everywhere, but sulfur took some effort to find. However, Bai Feng did not want to release this demon now. If humans were to enter the era of hot weapons thousands of years in advance, the death toll in every war would double, leading to human extinction. Bai Feng could not bear this responsibility. The bricks of the Bai Feng tribe can now be mass-produced. After they became proficient in the process, Bai Feng directly let them use the assembly line operation method, which allows the brick kiln to fire day and night. The tribesmen in the brick kiln have no complaints because this location can obtain more food, allowing them to eat all they can every day instead of staying at home and eating the most basic distributed meals. All the red bricks produced were high quality, and there was absolutely no problem with the quality. They were all neatly and orderly stacked on the open space of the tribe. The tribesmen didn't know why they were not being used after they were fired. Bai Feng just asked them to wait a little longer, as it would be useless to have bricks without cement. Baifeng is very familiar with the process of firing cement, and also knows how to change the properties of cement to make it more durable and dry faster. However, there are no large areas of limestone mines available near the tribe, which makes Baifeng very distressed, as not all resources will be allocated to the Baifeng tribe. Although the issue of cement has not been settled yet, once a limestone mine is found, cement will naturally not be a problem, and the tribe will be able to live in brick concrete houses in the near future. In addition to these, the blacksmith shop has been working almost day and night thanks to the efforts of several apprentices. Now, each warrior of the tribe has a long sword in hand, and is also equipped with a small dagger, which can be used more conveniently in daily life. Of course, not all members of the tribe are suitable for using knives. A strong man like Xiong should use a broadsword, a spring and autumn broadsword, or other long and heavy weapons. Once they are swung, who would not be scared? Not only weapons, but also small items used by women, such as needles and awls. Baifeng also made scissors, but it was too difficult to make them. After making two, Baifeng said he would never make any more. One was given to Sui for safekeeping, and the other was given to Huang, the most influential woman among the women that Sui Run had exchanged. When women in the tribe needed scissors, they would borrow them from these two. Baifeng kept saying that they were descendants of Swearin, but they resisted this and only said that they were members of the Baifeng tribe and asked the tribe leader not to call them Swearin in the future. Farm tools were not left behind either, but large farm tools consumed too much iron. Even if Baifeng was willing, the tribesmen were unwilling to use the precious iron to make tools that could not be used in combat. Stone, wood, and bones could all be used, and the worst that could happen was that it would take a little more time. Baifeng was no match for them, and they didn't understand the principle that one must sharpen his tools before doing his work well. In the end, Baifeng only made 3 plowshares. When Baifeng was making them, the tribesmen thought he was making spear tips for the bear, so no one tried to stop him. The bear also thought the huge pointed heads were weapons made for him, and served him diligently. They didn't even think about whether such a big thing could be used as a weapon. Even if it was a bear with a deformed physique, it couldn't be used. Baifeng made shovels, hoes, sickles, and other tools one after another. Every time the tribesmen thought they were weapons, they were told again and again that they were farm tools. Although they could also be used as weapons, they were still very disappointed. Therefore, Baifeng only made 1 or 2 samples of each type of farm tool, and the rest were all made by the tribesmen in imitation of the original using wood, bones, and stones. Grinding stones were their main specialty, and their skills were still very sophisticated. Baifeng also worked with Carpenter Xian to make a cart, but the body of the cart was made of bamboo and wood, so it was very heavy, and the wheels were also round logs, without tires. But the most important thing was that the axle, wheels, and several connection points of the body were all made of iron, so there was no need to worry about it being worn out by casual use. Ever since the brick kiln site started using hand carts to pull bricks, he fell in love with this thing. Although it was heavy, it could save a lot of energy that was wasted on walking, so he immediately asked Baifeng to make a few more. It is impossible for Baifeng to make only one of this kind of thing, and the craft is not difficult. The most complicated part is made by Chia and Baifeng, and the other tribesmen only need to help make the body of the car. 2 cars, it can be easily made in a day. This car can be pulled by one person with 300 or 400 kilograms of things and run on flat ground. This was completely unimaginable before. Even if it is uphill, 2 people can push it and it can go freely. It was enough for the brick kiln, but other production teams also felt that they needed one. It would be much more convenient, even for hauling coal and firewood. Baifeng was sick of making cars, but there was no other way. He had to make one. After the rainwater solar term was over, Baifeng's mind was almost entirely on the land. He kept staring at his feet every day. Although he was still wearing the warmest Mongolian robe, he always felt that the weather would become warmer without him noticing, and weeds would suddenly grow out. The planned farming area is dug with square ridges, and the feces and wood ash produced by the tribesmen for half a year are piled together and fermented to make fertilizer. They just wait for the weather to warm up and the fertilizer pile to thaw, then spread it all over the farmland, and then plow and sow. Chapter 57, Spring Plowing. After waiting for a long time for the weather to warm up, there was a late spring cold snap, and the green grass that had just sprouted was frozen by snow. Fortunately, the flowers had not bloomed yet. Otherwise, this snow would have wiped out all kinds of wild fruits this year, which would have been a fatal blow to this wasteland. Pheasants were flying around aimlessly, pecking at the newly grown grass and the insects that had revived in the soil. Their fur was almost the same color as the earth. The gray-yellow hares also came out to look for food. The animals had eaten up all their winter food stores, and the White Wind tribe was running low. If they were given the minimum food supply, they would only last another month. Fortunately, there was enough fat in the beef, otherwise many people would have starved to death this winter if they had only eaten wild vegetables and grass seeds. After a winter of training, the soldiers have the most sophisticated weapons of the era. Now that the weather is warming up, there are no wars for them to fight, but they can hunt some pheasants and rabbits for a snack. Their archery training is not in vain. Although the snow was thick, it melted quickly. It fell in the morning and melted in the afternoon. Baifeng was looking forward to this precipitation very much. As the saying goes, spring rain is as precious as oil, and spring snow that falls at about the same time is equally important. Baifeng kept most of the grass seeds that he exchanged last year and did not eat them. They were used as grain seeds. First, the grass seeds were placed in salt water, and the dry grass seeds floated on the surface. After they were fished out, the ones that still sank to the bottom of the water were the full grass seeds. There is no need to go through so much trouble in later generations. Firstly, there are special grain varieties to sell. Secondly, there are almost no chaff grains in later generations. The chaff grains are better than the fullest ones now. It will take several generations of cultivation before there will be a clear difference between them and the wild ones. Now is a good time to plant grains and wheat. Spread the compost evenly on the ground, then plow the land and make it soft. The fertilizer will also be turned in at the same time. The entire tribe had only 3 iron plowshares and no livestock. Baifeng had already made a plow frame based on the curved plow he remembered. It took 2 people to plow the field. Others could only use the stone or wooden plows they made themselves, but because they could not turn the soil deep enough, they mostly used hoes, which could turn the soil very deeply. The land that was being cultivated for the first time had to be turned deeply. Although the speed is slow, time cannot wait. The so-called seize the moisture means that the soil should be plowed and sown immediately after it rains and is still moist so that a good harvest can be achieved. Unfortunately, the tools were too unsuitable. It took the entire Baifeng tribe mobilizing 300 people to work together for a whole day to plow and sow the land, which was about 50 acres. However, this amount of land was enough to plant millet and wheat. The other hundreds of acres of land would have to wait another half a month or a month when the weather was warmer to plant buckwheat and sorghum. Hemp, the most scarce thing in the Baifeng tribe, does not have many growth requirements. Just plow a long ditch and throw some fertilizer and seeds in it, and it will grow vigorously. The unused seeds can be scattered on the ground outside the tribe, and most of them will surely grow. In addition to food, Baifeng also has a 5-acre vegetable garden, which was also plowed during this period of good soil moisture conditions and planted with native cabbages collected by Baifeng. They're so small that I wonder how many generations it will take for them to grow into big cabbages. Radish, also known as white radish, has abnormally large roots, some of which are even bigger than a basketball. However, they are pungent and spicy when eaten, and no one dared to eat them in this era. Baifeng discovered this by accident and found that the overly enlarged roots did not have a crisp feeling, but were soft like bread, dry, and even hollow. Baifeng knew that this thing was edible and the yield was so large. He believed that as long as they tried more, the tribesmen would get used to it. There are a lot of wild yams in the mountains, but it was difficult to dig them in the past because the tools were too poor, so not much was dug. Besides, they are sticky and no one likes to eat them. Wild yams can also be cultivated. After all, the starch content is so high. It is a real good thing. Apart from the edamame, which Baifeng was familiar with, he was also familiar with the okra that the tribesmen strongly requested to plant. Baifeng had nothing to say about the sunflower vegetable. He could not stand things that looked like snot, and the sunflower vegetable was even more outrageous. In later lives, Baifeng only thought it was an ornamental plant and had also grown it as a flower. He never expected that it was actually the famous sunflower vegetable. Baifeng was not willing to be left behind, so he planted a large area of leeks and sand onions. Although there were many wild ones, we had land and could plant them on a large scale. Although a lot of vegetables were planted, it is not known how many will grow. Now, the main source of vegetables for the tribe is actually wild vegetables, such as chicory, shepherd's purse, and bamboo shoots that are everywhere. The vegetables are planted only because Baifeng believes that there is a prospect for cultivation. Since a spring snow, the entire tribe has come alive, and all work seemed to have started in an instant. The main city wall is already 3 meters high. Baifeng hopes that after it reaches 4 meters, they will no longer raise it, but thicken it. However, the main labor force of the tribe has to go out hunting and gathering, and there are not many people left to continue building the city wall. I am afraid that the last meter of construction will have to wait until the end of the year. The lake has thawed, the water pipes have returned to normal, and fishing can begin. In the past, the tribesmen were afraid that ferocious beasts would come and they would not be able to deal with them. Now, everyone has a strong bow and a sharp weapon, so not only are they not panicked at all, but Baifeng also has no major worries. No matter how good your kung fu is, you will still be afraid of a kitchen knife. The biggest overlord of this wilderness is the tiger. The only one that can survive in the northwest is the South China tiger. It is small in size and can be easily dealt with by a large number of tribesmen. Unlike the Siberian tiger, its physique alone can scare a lot of people. Baifeng looked at the dozens of them with confidence. The men and women pulled 3 large carts and walked towards the lake. In the carts were their fishing tools. The tribesmen, who were full-time fishermen for the whole winter, made various fishing devices based on their own fishing experience. Baifeng was very happy about this because they knew how to sum up experience, think about improvements, and this was a very important step in human development. It's a pity that the tribe doesn't have much hemp rope, otherwise they could make fishing nets for them. In this way, fishing in that big lake with exploding resources would be no different from scooping rice from a pot. In addition to fish cages, Baifeng also made simple lure baits for them using feathers. How much they can catch depends entirely on their skills. The bamboo rafts were left by the lake and not taken to the tribe. After all, it was impossible for monkeys or wolves to paddle the rafts across the lake when no one was around. Their bamboo rafts became more and more exaggerated. In the winter, someone made a giant bamboo raft that could accommodate several people. They also followed Baifeng's advice and added a small bamboo shed so that they could hide from the rain and block the sun in the summer. It's just that the technology is not yet advanced enough. Otherwise, a wooden boat would be much better than a bamboo raft. Baifeng can't make it, and they can't make it either. Baifeng was worried that this giant bamboo raft would sink, but fortunately, it was very strong and stayed steadily on the lake. Even with several people on it, there was no sign of overload. Now, there are more than a dozen bamboo rafts floating on the lake every day, communicating with each other by whistles. On the way back and forth, women pull or push carts, and male soldiers hold swords or draw bows, vigilantly escorting them. Sometimes the carts were loaded with not only fish, but also wild animals that were planning to rob people. Chapter 58. Found someone? After the hunting team started working, the tribe's food became abundant again. With the support of better weapons, the success rate of hunting continued to increase. Prey that were previously unthinkable, such as wild boars and bears, could now be caught. Hunting for food is just one day of hunting and one day of eating. Unless the White Wind tribe has a high hunting success rate and has exclusive possession of a large lake, which allows the entire tribe to eat their fill and still save some. When the crops are grown, the Baifeng tribe will become a tribe that mainly engages in gathering and hunting, with farming as a supplement. It will have stronger disaster resistance and will be able to develop more vigorously in the future. When the farming technology matures, the Baifeng tribe will be transformed into a more advanced tribe that mainly engages in farming, with hunting as a supplement. Few tribes are as lucky as the Baifeng tribe. Those tribes that were robbed and killed by Baoshi last autumn will not wait until their own people bring the food and furs they exchange to help the tribe survive the winter. The tribe that wanted to exchange a woman for a sacrifice to their gods may not even get an ugly woman in the end, and the gods will no longer be able to protect them. I don't know how many of these tribes survived this cold winter, but Swearin should have had a good winter, as so many things were stolen. Baifeng no longer works as a blacksmith every day. Instead, he thinks about what good things he can create for the tribe. After all, science and technology are the primary productive forces. But Baifeng didn't actually make many things. After all, he didn't need too many tools now, and the work was just a few things. It was impossible to build a steam engine, right? Baifeng thought that the most useful thing, and the tribesmen also held the same opinion, was the giant crossbow. It was so powerful that it required 2 people to pull it open at the same time, and then release an arrow that was nearly 2 meters long and more like a spear. It was only tested once, and after it was released, the arrow went straight across the wasteland and into the forest. Even Baifeng did not expect this. If it weren't too heavy and inflexible, the tribesmen would have carried it to the woods to kill tigers and bears. However, due to the trouble and difficulty in making it, the entire tribe only has this one, and it is now placed facing the city gate. Bai Feng is thinking of building an arrow tower on the city wall in the future and installing a powerful crossbow. If someone invades, they will have to consider the power of this crossbow alone. After Bai Feng had some free time, he took Sui with him to study the tribal land. Among the grass seeds he exchanged last year, Bai Feng discovered rice. In Bai Feng's impression, this plant was only grown in a few areas in the northwest region in later generations, such as the Hutao Plain and the Yingxiaquan Plain. In the era and location where he lives now, Bai Feng feels that it is very difficult to grow rice. This should be brought in for exchange by some tribes from the lower reaches of the Big River and is definitely not a product of this river basin. However, Bai Feng still reclaimed several acres of paddy fields to plant rice. After all, he had the seeds in his hands, so he might as well give it a try. If successful, he would never lack rice to eat in the future. After all, wild rice was relatively hard and not as soft as white rice. There is no need to worry about water. During the water outage in winter, Bai Feng once again improved the tribe's water system. The water is divided into many pipes, not just one. There is also a water pipe next to the toilet, so you can collect some water to flush the toilet after using it to prevent it from becoming a gathering place for flies in the summer. Bai Feng really didn't know how to plant rice. It seemed that he had to raise rice seedlings and transplant them. Bai Feng remembered that when he was in junior high school biology, there was a special experiment that required him to use glass bottles, put wet cotton in them, and wrap wheat seeds to observe how they germinated. The same principle should apply to raising rice seedlings. There is no cotton, but there's a lot of humus in the forest which is loose and soft and can be used as a substrate. After filling it with water, sprinkle rice seeds on it and cover it with a layer of soil. Whether it will succeed depends on what God does to the white wind. Just as Bai Feng and Sui were working on the soil, a dozen people who had gone out hunting came back and gave Bai Feng the message. In order to hunt more prey, they went to a farther place, but they accidentally discovered a group of wandering savages, numbering more than 200 people, but they were all weak and had no fighting power at all. Their number is not as large as these wandering savages, but they can kill them all without any harm. However, the leader bear thinks that there is no need to kill all of them. They should kill those who are too old and weak, and keep the young and strong ones and capture them as slaves. Now he comes to ask Bai Feng for his opinion. Bai Feng didn't expect that there were other tribes near his tribe. He had never found any traces before. However, this concerned more than 200 lives. Now that people are so precious, Bai Feng dared not kill them at will. The main reason was that he couldn't get over the moral issue of killing so many people. Even if he didn't do it himself, Bai Feng would not be willing to do it if he just gave an order. As long as it didn't harm his own tribe, he would let him do it. As for being a slave, Bai Feng also found it difficult to accept. If he was to enslave someone like Bao Shi, Bai Feng would be extremely happy to do so. Enslaving a bad person is completely different from enslaving an innocent person. Are they cannibals? The people who came back to pass on a message shook their heads and said, they're almost skinny. They probably had nothing to eat during the winter. Most of the tribe members starved to death. Now, they can only wander. If they ate humans, they wouldn't be so skinny. I don't see any characteristics of cannibals in them. Since they are not cannibals, there's no problem. They are wandering savages. Why not bring them back to your own tribe and transform them into your own people? You don't have to make them slaves. If you want to have a strong force in the coming era, it will take many years to survive. Annexation is the fastest way. Bai Feng patted the dirt off his hands, checked the knife on his waist, and found it was fine, then said to those people, come on, take me over, I'll see what the situation is, and then make a decision. They had no problem and turned around to leave Bai Feng. They had set out in the morning, and it was almost afternoon when they returned. If they delayed any longer, they would have to spend the night in the wild. Just as Bai Feng was about to leave, Sui grabbed Bai Feng's arm and expressed her desire to go with him. However, she thought that the journey was long and there might be a conflict if they met the wandering savage tribe, which would be dangerous for Sui, so it would be safer for her to stay at home. But Sui, with tearful eyes, didn't want to let go of Bai Feng. She wanted to go with Bai Feng. After spending so much time together, Bai Feng had already become Sui's pillar. If she left Bai Feng, Sui would be scared to death. Moreover, Bai Feng was the only one who praised her for her beauty. After so long, Sui felt that he didn't seem to lie. Seeing that Sui was unwilling to stay no matter what Bai Feng said, he had no choice but to take Sui with him. He gave her his sword and took a spear that no one was willing to use. The road was full of twists and turns, and Bai Feng was almost lost. But fortunately, they were able to find the way accurately and even shoot a pheasant or a pigeon while on the way. Bai Feng was very satisfied with these warriors of his tribe. Chapter 59 Recruitment. When Bai Feng arrived, he saw Xiong and his men surrounding a group of people who looked like skeletons to Bai Feng. They were so thin that only skin and bones were left, with nothing covering their bodies. They probably had nothing to eat in the winter, so they cooked and ate their skins. Xiong divided these people into two groups. One group was so weak that Bai Feng felt that they would never be able to stand up again if they squatted like that. The other group was better. Bai Feng felt that they still had a chance to stand up. The men only had strong frames, while the women's originally plump figures now just hung on their bodies like empty leather bags. Bai Feng had only seen this scene in a documentary about the famine in Black State in later generations. Even when it happened in front of his own eyes, it still seemed so cruel that it was hard to watch. Bai Feng walked up to the patrolling bear and asked, "Have you asked about the origins of these people? How did they become like this?" The bear pointed to the slightly angry group of people who were still in good shape and said, "They're the tribes in the lower reaches of our river, 3 days away from here. In winter, they have no food and can't hunt much game. Most of them starved to death and didn't survive the winter. They had eaten all the tree bark and roots in their territory, and then they moved upstream, eating tree bark along the way. They said that even tigers were unwilling to eat them. They killed one, ate a few bites, and then threw it away because it was too chewy. That big guy was their tribe leader." "Do you think they ate humans?" The bear shook his head without answering. Bai Feng walked straight to the chief of the savage tribe and squatted down, not afraid of his sudden attack. After all, how could such a weak person hurt such a strong Bai Feng? "Are you the chief of this tribe? What's your name?" The savage thought it was stupid for Bai Feng to ask a question that he had asked countless times, so he lowered his head and did not answer. Bai Feng was not angry. "Since your tribe is so poor that you have to eat tree bark and roots, why don't you kill the skinny tribesmen nearby and eat them? By eating them, you can survive until the weather gets warmer." The savage chief slowly raised his head, his eyes wide open. "We are not a cannibal tribe. We do not eat people, and it is even more impossible for us to eat our own people." After saying that, he lowered his head again as if he remembered something sad. "As long as they are not cannibals, it will be easy." Bai Feng stood up and clapped his hands. "That's perfect. Our tribe doesn't have much food left. We have captured so many of you, so we can eat for a long time." The members of the Bai Feng tribe looked at Bai Feng in surprise. Xiong's jaw almost dropped to the ground, his eyes full of "Are you not sick?" Sui also looked up at Bai Feng in disbelief. Having stayed in the Bai Feng tribe for so long, she already knew that the Bai Feng tribe would not eat humans. Some people in the surrounded savage tribe were trembling with fear. A few thought they were unlucky after hearing this and simply lay down, waiting for the cannibalistic White Wind tribe to come and eat without wasting their energy. The chief of the savage tribe had heard the bear say that he would pick the strong ones to be slaves. He was reluctant, but had no choice. At least it could save the lives of most of the tribesmen, so he accepted his fate even if it was a bit hard. But after hearing Bai Feng's words, he no longer planned to live. He had to fight to let these cannibals know that although he, Yishang, had fallen to this point, he was not meat that they could slaughter at will. As soon as Bai Feng turned around, he suddenly stood up with a small stone in his hand and smashed it on Bai Feng's head, hoping that this desperate fight would seriously injure or even kill the cannibal leader. Seeing the chief of the savage tribe suddenly stand up, the people of the Bai Feng tribe cried out in surprise and wanted to rush over to rescue him. But Bai Feng turned around and easily grabbed the arm of the savage chief. His self-proclaimed agility was a joke without the blessing of muscles and sufficient energy. The moment Bai Feng pinched the arm of the savage leader, more than a dozen savage warriors stood up and tried to rush over. However, some of them fell to the ground as soon as they stood up due to malnutrition, and the others were pointed at by long knives that were stretched out in an instant and could not move. Bai Feng took the stone from the hand of the savage chief. The savage chief was controlled by Bai Feng and could not move. He had to accept his fate, but what he was thinking about in his mind was how to snatch the knife from the man next to him, or just hit the knife and die. Bai Feng laughed. "I was just joking with you. We are not a cannibal tribe, and we have no idea or plan to eat humans. Our tribe has enough food. I just wanted to confirm again whether you are cannibals. I don't want to bring cannibals into my tribe without knowing it. I also want to see if you have lost your warrior instinct. I am very satisfied, especially you and the dozen or so people. You're really good warriors. Don't worry, I will accept your entire tribe. And you don't have to be slaves. You just need to eat as much food as you need to work. Just think of you as people bought by us with food." The savage chief was skeptical. "Are you really willing to do this? Wouldn't your people object to this, including those of mine who are dying?" Bai Feng immediately raised his hand to the sky. I swear to God, I'm telling the truth. Otherwise, let a huge rock fall from the sky and crush me to death. After hearing Bai Feng's oath, no rocks fell from the sky to kill him. Instead, the barbarian chief knelt on the ground and placed his head on Bai Feng's feet. I, Yishang, will always be loyal to you. My tribe will no longer exist and will be ruled by you. I hope you will abide by your oath and treat them as your true tribesmen. Bai Feng lifted up Yishang with both hands. Of course, you will all be members of my Bai Feng tribe. Yishang suddenly collapsed as if all his bones were pulled out. Similarly, several people in the group of savages let out a sigh of relief and lay down, and there was no movement. Bai Feng knew that this was a long-term high-pressure state, and as a result, they let out a sigh of relief, and it was difficult for them to recover. He quickly asked someone to help him drink some water, and Yishang was able to stand up gradually. Hunting is impossible today, but Bai Feng is very satisfied with having captured so many people. Let's go home now. Bai Feng ordered everyone to return to the tribe. Yishang also called on those weak tribesmen to follow. The warriors of the Bai Feng tribe will also help those people to get up one by one, and those who are too weak will be helped to walk. But there were still 7 people lying on the ground and unable to get up. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Yishang's eyes showed a sadness that was rare for a savage. Bai Feng asked the soldiers to dig a big pit on the spot, which was just big enough to bury the bodies. After hastily burying them, they set off again. Yishang, who had recovered, started to talk more. He asked what the White Wind tribe was like, how big it was, why the people were still so strong after a winter, and even stronger than they were in the autumn, what the wood and ropes on their backs were tied together with, and how the knife that shone white like snow was made. Bai Feng was a little annoyed by the questions, so he just told him that he would know when he arrived at the tribe, and he could see enough then. Now, he should shut up and save his energy, otherwise he would be exhausted to death on the road before reaching the tribe. Yishang didn't bother Bai Feng anymore, but went to harass other warriors. He touched someone's bow, then someone's knife, and then directly took an arrow to study it. The bear came up to Bai Feng and asked quietly why he didn't treat them as slaves, but as tribesmen. Wasn't this a waste of food? Bai Feng told Xiong, we have a tribe of more than 500 people, but we can become a tribe of nearly 800 people. Do you understand? Chapter 60 Good and Bad. Bai Feng and his men led more than 200 savages who had difficulty walking through the forest and finally arrived at the plain before the sun set. The yellow light of the setting sun sprinkled on the long city walls. Except for the original members of the Bai Feng tribe, all the newly recruited people were too surprised to move forward. Yishang looked at the golden city wall and exclaimed, is the tribe so powerful? This city wall looks like it was made of bronze. Even the Shinnong and Swearin mentioned by the wise men cannot compare to this. Bai Feng was very happy listening to their praises. The tribesmen also puffed out their chests with pride when they listened. Some even pointed to a place and said that it was built by him. The newcomers praised sincerely and the old ones boasted wildly. Bai Feng thought that his work was quite successful. Although after seeing the wealth of Swearin, he understood that he was only 1/10 or even 1/10 of the other's strength, but it was also very impressive to build a wandering tribe into this state in such a short time. He led the trembling crowd to the city gate and called out to the clansmen on the city wall. There were already special soldiers patrolling and standing guard on the city wall. The city gate was nailed together with heavy wood and bolted. Bai Feng believed that even if the giants like Kwafu and Fufeng came, they would not be able to push it open. The patrolling soldiers saw that it was the clan leader who had returned, but the number of people was twice as many as when he left. They were a little confused, but they still obeyed Bai Feng's orders. They worked together to pull the bolt with a rope with a wooden pulley, and then worked together from inside and outside to open the city gate. Bai Feng took the lead and led more than 200 refugees into the tribe. The tribesmen at home looked at this group of savages who were as thin as skeletons with contempt in their eyes. They didn't want to waste time paying attention to them, probably thinking that they were slaves captured by the chief. Wu took the bamboo slips and ran over with his 2 assistants who were good at counting. Usually, he just came to count the hunter's harvest of the day and put it into the warehouse after recording the numbers. But today, he saw Bai Feng bringing so many people with him from afar, so he knew it must be a big job, and he couldn't handle it, so he brought his assistants along. Wu was not as aloof as he was in front of ordinary tribesmen. He was even a little fawning in front of Bai Feng because he was sure that Bai Feng was the son of God. As long as he served Feng well, maybe he could be taken to heaven by God in the future to enjoy happiness where God lived. Wu Wei bent down and said, Chief, did you capture these slaves or exchange them? If you did, what was the price? Please tell me so that I can calculate it. After saying this, he unfolded the bamboo slips that had been dried and coated with lacquer tree sap, picked up the brush made of ox hair, and the assistant beside him immediately brought the pine, soot ink in his hand to the witch. The brush was made by Baifeng for the convenience of taking notes, although it was not easy to use, but he had practiced calligraphy for so long in his later life, so the words he wrote with the brush would not be too ugly. When Wu used the brush, the only thing he could write with were numbers in simplified Chinese characters that looked somewhat pleasing to the eye, as no one except Wu could recognize the other characters. When Baifeng looked at the account he wrote, he could only make out a few times, cold briquettes. Of course, Baifeng would not doubt him. People of this era were very honest. If something was lost, it was lost. If Baifeng took things from the warehouse without permission and Wu couldn't reconcile the accounts, he would only cry and say that he was incompetent and had made a mistake in the calculation. He would not hide the fact and change the accounts so that only he could understand. In fact, it is the same in this era. Other tribes can only use knots to keep accounts. They tie small knots when hunting rabbits and big knots when hunting wild boars. They may remember it today, but forget what the knot represents tomorrow. At least the Witch of the White Wind tribe can still recognize it. Baifeng didn't mind Wu's nascent bureaucratic style and just pushed Yishang to him. These people are not slaves, but my recruited tribesmen. From now on, they will be members of the Baifeng tribe. You can arrange housing and food for them and let them have a good rest. I will tell you the details tomorrow. The witch was just stunned for a moment, then said okay without any objection, and took 2 of his men to count the number of people, then divided them into several teams and took them to the house. Because the old houses built by the tribe were almost saturated, Baifeng did not agree to build a new big house. Baifeng wanted to wait until cement was produced and then build a brick concrete house in one step. There was no need to continue using earth bricks, except for 2 large houses that were empty because the people inside them were smart enough to build small houses to live in. The others were still occupied by tribesmen. They didn't want to sleep with these dirty, skeleton-like savages. The only other empty houses were 3 large warehouses, 2 of which had not been filled with things and 1 had just been vacated. So they had to have nearly 50 people to live in one room, which was so crowded that it was difficult to lie down. No one was given preferential treatment, not even the merchants. Although they envied those who had spacious rooms, or even those who had their own small rooms, no one expressed dissatisfaction. This was good enough for them. They even thought they would be treated as slaves. As soon as they were assigned a house, someone brought them food and cooked it for them. They also gave each of them a ceramic bowl and asked them to line up to get one. In the bowl of soup, there were not only grass seeds, but also wild vegetables that had not yet grown, and even minced meat. It was also very salty. As soon as I got the meal, I stood there and poured it directly into my mouth without being afraid of the heat. I still felt unsatisfied. I don't know how long it has been since I had such a good meal. In fact, Baifeng was afraid that their stomachs couldn't take it, so he specifically told the witch to give them less meat and a little oil, and less of other things. In Baifeng's view, what they gave them was just a bowl of soup. The real rice for the tribesmen was at least half dry. After a simple meal, they immediately squeezed into the house and went to sleep. After all, they had been wandering for months and were exhausted both physically and mentally. Now they had food and shelter and were safe at night without fear of being taken away by wild beasts. Naturally, they relaxed and fell asleep. Perhaps the tribesmen living next door were unable to fall asleep because of the snoring. Their arrival did not cause much reaction among the tribesmen that night. After all, in terms of various treatments, they were far inferior to themselves. What was there to worry about? With so many laborers coming, the tribe should become stronger. Ever since there was a precedent of an old woman becoming younger, the tribesmen no longer doubted that the patriarch had supernatural powers. What was so strange about him being able to extend the lives of people who were about to die of old age and turn a group of hungry and exhausted people into strong laborers? After dinner, as usual, everyone went back to sleep. Those who had wives went to their own world of 2, or even 3 or 4 people. Only Baifeng couldn't sleep all night. These people are both opportunities and crises. Although raising them well can enhance the strength of the tribe, they will also waste several months of food for the tribe. They also have to enjoy the fruits of the labor of previous tribesmen, which is unfair to the previous tribesmen, but they cannot be treated too obviously differently. Autour concile, Baifeng stared blankly at the roof that was falling off in the dark night. Chapter 61 New Policy. Bai Feng got up with dark circles under his eyes. He had hardly slept the whole night. Sui was sleeping soundly beside him, not noticing Bai Feng's troubles at all. Since he couldn't think of any strategy, Bai Feng tried to find reference points in history. He didn't understand the people's livelihood policies of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, so he started from the Qin dynasty and went all the way to modern times. Bai Feng put himself in the emperor's perspective and tried to find a development method that best suited his tribe. As a result, as he traveled through history, Bai Feng's worries became even greater. He really couldn't imagine how much pressure the enlightened emperors of those great empires were under. He himself couldn't sleep because of the survival of a small tribe of less than 1,000 people, while those emperors were concerned with the survival of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people. The licentious emperors were of course carefree and enjoying themselves. If he wanted to be a wise monarch, one must have a strong ability to withstand pressure. Unfortunately, the licentious dynasty did not last long, and his small tribe would most likely collapse completely within a few months because of his own mistake. Bai Feng was feeling very depressed, so he quietly opened the wooden window and looked at the night scenery. The moon was bigger and rounder than what he saw in later generations. He could even see the craters on the moon with his eyes that were not short-sighted or astigmatistic. There was a vague figure waving his arms and chopping something on the moon. A cool breeze blew by, and Bai Feng's mind became a little clearer. He turned around and saw that Sui was still sleeping soundly. Bai Feng closed the window and returned to his seat. He did not lie down, but sat cross-legged quietly. Looking back on the era that I am most familiar with, the great men led the country from chaos to prosperity and strength, and along the way they continued to reform and experiment before finding a path suitable for their own development. Perhaps collectivization is more suitable for my current situation? Bai Feng thought carefully about the feasibility. Of course, if the conditions are similar or different, it can be used, but not all of them. The group life of a large tribe, working together and distributing the food uniformly, being poor, producing little, and not having class conflicts, seems to be very feasible. Bai Feng changed to a comfortable position and lay down, continuing to perfect his ideas. At the sound of the bear's whistle, everyone got up. The tribesmen took water to wash their faces and rinse their mouths. Bai Feng chewed a willow branch to make silk and used it as a toothbrush, brushing his teeth with purified fine salt. Sui also got used to brushing her teeth at Bai Feng's request. Fortunately, she had a mouthful of white teeth. Otherwise, Sui would have big yellow teeth when she opened her mouth. And how would Bai Feng live? The newly recruited tribesmen regained their strength after resting, although they were still trembling. After hearing the whistle, they didn't understand what it meant, but when they saw others getting up to wash, they had to get up and huddle together. However, because they didn't know how to get water and didn't have the habit of washing their faces, they were all timid and didn't know what to do. They seemed very restrained. The old tribesmen would not care about these newly arrived savages. The chief would probably announce how the slaves would be distributed. How could they tell them how to get water to wash their faces? It would be cheap. Xiong was sensible. He took Yishang to see how to get water and asked him to use the pottery basin he was assigned to collect water and wash his hands and face. He also told him that this was the rule of the Bai Feng tribe, and he must wash himself clean. Yesterday, he didn't ask them to do so because they were too tired. Today, he must wash his whole body clean, so that there's not a single louse on it. Although Yishang didn't understand why there was such a strange rule, he could even understand worshipping the sun in the morning, but he didn't dare to have any opinions. He washed his hands and face obediently. The water had already become turbid. Seeing that the water of other tribesmen was only light yellow after washing, he felt a little embarrassed. He taught Yishang, and then the people Yishang brought with him taught him. Looking at the chaotic, disorderly, and crowded group of skeletons, Xiong had no desire to continue watching. On the contrary, his old tribesmen were neat and orderly, so natural and elegant. While the new tribesmen were still washing their faces in confusion, the old tribesmen had already gathered, distributed their identity cards, and made sure that everyone was there. They were waiting for Bai Feng to issue tasks and start the day's work. Although Bai Feng looked haggard, he was in good spirits because he had found a solution to his troubles. The tribesmen were waiting, and Bai Feng was also waiting. When the new tribesmen finished washing, their hands, arms, faces, and torsos were all obviously different colors. They stood there awkwardly, waiting for Bai Feng to arrange their fate. Bai Feng cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, our tribe has good news. I believe you have all seen the more than 200 people standing there. Our tribe has expanded again. Xiong took the lead in clapping, and the tribesmen also clapped sparsely. The new tribesmen next to them didn't understand, and some of them also clapped. Some wanted to clap, but were too embarrassed to do so, and when they wanted to clap, the applause of the old tribesmen had already stopped. Applause is a bad hobby of Bai Feng. He always feels uncomfortable when there is no response from the audience when he speaks. So he asked the tribesmen to clap their hands to show their agreement when he makes an interesting part in his speech. They don't know what makes a speech interesting, so usually the smart people like Xiong or Wu take the lead. After the last round of applause died down, Bai Feng continued, "Perhaps most people think they are slaves of our tribe, although Xiong also suggested this to me at the time." There was a slight commotion among the new tribesmen, but I don't think so. I plan to let them join the White Wind tribe and make them our people. Now the old tribesmen began to become restless again. Bai Feng calmed everyone down with his hands. "I know you don't understand, and you don't want the food you worked so hard to find to be eaten by strangers. But as long as they become our people, isn't it normal for them to eat our food?" The old tribesmen felt that this was not right, but they could not find out what was wrong. The bear and the witch sniffed calmly. Of course, they don't eat for free. Just think of it as you lending it to them. When the work they do can be equivalent to the food they eat, they can have their own real food like you. Otherwise, they can only eat the least and worst food and do the same work. Moreover, for the sake of everyone and the future development of our tribe cannot remain a small tribe of a few hundred people. We need to become a large tribe of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. The tribesmen were moved by Bai Feng's not-so-great pancake and roared excitedly. For the sake of future development, I have decided to implement the work point system in our tribe. That is to say, everyone works together and eats together, but a certain amount of work points will be calculated for the work done every day. The more you work, the more you earn. When our tribe has a surplus in winter, you can use the work points to exchange for the food and items you want. These are yours, and you don't have to share them with other tribesmen. When these words were spoken, both old and new tribesmen were puzzled. The one who reacted the most was Wu. "Chief, do you think I'm too idle?" Chapter 62. Fusion of the Old and the New. In Bai Feng's design, work points are equivalent to virtual currency. You earn as much as you work. The value of work points can be determined by calculating the tribe's harvest for the whole year. Without equivalent exchange products, inflation and deflation are almost inevitable. But how much surplus can the tribe have in a year? This is just a policy to stabilize the tribe members. For example, which is more valuable, a brick or a handful of wild vegetables, or a pound of salt or a pottery jar? Everything is determined by Bai Feng. Bai Feng's idea is to set a minimum standard every day. Only after the tribesmen have completed their own minimum standard work can they get work points. This will also widen the gap between the diligent and lazy tribesmen, and is also a way to differentiate the treatment of new and old tribesmen. First of all, the new tribesmen are far inferior to the healthy and strong old tribesmen in terms of physical strength, not to mention their lack of work proficiency. Their work progress will definitely be much worse. For a long time, the contribution made by the new tribesmen will be negative. Only when the gap between the new and old tribesmen is widened will they not be dissatisfied and resisted by the tribesmen when they incorporate the savages in the future. Of course, this does not include beauties. If there are real beauties, they would be willing to starve themselves in exchange for them. After comforting the old tribesmen and letting them start their own work for the day, the new tribesmen were still timid and didn't know what to do. The long-term wandering life made them feel very inferior in this new tribe. Yishang was their backbone, but Yishang didn't perform very well and was also waiting for Bai Feng to give him instructions. The first step for all new members of the tribe is to register their information and receive identity cards. With more than 200 people, this added a huge workload to Bai Feng. In order to last longer, all the identity cards were carved with a knife, which was slower and more laborious than writing. Bai Feng felt like his fingers were about to break, but he enjoyed it. In their current state, there were not many jobs to choose from. They had just regained some strength, but what could they do? They had to do jobs like weaving straw ropes and mixing mud. Those who were in better health could dig soil to prepare for raising the city wall later. The new tribesmen were clumsy, which made the old tribesmen very unhappy, but Bai Feng required them to treat them equally and not insult or exclude them. So he had to bear it and slowly teach the new tribesmen. The hunting team still had a rich harvest. The old tribesmen could eat meat and soup made from last year's pickled wild vegetables. Those who contributed more could get more meat. The new tribesmen could only eat soup made from mincemeat. Those who performed better could even eat bones that had no meat on them. Supplies were scarce at the beginning of spring, so Bai Feng could only let everyone eat worse food. They would not be treated like dried meat, as they did back then. The extra food will be stored to deal with future emergencies. Bai Feng felt that this year would not be very peaceful. Almost a month passed like this, and these new people gradually became familiar with the old people. There was no longer any barrier between them, and they got along more harmoniously. However, there were still differences in food. After all, the more you work, the more you get. The food was not very good, but it still raised these skeletons to look like humans. The former warriors slowly grew flesh and became stronger. The tribe would naturally give him better food so that he could become a fighting force more quickly. The other tribesmen were also able to do other work. For example, the seeds planted in the fields had sprouted. With the addition of fertilizer, they grew exceptionally vigorously, far surpassing their counterparts grown in the wild. Agriculture requires intensive cultivation, and now it is time to weed. Selectively weed out the weeds. This work does not require much strength, but it is very tiring and time-consuming. All of it is taken care of by the new people, even though there are also a lot of crops planted among the weeds they weed out. The vegetable garden was handed over to Sui. Usually Sui was Bai Feng's follower. She would help Bai Feng in whatever he did, and she didn't have a fixed job. The tribesmen had gradually accepted that Sui was the tribe leader's woman. In addition, Bai Feng obviously preferred Sui, so the tribesmen didn't mind Sui's idle daily life. Bai Feng was worried about handing the vegetable garden over to the new members of the tribe. Sui was meticulous and would not feel bad, even if his vegetables were weeded out. However, he might not be in a good mood if the new members of the tribe weeded out his vegetables. Wild vegetables also began to grow wildly. Those picked at this time are the most delicious. Although they can be picked in later seasons, the taste will be much worse. What's more, the tribesmen have been eating wild vegetables that are not in season and have been pickled for half a year. The taste is really not good. The first thing to grow was Artemisia capillaris, which was everywhere. Soon, you could dig a basket full of it. However, Bai Feng couldn't accept the taste of it. It made his tongue numb, so he never had the chance to eat this wild vegetable. The collection team has continued the fine habit of collecting various samples and bringing them back for Bai Feng to see. Bai Feng also found several edible wild vegetables among the collected plants, once again expanding the tribe's diet. If he comes across a nice-looking stone, he will throw into the backpack and then pour out for Bai Feng to see. If he happens to be as lucky as the tribesman who picked up iron or before and earns a house and a wife, wouldn't that be wonderful? There's a pile of stones in the corner, most of which have strange patterns on them and are of no particular use. A stone the size of a finger, with purple and white patterns intersecting, is slightly useful. It is a Qin Ziyu jade. I drill a hole in it to make a necklace for Sui. She will be very happy if I give it to her. She will look at the necklace all day long and will not take it off even when she sleeps. Bai Feng, who runs to the side, cannot fall asleep. When the tribesman saw Bai Feng chose the stone he picked up, he hurriedly said that he had seen one as big as a human head in that place, but he didn't move it because it was too heavy. If the tribe leader needed it, he would bring 2 back tomorrow. Bai Feng quickly refused, saying that a Qin Ziyu that big was of no use in this era. Another stone that made Bai Feng happy was a piece of pure white limestone. It is usually gray, but this pure white one is relatively rare and is also an excellent material for making cement. When he asked where the stone was found and whether there were many such stones, the tribesman only said that it was picked up under a huge rock several people tall. Bai Feng immediately lost hope. However, no suitable limestone mine has been found around the tribe. For the sake of the cement business, Bai Feng thought it would be a good idea to go and take a look in person. What if a miracle happens? A miracle really happened. When Bai Feng went there, he found that what the tribesman said was absolutely correct. It was just a huge limestone boulder more than 4 meters high. It was probably not even enough to burn cement to build a house. Bai Feng sat on the ground in frustration. If he couldn't find a large enough limestone mine, was he really going to have to build a brick house with mud? While thinking about substitutes for limestone, Bai Feng was poking around on the ground with a knife, but soon he discovered that the originally yellow soil was mixed with white powder. After digging deeper, he found that there was actually limestone mines underground. Chapter 63. Returning to the mountains. That stone is not just a huge boulder, but a stone mountain with roots. The entire underground is limestone mines, and the exposed stones are just the tip of the iceberg. Bai Feng jumped up with joy, patted the shoulder of the tribe member who discovered the limestone, and praised him for his good work, saying that he would definitely reward him well. The tribe member felt a little embarrassed by the praise, and did not even ask what the reward was, mainly because Bai Feng was exaggerating. With so much limestone, Baifeng cement will soon be available. However, this place is still a bit far from the tribe. Fortunately, they have a cart, otherwise they would be exhausted just carrying it in bamboo baskets. Of course, the first thing to do before burning stones is to prepare the lime kiln. The kiln had been dug long ago, but had been idle, waiting to be burned after enough limestone was found. There's also a stone mill for grinding stones. In fact, primitive people were good at making stone tools. Some people always think that stone things are not durable or sharp, but if you find good stones and make stone tools carefully, they will be just fine. Stone millstones and pestles are used to crush brittle limestone. Similarly, waste bricks and tiles are also materials for burning cement. Mixing them with limestone and burning them together can produce more durable cement. There was still some cloth left, which was all sewn into double-layer masks. The tribesmen who worked in the kiln said they couldn't breathe and it was stuffy when they put them on. They thought that wearing masks meant the tribe leader wanted to kill them. But Baifeng knew clearly that not wearing a mask would kill him. Pneumoconiosis, caused by inhaling dust, is completely incurable. It is a stubborn and incurable disease in later generations, let alone now. Baifeng uses his usual method of reasoning first, and then taking action if that doesn't work. Even the tribesmen who transport stones have to wear it. Baifeng doesn't want these strong men who he has raised with great difficulty to die in the dust. I tried to fire the first kiln, but the condensation effect was very poor. I don't know why, but it's not a big deal. I just need to adjust the proportion and temperature. Leave these to professionals and try more. However, Baifeng has to keep checking whether they have secretly taken off their masks. The calf was caught last autumn and has grown into a big bull now. It eats well, and Baifeng often scratches its fur. Now it has pure white fur that shines in the sun. The back is very wide and the horns are long. In winter, Baifeng will add some butter to the calf, as if feeding butter to cows is like feeding human fat to humans. However, cows do not recognize their relatives and are not averse to the fat and meat of their own kind. They look like herbivores, but they will still enjoy eating animal fats. Baifeng tried to use the calf as a mount. Since the calf had been with him since childhood, the calf did not object to Baifeng's approach. However, Baifeng felt uncomfortable under his crotch, so he decided that he would not ride the calf unless there was something important that required him to save face, unless the saddle was made first. It is a good thing that the calf has grown up, but at the same time, the calf has also matured. As an adult bull called a calf, it begins to need a companion. Sometimes at night, Baifeng can always hear the calves roaring outside, which makes Baifeng very upset, but he could do nothing about it. Baifeng neither had the ability nor the courage to castrate the calf, mainly because it was too late to do so now. When he was young, Baifeng had never thought about this at all. Leaving it alone is not an option either, unless we catch a cow for the calf. However, it is extremely difficult to capture it alive, and it will be a problem to drive it away after we catch it. We can't just do what Baifeng did and capture a child bride, right? If he released it directly into the herd, Baifeng was afraid that he would lose both the wife and the army. Not only would the calf not find its mother, but it would also never come back. All the food he gave would be wasted. Baifeng could only keep trying to find ways to catch a cow and bring it back safely, but the calf didn't give Baifeng this opportunity. At night, when Baifeng was sleeping soundly, the calf not only howled in estrus, but also started to bang on Baifeng's door, completely disturbing Baifeng's sleepiness. When they woke up in the morning, they found that the calf's hair was standing up, there was white foam around its mouth, and it was paddling with its hooves, and its eyes were red. It looked like it was ready to attack at any time, and the tribesmen were so scared that they dared not approach it. Even Baifeng was a little scared when he went nearby. He wouldn't eat any grass he was fed. Even when he was fed some tender wild vegetables with oil, he had no reaction at all, and white foam kept falling from the corners of his mouth. Baifeng was afraid that it would be bad for the calf if it continued like this, and if it got out of control and started to go crazy, it would be too dangerous for the tribe members. Baifeng finally decided to let it return to the tribe. If it was willing to come back after finding a mate, the tribe would still welcome it. If it went wild and never came back, Baifeng thought he should kill it himself to give an explanation to the tribe. Taking the calf and a dozen fully armed warriors, they followed the familiar road to the valley to look for the bison herd. Perhaps they had already migrated to other places with better water and grass. But as long as they left some traces, the calf would naturally be able to find the large tribe. The closer they got to the valley, the more impatient the calf became. Baifeng did not give the calf any shackles, not even a rope or a nose ring. The calf just followed Baifeng blindly. But later on, Bai Feng felt that the calf was no longer under his control. For everyone's safety, Bai Feng moved aside to make way for the calf. The calf stopped, stretched its neck and roared, rubbed Bai Feng with its horns, and then ran away. Bai Feng and his companions did not encounter any ferocious beasts along the way. This was because the calf was huge in size, and a bull in estrus was extremely dangerous. Even a tiger was unwilling to take the risk of catching a calf. What Bai Feng is still worried about is whether their tribe will accept the calf. After all, the calf has been raised in the human tribe since childhood, and it may be difficult for it to integrate into the bison herd. But worry is just worry. Bai Feng cannot devote too much energy to a bison, let alone escort a bison. Seeing the calf running away, Bai Feng and his friends couldn't catch up with it, and there was no need to chase it, so they went back home. On the way, the tribesmen wanted to ask why the chief let the bison run away. Although the chief was usually very kind to the buffalo, in the eyes of the tribesmen, the chief was just taking good care of the food. Just like Sway, now he spent the whole day in the vegetable field looking for insects and weeding, and was no longer Bai Feng's follower. Bai Feng was in a dilemma to explain to his tribesmen. There was no way to explain it. After all, with Xiao Niu's physique, killing him would be enough to feed the entire tribe. Now he had just run away, and there was no telling whether he would come back. Bai Feng didn't expect Xiao Niu to be able to bring a cow to the tribe. As long as Xiao Niu could come back by himself, that would be a success enough. If it doesn't come back, Bai Feng will kill it himself during the autumn hunt, so there will be no need to worry about not being able to recognize it. There probably won't be another pure white cow in the herd here. Chapter 64, Glaze. While Bai Feng was looking for a mate for his calf, cement had already been successfully produced. The tribesmen were very surprised that this gray thing, which turned out to be the same as stone after adding water, thought that anything could be burned, so they secretly dug a small kiln, threw various stones into it, and burned them to see what they could produce. Bai Feng used 2 different kinds of stones to burn out iron and cement. The tribesmen used different stones, but only burned out stone slag, which was useless. No matter whether water or urine was added to the ash, it would not become anything hard. So they started burning other things, increasing or decreasing the temperature, hoping to burn something useful. Of course, they did everything without telling Bai Feng. Bai Feng just randomly arrested people to see if they were wearing masks and didn't care that there was an extra kiln on the mountain. When Bai Feng came back with his men empty-handed, he got the cement he had always dreamed of. After testing, it completely met the requirements. Bai Feng was very satisfied and immediately chose a location to build a new house. He had had enough of this house where the roof kept falling off day and night. The roof might collapse or leak someday. With experience and better materials, the tribesmen were more adept at building houses, not to mention that Bai Feng's house was just a small house of less than 10 square meters, and even only 3 meters high, with 2 eaves. The cement and bricks solidified quickly, making it easier to build. Of course, before building the house, Bai Feng studied the house design carefully. The required space must be reserved. It cannot be like before, where after the house is built, the wall has to be demolished and holes made. Safety issues are one thing. With their current tools, it will be difficult to break through the brick concrete wall. Chimneys and Kong eyes are reserved in the design. Bai Feng still chooses to give up thermal insulation for the sake of lighting. For him, lighting is the most important thing for a house. If you live in a dark room, what is the difference between that and living in a coffin? If it's cold, just light more firewood. Windows are not just holes, they're also wooden windows. Although the Bai Feng tribe has not yet grown hemp, they can use dragon beer grass and reeds to make ropes, but they are not as good as hemp. Bai Feng only found out about spinning thread from dragon beer grass after the women who were engaged in textile work told him about it. They couldn't sit idle and couldn't do other work, so they had to find Bai Feng and ask him to provide them with the materials so that they could spin thread. They couldn't make cloth, but all the ropes used in the tribe were woven by them. As a result, animal skin ropes were eliminated by the Bai Feng tribe. Otherwise, too many animal skins would be wasted. The spun thin line, plus an iron weight, becomes the horizontal line, which can be pulled flat to control the height. The engineering team of the Bai Feng tribe is becoming more and more professional, and their construction level is getting higher and higher. Bai Feng is very confident in them and just explains the construction requirements and lets them do it completely. While Bai Feng was still worried about his calf, the craftsman brought him a small green stone, which instantly changed his mind. Bai Feng hurriedly ran to the kiln site and discovered that there was a small kiln that he had never noticed before. This small green stone was accidentally burned out when the craftsman poured agate into the kiln while trying to burn various stones. Although they didn't know what was burned out, this green, smooth, and slightly transparent thing was definitely not the waste that was burned out before. Even if it was used as a necklace, it would not be much worse than the one hanging on Sue's neck. So they quickly found the knowledgeable chief Bai Feng and asked him to identify what this thing was. Bai Feng naturally knew that this thing was glass, or color glaze, because the color was brighter and not too transparent. Bai Feng did not blame the tribesmen for secretly opening a new kiln and hiding it from him. Instead, he praised the tribesmen for daring to try. He only warned them that if they wanted to do anything in the future, they must tell him, and he would definitely support them. This made the tribesmen feel a little embarrassed. They used to think that Bai Feng was mostly lucky in doing these things, so they gave it a try. If they succeeded, it would mean that they could do what Bai Feng could do, and that the patriarch was not as powerful as they imagined. They didn't expect that Bai Feng not only recognized what was burning, but also knew what was used to burn it. In this place, the only material that can be used to make colored glaze is agate, which is common and abundant. Ever since Sui Dai wore the Qin Ziyu necklace, the tribesmen also followed suit and picked up nice ones to wear. At first, only the men made them for their wives, but later, almost everyone had one hanging around their neck. Bai Feng knew that sand could be burned into glass, but he was only at the stage of being able to burn it. He had no idea how to burn it or what the process was. Moreover, even if the glass was burned out, it didn't seem to be of much use, so Bai Feng never mentioned this to his tribesmen. The glass for windows may not be big enough, and glass cups and bowls are complicated to make and not durable. If you are not careful, they will become slag. How can they be as practical as pottery? Even if they are broken by accident, you can go to the tribe warehouse to get a new one. Anyway, the tribe is not short of pottery. Even the urinals used at night are good things with patterns and thinness that other tribes lack. However, from the matter of burning color glaze, Bai Feng also discovered one thing. That is, his people seem to be a little too idle. In this case, you should burn glass while burning bricks and tiles. This should also be the basic daily work of your team. Colored gems are used to make glass, but they are not needed when making glass. Sand can be burned directly. There's an abandoned river near the tribe. Otherwise, there would be no dried-up salt lake nearby. The fine sand in the river is inexhaustible. Originally, it was only used to make cement, but now the transportation volume has been increased, and more than a dozen trucks are sent to the pottery site every day so that they can satisfy their addiction to burning stones. Although Bai Feng knew that it was luck that they were able to burn out colored glass, now that they had some experience, as long as they tried it out every day, they would be able to burn out satisfactory glass one day. Then Bai Feng left the sad-looking pottery-making team members behind and walked away happily, playing with the small pieces of colored glaze in his hands. It seemed that the window he had reserved was still too small, so he might as well make it bigger. Now he could make do with wooden windows, as there would always be a day when he could use glass windows. Fortunately, the progress of the house construction site is a little slower, and the new requirement I put forward has been well implemented. I just don't know whether the tribesmen who are building the house will think that their chief is mentally ill for opening such a large window. They would not ask about these things, but would just build the walls as quickly as possible and then use peeled and air-dried wood as beams. This room should be the most advanced of this era. Chapter 65, The Herd. Although the glass incident temporarily diverted Bai Feng's attention, Xiao Niu had been with Bai Feng for so long, and Bai Feng still had some insomnia because he couldn't hear Xiao Niu's annoying cries at night. During the day, various trivial matters would distract Bai Feng's thoughts, and this repeated for a few days. Finally, when the frame of Bai Feng's new house was completed and Bai Feng was repairing the ground outside the house, he could no longer suppress his worry. Sui also became unhappy because of the absence of the calf, because the calf was one of her few friends. Cows don't care about the beauty or ugliness of humans. Only humans who provide them with fresh grass are the most beautiful. Every day, the cow shed next to the room is empty. I don't have to clean up its feces, add grass to it, or take it for a walk. It seems very leisurely, but I feel very empty inside. After not seeing the calf for several days, Bai Feng became so anxious that he couldn't stand it anymore. So he decided to take people to look for it. Regardless of whether the calf had any intention of coming back or not, it would be a relief for him. As for the matter of killing the calf that would never come back, Bai Feng really couldn't do it now, so it was better to let it return to nature. Just consider it as compensation for the annual slaughter of cattle, Bai Feng thought. Bai Feng set off early with a dozen soldiers. Sui also wanted to follow, but Bai Feng refused to let her go no matter what. After all, they were not going for a stroll. If the calf has no intention of coming back, then they will kill another cow and bring it back. This theory seems outrageous, but for the tribe, it is necessary. Every time a warrior goes out, there must be results. The tribe cannot afford to support idle people, and it is impossible to waste energy on doing something meaningless. The White Wind tribe is getting bigger and bigger, but it is still very poor, and there's a big gap between it and other large tribes of thousands of people. The chiefs of other tribes have great power to do their own private affairs and have a lot of freedom. They almost have exclusive rights to food and women. The Baifeng tribe only has priority. The houses and food they need are all exchanged for by Baifeng through his own contributions. They can use them at will, and the tribe members have no objections. Leading the soldiers on that familiar road, Baifeng walked faster and faster. Baifeng's physique was much stronger than his own soldiers, and coupled with his anxious mood, the soldiers could hardly keep up. At noon, Baifeng and his companions ate a few bites casually, and after they had settled down a bit, they immediately set off. Although Baifeng told the tribesmen that they were going to hunt and catch cattle, everyone knew the truth but just didn't say it openly. Their tribe leader had low requirements, so it was understandable that he was willful occasionally. When they had traveled most of the way, Baifeng saw birds in the woods flying away in the distance. Baifeng guessed that some large wild beast might be coming. It would be dangerous for them alone, so Baifeng immediately led his men to climb up the big trees on both sides of the road, lying in ambush to see if they could find a chance to attack, mainly to avoid danger. Although many wild animals can climb trees, such as tigers and bears, and they can climb trees very quickly, the trees here have many branches and are dense, so it is not easy for these large beasts to climb up. The noise was getting closer and closer, and Baifeng was a little panicked because this noise was not something that a tiger or a bear could make. It was most likely a group of elephants or a group of giant wild boars. No matter which one it was, it would be extremely dangerous for Baifeng and his friends. There are also elephants in this place, and there are quite a few of them, but their territory is large and they're usually on the move. Baifeng has never seen any in his own territory. However, ivory is not uncommon in the market, and many of the tribesmen said that they have seen elephants. In fact, there were still many rhinos in this era. They were not as big as those in Africa, but they could still give people a great sense of oppression. When Baifeng saw them before, he could only run away quickly without any intention of hunting them. At that time, his tribe was equipped with wooden spears and stone guns, which might not be able to penetrate the rhinoceros skin. Dust was flying in the small path. Baifeng just hoped that they would not discover him and his people, otherwise they would really die here. Even an excellent hunter who had experienced many battles was so scared that he dared not breathe. When the smoke got closer, Baifeng saw that the leader was actually a white cow. A closer look revealed that it was a calf, nothing wrong with it, but there were dozens of big cows following behind it, which made Baifeng a little confused. He had slept on straw and tasted gall, and now he brought his people to take revenge. Did he raise an animal undercover? Just when Baifeng was puzzled, Xiaoniu had already arrived under the tree where Baifeng and the others were hiding. Xiaoniu seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly stopped and began to wander around under the tree, sniffing everywhere with his nose. This made Baifeng even more nervous, as he could not guarantee that Xiaoniu would still be as kind to him as before. Xiaoniu finally realized something was wrong. He looked up from under the tree and found Baifeng hiding in the tree. Baifeng was holding onto a branch with a knife in his hand, afraid that Xiaoniu would do something aggressive so he could fight to the death. But the calf didn't show any sign of attacking. He was still the same as when he was with him before, rubbing his neck and back against the tree and looking up at Baifeng, thinking that Baifeng was playing a game with him. If there was only the calf, Baifeng would have climbed down the tree by now. However, there were dozens of pairs of eyes behind the calf that also saw Baifeng and were looking at him in unison. Baifeng felt that if he went down, he would probably be trampled to death by the herd of cattle on the spot. The other warriors were so scared that they could hardly stand on the tree. Baifeng had no choice but to go up himself. It didn't matter even if he was trampled to death. After all, he had been on the brink of life and death every day since he came to this era. Baifeng had no choice but to pretend to be calm and slide down the tree. The calf immediately came over. Baifeng was a little scared and moved aside, but the calf came closer and put its neck close to Baifeng, wanting Baifeng to tickle it. After all, Baifeng was there to tickle in the tribe, but there were no wild people to tickle it in the wild. Seeing that the calf had not regained its wildness and still trusted Baifeng, Baifeng boldly began to scratch it with his hands. The calf felt comfortable with the scratching, so it stretched its neck even longer and even stuck out its tongue to lick Bifone. The cattle became a little restless after Bifone came down, but after the calf cried out, they gradually calmed down. Seeing that there was no problem, the other members of the tribe also slid down from the trees one by one. They wanted to draw their weapons, but were stopped by Bifone. Since this herd of cattle doesn't seem to have any ill will towards them at the moment, there's no need for them to create any complications. They can just get in touch with them and see what the situation is. Chapter 66, Bringing the Cow Home. Bifone scratched the calf's neck, and the herd calmed down after a little commotion. The calf did not suddenly attack. The warriors listened to Bifone and did not draw their weapons, but they all retreated to Bifang's side. After all, the calf not going crazy does not mean that other herds of cattle will not attack. Bifone secretly counted the herd of cattle with a sidelight. There were about 50 of them. They were relatively young, probably the same age as calves, which could be seen from their horns. Most of them were cows, with only a minority being bulls. Although cows also have horns, they are obviously different from bulls in terms of body shape and horn length. Their color is basically brown, and the pure white calf is very conspicuous among them. It can be seen that the calf is not as irritable as it was in the past few days. It may have solved its own problem. Bifone carefully checked the calf's physical condition. In the past few days, the calf's originally clean body has been covered with a lot of mud, and the mud on its legs and tail has formed lumps. There was a long wound on his chest, but it dried up and there was no pus or bleeding. Bifone was probably gored by the horns when competing with other bulls in the herd. There was also a wound on his face, but it was not serious. However, looking at so many cows following behind, the calf should have had a great advantage. I wonder what the chief of the herd would feel for leading so many cows out. Bifone tried to push the calf's head forward, but the calf did not resist at all. Bifone just pushed it gently, and the calf walked forward along the road. Bifone asked the soldiers to stand farther away and lead the way in front so as not to scare the cattle following behind, while he himself led the way on the right side of the calf. After walking a few steps forward, the herd of cattle behind were a little hesitant, not knowing whether to follow or stay where they were. After all, it didn't seem right to follow humans. But the calf was the new leader of these cattle. One by one, they wanted to take a step forward but didn't dare. Seeing the calf still following the group of humans forward, they became very anxious and called out one after another. Hearing the chaotic noise of the herd, the calf stopped, turned to look at the herd and called out, but the herd still had no intention of moving forward. The calf glanced at Bifone, then paced back to the herd. Bifone didn't dare to stop him and could only stand there awkwardly. The soldiers could only stand in the distance, at a loss as to what to do. After the calf went back, it gently scraped the bodies of the cows in front of it with its horns, then stretched its neck and called, and the herd responded in the same way. Bifone could only wait, not knowing what choice the calf would make. I couldn't understand what their calls meant, but it seemed that the calf was persuading the herd. After a moment of stalemate, the calf turned around and walked towards Bifone again, but this time, the herd did not hesitate and followed the calf's steps closely. Bifone suppressed the excitement in his heart, touched the calf's neck affectionately, and continued to walk towards the direction of the tribe. The herd of cattle also kept a certain distance and followed behind the calf. When the warriors saw the cattle herd coming, they all jumped for joy. They didn't know what benefits this herd of cattle would bring to the future development of the tribe, but they knew that their tribe would now have a large herd of cattle and they would not have to worry about food for the whole year. Bifone just felt that he had made the right bet. Although it was very unfair to this group of calves, that was how nature was. The strong preyed on the weak, and it was just the law of the food chain. However, even if he would kill some of the cattle in the herd for meat in the future and use them as labor, the good thing was that the herd would continue to expand. In the wild, the natural growth of cattle herds is very slow or even unchanged. The young can stay and continue to grow, leaving behind their genes, but the old, weak, sick, and disabled will be eliminated and become food for carnivores, maintaining a certain balance. Even if there are no wild beasts hunting a herd of cattle, its numbers will plummet after a sudden increase due to a lack of food. This is the limitation of nature. But humans, an alien species in nature, can confine the cattle to a certain range of activities. The cattle will no longer have to worry about food, natural enemies, or illness. The price is that some of the cattle that would have otherwise become food for wild animals will now become food for the humans who raise them. The calf relied on its strong body built up over the winter and its eye-catching hair to avoid being caught by wild beasts. However, after returning to the herd, it was ostracized and suppressed by the old bull king. And those big bulls were in estrus, so each one was more aggressive than the other. However, due to the heavy snow last winter, the cattle could not find enough food, so their bodies were very thin and posed basically no threat to the calves that had been raised for the entire winter. So after the calf had been beaten in turns by a group of bulls, it only suffered the injuries that Bai Feng had discovered, and it achieved its wish of reproducing offspring. The herd is large, but there is too little food. The grass has not grown long yet. Last winter, even the grassroots were eaten. Now the pasture is rather barren, and the calves cannot get enough food. After seeing the calves' strong physique and powerful fighting ability, many younger cows choose to leave their original herd and follow the calf to find a better habitat. But what they didn't expect was that the calf was actually raised by humans. So when they first saw Bai Feng and his friends, the cattle were very panicked, not understanding why the calf was mixed with this group of hairless monkeys. Although no one knows what the calf said to them, the fact is that the herd decided to follow the calf. The problem facing Bai Feng now is how to house these dozens of cows. He hasn't even prepared a cow sheet. If he brings them back and lets them wander around in the wilderness, what's the difference between them and wild ones? If we speed up the construction of the cow sheet, the cattle will not be able to go out to find food, and cutting grass for them will be a huge workload. It will take at least a dozen people a day to take care of them. However, touching the still obedient calf, Bai Feng felt that it would be better to watch the calf. After all, as long as the calf was there, the herd would not run too far. There are no large herbivores in the wasteland next to their tribe's residence because of the presence of people, so the grass there is still very lush, which is quite abundant for these cows. There are also water pipes for drinking water. When the time comes, we will connect a special one for the cows to drink water. Once they're used to drinking water in one place, we can slowly build a fence around the cow sheet. Who knows, one day, when they come to drink water, they may find that they can no longer get out. Thinking of this, Bai Feng felt much happier. Chapter 67 Zeke Department. When the calf arrived at the tribe's territory, it began to have fun because it knew that there would be no wild beast that would suddenly run out from the grass and bite its neck. Even if there was, it could run to the tribe to ask humans for help. It was very familiar with this area as it strolled around every day, and there was enough grass here for it to eat, unlike the grassland it went to, where the ground had been turned over several times. The cattle also stopped and began to tear the grass in big mouthfuls, eating happily. Bai Feng did not disturb them, but just patted the calf's forehead and then led the warriors to the tribal residence. Sui had been standing on the city wall waiting for Bai Feng to come back. She saw Bai Feng next to the white calf from a distance, so she hurried down and opened the city gate with other soldiers. When Bai Feng came closer, Sui rushed over like the wind and threw herself into Bai Feng's arms. Bai Feng was a little overwhelmed by this. After all, they didn't have much physical contact normally, and Bai Feng was afraid that he couldn't control himself. The tribesmen didn't react to this. After all, what they did in the wild were much more exciting than this. Bai Feng just hugged Sui tightly and patted her back gently. Sui's eyes were tearful when she raised her head. After all, in this era, if you go out once, you may never come back, and the probability of this is very high. Sui really wants to go out with Bai Feng so that she can feel at ease. However, normally Bai Feng will not allow her to go too far with him unless there are enough tribesmen warriors with her. After confirming that Bai Feng was fine, Sui wiped her tears, then let go of Bai Feng and ran to the calf. She didn't care about so many cows at all. She just wanted to scratch the calf's neck. When she first came to the tribe, the calf could be used as a pillow when living with them, and its fat belly was the most comfortable to use as a pillow. When the soldiers patrolling on the city wall saw so many cows on the wilderness, they immediately set up their crossbows, waiting for Bai Feng's order, and then shot out spear-like arrows. However, Bai Feng did not give the order to attack and asked him to put down the crossbow. Although the warrior did not understand, he still did it. However, he was more puzzled that the cattle dared to graze leisurely in their tribal territory. The cattle not only ate grass, but also found some small salt blocks and debris dropped by the White Wind tribe when transporting salt bricks. This was extremely attractive to them, and then the cattle that found the salt residue stopped eating grass and focused on licking the salt. Bai Feng didn't let the calf into the city. After all, it was the leader of the herd, and it needed to stay outside to control the herd because there was no place for them to live in the city. If the calf was allowed to come in alone, the herd might run away uncontrollably. After Sui scratched the calf's neck and cleaned its fur, they walked into the city together. The calf looked at Bai Feng and wanted to go in with him, but Bai Feng turned his head to look at the herd of cattle. The calf also looked at him, raised his hoof, and decided to stay and eat grass together. Bai Feng found Gao and asked him to make a few more large water pipes, which would then be connected outside the city. He then used bricks and cement to build a large trough under the water pipes for the cattle to drink water. The drinking time should be fixed so that the cattle could develop a habit. In the future, the cattle could arrive at the drinking water area at the same time and make plans for the future. As for why they were placed outside the city, Bai Feng thought that he could let them find food by themselves and then develop the habit of going out early and coming back late and return to the pen at night. At the same time, the tribesmen also began to prepare silage, which would be cut and stored when the grass was most lush in the summer to feed the cattle through the winter. Moreover, the tribe has grown enough crops, and after the harvest, the grass straw is also very good fodder, which can be saved for the cattle to eat. What we need to do now is to build the pen, let the cattle get used to the existence of the pen, and develop the habit of returning to the pen to rest. Summer and autumn are not good times to slaughter cattle. We can only wait until winter to start slaughtering some old and weak cattle for the winter, and the calves must also be taken care of. After raising them for a few generations, the wildness of the herd will gradually decrease, and the herd will also be able to reproduce larger at that time. The tribesmen were extremely happy to have so many more cows, although the chief had said that they could not kill them now and that their normal lives could not be disturbed excessively. They could only take it slowly and let the cattle adapt to the presence of humans. As for the cattle pen, it is still the same as the city wall, built with earth in a circle, and the space must be large, but the space for adding a roof only needs to be a little smaller, so that the cattle have a place to hide when it rains or snows. Then, a hole is opened on the basis of the original city wall so that cattle can pass through. In case of war or attack by wild beasts, the cattle can enter the tribal city wall through the hole in the city wall, reducing losses. It is also a way to protect the cattle. Just as Bai Feng and everyone else were arranging matters regarding the cattle pen, a small tribe of less than 100 people 3 days away from the Bai Feng tribe was looted, and all the people were killed, including the children. The people who did this were the Zeke tribe. They were a nomadic tribe of 300 people with no fixed place to live. They usually hunted and gathered in the wilderness. Whenever they encountered a small tribe of less than 100 people, they would immediately rush over, steal all the food, and kill all the people there. Although all the tribes are now extremely poor, the Z tribe is still happy to do this because they can quickly conquer a small tribe by relying on their numerical advantage and experience. They couldn't steal anything, but they thought it was much more profitable than hunting, and they could do whatever they wanted with the women. Similarly, all the people in the conquered tribes would become their food. It's a pity that Bai Feng doesn't know about this yet. Otherwise, Bai Feng would directly lead people to kill this group of savages and regard it as gaining experience for the warriors of his own tribe. After all, although this tribe has 300 people, there are not many warriors after excluding some women and children. They only fight against small tribes. When they really find a tribe with more people and stronger weapons, they will run far away and will not have any intention of attacking. The Zeke tribe killed their way all the way from the downstream to the upstream, but each tribe they killed was poorer than the last, and even without the Zeke tribe's help, they had already started killing their own people for meat. The Zeke tribe had no choice but to continue moving upstream. They could no longer stay downstream. After all, they had robbed and killed many members of the affiliated tribes of the larger tribe. If they were to find out, their small number of people would not be enough. When they were about to reach the territory of the White Wind tribe, they found that the vegetation here was gradually turning green, and they no longer saw trees with their bark peeled off. However, the chief of the Zeke tribe did not dare to make a conclusion. In case there was a powerful tribe, they would be doomed. Chapter 68, Why Wander? Haichong, the leader of the Zeke tribe, was chewing a child's arm as he walked forward surrounded by his tribe members. They were originally a hunting and gathering tribe, but in a cold winter, they had no food, so they decided to attack a small tribe nearby. Although the two tribes occasionally had conflicts, they did not dare to launch an attack because their respective tribesmen were not too large, and that territory was fully capable of supporting both tribes. When the Z tribe was unwilling to wait for death and took all its members fully armed to the next small tribe, they found that all the people in that tribe had died, either starved to death or frozen to death, and their bodies were stiff. The people of the Zeke tribe searched the entire tribe, but did not find a single grain of food. The tribesmen were already extremely hungry, and the exhaustion for traveling so long had made their eyes turn red. Many of them fell in the snow. Haichong was really at a loss, but he couldn't bear to watch his fellow tribesmen starve to death here. As he squatted on the ground in frustration, he discovered that some of his tribesmen were holding the dead man's legs and biting them. He wanted to yell at the tribesmen to stop him, but as soon as he stood up, his eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. Listening to the tribesmen chewing, his stomach ached a little. After swallowing his saliva, he had a mental struggle, then crawled over, closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and started to bite the corpse. The cold, hard corpse was difficult to bite, but once he had melted the frozen blood residue in his mouth and swallowed it, his stomach finally felt better. He also felt instantly stronger and began to bite with larger bites, no longer closing his eyes and without any hesitation. The other tribesmen didn't dare to eat human flesh at first, but when they saw their leader biting the flesh with big mouthfuls, they immediately found a corpse and rushed over to bite it. Even though their lips were stuck to the frozen corpse, it didn't affect them at all. They continued chewing with blood on their lips. The children had never seen such a situation before, and they kept crying in fear, but no one cared about them. Everyone was just eating to stay alive. When their stomachs were full, they stopped and sat aside, looking at the torn and shattered corpses. Only then did they feel a little scared that they had become the cannibals they once hated and feared the most. After realizing it belatedly, they all started crying. The children didn't understand why they were crying, but they just cried louder together. Haechan's mind was very clear the whole time. He knew that after eating human flesh once, their tribe would no longer be a gathering tribe, but a cannibal tribe. They would no longer be able to survive on this land. Even if no one knows that they have eaten humans, humans are already part of their tribe's diet. If they can't find food in the future, humans will become their target. Haechan sighed, hoping that there would not be such miserable times in the future, and that he could find enough food for his tribe. He also hoped that he could make the new people in his tribe forget the fact that they had eaten humans. There is no need to go back to our tribe now, so let's just stay here. We have tents anyway. There are many branches broken by the snow. Now that the tribesmen have the strength, they could go get firewood. They were full, but the children had not eaten yet. They were still quite resistant to cannibalism and a little scared. So after the fire was lit, Haechan carried the children on his back and cut off pieces of meat with a knife, then roasted them over the fire. When the meat was roasted until oil was oozing out of it, he shared it with the children who were still hungry. The children didn't know what kind of meat they were eating, they just knew that they had food, so they ate happily. Haechan knew that this winter, the 200 or so corpses here would be enough for them to survive until spring. When the grass grows in the spring and the weather warms up, they will return to their homes and continue their hunting and gathering life, and let the tribe slowly forget about this matter. He also doesn't intend to let the children know what kind of meat they are eating. However, things were not as good as he had imagined. That winter was exceptionally long. Although they had the strength to chop enough firewood and no one in the tribe froze to death, the food was almost gone. After the last corpse was smashed and eaten along with its bones, the Zeke tribe was once again in a state of having nothing to eat. The bodies of the tribe members, which had once been strong, became weaker and weaker day by day. However, the spring that was supposed to come still did not come, and it was still snowing when wild vegetables usually grew. Sometimes, their eyes would scan their own people, which made Haechan panic from the bottom of his heart. If this continued, they might really attack their own people, and he himself might become someone else's food in his sleep one day. Haechan felt that he could not sit still and wait for death. So he gathered his tribesmen and announced that they were preparing to leave here and go far away to look for food to see if they could find where spring was. This land might have been abandoned by the god of spring because of their cannibalism. The tribesmen had no objection, so they took their weapons and empty bags and began their wandering journey. When there was no food at first, they ate tree bark. All edible tree bark and tree roots were eaten up by them like locusts passing through a land. But this still couldn't fill the tribesmen's stomachs. Some of them even vomited blood and had bloody diarrhea because of eating tree bark and roots. Haechan himself didn't feel well either. His stomach was bloated, but he couldn't defecate. He had to use his hands to dig out some of the stool. The tribesmen began to miss the days when they could eat meat. The idea of attacking their fellow tribesmen, which had been suppressed with great difficulty, now began to sprout again in the Zeke tribe. Haechan did not dare to be careless at all. He just said that they would definitely find more food if they went forward and asked his people to rest assured. However, he himself did not know what was ahead. He just prayed that the god of spring would come to this land as soon as possible so that his people would have a chance to survive. The tribesmen listened to him temporarily and followed him. Although there was still not much food along the way, fortunately the weather began to warm up, they were able to catch prey, and some wild vegetables also grew. The entire tribe finally began to behave like hunter-gatherers, but the food was still not enough. They could not stay in one place for too long and had to keep moving. They could not find a suitable place to settle down until Haichong and his men discovered a small tribe by the river. Judging from the size of the tribe on the mountain, there were less than 100 people. At that time, the warriors had all gone out hunting, and only women and children were left. They could easily kill them and steal their food. Looking at the hungry people, Haichong gave orders and followed the forest as cover, sneaked up to the tribe, then rushed over quickly and occupied the entire tribe with almost no obstruction. Chapter 69: The Birth of the Cannibals. They did not kill all the people in the tribe, and the women almost did not resist, because in this era women could be used to exchange for food, and women were also very important resources. They had no sense of belonging to their own tribe. After all, they might have been passed around among several tribes, and might be sold to other tribes in the future. All the men who stayed behind were killed. The children posed no threat, and no one cared about them. Haichong was only concerned about where to find food, so he found a woman and asked her to lead the way. The woman thought that the leader Haichong was here to enjoy herself, so she untied her skirt and lay on the ground. But Haichong had no such idea at the moment. He just wanted to find food quickly to dispel his people's idea of cannibalism. The woman was confused when she saw that Haichong didn't pounce on her, because many men from the Zeke tribe had already pounced on the woman from this tribe. Haichong didn't stop them. After all, this was a very normal thing. If he wasn't in a hurry to find food, how could they get their turn first? The woman understood what Haichong meant and did not tie her skirt again. Instead, she took Haichong naked to find food. When Haichong arrived at the cave where food was stored, he found that this tribe was also poor. The only meat they had was a dozen or so freshly caught fish, and because they were not pickled with salt, they no longer smelled good. The rest was just some seasonal wild vegetables, tree bark, and the like, which the Black Chengdu were a little scared of eating. The food found could not even cook a meal for half of the people in the Zeke tribe. Haichong was very upset and could only continue to ask whether there were other granaries. The answer he got was that there were none. Who was so extravagant as to fill several warehouses with food? At the same time, Bai Feng sneezed and felt someone was talking about him. The third brick concrete warehouse of Bai Feng's tribe was about to be completed. Due to the continuous expansion of the food menu, the Bai Feng tribe's food reserves were increasing, and they themselves did not consume too much. Haichong knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long. They did not rob much food. Although they suffered almost no casualties, they also did not gain much. If they did not leave and stayed here, when the warriors of this tribe came back, there would probably be another fight. Since they did not have many people, they could not waste their energy, otherwise it would be difficult for them to survive in the wilderness of this era. So Haichong left the cave with the few foods he had and returned to the tribe's base. However, after Haichong returned, he was so frightened that he didn't know what to do, and the food in his hands fell to the ground. A few tribesmen were still having sex with the women of the tribe in the wild, but more of them had built a fire and were roasting meat on the rack, and next to the fire were dismembered children. The tribesmen were talking and laughing, without feeling any discomfort at all, except Haichong, who felt his calves begin to tremble. The tribesmen near the fire found that the chief had returned, and smilingly handed a plump baby leg to Haichong, asking the chief to eat it first. At this time, the smiling expressions of the tribesmen made Haichong extremely scared. They were like an indescribable demon. But looking at the human leg in his hand, his stomach kept growling. He thought of the human flesh he had eaten before. The flesh of babies was fat and soft with lots of fat. It was full of oil when he bit it, and it was soft and delicious. The meat before was frozen meat and not fresh at all. Now this piece of tender meat was right in front of him, and his mouth was already watering. Although the fish and wild vegetables were right under his feet, Haichong was still out of control and took the leg with trembling hands. When Haichong sucked the last bit of flesh off his legs, his mind gradually became clear. What is he doing? The tribesmen were all eating with great pleasure. Now not only the men and children, but also most of the women had been killed, leaving only a few beautiful women for their enjoyment. Haichong couldn't help but burst into tears of sadness. He knew that he would never have the chance to escape from the identity of a cannibal. The Zeke tribe would truly become a cannibal tribe in the future. There would be no place for them in the world, and they would be the common enemy of all tribes. After a hearty meal, Haichong had his men collect all the bones and kill all the people in the tribe. Then he ambushed in the tents or in the woods and questioned the people of the tribe. he found out that there were only 40 or so warriors who went out hunting, and their weapons were nothing more than bamboo spears, stone axes, and the like. The Z tribe could easily kill them all. The Z tribe did not fail. They killed all the dozens of soldiers at the cost of only 7 deaths and dozens of injuries. Hachong has completely fallen in love with eating human flesh. He will take any fish or vegetables that anyone wants to eat, but he must eat the delicious flesh of children. The Z tribe did not eat the human flesh of this tribe for long. During this period, they took over the tribe's nest and lived there, and also went fishing and hunting to prepare for their future wandering life. After eating all the meat, Hachong and others did not stop and began their wandering life again. Although most of them continued to eat grass afterwards, they did not forget that they had turned into cannibals. Whenever they encountered a single wandering savage or a small group of savages along the way, they would immediately surround them like hunting other wild beasts, kill them, and then share the food. Similarly, if there was a small tribe, they would kill them all and then stay in that territory until they were all eaten and then continue to wander. After a few years, the story of this cannibal tribe spread in that area. After all, what they did was too horrible. An empty tribal residence was filled with bones. After several larger tribes found out, they united together and prepared to encircle and suppress the cannibal tribe. Unfortunately, the Z tribe was too alert, and they were discovered by the Z tribe before they could start their attack. The Z tribe did not fight back. After discovering that there were a lot of people there, they chose to stay away from the river basin and went further upstream, killing their way all the way until they reached the territory of the Baifeng tribe. They found that this river basin was relatively rich and had abundant resources. They even discovered that there was salt here. Although they did not find a salt lake, there was still a lot of salt in some depressions. This made the Zeke tribe, who had been lacking salt during their wandering, very excited. The Z tribe has now figured out a survival method that suits their own tribe. Killing and robbing other tribes are their main tasks, and if they succeed once, they don't have to worry for several months. When they are wandering, they return to hunting and gathering. They will even make temporary beds on trees and spend the night on them, so that they can hide from wild beasts and lie in ambush to attack passing humans at any time. However, Hachong did not notice that his tribesmen's eyes were turning a little red, and his own mood was becoming more and more irritable. Chapter 71st Encounter. The wall of the cowshed has begun to rise. At first, the cattle were a little afraid of the humans coming and going here, but after the calf led them to drink salted water several times, they completely ignored the weak humans. The wall is getting higher and higher, but there is still a gap that can allow 2 cows to pass through at the same time. The herd of cattle has become completely accustomed to the existence of the high wall. Although the space inside is very small, the high wall can give them enough sense of security. For the sake of the herd, the calf no longer goes into the city to sleep, but instead takes the herd to sleep in the cowshed that has not been fully built. Over time, the herd has become completely accustomed to entering the cowshed at night. After a while, Baifeng and his team will be able to install a door on the cattle pen, let the cows out in the morning to find food on their own, and lock them up at night. In winter, they will no longer let them out, but feed them with stored fodder, and some of the cows will be slaughtered as food. Of course, Baifeng is just imagining this at the moment, and it is still unknown what will happen in the future. The calf has gradually adapted to living with the herd, and does not care whether its fur is dirty or whether its tail is tangled with cow dung and mud. Baifeng visits the calf less and less frequently, and Sui is the same. She doesn't like the smelly calf, but she just wants to see the calf alive and well. The Z tribe had already reached Baifeng's old camp. Hachong and his men saw a few lonely small houses and thought it was a very small tribe. So without any hesitation, they all rushed up together. However, they found it to be an empty camp with no one there. It's not Hachong's fault. After all, the camps at this time were more shabby than the other. Baifeng and the others' old camp had not been abandoned for long. There were still kilns and fire pits from when things were fired. There was still black soil and thick ash inside. At first glance, it was hard to tell how long it had been extinguished. Hachong and his men searched the camp, but did not find any food, but they were not discouraged. This place was also suitable for temporary stationing and had plenty of resources. With their strength, they could definitely get enough food. However, they were already accustomed to destroying a human tribe and then spending the winter there. They no longer had any intention of staying here for a long time. The jealous and angry people put down their luggage and went to find food. As for the small house on the platform, it was occupied by Hachong. He had never seen such a house built with earth before. He did not expect it to be so comfortable to live in. It was much better than his own tent, except that it was a little small. The people of the Zeke tribe quickly found a pond nearby. After nearly a year of rest, there were many large fish there again. They used the human wave warfare method and easily caught many fish. However, the fish meat was bland and had so many bones, it was not as delicious as human flesh. They ate the fish meat and sucked the fish tail and argued together about which part of the meat was delicious. Their eyes bulged and turned red, and their saliva flew. Some said it was the thigh meat, some said it was the buttocks. Some people with a strong taste preferred the stomach and intestines. Of course, this person was looked down upon by everyone, and only the lowest people would be assigned the stomach and intestines filled with feces. The people of the Bifong tribe had no idea that danger was nearby. After counting the people in the morning, each of them took their men to do their own work. The hunting range of the hunter team was expanding because there were fewer prey in the closer places. In order to have enough prey in the future, they had to go to farther places. The area near the old camp is also their hunting range. After all, the forest there is dense, making it easier to find prey. They can even occasionally run to the house to rest. On this day, a hunting team of more than a dozen people, unable to find any prey, and, as it was almost noon, had no choice but to go to a pond, hoping to find some fish for lunch. They specialized in catching those flying in the sky and running on the ground, while there were special tribesmen who caught those swimming in the water. Fish is already a very abundant food in the White Wind tribe. With a vast lake and rich resources, the White Wind tribe's catch will not cause any significant changes at all. As those people were walking towards the pond, chatting and laughing, one of the tribesmen was suddenly hit on the head by a stone. He then fell to the ground with blood all over his face. The others were hit by stones all over their bodies. The mildly painful ones were unbearable, while the seriously injured ones felt their bones were broken. 2 of them were lucky, as the stones flew past them and did not hit them. The tribesmen sensed something was wrong. Their long experience of hunting made them realize that they were ambushed, so they quickly squatted down, hoping to avoid the flying stones. However, when the stones stopped, they saw a large group of savages surrounding them. Just these few people had absolutely no chance of winning, not to mention that most of them were already injured and had lost their combat effectiveness, and it was even difficult for them to stand up and run away. Seeing the group of savages getting closer and closer, they had no choice but to let the uninjured people take those who could run away quickly and take the knives and bows away. Whoever could escape would be spared, but these weapons could not fall into the hands of others under any circumstances. They felt that their lives were not as valuable as these weapons. Those who could run didn't hesitate at all. They just picked up their things and ran. A man with an injured leg also wanted to run, but he had just stood up and taken 2 steps when he was hit on the head by a stone. The stone flew far away with the broken flesh and blood. The man who was hit no longer had the ability to escape and lay straight on the ground. The slingshot is the most important means of attack for the Zeke tribe. Like the Bifong tribe spear thrower, the slingshot uses a rope to throw a stone with a force several times greater than that thrown by a human arm alone. However, this requires a very long time of practice. After their tribe has killed enough people in the winter, they basically spend the rest of the time practicing slingshots. After all, stones are everywhere, and ropes, whether made of straw or animal skins, are very easy to obtain. When facing prey or enemies, throw out several waves of stones at the same time. Once hit, the basic combat power will be lost by half. This time, nearly 100 people threw stones together, so there will always be someone who is lucky enough to get a headshot. They saw some people being knocked down and some standing up and running away, so they all rushed over to finish off those who were not dead yet. Unfortunately, they only killed 6 people and the others escaped. But they would not let the meat right next to their mouths go. A group of people chased after them, and stones kept flying around. Several people were knocked down. However, when Hei-chong saw the corpses dragged by the tribesmen and the knife they picked up, his eyes were attracted by the knife. He had never seen such a beautiful knife with such a cold glow, not to mention it was so big. Chapter 71 Escape. Hei-chong took the long knife and weighed it in his hand. It felt heavy and more beautiful than the bronze swords used by the big men of the big tribes that he had seen before. He chopped at the corpse, and the knife immediately cut into the flesh, even to the bone, without any feeling of stickiness. It was completely different from a stone knife. This should only be something that a large tribe could make, but I haven't heard of any large tribes nearby. Those large tribes with a long enough history are basically in the lower reaches of the river. Why would there be such a good thing here? Moreover, Looking at the physique of these people, it is clear that they are not short of food. The meat on their bodies is much more than that of many small tribesmen who have to survive the winter. However, there are 9 corpses lying here, but only 1 knife was found, which makes Hei-chang more and more confused. If there was only one person who was strong enough, and there was only 1 knife, Hei-chang could understand that there was an important person in the tribe, but these people were so strong that it was not something an ordinary tribe could raise. Hei-chang waved his hand and directed everyone to take the corpses back to the camp they occupied. With so much meat, they would be able to eat for a few days. However, Hei-chang was always afraid that they would be retaliated against if they offended some big clan. When the tribesmen dragged the corpse, they left several bloody trails. A bamboo tube that fell on the road attracted Hei-chang's attention. He picked it up, opened it, and found that it was filled with some wooden poles with feathers stuck on them, and there were sharpened stones on the pole heads. The peculiar shape made Hei-chang confused for a moment, but after thinking about it for a while, he remembered that this was just an arrow, a weapon that was both laborious and difficult to use. Not many tribes would use it, so why stick the feathers on it? Was it a decoration? Hei-chang threw away the useless thing in disgust. Through this thing, Hei-chang felt relieved. This tribe was definitely not a big tribe, but there must be an important figure of the tribe among the people they killed, and maybe the chieftain was among them. The chief can use food and beautiful women to exchange for exquisite knives. Those tribesmen are so strong, probably because of the abundant resources here. The Zeke tribe can easily catch a lot of prey themselves. As long as this tribe is more diligent, there will be no problem in raising the chief and several warriors so well. Thinking about it this way, Hei-chang felt that everything made sense. Moreover, judging from the way they came to the water pond, they seemed very leisurely, which meant that they were very familiar with this place and came here frequently. Perhaps that camp was their temporary residence. Most of the people from the Zeke tribe were fishing in the pond. They had ambushed immediately after noticing any movement. Now that they had caught so many people, they couldn't help but drool. As for the fish they caught, it no longer mattered to them. One by one, they put down the fish in their hands, greedily smelled the blood, and followed the corpse. Unfortunately, they were scolded by Hei-chang after taking a few steps. Fish is also an important food. If it was thrown away, those people would have nothing to eat. Only 4 people ran out of the forest, and they ran separately, each carrying a few knives and bows. They were anxiously moving through the woods, and they had to be vigilant at all times to see if anyone was chasing them or if there were stones behind them that might hit them on the head. They didn't bring quivers with them. Firstly, there was no time, and secondly, almost all the arrows were made of stone, with only 1 or 2 made of iron. Only the few sharpshooters in the tribe could use iron arrows. One of the tribesmen was carrying 2 bows and 3 knives, but he was hit in the face and chest. He felt very painful and had no strength. After running for a while, his throat suddenly became blocked, and then he knelt on the ground and vomited blood, and then fell to the ground unconscious. The other injured person only suffered some superficial wounds, but the bleeding could not be stopped. The knife he was carrying was heavy, but he did not dare to throw it away. Almost all the people in his team had died, and he did not know how many people could return. But he had to keep the weapon in his hands and not let those people take it away. As he was thinking this, he was startled by the roar of a tiger. He quickly dropped the extra things, opened his bow, put the arrow on it, and then looked around. He found a tiger in the grass next to him. When the tiger saw that he was discovered, he no longer hid and walked out, staring at the man. How could the tribesman dare to confront a beast of this level? He was already scared when the tiger walked out. He pulled a bowstring with his hand. He could have pulled the bow to its full length, but now he could only pull it halfway. His hands were shaking, and then he accidentally let the arrow fly out limply, and just like that, he hit the tiger. The tiger didn't expect that this lone, hairless monkey would be so arrogant. Although the arrow didn't penetrate deep, it still hurt. The tiger was irritated, so he jumped over and slapped the monkey in the face. After knocking him down, he bit his neck. The tiger walked away with an arrow stuck in its waist and the monkey in its mouth. The 2 who were still alive were also uninjured. They kept running forward with their weapons in their arms, not daring to stop at all. Even though they were out of breath and their calves were sore, they just wanted to get back to the tribe and tell the chief about this matter. After they came out of the forest and entered the wilderness, they saw the city wall of their tribe and almost ran over crying. The soldiers patrolling on the wall saw their miserable condition and the knives and bows in their hands, and knew that things were a little troublesome, so they quickly opened the city gate to let them in. After entering, he quickly closed the city gate, set up a powerful crossbow and aimed at the distance, not daring to be careless at all. The two tribesmen found the tribe leader and sobbed as they told him what had happened. Looking at the several weapons lying on the ground that did not belong to them, Bai Feng knew that the owners of those weapons would never come back. Bai Feng asked if anyone else had run out besides them. They said that several people had run out together, but they ran separately and they didn't know whether those companions had run out. However, they were all injured and those people were chasing them relentlessly, so they were probably in great danger. Bai Feng clenched his fists. It seemed that he was still careless. He only thought about the dangers in nature, but forgot about the threats from humans. According to the two men, the group of people was at least over 100, and they had the ability to throw stones from a long distance, causing great harm to people. Bai Feng thought about it and decided that this should be the manhwa, a simple and effective weapon. In later generations, it was mostly used by shepherds to herd sheep and fight wolves. However, he did not expect that someone was using it now, and with such great power. Now he could only hope that only this group of people encountered them. If all the hunters were scattered and then encountered those people, then his efforts would be wasted. His newly developed tribe would face a crisis of survival. Chapter 72 Panic. Bai Feng urgently summoned all the tribesmen who were still in the tribe. All those who were able to fight were given weapons, and then they were all under the city wall ready to fight at any time. Bai Feng, the herd leader, also ventured out, found a calf, and brought it into the cowshed. Although the cowshed had not been repaired yet, the wall still had some defensive capabilities, and the door of the cowshed was temporarily blocked with large logs. The cattle were a little panicked. They were suddenly blocked in one place and felt a little irritable and uneasy, but Bai Feng had no choice. The cattle were the most important part of the tribe's assets, and they dared not suffer any losses at all. If they really attacked, they would immediately drive the cattle in through the holes in the city wall. Of course, while Bai Feng and the others were preparing all this, the city wall was already full of people. Those who could draw a bow had their bows ready, with bundles of arrows at their feet and their eyes fixed on the distance, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest sign of trouble. Nearing evening, a group of dozens of people walked out of the woods. The sharp-eyed people immediately blew the whistle to alert them. Everyone immediately picked up their bows and spears and instantly entered combat status. The people who came out of the woods probably heard the whistle and slowly stopped, as if they were planning something. Because the two places are extremely far apart, they can only see people but cannot see the specific people or what they are doing. Bai Feng and his team are extremely nervous. If the other side only has these few people, then they have nothing to be afraid of. They're just afraid that they're just a vanguard, just exploring the way. After a brief pause, the team in the forest also issued a sharp whistle. Bai Feng and the others were very familiar with this whistle because it was a bamboo whistle made by their tribe. In order to facilitate communication, almost everyone had one. Bai Feng and his team blew the whistle again tentatively, and the other side responded with 3 long and 2 short whistles, indicating that it was safe. Everyone on the city wall breathed a sigh of relief, as the people coming out were their own people, probably some of the hunters, because the 3 long and 2 short whistles were the whistle sounds set by the Bai Feng tribe to report safety. Bai Feng and his men blew 6 short whistles in a row, asking them to come back quickly. After hearing the whistle, the team began to hurry, as directed by the whistle, but probably because they brought back a lot of prey, they didn't run very fast. When they reached the vicinity of the city wall, they were able to clearly see that the group of people were indeed their own people, the group led by Chi, who had reaped a great harvest. However, they were very confused by the fact that so many of their people were standing on the city wall, preparing for battle. After entering the city gate, Bai Feng carefully asked Chi and the others whether they had encountered such a group of people and whether they were in danger. Every time he asked, Chi shook his head, and Bai Feng's worries gradually eased. When Chi heard Bai Feng say that someone was hunting their tribesmen, he was so angry that he slammed the table and picked up a knife to take revenge. Bai Feng quickly grabbed Chi, whose brain was full of muscles, and now they had to wait for the rest of the tribesmen to come back. It is time for all the tribesmen who have gone out to come back. No matter what, they must come back before the sun sets. After all, safety is the first priority. Bai Feng has always believed that talent is the most important wealth. If the people are saved but the land is lost, both the people and the land will be saved. If the land is saved but the people are lost, both the people and the land will be lost. Bai Feng stood on the city wall, waiting for the teams of tribesmen who had gone out to join the expedition to return. The people in the fishing team were the happiest. Their cheerful singing could be heard as soon as they came out of the woods. Several carts were being pushed laboriously across the wilderness. Bai Feng asked one by one, but none of them encountered that team of enemies. However, in the end, only 2 of the dozen people came back. Even though today's harvest was rich, there were no smiles on the faces of all the tribesmen. As the saying goes, a man who has enough clothing knows etiquette. Everyone has never lacked food and shelter, so the feelings between the tribesmen have become stronger and stronger. Having lived with the dozen or so tribesmen day and night, everyone was very familiar with each other, but suddenly receiving the sad news of their death, everyone found it a little hard to accept. Normally, dinner time was the most lively time of the day, with people laughing and joking, but tonight everyone was silent, and even their appetite decreased a lot. The tribe's combat power was not greatly damaged, and only a few weapons were lost. Even if they were taken by that group of people, the effect would not be very great. Moreover, bows must be used with long-term practice to be effective, unless one is a gifted person like Xiong. But Bai Feng did not believe that there were natural archers everywhere. There was only one such person in his tribe of several hundred people. But one must be very careful with their slingshots, because according to the 2 people who came back, their main means of attack is the slingshot. If it comes to close combat, the Bai Feng tribe is really not inferior to other tribes. Even in those large tribes, not everyone can be equipped with a bronze sword, let alone better quality iron swords and knives. At night, except for some warriors who were tired all day and went to rest and recuperate, most of the tribesmen did not sleep. The adequate supply of nutrition allowed them to have better vision at night than their contemporaries. Some people were patrolling on the city wall and watching the forest. Judging from the experiences of the tribesmen who went out, the enemy should be stationed in the area of the old camp, or they had just searched the old camp and had not yet searched in other directions. Bai Feng thought that the only enemy of his tribe now was Swearin. However, Bai Feng did not find Swearin using slingshots at that time, and Swearin was best at attacking with fire. It was said that they also had some special fire-starting weapons, so this team should not be sent by Swearin to take revenge. What's more, there was no benefit in attacking Bai Feng's tribe at this time. Only autumn was the best time to launch an attack. There are no tribes near the Bai Feng tribe, and tribes that are a few days away will not come to the Bai Feng tribe's territory to start a war. This land is rich in resources, and there is no need for conflict. So Bai Feng speculated that it should be a tribe of wandering savages, and judging from the degree of violence in their behavior, they were very likely cannibals. Hearing Bai Feng's speculation, the tribesmen took a deep breath. After all, the cannibal tribe at this time was a very terrifying existence, no matter where it was. For everyone's safety, starting tomorrow, the Bai Feng tribe will once again enter a closed-off phase. At this time, the tribe's crops will begin to grow rapidly and will soon be earing. Although there was a lot of snow in winter, there is less rain now, so some people can be left to irrigate the farmland. At the same time, the fishing team also brought a piece of news. That is, most of the fish caught now are with eggs, and now is the right time to ban fishing, which can give the fish in the lake a suitable period of reproduction. However, this also gave Bai Feng another idea, which was to dig a big fish pond in the tribe and use the water from the big lake to raise fish. Although they couldn't go to the big lake to fish in winter, they could have their own fish pond. Chapter 73, No One Attacks. Faced with an unknown number of enemies, Bai Feng could only formulate countermeasures based on the currently known intelligence. Now he knew that their main means of attack was the slingshot, which was the wuduwa that Bai Feng was familiar with. Bai Feng originally wanted to call him wuduwa, but no one understood what wuduwa was. Bai Feng knew it was a Tibetan word, but it meant slingshot when translated. After saying this, the tribesmen were all silent. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Bai Feng could feel that the tribesmen were speechless about his unnecessary behavior. So Bai Feng simply chose to forget the name wuduwa and called him slingshot. Although the slingshot has a long attack range and relatively great lethality, it is far inferior to their bows and javelins with javelin throwers. However, we still have to find ways to defend against it, and being steady is the top priority. A shield is the best thing. Not only can it block flying stones, but it can also be used in close combat. However, Bai Feng had never thought of it before. Instead, he had always focused on making armor. Unfortunately, he still has no ability to make any part of the armor. Shields are different. Wooden shields are easy to obtain and quick to make, but they are also easy to copy. Other tribes can copy them immediately after just one look. Unfortunately, Bai Feng doesn't have time to make wooden shields now. No matter how easy it is to make, he still has to cut the wood slowly. What if the enemy attacks tomorrow? Even if they work all night, they may not be able to make many. But bamboo shields are simple. You just need to tie bamboos together. The tribe has a lot of bamboos. You don't even need a special craftsman. Every warrior can make a shield for himself. Flying stones can't break the rope. Bai Feng and his men worked overnight and began tying bamboos to make shields, which they placed on the city wall. Because Bai Feng's city wall did not have a parapet like the Great Wall, but an unobstructed flat surface, if they faced the enemy head-on and had long-range attack weapons, the Bai Feng people would also be in great threat. With the bamboo shield, you can block several waves of long-range attacks from the enemies below. When they start to attack and climb the wall, you can start attacking with arrows and spears. However, this also gave Bai Feng the idea of renovating the city wall again. Now the city wall is not high enough and many structures are not perfect. It is called a city wall, but apart from the purpose of encirclement and protection, it has no military structure at all. Although the city wall is very long and the Bai Feng tribe occupies a large area, the real threat they face comes from the direction of the forest. On the other side, there are mountains on one side, which is a natural barrier, and there are plains on both sides without any obstruction. If there is anything wrong, the tribesmen can immediately discover it. Only in the direction of the forest could there be wild beasts or other human tribes. In the middle of the night, Bai Feng and his team had already made a sufficient number of bamboo shields, which they placed on the city wall so they could be picked up directly when needed. Although no one would attack at night, because the field of vision is too limited. After all, people with night blindness see everything is black at night, just like a blind person. But now the moonlight is dim, and if a torch is lit, the vision is completely sufficient. Moreover, the last time a wolf pack attacked at night, everyone wanted to leave someone to guard the night. Even if there were high city walls, if there was no one to guard the night, everyone would sleep soundly and always feel insecure. The main thing is that if we don't hurry up and make the shield now, it will be too late tomorrow. When the sun was about to rise and the east was red, no one came to attack. Bai Feng quickly asked everyone to rest and asked the soldiers who had rested well last night to get up and take turns. In war, men have to go first. No matter how strong a woman is, she has to go later. The cattle stayed peacefully in the cowshed all night and started to bleed in the morning because it was time for them to get up and eat grass. There was only cow dung in the cowshed and nothing to eat, so they naturally started to get agitated. Bai Feng didn't dare let them go out. In case they were attacked, they would not have time to return to the cowshed. However, the tribe had already prepared grass for the cattle in the winter. Every day, when they went out to work, they would just pick up a large bundle of grass and treat it as dealing with weeds. The grass that was left was enough for the cattle to eat for 5 or 6 days, but there were too many cattle and the cowshed was very dirty. Cow dung and urine were mixed with dirt, and the constant trampling turned it into dung mud. But now, in an emergency, we had to throw the grass in bundles into the cowshed. Fortunately, the cow didn't care too much and continued to eat the delicious food, and the commotion disappeared. After waiting for a whole day, no one attacked, but Bai Feng and his men did not dare to take the initiative to attack. Although they were well equipped. Ever since their trip to the Swearing clan, Bai Feng believed in his heart that he was still just a small, insignificant tribe. If those big tribes really want to fight, they can use piles of slaves to pile up their warriors to break through the White Wind tribe city. So the Bai Feng tribe had to eat the stored food now. Fortunately, there was enough food, enough to last for a month. Now they even resumed their previous routine, but the number of night watchmen and day patrols had increased significantly. Taking advantage of the time, Bai Feng led people to dig canals for the farmland to water the wheat that was about to ear. Due to temperature issues, the rice seedlings that Bai Feng cultivated were only now ready for transplanting. Their length is similar to that seen in later videos. The rice fields were soaked in water, and then the rice seeds were planted one by one in the mud at proper spacing. There were many people and not many rice seedlings, so all the seedlings were planted in half a day. The fields were full of green. Bai Feng only hoped that what he had done was correct, and that the rice could grow healthily until it headed and bore seeds. And now they have started digging fish ponds. They will dig 3 or 4 super large fish ponds. The soil they dig out can be used to continue building the city wall. That amount of soil is enough to raise the city wall by another half a meter. The water can be directly from the big lake, and there's no need to worry too much that the fish will not be suitable for the water quality here. In the future, you only need to catch some fish with eggs and put them in. You can always raise the small fish in a big fish. But now you dare not leave the tribe and go to the big lake. If you're not careful, you may lose your life. 7 or 8 days passed, and the war that Bifone was worried about still did not come. Looking at the dwindling food reserves in the warehouse, the tribesmen became a little worried. If they could no longer go out hunting, they might not be able to hold on for much longer. When the enemy really came to attack, the Bifone tribe might starve to death in the city after being surrounded for a day or two. There was no other way. Bifone could only let everyone go to the vicinity of the big lake. They must not go to the vicinity of the old camp. It might be the place where the enemy is stationed now, but it is also possible that those people were just passing by and killed the people of the Bifone tribe in a brutal way. Bifone thought to himself that if he ever met someone using a slingshot in the future, he would pierce both holes of the slingshot with his sword. Chapter 74 Sneak Attack. While Bifone was waiting for the enemy to come, the Zeke tribe was also waiting, whether it was a large tribe coming to take revenge or another team of more than a dozen people coming to the door. But after waiting for several days and seeing no one, Haichong became more certain that the tribe was just a small tribe of 100 people. Otherwise, they would have sent a large group of people to raid and take revenge. The advantage of the Zeke tribe is that they are very skilled in using slingshots, which is also their main means of attack. Another advantage is that they are very vigilant. If someone comes to take revenge and encircle them, they can always escape as quickly as possible. Moreover, the captured people were almost eaten. The people of the Zeke tribe did not like to eat fish meat with many bones and a fishy smell, so they kept fiddling with Haichong and ordered him to attack the tribe where those people were. Haichong also felt that it was time to attack. They had waited for so long, but still didn't dare to come for revenge. That must not be a very strong tribe. Perhaps their strongest warrior and chieftain had already been eaten by them. Now the tribe should be leaderless. So that morning, Haichong came out of the small house, stretched comfortably, held the seized iron knife, called his tribesmen, and headed towards the distance. If they could destroy another tribe today, they would be able to eat a good meal for half a year. The people of the Zeke tribe cheered and were excited. They picked up their weapons and filled the animal leather bags around their waists with stones. Then they surrounded Haichong and advanced in the direction where the people had fled a few days ago. No matter how noisy they were when they set out, they always remained quiet during the march. This was the primary condition to ensure that they would not be discovered. The success of each of their raids was also due to their sufficient concealment. The Bifone tribe could not delay any longer, so in the morning they were repeatedly told not to go deep into the forest, not to go too far, not to act alone, not to go in the direction of the old camp, etc., and only then did he let them set off with great concern. The fishing team doesn't need to worry too much. After all, no tribe should be able to launch an attack in the water. In this era, there should be no race living in the water like mermaids. As long as they were more vigilant on the way back and forth, and threw away their things and ran away when things got bad, they would be fine. They were also asked to carry some shields. Bifone repeatedly emphasized to them that if they encountered enemies in the wild and couldn't defeat them, running away was not cowardice, but a sign of wisdom. Only those who ran away in a real war were cowards. Even if there was no enemy, he would personally chop off the heads of the runners. The herd of cattle simply opened the big wood blocking the entrance of the pen and let them go out to find food on their own. However, the cattle were already accustomed to living in the pen, and they were a little uncomfortable with the sudden opening of the gate. They stayed far away from the door and did not dare to go out. It was still the calf that led the way before they dared to go out. With people feeding them, high walls surrounding them for protection, and abundant water sources with salt added, life here is much more comfortable than in the wild. The cattle feel extremely comfortable staying in the pen and fattening up without having to go out. After the cattle are out, the tribesmen are asked to clean out all the cow dung piled up in the cow sheet. It can be used as compost or dried and used as fuel for the Kong in winter, both of which are very good. The output of dozens of cows in just a few days is a bit shocking. Fortunately, the tribesmen didn't care too much. They all stood inside bare-legged and shoveled out the manure little by little with a wooden shovel. It took more than a dozen people half a day to do this work, and they were all stinky after they finished. They washed it several times, but there was still a faint smell, so they began to dislike this job and said that they would never shovel cow dung again no matter what. Bifone also felt that the structure of the cow sheet might not be very reasonable. The ground should not be flat, but should have some angles. In this way, at least the urine can flow down the slope, and the high places can remain dry to a certain extent. If a few channels are dug, there will not be too much water accumulation in the cow sheet when it rains. We can take advantage of now and work quickly. Bring more people to build a not too obvious slope for the cow sheet and dig a few canals so that it can be used as a makeshift facility. They also planned to build a row of sheds inside the cowshed to provide shade for the cows in the summer and shelter from the rain. They do not have the ability to cover the entire cowshed, and there is no need to do so. The wooden tiles had been prepared before, but were delayed by the enemy situation this time, so they continued to work now. Although the ground of the cowshed was sticky with cow dung and urine, and it was very disgusting to dig, the tribesmen had no resistance. After all, it was for the wealth of the tribe and to avoid hunger in the future. Xiong and Qi led a team of more than 100 hunters and did not dare to disperse at all. However, it was easy to scare the prey if such a group of people gathered together, so it was still difficult to catch the prey. They could only catch small animals like hares along the way. The larger prey would immediately flee when they heard the noise of their movement. However, even with so many people, some of them were hunting with bows and spears, while others were guarding the surroundings with shields and knives. Once they found an enemy coming, they would immediately surround everyone with shields and look for a chance to escape. When the sun reached noon, no enemies were seen, but everyone still faced the situation with utmost caution, taking turns to eat and not relaxing at all. The Z tribe had not seen any prey until noon, but they were not discouraged. It was not easy to find a human tribe. They just ate some fish for lunch. Only Haichong could eat the little remaining human flesh. Every time he took a bite, the tribesmen next to him would swallow their saliva, their bloodshot eyes bulging out with an insatiable desire to eat a bite of human flesh. Because the Z tribe was heading a little off, they had not yet seen the Bifeng tribe. No one among them thought that any tribe would set up their camp on an uncovered plain, so they simply skipped that location. After taking turns to finish their meals and taking a short rest to settle their food, both groups continued their search, except that while one group was hunting, the other was also hunting. A man from the White Wind tribe hid behind a rock and shot a deer. The deer's abdomen was pierced. After struggling for a few times, it fell to the ground and wanted to turn over, but couldn't get up. Seeing that he had reaped the rewards, Hui immediately jumped over the stone wall where he was hiding to finish off the deer. However, just as he went out, before he reached the deer, several stones flew towards him, scaring him so much that he jumped on the spot and quickly dodged. Fortunately, the stones just flew past him and did not hit him. The warrior deer who was holding a shield behind him saw someone attacking and quickly jumped out and raised a shield to block the two of them. At the same time, more stones flew over. Most of them hit the ground, but a few still hit the bamboo shield. Judging from the force transmitted from the bamboo shield, the deer felt that if they really hit him, he would definitely be bleeding from the head. Chapter 75: Escape or Seduction. Hui, who was rescued by the deer, instantly entered combat mode, holding the weaker deer and hiding behind his shield as he retreated. The other tribesmen also discovered the sneak attack and also raised their shields to defend against the enemy. Xiong was the commander-in-chief, and he directed the overall situation of the battle. He asked Qi to lead the warriors holding shields to stand in a row in front, while the other warriors stood behind with bows ready to attack. Stones kept flying over like rain, hitting the bamboo shield with a clanging sound. Some of the bamboo on the bamboo shield was also broken, but fortunately it did not fall apart. After a few rounds of stone rain, no more stones flew over. Xiong and his men stood ready behind their shields, waiting for the decisive battle, but they did not see any enemies attacking through the gaps in their shields. The bear pulled the bow and shot an arrow in the direction where the stone came from. Immediately, a scream was heard. The bear knew that he had hit someone, and then he saw if the enemy would come out. After throwing several rounds of stones, Haichong found that he still failed to hit anyone, mainly because the bamboo they raised blocked all the stones. Seeing that his most powerful weapon had no effect, he threw out all the stones he could find around him. The stones in the bag around his waist were for use when chasing, not at this time. So Haichong ordered to suspend the attack and wait for the other side to put down the bamboo. Whether they attacked or escaped, as long as there was no bamboo blocking them, he would have a chance. As a result, an arrow came whistling and shot into the abdomen of a tribesman, almost penetrating him. The tribesman screamed in pain. Haichong saw that he was beyond saving, so in order not to expose more people, he chopped off his head with a knife, and the sound was instantly silent. The bear only heard a few screams, and then no more sound. He didn't find anything, so he shot another arrow in the same direction, but this time it seemed that no one was hit and no sound was heard. Xiong didn't dare to be careless, so he asked everyone to retreat gradually, planning to run back to the tribe first. These people were almost the strongest fighting force in the entire tribe. If they were lost here, the tribe would be in greater danger. Moreover, they had no idea how many people were on the other side, and the 100 or so people they had were not enough at all. So the person holding the shield in front became the last one to fall back and began to retreat with his shield raised. The other tribesmen put away their bows and replaced them with long swords. They took the prey they could carry and threw away the prey they couldn't carry. When the distance was farther and the power of the stone disappeared, they put away their shields and ran as fast as they could. Hachong had just killed a member of his tribe, and the others began to feel a little manic and uneasy when they smelled the blood. Regardless of whether the person was a member of their tribe or not, they all wanted to come up and lick the blood spurting out of his neck. Fortunately, the long sword that was still dripping with blood was very intimidating. After it was swung, the tribesmen who were ready to move stepped back, leaving a space. Just as Hachong turned around to observe the enemy's movements, another arrow flew towards his previous position, missed the target, and shot far away. Everyone in the Zeke tribe took a deep breath. Fortunately, it didn't go there just now. If they had gone there, another person might have died. However, Hachong did not expect that the bow would be so powerful. The bows he had seen before were like children's toys. Not only were they difficult to pull, they could not shoot far, and it was slow to load arrows. The arrows were also difficult to make. If they were shot and the arrow was not found, it would be a waste. Therefore, Hachong has always looked down upon weapons like bows. They are not as useful as slings. Stones are everywhere, and you can just wrap them around a rope, swing it around a few times, and throw it out. Although he had been lying in ambush and had seen clearly that there were only 100 of them, and his own people were more than twice as many as theirs, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, the two powerful arrows made him want to retreat. After all, his own life was more important. So Hachong stepped back a little, and then divided his men into 3 groups. The left and right groups sneaked through the forest to encircle the enemy, and the middle group attracted attention and attacked head-on. However, Hachong himself was here to supervise the battle, so it was impossible for him to be the first to charge into battle. If they are not surrounded, it doesn't matter if they run away. It is fun to chase the fleeing people. It is easier to hit them whether you throw spears or stones. You can also follow them to find the location of the tribe. Xiong and his men were still retreating slowly, but the sharp-eyed warriors noticed that the bushes on both sides in the distance were shaking slightly. Xiong knew that things were not good. The enemy was about to outflank them, and the fact that they dared to use this tactic meant that their numbers must far outnumber their own. So he quickly ordered everyone to stop retreating quietly and evacuate quickly, and not to disperse. The people holding shield in the back should carry their shields on their backs and not throw them away, as they could save their lives. After the instructions were clear, everyone started running as fast as they could. Fortunately, they were familiar with the area, and the evacuation was orderly, with no one getting lost. Now we have to go to the tribe, quickly. The tribe has a wall that can protect them. In the words of the tribe leader, only the large tribes with tens of thousands of people can break into their tribe now. Small tribes don't have the ability and can't afford to spend so many people. The fishing team also had nearly 100 people, also fully armed, but they were located on the 2 sides, so they could only ask the fastest few tribesmen to run to the big lake and notify them to put down all their work and quickly retreat to the tribe. The people of the Hachong tribe who were trying to encircle the prey on both sides found that the prey started to run away quickly, so they stopped and waited for the tribe leader to give orders, but the tribe leader was not around, and they didn't know what to do. Hachong heard the sound of escape and asked the soldier next to him to stand up and take a look. He found that the prey really started to run away frantically, so he stood up himself, shouted loudly, rushed down, and started chasing. When the other tribesmen heard their leader starting to charge, they also rushed forward with strange cries and shouts, no longer hiding their movements as before. When they were chasing, they had to make a huge noise to have a deterrent effect. This would not only boost their own momentum, but also scare the prey, making them lose their pace and disperse their team. This trick worked every time they tried it. The people of the Baifeng tribe heard the sounds of pursuit coming from behind, but they did not dare to look back. They really panicked, their steps became untidy, and the team began to become disorganized. Most of them had never experienced war, so it was normal for them to be afraid. Xiong then began to comfort everyone, slowed down and stayed behind to cover their retreat, commanding everyone. Xiong also quickly turned his head to look behind him. There were indeed many more people than his own, but he also saw many women in the team. It seemed that this was a tribe where both men and women were soldiers. unlike their tribe, which was almost entirely made up of men. This also made Xiong feel at ease. These were probably all their people. The people of the Baifeng tribe were much more numerous than them. As long as they could lead them to the tribe, not only would they be safe, but they would also have the opportunity to kill all these savages and avenge their dead members. Chapter 76, Using Myself as Bait. The people of the White Wind tribe felt relieved after hearing what Xiong said, knowing that not only would they not be in too much danger, but that the roles had been reversed and they were only going to lure them into the tribe and then encircle and suppress them for revenge. So everyone started to show off their acting skills. While running away at a steady pace, they pretended to be terrified and screamed loudly. The most outrageous ones even pretended to cry. They gradually threw away the prey in their hands to give the pursuing enemies the illusion that they had no time to care about anything else. If weapons weren't so important, maybe they could make it look more realistic by throwing away a few weapons. The pursuers behind were fooled. They loved chasing fleeing prey the most. The crying and shouting could completely arouse their passion. Their faces flushed, and they screamed even more vigorously. Especially when Heichong saw the prey being discarded along the way. He concluded that they were already scared out of their wits. He did not have any doubt at all, and he did not even think that they were being deliberately lured. The pursuers behind kept a distance and couldn't catch up, but they couldn't get rid of him either. They even found time to pack a stone and throw it out. The shield-wielding warriors of the Baifeng tribe carried their shields on their backs when they fled so that they would not fall behind and could block any stones thrown at them. However, occasionally a few stones would hit the bamboo shields, making a loud bang while they were running. When they passed a covered road, they immediately sent a few fast-running tribesmen to the big lake to report the news. This provided some cover so that they would not be discovered when they left the team. Moreover, after passing this covered area, the people behind them would not be able to notice that a few people were missing from their team. The bear brought a message to the fishing team at the big lake, telling them to either abandon everything and return to the tribe with their weapons to hide and join the battle, or arrive a little later to conserve their strength and surround the enemies in the wilderness and kill them together. However, the second option is more dangerous. They're outside the tribe on the plains, have no shelter and no high walls of the tribe. They need to face the enemy's attack directly, and there may be relatively heavy casualties. Xiong did not make the decision himself, but let them make the choice themselves. The big lake is relatively close to the tribe, so after getting the news, they should be able to drive them into the tribe, and then they can take the enemy around a bit. The bear calculated the time silently in his mind. The Great Lake fishing team should have received the news by now and were preparing to go to the tribe. If their hunting team arrived at the tribe, but the fishing team had not yet arrived, then no matter what choice they made, they would have to surround the enemy together and do the most dangerous thing. Xiong no longer stayed behind, but quickly got to the front of the team and led everyone directly towards the tribe. He also increased his speed and no longer held the Zeke tribe tightly. Heichong was still wondering why this group of people had such good physical strength. According to past experience, no tribe could run so fast for so long. Ever since the Zeke tribe started eating humans, they had basically no shortage of meat, so they had good physical strength and had never failed when chasing. Unexpectedly, the person in front sped up again. Heichong was just about to start questioning himself, but unexpectedly, the prey in front ran away from the forest and towards the plains. This made Heichong overjoyed. Their slingshots were not very useful in the forest, and there was no shelter on the plains. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with the road in the forest and ran slowly. By the time they reached the plains, it would be hard to tell where they would run to. The fishing team at Dahu Lake had indeed received the news. Those tribesmen ran at almost the top of their lungs, just to pass on the news as quickly as possible. By the time they arrived at Dahu Lake, they were almost out of breath. After receiving the news, the captain of the fishing team, Lin, was silent for a moment and then chose the second plan. There were no cowards among them, and as long as there was a chance to wipe out the enemy, avenge the dead tribesmen, and provide conditions for the development of the tribe, it would not matter if they were in danger. So they just gathered urgently and did not run to the tribe. Instead, they sorted out their equipment, took a short rest, and set out after recovering their strength to surround them together with the warriors of the tribe. The bear led the people out of the forest and into the plains. The road from here to the tribe should be the most dangerous. After all, there is no cover, so everyone must pay full attention, especially the people holding shields in the back, who must be well protected. When he saw the tribal city wall, he quickly blew the whistle. The long whistle meant that danger was coming. Bai Feng, who was worried, heard the whistle and quickly climbed up the city wall and looked into the distance. I saw a team of hunters from my tribe running wildly in front, and more people were chasing them about 200 meters behind. The hunters seemed to be uninjured, but they were exhausted after running for a long time. In order to prevent the enemy from stopping, Xiong and the others slowed down and kept the distance between them at an extremely dangerous range. Bai Feng was extremely worried when seeing this. However, looking at the situation, they should have a chance to inflict heavy damage on the enemy. So Bai Feng only left a small number of soldiers on the city wall, and the others all supported behind the city gate. The cattle had not yet been driven back, but the enemy could not see them from their current location, so they quickly sent a few people out through the big hole between the city wall and the cowshed to find the calf through the gate of the cowshed and ask it to bring the cattle back. It would be best to go directly into the city wall so that they could be completely protected. Chapter 77, One-Sided Massacre. When Xiong was still 100 meters away from the city gate, the gate was already open and waiting. When Xiong and his companions entered the gate panting, the city gate was immediately closed and bolted. Heichong was puzzled when he saw that the prey he was chasing had entered a strange earth wall. He had almost caught up with it, but how could such a thing appear in such a wasteland? Bai Feng asked them to rest first, while he took dozens of women to the city wall, raised shields, and held wooden spears in their hands, giving the Heichong tribe the illusion that there was no one left in his tribe, because Xiong had just told him his idea. Bai Feng felt that this plan was very feasible, but in order to deliver a powerful blow, the enemy had to be close enough to the city wall. Heichong stopped and watched first. Although they had been chasing the prey and were a little excited, they were now running out of energy. Although they seemed to have found the prey's tribe, they still felt something was wrong when looking at the high wall. Bai Feng and the women stepped forward, holding wooden spears tremblingly. Some of them were pretending, but a few were really afraid. After all, there were cannibals living under the city. When they heard that they were going to the battlefield, they followed them crying and holding wooden spears without any resistance. But when he saw the enemy in the distance was shaking so much that his spear fell to the ground, he quickly bent down to pick it up, but the spear fell directly under the city wall. So she cried even louder and harder. The Zeke tribe in the distance was a little confused at first, but then they saw that there was only one man with a group of women coming out to fight, and the woman couldn't even hold a spear steadily. Not to mention the men in his own tribe. Even the women were laughing at the useless woman on the city wall. Once he conquered this tribe, he would definitely chop off her arm and eat it in front of that woman to see how she would cry. There were many stones in the wasteland. A woman picked up one, wrapped it around the slingshot, swung it hard, and threw it out. The stone flew towards the city wall at a high speed, but it was too far away. The stone hit the wall weakly, but the woman on the wall was still scared. In fact, there were already hundreds of fully armed soldiers ready inside the city wall. Wooden and bamboo spears were placed in places on the wall that the enemy could not see, waiting for the enemy to reach the city and then throw them together. Seeing that the fighting power of the tribe had been fully exposed, the people of the Zeke tribe no longer needed the chief's orders and began to attack on their own, throwing stones all the way and intimidating the people on the wall. When the stones were able to hit the wall and cause damage, Bai Feng and his men raised bamboo shields. The people of the Zeke tribe did not think much of the ineffectiveness of their attacks. Anyway, as long as they pushed those pieces of wood away, they could start slaughtering and then have a feast. When the enemy arrived at the city, Bai Feng did not attack. All he could hear were the enemy's laughter and insults, as well as the crying of the women around him. The hunter team led by Xiong had recovered and were waiting for Bai Feng's order to climb up the city wall and attack the enemy to avenge their dead tribesmen. It was not until they started bombarding the city gate that Bai Feng gave the order for everyone to prepare for the attack. After his tribesmen knocked on the door several times, but received no response, Heichong finally began to panic. A whistle sounded on the city wall, and Heichong's heart became alarmed. He realized something was wrong, so he left his tribesmen behind and started to flee frantically. At the command, all the warriors went up the wall. Some raised their shields, while others shot arrows through the gaps between their shields, or simply stood up and threw out their spears. After one round, dozens of people from the Zeke tribe had been killed or injured. They had originally planned to climb over the wall if the door couldn't be opened, but this unexpected change caught them off guard. They neither attacked nor resisted, but fled in all directions. Bai Feng saw that their team was in chaos and had no attack power, so he simply put down his bamboo shields and started attacking with all his strength. When a strong bow is drawn, hundreds of arrows fly out at a time. Even if the hit rate is less than 1/10, the high-density concentrated shooting will still cause great casualties. Wooden spears and bamboo spears were thrown out like they were free. The bamboo spears had average power, but the sharpened wooden spears could directly penetrate the enemy. The Z tribe had always been hunters, but they did not expect to be treated as prey and attacked at will. They did not dare to resist and could only think about escaping. Hachong ran the earliest and fastest. Now the range of bows and spears was no longer enough, and Hachong knew how to avoid attacks very well. Because he was holding a conspicuous silver long sword in his hand, the people of the Baifeng tribe could easily tell that he was the tribe leader. What's more, they still have to avenge their tribesmen, so everyone focused on Hachong. It's just that they couldn't hit him, which made them very upset. They absolutely couldn't let him get away. There was no other way. Baifeng took out 2 loaded crossbows from his tribe. He used one, and Xiong used another, and they smashed the triggers at Hachong, who was still moving left and right to escape. Spear-like arrows flew out. One of Baifeng's arrows was a little off target and didn't hit the target, but it did scare Hachong enough. Just as he was moving in another direction, he felt his body rushed forward, his chest felt tight, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to continue crawling, but saw that his body was nailed to the ground by a spear. There was no pain, only fear. Hachong tried hard to run, but the blood kept flowing. He could no longer hold on and fell down limply. Seeing that the main enemy was dead, he felt relieved. More than half of the people were already on the ground and could not get up, but more than 100 people were still fleeing. The range of the bow was no longer enough, but those people came running and certainly didn't have much strength now. However, he still had many warriors who still had plenty of energy, so he just opened the gate and let the tribesmen chase after them. Unfortunately, before they could chase them far, another group of people came out of the forest. They were their own fishing team. They all held weapons and began to surround the soldiers who had left the city. The remaining members of the Hachong tribe saw that they could not escape, so they decided to fight to the death. However, their weapons were far inferior to those of the Baifeng tribe. The Baifeng tribe members opened their longbows and shot around, and the battle was immediately resolved outside the range of the Zeke tribe members' stones. Originally, Baifeng thought it was a very large tribe and was afraid of it, but he didn't expect that it was only this small, including the children and women, and the battle ended easily. Baifeng didn't let them kill them all, and left a few alive. Baifeng wanted to ask some questions, such as why they only had one iron knife when so many of his people had died. Chapter 78, Return to Peace. The most dangerous part of this war was when Xiong and his men were used as bait to lure the enemy. By the time they reached the city, the enemy's physical strength had been almost exhausted, but they still had many soldiers who had rested enough. Strong bows, sharp swords, and high walls, the war was fought like a massacre. Baifeng had never had a clear understanding of the combat effectiveness of his tribe. After all, it had not been tested in actual combat. Now it's a mule and a horse. They have been pulled out for a walk. The good record still surprises Baifeng. He was too cautious in the past. With such a team of warriors, he could be bolder. After a war, his people also understand how powerful they are and have changed from the inside. They will be stronger in the future. The cattle were driven into the cowshed, but the fight ended quickly, so the cattle had to be driven out again to continue foraging for food on their own. Not only the cattle, but even the calf, which had a good temper, was a little unhappy. Lin and other warriors controlled a few surviving savages. Baifeng walked to the side, but was made to vomit by his red eyes and the stench on his body. Even the corpses all over the ground were not as disgusting as a cannibal. Baifeng suppressed his discomfort and asked him how many of his people they had killed, but why there was only one knife. Those savages were so frightened that they stammered that they couldn't remember how many they killed. They only knew that many ran away, and they only snatched one of the beautiful knives you had. Baifeng guessed that those tribesmen were seriously injured while escaping with their weapons or were attacked by other wild beasts. There should be no other cannibal tribes. I asked them again if all the tribesmen were here, and they said yes. But Baifeng didn't see any children, only some half-grown boys and girls. When asked whether they were telling the truth, the savages guaranteed that what they said was true. All the children in their tribe had died, and even the newborns didn't survive a winter or summer. Baifeng thought, you adults are in such a state, how can the children survive? As long as we make sure there are no other cannibals, we will be fine. So he waved his hand in disdain and asked Lin to kill them as well. The savages just begged a few times, and then there was no movement. After the war, The battlefield must be cleaned up properly, otherwise there might be an epidemic. Fortunately, they are not their own people, so the savages just need to dig a big pit and bury them. If they are burned, the entire tribe will be reduced to ashes. Their bodies were dragged to a place far away from the tribe. A large pit was dug, and a thick layer of lime was covered inside. After the bodies were thrown in, they were covered with lime again and then covered with soil. All the bloodstains along the way were covered with lime. Bai Feng never felt troubled by these things. He even did it himself, pulling cartloads of lime out of the city to cover the contaminated land. All those participating in the war must take a thorough bath and iron their clothes with boiling water. Regardless of whether it can achieve the sterilization effect, this is all they can do. At least they look clean. After solving the hidden danger of the cannibal tribe, the White Wind tribe began to get back on track. No longer did they have to worry every day, and the sadness of losing their tribesmen gradually faded away with their constant work. The missing weapons were found one by one when the hunter team went out later, but there was no trace of the people. After all, with so many wild beasts, it was impossible for them to miss a meal of delicious meat. The grain that has been planted has begun to ear. After the most meticulous cultivation of this era, both the height of the plants and the size of the ears currently displayed are much better than those in the wild. The rice has also begun to bloom successfully. At least it seems to be successful for now. I just hope that the seeds can be plump so that it does not let down the people's hard work. Bai Feng's brick house has been completely built. The floor is paved with cement, and the outer walls are also scraped with cement. Although Bai Feng thinks this is the worst unfinished house, in the eyes of the tribesmen, this house is so beautiful that it is beyond words. They all express that they would like to build such a small house for themselves in the future. Bai Feng, of course, encouraged everyone to build it as soon as possible and move out as soon as possible. The gray-white cement wall is still very special in today's world. Bai Feng originally thought that this was enough, but he didn't expect that when he woke up, he found that someone had scribbled something on his wall. An angry Bai Feng was about to ask who did this, but Sui at the side reminded him that this was a rock painting used to praise Bai Feng's deeds. When Bai Feng heard this, he started to look carefully. He didn't expect that everything from his birth from heaven and earth, to finding a place to live, making water pipes, growing crops and hunting, etc., were all painted on the wall like illustrations. This made Bai Feng feel a little embarrassed. Although the drawing was not good-looking and was just a simple stick figure, he would not have been able to tell it if Sui hadn't reminded him. However, since the tribesmen were willing to do this, it meant that they recognized him, so Bai Feng did not ask who drew it. While waiting for the grain to fill, the thing that Bai Feng was most worried about happened. That is, it is now the rainy season in this place. The rain comes suddenly and the rainfall is heavy. There might even be hail. Bai Feng was scared to death last year. Now I have a house to live in, and my tribesmen also have a place to live. The drainage in the tribe is also very good, so we are not worried about flooding. However, the crops that need to be irrigated may have a serious yield reduction or even a total loss if there's a heavy rain now. Chapter 79. Their respective tribes. The rainstorm came as expected. Although it lasted for a short time, only more than 2 hours, the rainfall was extremely heavy. Fortunately, it started to rain in the evening, and the tribesmen had all returned by then. Otherwise, Bai Feng would have been so worried that he couldn't sleep. The residence was located at a relatively high level, so no water accumulated there. There were only some puddles on the uneven ground, making it quite uncomfortable to walk. The fields are all on flat ground and must have been soaked by water by now. The drainage ditch was not effective enough, so Bai Feng and his team could only take advantage of the afterglow of the sunset to modify the ditch and drain the water out quickly. If the rice gets soaked this time, all their work for the year will be in vain. However, the only thing they don't have to worry about is the rice. This rain saves them from having to irrigate the crops. The water was drained in time, so there was not much impact, but many people were crushed into the mud. Based on Bai Feng's experience, there was probably no way to save this kind of people. It was already completely dark, so everyone walked through the mud and went back to sleep. Anyway, it was like this now. In fact, in another half a month, the wheat would be ready for harvest. Bai Feng and the others were already sharpening their sickles, but the rain made them feel even more depressed, and their expectations for the harvest were reduced by more than half. At the same time, in the Yoshion clan far away in Qingqiu, Xianyuan himself was leading people to cut wheat in the fields. Their territory was further south than Bai Feng's, so the wheat matured earlier. However, they neither applied fertilizer nor plowed the land or weeded it. They just marked out a piece of land and randomly scattered grass seeds on it. How much grass would grow was entirely up to fate. Because now there's almost no awareness of farming. People just think that if these grass seeds can grow in the wild, then they can grow just as well if they're scattered in their territory, but it will be more convenient and concentrated to harvest than in the wild. So they said they were harvesting wheat, but they were just picking out a kind of wild grass called wheat from a field of weeds and cutting it down. Their main source of food was still hunting, and gathering was just a supplement. Moreover, their tribe is already able to raise a large number of cattle and sheep. These are two types of animals that are more suitable for breeding that their tribe has selected after generations of summarizing and analyzing the situation. They have enough meat on their bodies, and their fur is useful. Most importantly, as long as you build a high wall, they will have no way to escape. Deer and the like can easily jump out. Rabbits eat a lot and have little meat, and they can dig holes, so there are no conditions for raising them. Pigs have bad tempers and can easily hurt other members of the tribe. Their meat is also fishy and smelly, so they are simply thrown out of the breeding range. Xianyuan was wearing linen shorts, with dark skin and strong muscles. Although he was still a teenager, he already had the shape of a powerful warrior. There was a heavy rain 2 days ago. Their tribe lived in the mountains, so they were basically not affected. Only some people living at the foot of the mountain were affected. Their sheds were washed away. Fortunately, people ran quickly and there were no casualties. No one cared whether the crops in the growing areas were affected by the heavy rain. After all, they were just weeds. They had never seen weeds being damaged or soaked by a rain, unless it was hail. However, the facts also show that Xianyuan and others were right. Baifeng used the thinking of later generations to think that the plants were knocked down by the rain and soaked in the mud, unable to get up and would rot in the ground. However, Baifeng forgot that this was a very primitive wheat. Although the yield was small, it still maintained its own resistance to lodging. The grains cultivated in later generations, while producing high yields, have basically lost the ability to resist lodging and disease. Like a pregnant woman, although her belly is full, it is too fragile and is at great risk from small impact. The day after the rain, as soon as the sun came out, all the crops, no matter how they were beaten before, slowly stood up after being exposed to the sun. However, some of the crops that were completely buried in the mud could not stand up. Fortunately, there were not too many of them, so there was always hope that they would stand up if people helped to clean up the mud. Except for wheat, other crops are still in the process of growing stems, so the impact of this rain is not significant, and the benefits may even outweigh the disadvantages. Now the Baifeng tribe is just waiting for the harvest after the wheat turns yellow. Baifeng estimates that these acres of wheat will be enough for the 50 tribesmen to eat for a year. Together with some other crops after the harvest, it will be enough for the whole tribe to eat for half a year. What's more, the tribe now has other sources of income, such as various meats and wild vegetables. Even if the Baifeng tribe eats as much as they want this year, there will still be a surplus, and the Baifeng tribe will have the capital to continue expanding. Among the Juli tribe, Chiyu, who had pigtails, rode a round black and white beast through the bamboo forest. Unfortunately, the iron-eating beast walked too slowly, and Chiyu was too strong. The half-grown, iron-eating beast was very reluctant to carry the human who was forced to sit on it. As soon as it saw fresh bamboo shoots, the iron-eating beast would immediately sit up and throw the human off. No matter how Chiyu held it, it would remain unmoved. It would peel the skin of the bamboo shoots with its sharp teeth, and then happily gnaw on the juicy bamboo shoots. Chiyu felt a little disappointed. Why did such a good, iron-eating beast have to eat bamboo? Although it also ate meat, what it liked to eat most was fresh and tender bamboo shoots. If Chiyu met those wandering wise men again, who talked about how brave the iron-eating beast was, Chiyu would chop them into pieces and feed them to his iron-eating beast. If he heard about immortals and strange people riding fish or eagles, Chiyu would also chop them into pieces and feed them to the iron beast. The main source of food for the Juli tribe was hunting, but it was difficult to find prey in the winter. Relying on the food saved from before, the tribe barely survived the winter, but many members still starved to death. But they don't feel sorry. Only the strongest warriors and the best hunters can have enough food. Those who are thin and can't catch prey can only eat the surplus of others. They have no ability and deserve to starve to death, although the first ones to starve to death are the most diligent slaves. Chiyu's father Jiang Xiong was the patriarch of the Juli tribe and also the most powerful warrior in the entire tribe. Even though Chiyu had not gone hunting or participated in battles from the entire winter until now, but had focused all his attention and energy on the iron-eating beast, he still had no shortage of food. Moreover, He had extra meat to feed the iron-eating beasts. Of course, the tribesmen would not have any objections. Not to mention Jiang Qiong's outstanding leadership and fighting capabilities, just with his 30 copper-headed and iron-forehead warriors. No one dared to have any other thoughts. However, Qi now feels that he cannot keep focusing on the iron-eating beast. It seems that it is really not suitable as a mount. It is better to go hunting and get more food for his tribe. However, the wise man once said that there's a creature that runs like fire. If you encounter it while hunting, it will be very nice to catch it and use it as a mount. Chapter 80. Wheat fields covered with yellow. The wheat in Baifeng's field has begun to turn yellow. Baifeng sits in the field almost every day to watch the wheat. He always feels that the south wind will rise at night and the wheat will turn yellow. If the wheat turns yellow, it must be harvested quickly. Even if it is not threshed and stored on the same day, it must be harvested immediately, otherwise it will sprout after a rain. The tribesmen have found wheat in the wild that has turned yellow and mature. Baifeng has also taken a look at the ears they brought back. Not only are they small and barren, but there are only about 14 grains in an ear. However, the wheat in his own home is very full, with nearly 20 grains on an ear. This is a huge difference from the wild wheat. As long as you pick out the wheat ears with the largest number of grains and keep them as seed crops, there should be more grains on the ears next year. In summer, the weather is already unbearably hot and stuffy. In the afternoon or evening, Baifeng is always afraid that it will rain. It must not rain at this time. Just give it another 3 days and wait until the harvest before raining, and there will be no problem at all. The tribesmen had never seen wheat grains that were so plump and with such big ears. In fact, they did not hold out much hope when they first started planting, because in their minds, hunting was the most important thing. If they could get another harvest like last autumn, that kind of life would be incomparably wonderful. Other tribes could hardly imagine that which tribe could survive the winter without freezing or starving anyone to death. If they told others about their tribe situation last winter, I'm afraid others would think it was all fake, even more unreliable than saying that a woman stepped on the footprints of a god and gave birth to a son. The women in the textile team also found this incredible. Swearin also planted wheat, but there were no regular farmlands like this one. He would not spread manure on the fields, nor would he think about weeding. Isn't it that nature just sows seeds randomly, and wheat still grows anyway? But this spectacular scene still changed their minds. They realized that they were the ones who knew nothing. Chief Baifeng was really the son of God, so he could grow such delicious crops. The tribesmen all hope that Baifeng can offer sacrifices to the gods, asking the gods to bless their tribe with a good harvest, and that it should not rain in the next few days so that they can complete the harvest smoothly. Although cooked rice would be placed in front of the stone tablet of heaven and earth every day, and the remaining saliva of the god would be given to the tribesmen in turn to eat, there was no real large-scale sacrificial activity. Of course, Baifeng was willing to perform a sacrifice, whether it was to appease the hearts of his tribesmen, or he himself sincerely wanted to pray to heaven and earth to bless him to complete the harvest smoothly. So Baifeng performed a sacrificial ceremony seriously. Their tribe did not have the habit of throwing food or people into the fire as a sacrifice to the gods. No matter how rich the sacrifice was, it would eventually be removed and distributed to the tribesmen. Instead, they would throw inedible things like cypress nuts and pine resin into the fire. Baifeng didn't know what the formal sacrificial process was, but he felt that the process he had choreographed was definitely better than Wu Qiqi's dance to kill monsters. So Wu, the former high priest, can only stand aside, helping Baifeng, watching, and learning the unfamiliar sacrificial procedures. It should be burned with yellow paper, but paper could not be made at that time. So Baifeng wrote words such as praying for God's blessings on bamboo slips and threw them into the fire. Finally, all the tribesmen knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. The sacrifice was completed. The most troublesome part was reading the petition to the gods. The tribesmen had never thought that they could say that when asking the gods to do something. After the sacrificial ceremony was completed, the tribesmen's worries disappeared. They all felt that the gods of their tribe were very powerful and would definitely bless them. What's more, their tribe leader was their son, and the gods would definitely hear their tribe's requests. On the second day after the sacrifice, the wheat matured completely at an extremely outrageous speed, and it turned yellow almost to the roots. The Baifeng tribe did not harvest the wheat together with the straw, like people in later generations. Instead, they used a knife to cut the wheat ears one by one, and then put them into a backpack and took them away. As for the straw, They were not afraid of getting wet in the rain, so there was no rush to collect the straw after the wheat was harvested. First, Bai Feng searched the wheat fields for the largest ears of wheat. After cutting them, he packed them separately and used them as seeds. In order not to trample on other wheat, Bai Feng walked almost along the edge of the field. He didn't dare to pick the wheat in the center of the field. It was not worthwhile to shake off more wheat for an ear. Almost all the tribe has gone out to harvest the wheat. Now everyone in the tribe has a knife, so they're not afraid of not having enough tools to cut the wheat ears. The sickles they made before can only be used when they start cutting the straw. For 2 whole days, I basically had to run to the fields to harvest as soon as I woke up in the morning. I couldn't return to the house at noon and could only eat the dry food I brought with me. At night, I had to wait until the sun completely set before I could return home. With everyone working overtime, the wheat was finally harvested. The cut wheat ears were piled in a specially built warehouse with a cement floor. It was not only more moisture-proof than the earth floor, but also mouse-proof. There were more or less mouse holes in their warehouses, but Bai Feng and his friends had no way to deal with it. There were no cats at that time, and the cats that could catch mice were all very wild. Even those that had been domesticated for thousands of years in later generations were not very homesick. Unless Bai Feng could catch a wild cat that had just left its nest and raise it from an early age to see if it would be effective, but Bai Feng had never seen any wild cats here. There were many creatures like lynx that were very similar to cats, but they would not look down upon eating mice, and even deer and sheep were on their menu. Bai Feng was lucky, as Sui's pair of shoes was made of the skin of a lynx caught by the tribesmen. Bai Feng is still unsure about the wheat harvest this time. After all, they're just wheat ears now, and the wheat grains contain a lot of water. We can only tell how much there is after we thresh and dry them. In order to solve the problem of threshing, Bai Feng made a flail, a farm tool that could continuously hit like a hand. This thing later evolved into an armor-piercing weapon. There's also a panlong stick similar to the flail. This was the weapon that Zhao Kuangyin was best at back then. However, after threshing the grains, Bai Feng did not plan to grind them all into flour, as it was too troublesome. He did not know how much manpower and time would be wasted. It would be fine to cook it into porridge. Besides, making a stone mill that could grind flour seemed to be more difficult than growing wheat. However, there are still people in the tribe who are talented in making stone tools. Just tell him to shape and give him a good tool. Even if it is broken, they will continue to give him more. In any case, he must make a stone mill, no matter how big or small. Because the stone mill cannot produce noodles for the whole family, but making a smaller one is no problem. How can you not make noodles with wheat? You must eat the noodles that you have been craving for. Of course, one does not have to eat all the food alone. Tribe members who have made great contributions to the tribe can also enjoy the delicious noodles. This is also a way to commend tribe members. Chapter 81, Full of Bones. On the night when Bai Feng and his team finished harvesting the wheat, it started raining again, but no one was worried this time. Everyone thought that the rain was a good thing as it could cool down the hot weather. Bai Feng had only dug a small part of the fish pond before stopping work. Now that the crops have been harvested, the tribesmen are no longer in a hurry to go out hunting. It seems that getting enough food at home is much better than going out hunting hard. So the strong men all went into battle and dug hard at the chosen location, and a huge artificial lake began to take shape. However, Bai Feng measured it with his feet and felt it was too small, about the size of a football field, so he simply doubled the area. Bai Feng was not afraid of the problem of water seepage in the fish pond because the groundwater level was relatively high at their location. When he was digging a water cellar before, he had dug out water at a depth of almost 4 meters. However, the water was relatively salty and tasted bad. It was not as good as the quality of lake water, so he simply gave up using well water. Besides, there is such a big lake. Even if it seeps, how can it dry up as long as water keeps coming in every day? So Bai Feng is not worried about this at all. He is just worried that the fish cannot be kept alive. All the wheat ears were poured onto the huge, compact threshing floor, but there was still not enough space for them. Everyone swung their arms and beat the ground with flails. Those who didn't have flails made their own bamboo rafts. In short, as long as the wheat could be beaten out of the ears, it would be fine. After the wheat is threshed, the mixture of wheat and husks is blown up in the evening wind, allowing the wind to blow away the light husks and leave the heavy wheat grains. Repeating this process over and over again, the wheat will become very clean. There were no bags to hold the wheat, so a granary was made in the warehouse with cement. After all, it was troublesome to make it with bamboo or wood. If the gap was too big, the wheat grains would leak out. Besides, bricks and cement could be reused. A valve was installed underneath. As long as the stuck wooden board was pulled out, the wheat would flow out like water under the action of gravity. Although the husks of the winnowed wheat are blown away, clods of earth, stones, and various insects cannot be blown away by the wind. Therefore, when the wheat is transported to the warehouse in ceramic or wooden basins, children squat beside it and stir it with their hands to pick out the dirt bit by bit. Except for the strong man who was digging the fish pond, almost all the other tribesmen were busy on the threshing ground. The skinny savages who had been recruited before had almost recovered and had become the main force in threshing. They made great efforts in planting and harvesting the tribe's grain, but due to their poor health and lack of skills, they could not do other work. Fortunately, weeding and harvesting wheat did not require them to be very strong. Based on their contributions in this regard, the tribesmen recognized them and felt that they were qualified to become true members of the White Wind tribe. In other words, since the wheat harvest, they no longer have to eat the worst and most basic food, but can eat the same food as other old tribesmen. The new members of the tribe all knew that they were being treated differently, but none of them were dissatisfied because they knew they were not yet qualified. However, it was difficult for them to eat such food so steadily every day in the past. Now, in addition to changes in food, they can also be given work points. The work points of the Baifeng tribe are different from those of later generations. Only when you complete the minimum work requirement will the excess be recorded. This makes it easier to calculate, and for the witch, it is not beyond his ability. Moreover, there will be no inflation. Now, there are very few people who can get work points, and only a few craftsmen can earn them. After all, they just need to work faster and longer. But it is different for the hunting team and the fishing team. In addition to their own strength, luck is also a very important part. The wheat was successfully stored in the granary, but that night Baifeng let them taste the new grain and gave them relatively large amounts so that they could have a good meal. The only way to eat it was to make porridge, wheat and meat porridge, and everyone enjoyed it very much. After all, the porridge with wheat was thicker and more filling. The stone for the mill was chosen, which was granite that was available everywhere. However, it was too difficult to chisel it. The hammer and chisel made sparks fly, and only a little bit of it could be chipped off at a time. It would probably take several days to make it into a complete mill. The fish pond has been expanded to only 1 meter deep, and transporting soil out has become a troublesome problem. When it was shallow, people could just throw the soil out. But now it is so deep that even the strongest members of the tribe can hardly bear it. So Baifeng had people plant a wooden frame by the pond, install wooden pulleys, and use straw ropes, bamboo baskets, and bamboo crates to lift the water out little by little. Then they poured the water onto a cart and pulled it to the bottom of the city wall to continue building the wall. After digging for more than half a month, almost no one left the city. Only the fishing team went to the lake every 3 days. After all, the harvest from fishing was more stable than hunting. 1 day's catch was enough for the whole tribe to eat fish for 2 days. Baifeng estimated the depth to be about 3.5 meters, which was completely sufficient for raising fish. However, when they dug to about 3 meters, water began to seep out from the bottom of the pond. Previously, it took more than 3 meters to almost 4 meters to get water out. Baifeng did not expect that the current groundwater level is higher than before. Since the water has come out, we will stop digging and dump the sand and gravel we have picked up into the pond. We will also throw the burnt and broken bricks and tiles into the pond. We will lay a layer on the bottom of the pond so that we can find the bottom when we clear the silt. It can also play a slight anti-seepage role. And we will also lay these things in the pond for fish farming. Although I don't know what the benefits are, at least it's okay if there is no harm. In the past, Baifeng's fishing requirement was that if a female fish with eggs was caught, as long as it was not dead, some of it could be released if the tribe had no shortage of food. This was also to ensure the reproduction of fish. It's different now. Baifeng thought of asking the fishing team to bring containers to catch some fish with eggs, and then catch some live male fish and throw them into the fish pond to produce some fry for them. But the people on the fishing team said, very frankly, that the fish are basically past their breeding period now, and all the small fish in the lake have hatched. They are densely packed everywhere, more numerous than tadpoles. Baifeng was already accustomed to such embarrassing situations, so he said calmly, "Let's just go and catch the fish fry." Although the tribe couldn't make a strong fishing net to catch big fish, it was very simple to make something to catch small fish. In addition to the fish fry, various plants, aquatic plants, or other miscellaneous animals and plants in a lake must be brought back and put into the pond. Baifeng doesn't know what these fish eat, but they raise whatever is available in the lake. This way, the fish will never lack food, not to mention that they can also cut grass and feed them. Chapter 82, Earthly Evil. Before going out to catch fish fry, the fish pond must first be filled with water. Bai Feng felt that the water conservancy system of his tribe was no longer sufficient. After all, there was only one pipeline, and as a result, so many pipes were divided. Although there would be no shortage of water from upstream, the pipes below were already very messy. Bai Feng felt that it was necessary to repair the entire water diversion project, but he would just have to make do with it for now. It would not be too late to do it after the autumn harvest when the land has not yet frozen, and digging at that time would not take up labor. A temporary channel was dug here to drain the water from the fish pond, and then the valve was opened and water flowed into the fish pond continuously. However, the amount of water was too small. Bai Feng felt that it would take at least a day or two to fill it up. So 2 tribesmen were left to watch over the fish pond, and the others went back to their original jobs. Bai Feng accompanied Sui to see the vegetable garden they had planted. Now many of the vegetables had grown and were ready to eat. Bai Feng thought the cabbages were really small and were similar to the baby cabbages he bought in later generations. But after all, they were fertilized and the ears were carefully cared for, so they were much better than the wild ones. After picking 2 cabbages, Bai Feng decided to make some stir-fried cabbage for Sui. Now that he had an iron pan, Bai Feng would often cook some dishes for them, but most of the time they ate the same dishes as the other tribesmen. After all, Bai Feng was not a good cook in his previous life, so he didn't have the ingredients for many of the dishes he was familiar with, and even if he had the ingredients, he might not be able to make them. There is no vegetable oil, only refined and solidified butter is used. The shallots are chopped and sautéed when the oil is hot. Then add the tender, freshly pulled and washed cabbage, stir-fry it for a while, and serve immediately. Sui really likes the food cooked by Bai Feng, but she really has no interest in this almost purely vegetarian dish. So she simply took a bite, expressed her appreciation for its deliciousness, and then eagerly waited for the big slices of meat that Bai Feng was cooking. Now Bai Feng has one more seasoning, that is Sichuan pepper. The tribesmen are very curious about the red Sichuan pepper that emits a unique fragrance, but the Sichuan pepper tree has many thorns, and when they walk under the tree, they always feel numbness under their tongues. Being too curious, and thinking that even if the pepper was poisonous, he would not die if he ate one, he picked one and put it in his mouth, fully feeling the flavor of the pepper with the saliva. However, his tongue tip was numb to the point of almost losing feeling, so he quickly spat out the red fruit. Unfortunately, the numbing taste in his mouth could not be removed. He often watched Bai Feng telling the doctor the names of certain plants in the wild and their uses, as if everything was medicine. The clan leader might actually know what this thing that could numb the tongue was. What if it was some important medicinal ingredient? When he found Bai Feng with a handful of peppercorns that had cracked open and revealed black seeds, Bai Feng happily gave the tribesmen a fist-sized piece of meat as a reward. Sichuan pepper is a good thing. It is not only an important spice, but can also be used as an anesthetic. For example, it can be used to temporarily relieve local pain in this era when the only way to fight injuries is biological resistance. When Bai Feng was a child and was about to be spanked at school, he would rub peppercorns in his hands until his hands became numb so that he wouldn't feel pain when he was spanked. The tribesmen asked Bai Feng why this thing called Sichuan pepper tasted so strange and gave him an indescribable feeling on the tongue. Bai Feng smiled and said that Sichuan pepper is like this, as the saying goes, it has a red face, a black heart, and numb leaves. Sui can't eat too many peppercorns, so when stir-frying meat, you can only put 1 or 2 peppercorns in it and wait until Sui gets used to it. The two were extremely satisfied with the delicious meal. They were lying down to enjoy the post-meal time and avoid washing the pot, but they didn't expect that the tribesmen who were guarding the fish pond came in a hurry to disturb them. The tribesmen said that the canal that drains water from the fish pond was out of water, and the water flow and water pipes in other parts of the tribe had also become less, as if the entire tribe was about to run out of water. Bai Feng was stunned for 2 seconds, then immediately stood up and took people to check the water source. This is not the future. If the water supply is cut off, you will be notified, and then the water will be restored. Sure enough, all the water outlets of the tribe have become extremely small in volume, which is a troublesome matter. Although there is still some water in the water cellar, there is also a herd of cattle that needs water. No water was stored in the water cellar before the time came this year, and it is unknown how long that little bit of water can last. Bai Feng only hoped that the water inlet at the big lake was blocked now, because the water pipes along the way were buried underground. If the water pipes halfway were blocked, it would be too troublesome to repair them. Baifeng took people directly to the big lake to check. They walked along the water pipes, but didn't find any water leakage. Now Baifeng thought that the water inlet above must be blocked. However, when Baifeng arrived at the lake to check, he found that the water inlet was not blocked, but was still slowly taking in water. Baifeng felt that something was serious and that there must be a problem on the road. If you want to quickly find the location of the problematic pipe, you can use the binary method. Dig up the soil in the middle, find the water pipe, and do not disassemble it. You will only find that there is no water seepage at the pipe joints, because the ceramic pipes cannot be made to fit perfectly, so there will be some seepage. And you can't hear the sound of water in the pipe. This meant that the problem was still upstream. After using the binary search method twice, Baifeng and his team finally found the approximate location. They dug up the soil and discovered the cause of the problem. It turned out to be a mole hole. Judging from the damage, the mole had broken the ceramic water pipe, and the fragments were stuck in the pipe. The water basically did not flow downstream, but instead all poured into the hole dug by the mole. After walking along the cave for dozens of meters, we found another cave entrance on a slope with water gushing out. The mole had probably been drowned, but there was nothing we could do now, and we could only remedy the situation. After clearing out the debris, most of the water still flowed down the pipe, and some was still flowing out. This section had to be replaced with a new ceramic pipe. Baifeng felt that he was really unlucky, or rather, it was the evil spirit of the earth. He had just thought of modifying the water diversion project, but it ended up causing him trouble. Fortunately, he used ceramic pipes at that time. If he had used bamboo pipes, problems would have arisen long ago. However, there is no way to repair it today. The amount of water flowing downstream now can barely maintain normal life needs. As for the fish pond, we will release water at night. If we want to fill the fish pond, we may have to delay it for a few more days. It was impossible to fire the water pipes on the same day, so the pottery craftsmen, through trial and error, built a shaded room by themselves to ventilate and dry the pottery, which could also prevent the pottery from being cracked by the sun. Baifeng asked them to make more than one section of the water pipe as a backup, so that if the pipe broke again, they could immediately have something to replace it. Chapter 83 Open Source. Since the water was about to dry up, they simply stopped draining water from the fish pond. The fish pond was quite large, and the cement produced by their own tribe was not enough to pave the bottom, so they just used cement to build the pond base. The pond base is a slope with steps for easy going up and down, and platforms are built in some locations, which will make fishing much more convenient in the future. We have to hurry up and let the tribe members practice swimming. Now only most of the people in the fishing team can swim, and other tribesmen can't. Now that we have a big fish pond, they have to learn to swim. If they fall into the water, they won't be rescued. On the day the water pipe was fixed, someone took it to replace it, and then the tribe's water supply returned to normal. It was sporadic for a few days, and the water for the cattle was drawn bucket by bucket from the water cellar. The tribesmen who fetched water for the cattle found a job that was more painful than cleaning up the cow's feces. After carrying water for a whole day, they felt like their wastes were not their own. As soon as the cement dried, the fish pond began to drain water. The fishing team had already started to bring back various animals and plants from the lake, but they were temporarily kept in large tanks, waiting to be released into the fish pond once the water was clear. However, Baifeng did not expect that the lake contained so many species. In addition to the various fish he had been catching, the tribesmen also caught snails that they thought were inedible, spiders with hard shells, eels and loaches in the mud, and so on. As for plants, Baifeng brought back various aquatic plants. He thought they were probably inedible. So after picking and choosing, he actually found two kinds of things, lotus root nodes and water chestnuts, in the mud. Baifeng had only been to lake many times, so naturally he had no idea what was inside the lake. He had always focused his thoughts on the fish and had never thought about anything else. The tribesmen didn't think these strange things were edible. If the tribe leader didn't want to have a little of everything this time, they wouldn't have dug these things out of the mud. There's absolutely nothing wrong with eating eels and loaches, except that eels have a strong, earthy smell. However, in this era, this is not a disadvantage at all. As long as there is meat, no one cares about the taste. They dug the eel out when they were digging other plants. They were shocked when it came out of the mud. They thought it was a snake. They tried to run, but got stuck in the mud. Upon closer inspection, it looked like a snake, but more like a fish. There is no way to escape, so you might as well give it a try and just catch it and crush it to death. What if you get bitten and the poison doesn't kill you? So he reached out to grab the eel, but he didn't expect that the eel only wanted to run away, and its body was slippery and difficult to catch. When he squeezed it to death, he realized that it was probably a fish. Crabs and other animals are caught with bamboo tongs because we don't know if they are poisonous or edible, but we just try our best to meet the tribe leader's request. Bai Feng realized that he had been guarding a treasure trove without knowing it. He didn't dare eat snails because there were too many parasites in them, and he couldn't tell which ones had them and which didn't, so he just used them to feed the fish. In the future, we can touch eels and catch loaches in the mud on the shore of the lake. This will be another very important source of food. As for crabs, which the tribesmen call big spiders, they're huge in size, but they're not at their fattest yet. However, they taste delicious enough, but the tribesmen are not very brave to eat them. The first person to eat crabs is the warrior. Lotus roots are rich in starch. In the days without potatoes, Bai Feng felt that life was difficult. He could do without any other vegetables, but not potatoes. It's just that potatoes are now on the other side of the ocean, which is no longer something he could imagine in his time. Lotus root can be said to be a substitute for Bai Feng's favorite potatoes. Moreover, lotus flowers bloom beautifully, and lotus seeds can be eaten as food. It seems that I should plant more lotus in my fish pond. Bai Feng also asked if there were many of these things in the big lake. They said that in a bay of the big lake, it was almost all full of these things, and now flower buds had grown. They didn't have the ability to dive down to dig lotus roots, so they could only dig some randomly on the shore. Bai Feng could already imagine the magnificent scene of a large field of lotus flowers in bloom. When the lotus flowers were in full bloom, he would definitely take Sway to see them and pick flowers and lotus roots in a lotus pond. The water chestnut is full of thorns, so they only picked a few and never thought it was edible. Bai Feng peeled it and threw it into his mouth. It tasted quite good. The tribesmen were once again shocked by Bai Feng's profound knowledge. Increasing revenue and reducing expenditure is something only poor tribes do. For the White Wind tribe, which has increased revenue on such a large scale, it doesn't matter whether they reduce expenditure or not. The tribe members can eat their fill every day, and with such a rich variety of food, they can also try some new things. But there is not enough oil, so you can't stir-fry the food. You can only steam or boil it. If you get tired of boiled food, you can eat some steamed food. But if you don't add any seasoning, Bai Feng feels that he can't enjoy such a primitive taste. Freshness and tenderness are nonsense to him. This only applies to specific ingredients. Wild rice is an important food of the Bai Feng tribe, and everyone is familiar with it, so the tribe members symbolically dug one and brought it back to Bai Feng for report. Bai Feng was afraid that if the wild rice from Dahu tempted people to make water chestnuts, the wild rice in the entire Dahu might be extinct. But it's okay for his own family. Anyway, there is no shortage of wild rice grown in such a large area, so he might as well try to make water chestnuts for eating. Bai Feng picked out some things he knew that were edible or had utility value, and told the fishing team not to just catch fish, but also to get those things. If there were not enough people, they could expand. With another 100 people, they would surely be able to develop the resources of the lake. The fish pond is full, but there is definitely some seepage, so we have to add some water to make up for it every day. Now the water is still very turbid, and we have to wait for it to settle before we can plant the fish. As for things like snails and lotus roots, they will always survive if you just throw them into the pond. After all, they have quite strong vitality. These days, the tribesmen's meals have started to include eels, loaches, crabs, and the like. We didn't dare to eat them before, but now we're used to them. Bai Feng was eating happily while digging the shell of a big crab. In his previous life, such a big crab was out of his reach. The price was not something that a poor mortgage-paying person like him could afford. The best he could do was to have a good crab meal at a buffet. No matter what Bai Feng did, Sway was the most staunch supporter. So when Bai Feng started to cook and eat crabs, although she was afraid, she still helped Bai Feng unwaveringly. After the crabs were cooked, Bai Feng took them out and opened a crab shell for Sway. The yellow paste looked very strange, and she didn't know if it was edible, but Sway thought that Bai Feng would never lie to her, so she ate it bravely. As a result, she couldn't stop eating it. Bai Feng had to crack crab legs for her to satisfy her endless appetite. Chapter 84: Food and Sugar. The stone mill that he had been waiting for a long time was finally completed. 3 knives were broken just for carving, but Bai Feng felt it was worth it. Now that he had this thing, he could make flour. With flour, there were countless possibilities. It is a small mill that can be pushed by hand. Pour handfuls of wheat into it, turn the millstone, and slowly coarser flour will flow out. But this flour is not white at all. It is yellowish and not good looking. Moreover, wheat bran is mixed in it, so it needs to be sifted again. It was too troublesome to grind, so Bifong did not grind much. He only made about the amount that could fill a ceramic basin, and then sifted it through a denser bamboo sieve. Only then did Bifong feel that it was usable. The sifted wheat bran must not be thrown away, as it was also a good thing. If you want to make noodles but don't have alkaline noodles, you can use pampas grass ash. Pampas grass is very common and can increase the toughness of the noodles after being burned into ash. The famous Lanzhou beef noodles are made with pampas grass ash. Mix the dough, let it rest, knead it, and then stretch it. I couldn't pull it out, and the quality of the flour was not good, so the dough was a bit brittle. So I had to give up pulling the noodles and just knead it by hand and cut it. The soup is a clear soup made from beef bones. It has a bright color and a pleasant smell. The noodles are put in, and when they are cooked, they are scooped out along the direction of the noodles and stacked in a bowl. It looks very nice. Some chopped wild onions and a few slices of radish, but unfortunately there are no chili peppers. Chili oil is the soul of the dish. However, even with this, Sway's saliva is already more than the water droplets formed by water vapor on the lid of the pot. Bifong and Sway each had a bowl and squatted at the door slurping it. Many tribesmen were attracted by the aroma and came over to see their leader eating something long and fragrant. But they didn't know what it was and were very curious. In order to prevent their saliva from falling on the ground, they all looked at each other relatively reservedly and left. Only Xiong and others who knew Bifeng's temper dared to wait by the side shamelessly. Generally, as long as there were extra good things, Bifeng was willing to share them with relatively talented people. However, Bifeng didn't make much noodles. Sway and Bifeng only ate one bowl. The other people got half a bowl at most. But Sway kept staring at Bifeng, wanting to eat some more. Winning over the hearts of the tribesmen is as important as winning over his wife. But Sway has already eaten a bowl, so Bifeng can only promise her to make it later and let her eat her fill at once. But it wouldn't be too much for those who have eaten the noodles to help grind some flour, right? Whether it's the buckwheat with large leaves and white-pink flowers, the millet that already has ears, or the sorghum that is still growing but has not produced ears, they all fill the tribesmen with endless expectations. They don't know how much these grains can produce or what they will taste like. Anyway, the wheat tastes okay, but I heard that the tribe leader would grind the wheat into powder and make other delicacies. They didn't get to eat noodles, but they could eat wheat porridge. The wheat skin is thicker, and the porridge doesn't taste as good as white rice. But the rice has been eaten, and we're just waiting for the harvest from the large rice field in the field. Bifeng just planted sorghum with the attitude that there was plenty of land and seeds anyway. I'm afraid the taste will not be very good, and the sorghum only grows stalks but no ears. If it really doesn't bear fruit, it can be stored as feed for cattle. The wildflowers in the mountains were in full bloom. A careful tribesman discovered that there were often bees on a kind of low flower, so he squatted down and observed the whole process of the bees collecting pollen. Unexpectedly, he became a little fascinated while sitting there. He even followed the bees to other flowers to look at them. Finally, he followed the bees back to their nest in a daze. The hunter team's warriors first discovered that their people seemed to be out of place. Looking around, they found that none of them were familiar people. After shouting a few more times, he still didn't see him come out. This was bad news, so they hurried back the same way they came to look for him. They didn't hear any screams or anything from him along the way. He disappeared inexplicably. The hunters were a little panicked again. What creature could be able to capture one of their people without making any sound? We started searching from the place where the person went missing, but we didn't find the lost weapons or bloodstains along the way. So why did he disappear? Was he a spy? The tribe had always wanted to find honey, but they had never found a large beehive, let alone eat it. This time, the tribe was lucky enough to accidentally enter this huge beehive. The beehive was built on a tall stone wall, at least 20 meters high. The falling beehive was at least 1 meter long. The honey flowed out of the beehive and fell on the ground under the stone wall, forming a large piece of honey crystallization on the ground, golden yellow. The tribesman was awakened by the noisy buzzing of bees. He was just following a bee and lost track of time and what he was doing. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already very close to the hive. He was frightened by so many bees. He no longer found bees interesting and started to walk back along the path he came from, slapping himself as he walked. His behavior would not only disrupt the team's hunting plan, but if the team found out that he was missing, they would have to waste time and manpower looking for him. He was really holding the team back. He felt extremely regretful just thinking about it, but he could only run back quickly, trying to make up for what he had done. Thinking only about this, he forgot that finding the beehive was originally the job of their hunter team, and a beehive of such a large scale could be said to be a huge achievement. When he found the troops, he cried and admitted his mistake to the bear, and even almost knelt down. Although the tribesmen were angry, they were also happy that he was still safe and sound and was not captured by the beast. It was not until the bear asked him why he had left the team without permission that he started talking for a while, and then he suddenly remembered how important it was to discover a beehive. To be on the safe side, Xiong brought a team of people to the giant beehive he mentioned. As a result, they were stunned by its scale when they saw it. The roaring sound of the bees was even more frightening. Now that they have found the beehive, there is no need to hunt anymore. Xiong immediately led his team home and consulted Baifeng, asking him to give some advice on how to get the honey safely. However, they still walked around the stone wall. In addition to the bees that could be seen everywhere, they also found several isolated beehives. There was a lot of honey dropped under the nest, so it was relatively safe to take the honey from such nests. When Baifeng heard this, he was very excited. He could finally collect honey, but after listening to their description, it seemed a bit too dangerous. But it is impossible not to get the honey, so they have to make the equipment first. Anyway, the beehive is there and they can't move. Chapter 85: Preparation before honey collection. Of course, you have to prepare well before you get honey. Honey is more important than meat. A bowl of broth brings less energy than a bowl of sugar water. Moreover, honey does not need to be added with anything and can be preserved for a long time. I heard from my tribesmen that there might be thousands of kilograms of honey on the stone wall, and I only need to take a few hundred kilograms. However, I still need to study the specific operation carefully. Bees are different from other animals. If they're stung by just 1 or 2 bees, is not a big deal. If you're stung, it would just cause some swelling and pain. Given the physical condition of modern people, you probably won't feel much of a pain. But the beehive is densely packed with bees, and it is entirely possible to be stung to death on the spot, so a sufficiently sealed bee-proof suit is needed. Moreover, the beehives are all on the stone walls, so it is a bit difficult to climb up. You can see if you can hang down from above. Baifeng felt that he needed to go there in person to conduct research, so he asked his tribesmen to lead the way to the location of the beehive. Sure enough, Baifeng felt that it would not be feasible to find the beehive by hand or with a ladder. It would be too difficult to build a ladder that was nearly 20 meters long, and if one was not careful, one might slip, and it would be good if the body was found intact. Then they went around to the back to see if it was possible to hang someone down from the top of the rock wall. If not, they could only try to build a giant, triangular ladder. How could they give up when the honey was right in front of them? From the front, it looks like a towering stone wall, and from the back, it looks like a cliff. I didn't dare get too close to look below, for fear of attracting a swarm of bees. However, for the top of the mountain, there is no problem in hanging people down. The ground of the whole place is very solid, not loose, and there is no risk of collapse. There are also many trees that can provide a place to fix. Baifeng looked around and came up with a rough plan in his mind. Then he led his men downstairs, walked to the bottom of the stone wall, roughly estimated the height of the stone wall, and went back home to prepare tools. First of all, they made bee-proof clothing. Some of the materials they used were cowhide and sheepskin, and since they couldn't make them into one piece, they made pants, clothes, and gloves separately. They also had to wear leather socks inside their shoes, and finally tied everything up with ropes to ensure that no bees could sting people. The protection on the head is a bit troublesome. Whether it is a bamboo or straw headgear, it will affect walking and operation due to its weight or shape. In the end, he chose to use cowhide. As for the eyes, Baifeng had other plans. After the tribesmen put on the bee-proof suits, they looked like they were wearing low-quality, enlarged and fatter versions of diving suits, which was very funny. But at present, there were no holes except at the eyes. It was just heavy and hot, and it was very uncomfortable to wear no matter which one. Moreover, it consumed too much leather. In the end, the tribe only had enough leather to make 4 bee-proof suits. Previously, the pottery team had made colored glaze by groping in the dark. Baifeng gave them the general direction of making glass and let them figure it out on their own. After so much time, they were able to make glass lumps, but the color was not pure and there were many bubbles. Baifeng wanted them to make a pair of protective glasses out of glass. Even if the color was not good or not pure enough, as long as they could see things, it would be fine. After receiving the task, the pottery team also began to make them seriously. In the past, they just tried to burn glass and never thought of making things with glass. The glass lumps and lumps they burned were just thrown on the roadside, and anyone who was interested could pick them up. They didn't know how to make things with glass. They were just potters. It was impossible for them to melt the glass into mud and then knead it with their hands. That was too outrageous. So they went to find blacksmiths, thinking that they had more experience. When a blacksmith heard this, he first asked what glass was and what its properties were. Apart from being transparent and a bit brittle, it sounded to him like there was not much difference between it and iron. They are all made of sand or stone, and they will melt after being burned to high temperatures and then solidify after cooling. So they immediately patted their chests and said that they had found the right person, and their blacksmiths had the most experience in dealing with this kind of thing. So he taught them his blacksmithing skills, such as how to hammer, how to quench, and so on. The blacksmith felt that the glass was brittle and must have been not quenched well, so he taught them when was the most appropriate time to quench it. The quenching effects would be very different under different red conditions. The potters naturally trusted the blacksmith's words very much. They had never seen how attentive the blacksmith was and how he taught them everything without hiding anything. So after sincerely thanking him, they went to try it themselves. Before leaving, they even borrowed various tools and anvils from the blacksmith. Unexpectedly, when they took out the softened glass and hit it with a hammer in a semi-solidified state, it did not deform as expected, but flew everywhere, scalding several people so much that they were at a loss as to what to do. They didn't think there was a problem with the method, but just felt that their skills were not proficient enough, and they might have used too much force. So they took out another piece of fired glass and hit it gently. Sure enough, it could be deformed. So they kept hammering gently, and it really did work. The first time, they were not greedy and just made a flat glass plate, planning to try quenching it. They found a bucket and put the tempered glass plate into the water, thinking that it was at most not quenched well. Unexpectedly, the glass plate exploded directly. The people in the pottery-making team had never seen such a reaction before. They didn't expect it to explode directly. They felt that they couldn't handle it, so they quickly asked the members of the blacksmith department for support to see what was going on. The blacksmith was also confused when he heard what they said. This shouldn't happen. It shouldn't explode if the quenching was not successful. So he tried himself. He was indeed an experienced hand. He could hammer even glass after a little getting used to it. He even made it into the shape of glasses. However, it still exploded when quenching. There was no other choice. The blacksmith had to use the casting method. Anyway, glass can be burned into water. He made a mold, then poured glass water into it and cooled it into shape. The result was that the thing was made, but it was covered with too much sand and dirt and was completely unusable. Even after polishing, it was still blurry. It did have a protective effect, but the tribesmen would become half blind when they wore it. The blacksmith was at his wit's end. After expressing his powerlessness, the potters went to find Bifong to see if the patriarch could give them some advice. But Bifong only knew that glass products were pinched or blown out, and he didn't know the specific operations. The craftsmen had to figure out on their own. However, the quenching step could be completely omitted. The potters had no choice but to figure out how to knead the glass by themselves, since they certainly couldn't do it directly with their hands. The worried people left Bifang's residence, but they didn't expect that some curious tribesmen saw the blue-green transparent object in their hands, which was made into such a strange shape, so they curiously asked what it was for. Chapter 86 returned with a full load. When the patriarch heard that they wanted to use this thing to make a frame that could see things, the gossiper's eyes were full of confusion. He tilted his head and said, "There are many stones in the wild that are whiter than this, as transparent as ice, and harder. Why do you want to use this?" The potters immediately took the man to Bifong. If what he said was true, then they could get rid of this crappy job. Wouldn't it be better to make their own pottery? Why did they want to make glass and create this trouble for themselves? Moreover, Bifong only gave them 3 days to make it. If they couldn't make it, their food would be deducted. Now, they finally have a chance to pass this unfortunate job to someone else. The man told Bifong the story again and described the general appearance of the stone. Bifong knew that it was white crystal. He was still not familiar enough with the products of this place. He would have to go out more often to take a look in the future. Pure white crystal has much higher visibility than the glass they can make now, and it has no color. That is, it is transparent. Unlike the glass they make, which is bluish-green, the clarity of the glasses made from it is also very poor. Bifong immediately asked him to take people to pick up those transparent stones. The bigger the better, as they were urgently needed. In most of the day, they brought back a large pile of white crystals. The largest one was as big as Bifeng's calf, and it was no problem to make protective glasses. The current method is to carve and slowly create the general shape, and then refine it to make the mirror surface as flat as possible so that the wearer will not feel uncomfortable. Baifeng started working with the stonemason. Relying on his previous knowledge of seal carving, he was able to carve the glasses fairly well. In the end, he only made 4 pairs of glasses. Baifeng's plan was to use a long rope to hang a large basket down and have someone sit in the basket to harvest the honey. After harvesting, the basket and the honey would be lowered directly to the ground, with one person harvesting while 3 people placed ropes on top. The main reason is that his tribe does not have enough leather to make bee-proof clothes. When the time comes, he will first light wet wood, leaves, wormwood, and the like under the beehive to interfere with the bees to the greatest extent. They brought people to support them from a distance, tied their clothes as tightly as possible, covered the exposed parts with mud, and lit thick smoke around them. As for the people who would collect the honey, the 3 strong men, Xiong, Qi, and Hui, chose to pull the rope. The deer was lighter, more agile, and smarter, so it chose to enter the basket to collect the honey. The rope is thickened, and several ropes are tied together to prevent accidents caused by the straw rope not being able to withstand the force. They were asked to try on the clothes and glasses, and they all felt there was no problem and were ready to go at any time. However, Baifeng still asked them to wear the glasses for a day to get used to it, because they couldn't polish them very smoothly, and the protective glasses were dazzling and a little dizzy. Baifeng made sure again that they had adapted to walking and seeing with glasses, so he took them to the beehive early the next morning to prepare things. Several of them wore bee-proof clothing and filled a cart with wet firewood, leaves, and mugwort, which they placed under the beehive. The cart was also left nearby, and after the honey was collected, they would load the honey and pull it away. A basket nearly 3 meters long and 2 meters wide was carried to the top of the mountain. It had 4 corners, and 3 ropes were tied to each corner. Even if 1 or 2 of the ropes broke, there would always be one that could save lives. A wooden frame was tied between the 2 trees, an iron pulley was installed, and the rope was threaded through, and everyone made sure everything was ready. After checking that the bee-proof suit was correct, the deer entered the basket and squatted down. The other 3 people held a rope tightly and slowly lowered the deer down. At this time, Baifeng and the others were already watching from a distance. They didn't want to go over and seek death. There were even a few people who were afraid of bees, so they started a thick smoke fire on the left and carried water and mixed mud on the right. The fire under the beehive is ignited by a rocket dipped in grease. If a pile of dry wood is lit, the wet wood on top will not produce much fire, but there will definitely be a lot of smoke. By the time the deer reached the hive smoothly, the smoke was already very strong. The bees had sensed something was wrong, but the smoke had greatly reduced their fighting power, and the human was completely invulnerable. The deer cut the beehive with a knife. There was so much honey in it that it kept flowing out. The deer felt that the little bit he cut would have almost no impact on the beehive. So he had no intention of stopping his actions, and Baifeng was also happy to see it happen. It seemed that this group of bees had no natural enemies here, and the beehive was built in this location, so it was impossible for any animal to climb up the cliff to steal honey. However, Baifeng succeeded this time. Such a big basket was filled up by the deer. Except for the place where the deer rested, the rest of the place was filled with beehives, each of which was crystal clear and dripping with honey. It's time to call it a day. The deer shouted to the bear and the others to slowly lower the basket to the ground. Even though there were 3 people pulling the rope and the pulley, it was still very strenuous and their arms were a little sore. Moreover, bees were flying all around them and their bodies were covered with bees. They were all extremely panicked, but they still believed that there would be no problem with their clothes. Feeling that the deer had landed safely, the 3 of them untied the ropes and threw them directly off the cliff. They also walked down with the things and helped the deer pack the honey and load it into the truck. Then the 2 trucks full of honey were pulled laboriously towards Baifeng. Honey kept flowing through the gaps of the cart, and there was honey all the way. At the same time, many bees were clinging to them. They didn't want to go too far and wanted to use their lives to teach these robbers a painful lesson, but they didn't know that their poisonous needles were just stuck in a leather jacket. Baifeng and the others were a little scared when they saw the bees surrounding Xiong and the others. They were following them even though they were so far away, but they didn't have bee-proof clothing, so they all rolled around in the mud. Fortunately, by the time Xiong and the others arrived, most of the bees surrounding them had already left. However, some of them had been pricked by their stingers, and their internal organs had been pulled out along with the stingers, so they would not live long. However, no one escaped the bees' revenge. Fortunately, there were few of them and it only hurt a little. Bifong was stung on his ears and legs, and they were swollen after a while. The others were not much better off than Bifong. They all had swellings in different places. They ignored the pain and instead poked their fingers into the beehive to dip in the honey, then took a sip. They were so happy. There's always someone behind the cart loaded with honey who licks the honey on the road, unwilling to miss any sweetness. Bifong was overjoyed looking at so much honey. He believed that the tribe would have good things in the future. Chapter 87 Turmoil begins. Bifong and his companions rushed towards the tribe, driving away the bees, flies, and other insects that came for the smell of honey. The honey in the car was still falling down, but compared to what they got, the little bit that fell down was not worth mentioning. As soon as they arrived at the tribesmen were almost crazy. They all smelled the sweet scent floating in the air. They could not go near the transport vehicle, but they could follow behind the vehicle and dip their fingers into the honey that fell on the ground. Even though it was sticky with dirt and the smell of earth mixed with sweetness, they didn't dislike it at all and squeezed each other. The coachman had already eaten a lot. The honey on his mouth had dried up and his hands were sticky. Bifong didn't dare let them eat too much. If they ate too much at one time, they would easily have diarrhea. If they were constipated, they could drink a bowl of thick honey water to ensure smooth bowel movements. The witch had already been waiting with people and tools. The tool for extracting honey was a wooden barrel with a hole at the bottom and a bamboo stick inserted as a faucet. The honeycomb was put in and squeezed with a wooden hammer. The honey would flow out naturally, and the remaining impurities would be boiled down to make beeswax. During the honey extracting process, countless people gathered outside, just wanting to see how much honey could be produced. With a push of the wooden hammer, the honey in the bamboo tube spurted out forcefully, but it was all collected in the prepared vat, and no honey was wasted. It took most of the day to press the 2 truckloads of honey, and it was not until nearly dark that the work was done. Bifong filled 3 vats as high as his thighs. He had no way of weighing how many kilograms of honey there were, but judging from the effort the tribesmen put in, he thought there should be about 600 kilograms of honey. After all, that beehive was so spectacular that Bifong didn't even get 1/10 of it this time. Before winter, Bifong thought he could go and harvest it again. Collecting an appropriate amount would not affect their wintering. There was a large pool of honey on the ground where the car was parked. Fortunately, it was a cement floor and not much dirt stuck to it. The tribesmen used bamboo strips to scrape it into their pottery bowls bit by bit, then went back and rinsed it with water and drank it slowly. It's just that the dirt on the cart is not easy to clean. You can't just lie on the cart and lick it. But it's also sticky, and it's not convenient to load other things on the cart. Bifong ordered people to wash the car thoroughly with water, but they were not allowed to drink the water. They should collect it and give it to the cows, so as not to waste it. The water in the fish pond was already clear, so all the fish fry caught by the fishing team were released into the pond. They were all in the same water, so there was no need to rehydrate them, so they could all adapt anyway. We didn't catch many shrimps, crabs, loaches, eels, etc., but we released some of them anyway. Snails are hardy and easy to raise, and they reproduce very quickly, so we just poured a few pots of them in and let them expand on their own. Reeds, wild rice, water plants, and duckweed are planted on the shore and thrown casually. Lotus roots are difficult to plant now, as there is no silt underneath and not much can be dug up. When the lotus seeds come down, just throw them directly. Now, some things that require large-scale mobilization have been done, so everyone has returned to their own jobs. No one complains about having too much food, so some people go fishing and some go hunting. Salt is now transported directly by car. Each trip is enough for the tribe to use for several months. Bifong has already started filtering and purifying the salt. Although the salt used to be very white and did not have many impurities after having the cloth, Bifong still thinks it is safer to filter it once. The charcoal and linen are filtered several times to purify the first batch of the purest salt, which is then made into saturated brine. The salt blocks are then washed with this saturated brine to obtain pure salt. By doing this over and over again, the Bifong tribe will use clean refined salt. Even the salt used for pickling is refined salt. However, if they were to make a deal again in the future, Bifong would definitely take the unpurified salt bricks. There was no need to waste the effort. Anyway, the savages thought the salt was good as long as it was white, and they didn't care what other invisible impurities were in it. At this time, a big event was happening in the Swearen clan. The old patriarch of the Swearen clan died. In fact, he was not very old, having only lived for about 30 years. As for how he died, no one cared. Whether he was stabbed to death or choked to death while eating, it didn't matter. He had lived for so long, it was time for him to die. It's just that he had too many sons, and Baoshi was just an ordinary one among them. But he was indeed the most resourceful one among his many brothers. When everyone still firmly believed in their oaths, he had already tried to make a small oath and then broke it, but did not receive the corresponding punishment. Since then, he took his oaths less and less seriously, and later began to break bigger and more serious oaths he had made. However, he also did not receive any punishment. Instead, he gained many benefits for breaking his oaths. Logically speaking, he should have divided his own property with his brothers according to the previous rules, and then established his own tribe, becoming a subsidiary tribe of Swearin. But he had long seen the disadvantages of doing so. Take the Shinon clan, for example. It used to be the largest tribe, without a doubt. After being divided like this, the Shinon clan is now weaker than the previous generation. They are even unable to control the more distant subordinate tribes, such as the Yoshion clan, which is now developing in full swing. Baoshi had once found a great sorcerer who used Yarrow to predict the future for him. The sorcerer said that in the next 10 years, there would be a great war on this land from which no one could escape, and then things would gradually return to peace. In this process, some tribes will be annexed, some will be directly eliminated, and only the strongest tribes will survive to the end. If they, Swearin, continue to be in chaos like this, instead of staying together firmly, and instead dispersing every time a change of tribe leader occurs, then can they still strive for victory in future wars? Baoshi did not believe in oaths, but he believed in divination, because the divination of this great wizard was always accurate. What's more, even if there was no major war in the future, making Swearin more powerful was his pursuit. As the son of Swearin in the previous life, he had to do it. He had more brothers than his father had, and when he died, he did not say to whom he would leave the tribe. Their eldest brother Chi was strong and powerful, with first-class hunting skills, but he had a bad temper and would beat and scold his warrior tribesmen at any time. He also liked beautiful women and often killed slaves for fun. Although all the tribesmen, including the chiefs of several larger affiliated tribes, felt that Chi should succeed Swearin, because Chi's fighting power was the strongest, only the strongest warrior was qualified to be the chief of Swearin. But Baoshi didn't think so. He felt that Chi was a good warrior, but could not be a good clan leader. A clan leader who was too tyrannical would sooner or later cause resistance from the clan members. In his eyes, the other brothers were all fools. Some of them relied on their father to enjoy a life of pleasure and laziness, while others were not even qualified soldiers. As for some of his younger brothers, some had just learned to walk, and some were still in swaddling clothes. It was unclear whether one of them was his father's child or not. Chapter 88 Alliance. Over the years, through Baoshi's efforts, he now has over 3,000 warriors under his control. Although this is not a good number in the entire tribe, among all his brothers, he is only slightly worse than Chi. What's more, at the gathering last year, he only gave a small part of the things he looted to the tribe, and the other things that could be preserved for a long time had been hidden by him. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Those supplies were his capital to start business, and also the guarantee for his comeback after failure. Baoshi believed that his father was not killed by someone, but died of old age. After all, he had lived for more than 30 years, and his teeth had begun to loosen, which meant that he was no longer a qualified warrior. After all, it was difficult for him to even eat meat, so it was time for him to die. However, he felt that it was a little too early to die. It would be better to at least wait until after the autumn harvest. Even if a war broke out at that time, it would not affect the grain harvest. If a war broke out now, although it would preserve Swearin's strength to the greatest extent, the injuries would still have to be healed in a short period of time. My father is dead, so I can just dump his body in a cave. What matters now is what to do with the power. Chi felt that he should be the new clan leader, and with his powerful military force, he was fearless. However, his arrogance also prevented him from seeing how many enemies he had behind the scenes. Chang He, the patriarch of the He tribe, was also an elder of Swearin. The He tribe was a large affiliated tribe, relatively close to Swearin. He was also the younger brother of his father. In fact, Baoshi had to call him uncle, even though Chang He was only a few years older than him. The He tribe was powerful and had as many as 4,000 warriors it could mobilize, so it did not hide its desire for power in front of others. However, Chi was unable to react at all and never thought that the chief of a subordinate tribe would compete with him for the position of the chief of the Swearin clan. After receiving the news of the old patriarch's death, The chiefs of other nearby subordinate tribes also quickly rushed to the Swearin tribe. They were also tribal elders and had a certain say. Whether Swearin was going to war or defending against the enemy, he needed to rely on the strength of these subordinate tribes. But they did not have such great ambitions because they were old and had lived for 30 years. One day, they might suddenly die at the dining table like the old patriarch. It was enough for them to manage their own tribe well. Bao Shi's younger brothers did not expect that two idiots would actually try to snatch the position of clan leader. They did not even consider whether the people they could control were more than 1,000, whether they had enough weapons and food supplies, and whether they had the ability to be clan leaders. They probably just thought that the clan leader could eat meat and sleep with beautiful women without restriction. Bao Shi's evaluation of them was that they might as well go to bed early or jump off a cliff. Once he took control of the tribe, he would definitely not let these brothers go. They were the scourge of the tribe, and those younger brothers were of no use, so he could just kill them. But now his brother Chi still controls the most powerful fighting force in the tribe. How can he seize power from him? Looking at Chong, he who was smiling like spring breeze, Bao Shi came up with a plan. Although as a younger brother, he could go to Chi's side unhindered, Bao Shi was still young after all, and his body had not fully grown. He could not compare with Chi, who had dominated the wilderness for many years. Even if he made a sneak attack, he might be countered. It was impossible to bring his own warriors with him. No matter how stupid Chi was, he would not let his brother bring his warriors to see him at this juncture. Bao Shi set his sights on Changhe. Since they had the same goal, why not unite? He believed that the two of them would always have a chance of winning against one person. Even if the sneak attack was not successful, the number of warriors they could command would be no less than that of Chi. What's more, Chi's warriors did not like Chi. No one liked a patriarch who loved to eat alone and had a bad temper. Bao Shi, on the other hand, would share the good things with the warriors after he ate them himself. He was also kind to the warriors and never beat or scolded them without reason. Therefore, Bao Shi's warriors loved him very much. If Bao Shi were to be the patriarch, they would definitely fight with all their might. Bao Shi found Changhe, who was not sad at all and was smiling very happily even though his brother had just passed away a few days ago, and pulled him aside, away from the other clan leaders. Bao Shi did not try to cover up the truth, but asked directly, "Uncle, do you want to be the chief of the Swearin clan?" Changhe naturally didn't expect Bao Shi to ask so directly, but thinking of his 4,000 warriors, he was naturally full of confidence. He raised his head and said proudly, "Why not? I am in charge of so many warriors, and the tribe is well governed. The previous Swearinchi is your father and my brother. I am naturally qualified to be the chief." As long as you have the courage, Bao Shi sneered in his heart, but his face showed panic. "Uncle, I naturally support you to be the patriarch. With your ability, you will definitely make Swearin even more powerful, but now they all seem to support my brother Chi. He has a bad temper, bad character, no ability to govern the tribe, and likes to kill people. I am afraid that if he becomes the chief, he might chop off my head for fun one day, or force me to take more food and cloth from the tribe I manage." Changhe naturally agreed with Bao Shi's words. Based on his understanding of Chi, it was possible that he would really do something like killing his brother for fun. "So, I say to you, Bao Shi, bring your warriors with me to kill Chi. When I become the chief of the tribe, I will definitely give you mountains of food and cloth, and I will never take more from your tribe." Bao Shi certainly didn't believe it, and he never thought of letting Changhe be the patriarch. However, Bao Shi still pretended to be very frightened and wanted Changhe to swear an oath, the more vicious the better, so that he would be willing to help Changhe. Changhe was stunned for a moment, and then loudly recited his oath, but what he was thinking was that he promised to reward Bao Shi with a mountain of food and supplies after the success, but mountains come in different sizes, and he was not told how big the mountain was. Then he also asked Bao Shi to swear an oath. Bao Shi felt no pressure at all and immediately swore an even more vicious oath. Anyway, he knew that the oath would never be fulfilled. Changhe felt relieved when he saw that Bao Shi was so obedient. After all, no one dared to break their oath. However, bringing thousands of people with them would make their target too obvious. Instead of killing Chi, they might be killed by Chi's men. A safer plan was still needed. Chapter 89, Plan Completed. At this time, Bao Shi proposed his own plan, which was to bring a few elders who were old and incompetent and did not know the truth and pretend to go to Chi to discuss matters. Finally, the two of them would work together to sneak attack Chi and assassinate him in the room. Changhe, however, disagreed. Their bronze swords or bronze axes were not suitable for sneak attacks. After all, as soon as you touched the weapons, people would know what you were going to do. Moreover, Chi also had a very thick rhinoceros skin armor, which their bronze swords might not be able to pierce. So Chang's idea was to attack at night. Chi was arrogant and relaxed at night, so their chances of success would be much greater at night. He talked to himself and arranged the attack position and time for Bao Shi, without noticing the disdain on Bao Shi's face. Bao Shi took out his iron dagger, cut off a piece of the cowhide clothes of the soldier next to him, folded it into 3 layers, put on a meat he was eating in front of him, and then stabbed it hard. The 3 layers of thick cowhide could not stop it, and the dagger penetrated deeply into the flesh. Chani stopped talking nonsense. He was shocked at the sharpness of the knife at first. Then, he did not hide the envy and greed in his eyes at all. He wanted to take the knife for himself immediately. If it was a bronze dagger, it is hard to say whether it could penetrate 3 layers of cowhide with such force, but the dagger would definitely bend. However, he still suppressed his greed. After all, the 2 of them were of equal status now, and he needed Bao Shi as an ally to help him get the position of clan leader. Once he became the clan leader, wouldn't everything still be his? I exchanged this knife for it from a large tribe called the White Wind Tribe during the full moon gathering last year. Not only do they have a lot of these iron knives, they also have a very powerful bow, but they are unwilling to exchange it. Bao Shi was very happy to let others know about the existence of the Baifeng tribe, and let everyone know that the Baifeng tribe had these precious things so as to attract others to attack them, so that he could have one less strong competitor or at least weaken the strength of the Baifeng tribe. After all, from that brief contact, he found that Baifeng was probably the same kind of person as him. Their tribe is extremely wealthy, and everyone has no worries about food and clothing. Moreover, it is only 20 days away from here. No matter who becomes the tribe leader, we must establish good relations with them and exchange our food, furs, and beauties for their iron knives. It seems that what Bao Shi said was stupid, but he was actually hiding evil intentions. He listened and imagined the wealth of the Baifeng tribe. He thought that he must rob this so-called Baifeng tribe in the future and exchange it for food and beauties. Only a coward like Bao Shi could think of this, but he still said, definitely. The most important thing now is how to assassinate Chi. Although this iron knife is small and inconspicuous, if Chi knew that Bao Shi had such a knife, he might be on guard. Moreover, what reason should he use to find Chi? Bao Shi assured him that although he had more than 1 dagger of this kind, he would definitely not tell anyone about it. He only told Chang He that he had exchanged for this one, and he kept it hidden without telling the old patriarch, let alone Chi. Otherwise, how could such a good thing remain in his hands? As for the reason, isn't the White Wind tribe the most suitable? His father is relatively peaceful and doesn't like to attack other tribes, but Chi is different. He is warlike and fanatical. If you're to be told that there is such a wealthy tribe, would he not be tempted? When the time comes, you can use the excuse of presenting the dagger as a treasure and take it out openly. When the dagger is in front of you, you can attack him instantly. I don't believe that Chi can block it. He also thought this plan was feasible, so he contacted other elders and said that they wanted to discuss with Chi about attacking the Baifeng tribe. When the old men heard this, they did not have any doubts and naturally gathered together to go find Chi with He. He felt that it would be safer to carry another weapon, so he hid a bronze dagger in his thick sheepskin collar as a last resort. As they were talking, 8 people gathered to the entrance of Hiju's cave. The soldiers guarding nearby didn't care at all when they saw that it was Bao Shi and a few old men, and they didn't see any weapons in their hands. When they entered the cave, Chi was hugging 2 beauties, lying on the wooden bed with their legs spread out, chewing a very small but extremely delicious piece of bird meat. If Baifeng saw this situation, he would definitely call him a tyrant. However, even if he could curse him, if he brewed the wine himself, he would definitely be generous and sell it to him, letting him indulge in alcohol all day long, and it would be best if he could get drunk to death. When Chi saw a few people coming in, he wanted to grab the sword beside him with his greasy hands. But he saw that there were only a few old men, so he relaxed and continued to enjoy the delicious food and beautiful women. He raised his head and said indistinctly while chewing something, "What are you old guys doing here? Asking me to give you some beauties?" Even though they knew that Chi had a bad temper, this group of people still had the final say in their tribe. When the previous swear-in was still alive, they also had some say in the entire tribe. However, they did not expect to be insulted by Chi in this way. When they were about to get angry, they were stopped by Chang He and Bao Shi. Bao Shi acted as a peacemaker. "Don't be anxious, brother. These people are our elders after all. You should speak a little more gently. Unexpectedly, Chi refused to accept the offer. Bao Shi, although you are not an old man, you are also a useless waste. As the son of Swearin, if you can't even kill wolves alone, then go to the wild and wait for death with the other useless people. Bao Shi's face looked unhappy too. He was only 13 years old, and his body was not fully grown. In Chi's eyes, he was indeed a loser. However, Bao Shi felt that his body would continue to grow, but Chi's brain would not. However, he did not talk back, but obediently lowered his head to accept his brother's insults. Seeing that these people dared not to resist even after being insulted by him, Chi looked down on them even more. He simply closed his eyes and did not even look at them. Tell me, what do you want from me, you bunch of losers? If it's not something important, be careful or I'll chop you to death and feed you to the wolves. This time, He walked forward a little. Chief, we found a very wealthy tribe, but their military strength is not strong, and there are very few warriors. We exchanged some very special treasures from them, especially a knife, which is not only sharp but also very hard. It is not comparable to bronze knives. We come to present this knife to you. Although the current clan leader of Swearin clan has not been really decided yet, Chi was very pleased with He's words clan leader, especially when he heard that there was a treasure to be presented to him. He immediately became excited. Chapter 90, Patriarch Bao Shi. But Chi was not very excited. He just opened his eyes and continued to lie there waiting for them to present his treasure to him. He turned around and gave Bao Shi a wink. Bao Shi took a few steps forward and reached a position more suitable for sprint. He also walked to the side of Chi with empty hands. In fact, he was ready to pull out the dagger from his collar and give Chi another stab at any time. The other elders had not received any prior notice and only knew about the Baifeng tribe's affairs. They had no idea about presenting the swords, so now they were also confused and had no idea what Bao Shi was going to do. Bao Shi pulled out the silver knife from his sleeve, held it next to Chi where the sunlight could reach it, and turned it lightly. A cold light flashed. Not only Chi, but He was also swallowing his saliva, especially after seeing how hard and sharp the knife was. Chi felt that his golden bronze sword could do the same. It was even bigger. What could such a small knife do? Apart from having a special color, it was not of much use. Bao Shi took a branch on the spot and cut it with the iron dagger to demonstrate its sharpness. Only then did Chi feel that this knife was indeed different. Then Bao Shi asked if he could use his brother's bronze sword. He used the knife to chop the bronze sword to see which one would be damaged. Chi didn't even think about it, and directly asked the beauty on the right to hand the sword to Bao Shi. He thought to himself that it was perfect. Now Chi didn't even have a weapon, so what could he use to fight them? After taking the bronze sword, Bao Shi raised the iron dagger and chopped it down fiercely. The dagger got stuck on the bronze sword. When he shook it twice and picked it up, there was a deep groove on the bronze sword, but the iron dagger was not damaged at all. Only then did Chi realize that the dagger was unusual, so he pushed the two beauties in his arms aside and asked Bao Shi to quickly take the knife so that he could take a closer look. Bao Shi nodded in agreement and gave He a subtle look. Bao Shi was only 5 steps away from Chi, who was still lying down and had not sat up at all. Throwing the bronze sword on the ground, Bao Shi took a step forward with the dagger in his hand, 2 steps, 3 steps, and then suddenly took a big step forward and stabbed Chi's throat with the dagger in his hand. Chi sensed the danger and was about to get up in a hurry, but found it was too late. Bao Shi's dagger had already stabbed at him. He could only lie down and use one hand to catch the dagger that Bao Shi was stabbing with both hands. Chi's hand was stronger than Bao Shi's, and the dagger Bao Shi held could not move forward at all. Both sides were holding on, and the elders who were watching the excitement were completely helpless after seeing the situation. The scene before them made them panic, and they were a loss. Chi stretched out his other hand to touch the sword, but found nothing. Then he remembered that his sword was thrown on the ground by Baifeng, so he simply grabbed Bao Shi's wrist with both hands and wanted to lift him up. Bao Shi felt that he was about to go wrong, so he shouted loudly for He to help. He then hurriedly took out his bronze dagger from his collar and stabbed it into Chi's waist. The bronze dagger also pierced through the rhino leather armor and into Chi's body. Chi felt the pain, and his hands lost strength instantly. Bao Shi took this opportunity to break free from Chi's control and slash the knife towards Chi's neck. Then, a line of blood flew up, becoming thicker and thicker, making no sound. He didn't know whether to cover his neck or waist. He didn't struggle for a while and fell on his bed, unable to get up again. Several elders knew that something bad was going to happen, but they didn't dare to leave. Now that she was dead, the clan leader would definitely have to choose between the two of them, and then the elders, would also have the power to choose. Seeing that she was already dead, Chang-He rushed directly to the two beauties who were watching the whole process without any fear, pulled them into his arms and kneaded them, as if there were no women in his tribe. Bao-Shi wiped his dagger and turned to look at the elders behind him. They quickly turned their heads away, but Chang-He was not aware of the approaching danger. Instead, he laughed and said to Bao-Shi, "Now our goal has been achieved. I, Chang-He, will be the leader of the swearing clan. I will give you all the food and beauties I promised you before." Ha ha ha. But now, I think that knife should be used by the clan leader. You're not qualified to use it yet. Bring it to me, and I will give you some food as a reward. Bao-Shi said okay, indifferently, then walked forward with the knife in hand. When Chang-He turned his head to look at his beauty, Bao-Shi quickly stabbed the knife into his abdomen. Chang-He felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and when he looked up, he found that the dagger had already been completely inserted into his stomach. He looked incredulous. "Bao-Shi, how dare you kill me? Have you forgotten the oath you made at that time? Aren't you afraid that the gods will punish you if you break your oath?" Bao-Shi chuckled and said, "I am a god myself. If I break my oath, should I punish myself?" As he spoke, his men's knives began to slide around, and Chang-He's abdomen was soon cut into pieces. The contents fell to the ground in pieces. Chang-He was pale and sweating profusely. He pointed at Bao-Shi, and then fell to the ground like Chi, never to wake up again. The two beauties finally felt scared and started crying, but they did not move, waiting for the latest winter Bao-Shi to enjoy them. Bao-Shi did not touch the two women, but turned to look at the elders. Although those people were old, if Bao-Shi really attacked them, they would definitely not sit and wait to die. Given their numbers alone, Bao-Shi would have no chance of winning even with weapons. However, Bao-Shi had no intention of killing them. They had no ambitions and could still control their own tribes. They could be said to be great helpers to him. Bao-Shi kicked Chi's body and shouted, "My brother is incompetent." The chief of the He tribe, Chang-He, coveted power and murdered Chi. "I avenged my brother and killed Chang-He. I, Bao-Shi, am the son of Swearin in the previous life. Now I want to be the leader of Swearin clan. Who of you supports me and who opposes me?" The elders looked at each other, nodded or shook their heads, but before Bao-Shi asked the second question, they all said in unison that Bao-Shi was the most suitable person to be the new patriarch of the Swearin clan. Bao-Shi was very satisfied with their attitude, so he asked them to follow him out and announce the news to all the tribesmen that he would be the new chief of the Swearin clan in the future. As for the He tribe, since the patriarch is dead, let's return to Swearenshi, and the name He tribe can disappear. As for his brothers and sisters, there is no need for them to leave the tribe and set up their own businesses. He felt that as the tribe leader he could support them, so they stayed. As for whether they would suddenly die later, that was unknown. Chapter 91. Romance Can't Be Eaten. When the great incident happened to Swearin, the Bifong tribe was also not idle for a moment. They mobilized the entire tribe again and were busy for several days because the millet they planted was ripe. Of course, both the output and quality cannot be compared with those in later generations, but it is still much better than those grown randomly in the wild, and the millet porridge has also received unanimous praise from the tribesmen. After the millet was stored in the warehouse, we finally had 2 rare days of leisure, but the main reason was that it rained heavily and we couldn't do anything. After the weather cleared up, Bifong decided to take Sway to the big lake to see the lotus flowers. Now was the time when the lotus flowers were blooming. The savages did not have the romantic mood to appreciate the flowers, but Bifong did. Sway was well fed and well cared for a year in the Bifong tribe. She was not required to do any heavy physical labor, nor to fight or hunt, so she grew very fast. Her thin frame grew rapidly, and she was much taller than when she was first seen. Moreover, Sway was not like the adolescent girls in later generations who had to eat less to lose weight and maintain their figure. Although Bifong praised her for her beauty, she still thought that only fat women were beautiful. So she started eating whenever she had time and would not refuse any food. Especially after getting the honey, Sway's hands and mouth were always sticky. Bifong was afraid that she would damage her teeth, and now there would be no chance to replace them. So he hid the honey that belonged to the clan leader and only let Sway eat a little or make some honey water every 1 or 2 days. Sway's figure is fully grown now. At least Bifong doesn't see that she's a minor anymore, so he doesn't feel guilty hugging her anymore. If it were to give birth to a child, Sway would definitely have no problem now, as her bones have grown and the chance of a difficult birth isn't that high. But Bifong doesn't dare to do that now. not for Sui, but for himself. He met Baoshi and knew about the existence of Xianyuan and Qiyu. They lived in the same era. Although he didn't know when the war started, judging by the age of people today, Xianyuan must have been no more than 30 years old during the final battle for the throne, and was probably around 25 years old. As for the legend that Xianyuan lived to be over 100 years old and Qiyu lived to be 80 or 90 years old, Bai Feng didn't believe it at all. In this era, when the average life expectancy was in the 20s, living to 40 was already very old. Although the clan leaders ate well, they also had to rush to the front in wars and would suffer many injuries. What's more, it is said that Xianyuan Guang took 2 years to be pregnant, could speak when she was born, and was omnipotent at the age of 15. The two Bai Fengs mentioned above were completely treated as myths. However, Xianyuan at the age of 15 should have been extremely powerful. Of course, he cannot be said to be omnipotent, but he was able to accomplish so many things in his time, which shows that his talent is indeed incomparable to ordinary people. If Bai Feng had not learned the superficial knowledge accumulated by mankind for thousands of years, he would not even be worthy of carrying Xuanyuan's shoes. Xianyuan and Qiyu should still be teenagers now, just like Baoshi, but they should take over the tribe in the next few years, and then a great and chaotic era will be upon us. There was no Bai Feng tribe in history. Even if there was, they would have become part of the dragon, or they would not even be qualified to become dragon scales, and would have disappeared in the war. The current Bai Feng tribe is a variable, and he doesn't know what his future will be. Even if his policies, insights, and knowledge are thousands of years ahead of his contemporaries, Bai Feng cannot guarantee that he can protect his entire tribe and himself in this war, let alone his children. So Bai Feng doesn't dare to have children now. During the war, the child may not even be able to walk steadily. How can he protect him? So Bai Feng has no idea of leaving offspring at all. But what's wrong with being romantic now? Bai Feng took her to the big lake. Under the guidance of the tribesmen, Bai Feng and his friends successfully found the bay where the lotus flowers were in full bloom. The flowers were pink and red, and there were buds that had not yet bloomed. It was quite shocking. Bai Feng paddled the bamboo raft with Sui on the back, and the two of them drifted into the lotus bush together. Sui happily picked the lotus flowers she liked and piled them on the raft. Soon the raft was full. Bai Feng did not stop her, but looked at her lovingly. Sui had never thought that the world could be so beautiful. There was only food, and food in her life. If she had seen this lotus before, she would only think about whether this lotus could be eaten, instead of thinking whether this lotus could be taken back to the room to decorate. After circling the lotus bay, Bai Feng pushed the bamboo raft out to the shore, rolled up his trouser legs, and reached into the mud to dig out lotus roots. After a while, he found several sections. Sui also wanted to touch the lotus roots, so Bai Feng helped her down from the bamboo raft. She also reached into the mud and began to feel around. Unfortunately, she had no experience, and she couldn't find any lotus roots after searching for a long time. Just as she was feeling a little discouraged, she turned around and tried to get back on the bamboo raft, but as soon as she stepped down, she felt a sharp pain in her foot. Sui thought her foot was pricked by something, and was about to ask Bai Feng to take a look, but to her surprise, she saw that it was a crab that had clamped her foot. Sui was immediately frightened and screamed, but it was really difficult to deal with the crab that was clamped on his foot. Bai Feng could only remove the other claw of the crab first, and then pry it open with his hands to get the crab off Sui's foot. However, Sui's feet were also bleeding. Bai Feng felt sorry for her, so he quickly let her return to the bamboo raft, washed off the mud and blood on her with water, and then rushed to the shore, where he found the thistles that were everywhere, so it didn't matter even if she was pricked by the thorns. He picked a few pieces, smashed them with a stone, and applied the pulp to Sui's wound. Sui was not a pretentious person, so he didn't care much about the bleeding. Seeing that the bleeding had stopped, Bai Feng continued to paddle the bamboo raft and wander far away. If he came across water chestnuts, also known as chicken head rice, Bai Feng would go down and pick up a few, peel them, and eat them together. But this time didn't last too long. Half a day later, Bai Feng went back to help the fishing team catch fish and crabs. Romance can't be eaten, food is still the first priority, but fishing is also very happy. Especially when you catch fish one after another. It is more joyful than watching flowers with Bai Feng. In the end, all the tribesmen returned home with a full load, and Bai Feng gave Sui the honey she had been longing for, which maximized Sui's happiness on that day. Although other grains are not yet ripe, some crops can be harvested, such as hemp, which Bai Feng values the most. How many clothes he can wear this year, and Whether he can weave a big net to catch fish all depend on how much hemp he can produce. Chapter 92, Taking Back Power. In addition to growing hemp in a dedicated hemp field, the Bifong tribe also planted hemp in other fields. The hemp grew exceptionally well and was almost all over 2 meters tall. Seeds were also scattered casually under the city wall. Their tenacious vitality shocked Bifong. Each one grew well. Although not as good as those grown in the fields, they were still slightly better than the wild ones. Hemp is dioecious. Male plants grow taller and thicker, but do not produce seeds. Seeing that the time was almost up and the stems were basically yellow, I cut down all the plants one by one without mercy. The female plants produce seeds, so we waited a few days longer and cut them later than the male plants in order to allow the seeds to dry thoroughly. After the male plants were cut, all the leaves were removed first, and then they were thrown directly into lime water to redding. The hemp can only be fermented after the seeds are beaten off the female plants. It is quite troublesome to process the hemp, but these tasks are left to the women in the textile team. They are experts in this area. Bifong seems to be a bit of an amateur. All he can do is to provide them with help within his ability and meet their reasonable demands. Although Bifong did not ask the pottery team to make any shapes for the glass, he still wanted them to continue their research on glass. It didn't matter if the colors were still mixed or not transparent enough, as long as it could let light through. Bifong only hoped that they could make a glass window, a square piece of glass. This should not be that difficult. Bifeng's window had been prepared long ago, but it was still installed with wood. Once the glass panel was made, it could be installed to provide better lighting in the room. However, the progress of the pottery team has been very slow. There is no difference after each kiln, and Bifeng's expectations are getting lower and lower. Later, he simply forgot about it and focused on the mica flakes. It is also transparent, but more brittle and easy to obtain everywhere. You can break off a piece of mica with your hands, so it can be used as a substitute for glass. Although white crystal is more transparent, harder, and produced in large quantities, it is still difficult to make it into a flat surface. And it is not good if it is too transparent, then Bifong will have no privacy. Although he has no plans to have children for the time being, he still has to live in his own world of two. On the side of Swearin, Baoshi had just dealt with several elders and made them speak with one voice, determining that it was Chang He who assassinated his brother Qi. Then he killed Chang He to avenge his brother. In this way, he would encounter much less resistance when he took over the entire tribe. At least the warriors led by his brother would not offer much resistance, and the people of the He tribe should have even less rebellious sentiments. Baoshi and a few others walked out of Qi's cave. The two beauties were already lying in a pool of blood. Of course, the murderer was Chang He, and he used the bronze dagger. In any case, it was not Baoshi who killed them. Summoning his warriors, Baoshi asked them to follow a few elders, summoned all the tribesmen and some more important people, and announced that he would be in charge of Suerin's affairs. Soon, tens of thousands of people gathered at the foot of the hillside, lined up according to their status and the affiliated tribes they belonged to, waiting for the adults to announce the important events. Baoshi's stupid brothers all came to the front, but his two younger brothers who didn't know much about the situation didn't even come because there was no place for them to get involved in such matters, not to mention that they couldn't even speak. One of them, Jun, a useless brother, had his body hollowed out by women. Not to mention his hunting or fighting abilities, he looked very weak at first glance, making it hard to take him seriously. But even such a fool as he was, he felt that Baoshi standing at the highest place was an eyesore and that he should not stand there. If it was Qi, he could barely accept it, so he shouted at Baoshi to get off. Although the other brothers didn't say anything, one could tell from their eyes that no one was convinced. They didn't admit their incompetence, but felt that Baoshi didn't deserve to be there. Even if they were stupid, they knew the location there and that the clothes were something only the clan leader could stand and wear. But they did not have the courage to chase Baoshi away, and only hoped that the strongest brother Qi could come out to chase away the annoying Baoshi. But to their disappointment, after shouting for a long time, Qi did not come out. Baoshi waved his hands and pretended to be sad and said, "My brothers and clansmen, our clan leader, Swearin in the previous life, who is also my father, has died. And my elder brother Qi, who was supposed to inherit my father's position, was just assassinated by Chang He, the head of the He tribe." Everyone gasped when they heard the news. The chief of their tribe had just died, and there was a powerful son who could take over, but now there is nothing left. Baoshi continued. After Qi died, he went straight to the beauty without any hesitation. This shows how incompetent Chang He is. He has no intention of contributing to the tribe. And after he finished using it, he directly killed the two beauties, which shows his shamelessness and bloodiness. In order to protect Swear and Sure from being destroyed and to avenge my brother, I killed Chang-hee. Now, I think I'm the only one who can be the leader of the Swearing clan. Do you have any objections? The ordinary members of the tribe had no opinions. They all kept their heads down and kept silent, waiting for the leadership to make a conclusion. No matter who became the tribe leader, it would not change their lives in the slightest. Upon hearing that Chi was dead, Jun suddenly became bolder. He said something like, "How dare a little guy like you become the patriarch?" As he spoke, he walked up and swung his fist at Bao Shi. Bao Shi was not afraid of this weak and useless brother. He dodged with a slight dodge, and then the knife in his hand stabbed into Jun's body. Jun let out a wail, and then blood kept flowing down. After a while, he fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and became unresponsive. When the other brothers who had originally wanted to fight for a position saw this, they no longer had any interest in it and lowered their heads, pretending not to see it, hoping that Bao Shi didn't see them. Seeing that everyone was quite obedient, Bao Shi gathered the elite warriors under his command and continued to intimidate everyone with force. In this case, it seems that everyone has recognized me as the leader of the Swearing clan. But don't worry, I'm not good at killing people. I just hope to build and develop our tribe better. Next, Bao Shi directly stripped several of his brothers of their military power. They no longer had warriors of their own and became just brothers of the clan leader with some empty privileges. In the future, we will not divide territories among them and let them govern their own tribes. Instead, we will just let them continue to stay in the Lu tribe. This solved the problem of Swearin becoming weaker as he divided his tribes. But if he wanted to regain his former glory, or even become stronger than before, he had to bring all the subordinate tribes that had been divided away back under his management. Chapter 93. Troubles one after another. The Baifeng tribe was shrouded in worry again. It was because the weather was too bad. If it had just been a rainstorm, they would not have taken it too seriously. But now it was hail, and the crops they had planted would be ruined. They could only watch the hailstones bounce and roll, but there was nothing they could do. Neither the rice, buckwheat, nor the sorghum vegetables were left. Baifeng is particularly afraid of summer rainstorms, which are not only accompanied by heavy rain and strong winds, but also often by hail. Fortunately, the rainstorm did not last long, and the hail only lasted for a few minutes. Baifeng and the others held out hope that they could still rescue the crops, because the ears of corn had not yet emerged and were still growing stalks, so a hailstorm would not result in a complete harvest. The temperature was very low after the hailstorm, even though it was midsummer. Everyone shivered as they went to check on the damage to the grain. Buckwheat suffered the most serious damage. Its short and brittle branches were broken into pieces by the hailstorm, and the newly opened flowers were all destroyed. Baifeng could see that the buckwheat harvest was a complete failure. The situation of rice is slightly better, but the yield has also been reduced by more than half. Sorghum only grows stalks and not ears. Now that it is beaten like this, it just makes the sorghum look a little more miserable. Other impacts do not seem to be that great. The buckwheat was not waiting to bear fruit, as there would be no harvest anyway, so it was all pulled out and used as silage for the cattle. Although it was extremely painful to pull it out, there was no other way. It could still be of some use if it was harvested now. If it was harvested later, it could only be burned as firewood. The herd also underwent some unusual changes. A cow gave birth to a calf. Although it was unlikely to be a calf according to the timing, the calf was still extremely nervous. After all, this was the first life born in its tribe. But the cow was still young, and it was her first time giving birth, so, as expected, she had a difficult birth, and the calf couldn't come out. Baifeng could only risk entering the cowshed to pull the calf down to see if he could. However, cows giving birth would not recognize people, not to mention that they were not raised by Baifeng and were very wild. The other cows all scattered to eat grass. Only the calf stayed with the mother cow. When Baifeng came, the mother cow became very agitated and would not let Baifeng get close to her at all. She started to charge at Baifeng as soon as she saw him coming. The calf couldn't be stopped, and there was no way to stop it. But in this situation, even if Baifeng wanted to help it, he didn't dare to go over to help. Although a cow is extremely important to the tribe, Baifeng feels that his own life is more important. But it was clear that the cow was in a bad condition and had not given birth after trying for more than 2 hours. The tribesmen nearby, especially the one who usually fed and watered them, were worried. He knew that the cow was of great significance to the tribe, and he had developed feelings for it. Bai Feng had people tie up its hooves and horns with ropes, and several people held it tightly. Bai Feng originally wanted to pull the calf, but the tribesmen were worried and thought it was too dangerous and that the tribe leader should not be allowed to go. So he pushed Bai Feng away and started to pull the calf himself. Bai Feng did not argue much, but stood aside to cheer him on. Fortunately, pulling a calf was different from helping people give birth. The danger in helping a cow give birth is mainly for the people, while the calf just needed to be pulled hard. After the tribesmen's strenuous dragging, the calf finally landed on the ground after a long time. When the calf was born, the cow's resistance became stronger, and in order not to step on the calf, she let them continue to pull it. Clean the mucus off the calf's head, clean the amniotic fluid in its mouth, and confirm that the calf is still alive. It's just that it's too weak, and it's been too long since it was born, so its legs are too weak to stand up. Another reason why the cow struggles is that she has produced milk, but the calf has not yet started to suckle, so it is very painful. The cow's legs were tied up, so they were not afraid of being kicked, so they held the calf and lifted it up to drink milk. The calf could not stand up, but it could open its mouth, and once it found a position, it began to suck heavily, and the cow gradually calmed down. The milk started to flow in, and the calf had enough strength to stand up unsteadily. They slowly let go of their hands and let the calf stand on its own to drink milk. Then they untied the ropes that tied the cow's legs and quickly moved away from the cow. The cow didn't kick them again. Seeing that both the big and small cows were safe, she simply untied the rope that tied their horns. The cow quickly turned her neck and licked her calf. The calf, standing by and watching, was relieved at this time. It stopped roaring anxiously and went out to graze with the herd. There were only 2 cows left in the cow sheet. After the last placenta came out and was cleaned up, Bai Feng and the others left with peace of mind. As for things like the placenta and the umbilical cord, they were absolutely not allowed to be eaten, although the tribesmen accepted them all. However, Bai Feng still threw it onto a tree outside the city wall to feed the wild beasts. But Bai Feng didn't expect how much trouble this would bring him. Now the city wall is being built according to Bai Feng's idea. The parapet at the city gate stretches for dozens of meters. This place is the most important place to fight the enemy. Other places can be built slowly towards the end. 2 well-built arrow towers were built, just enough to accommodate 1 person standing in them. The 2 most important weapons of the Bai Feng tribe were crossbows, 1 placed on each side. Although only a small tribe has attacked now, Bai Feng knows that future wars will involve real soldiers of thousands of people, and it will not be like a fight between 2 villages. Bai Feng knew that his tribe lacked foundation, so a safe defense was the most appropriate approach. If he could have tens of thousands of tribesmen, then he could fight for the title of the ancestor of human civilization, and it would not be impossible for the descendants of Yin and Huang to become the descendants of Yin and Bai, or Bai and Huang. The houses where the tribesmen live are basically brick houses. The old mud houses have not been demolished and are used as firewood rooms, where they usually store firewood, coal, cement, and other building materials. However, not all the houses are coated with cement. Only Bai Feng's house has cement exterior walls, because the tribe's cement production is not that high. But once the house is built, it is okay to paint the exterior walls later. Chapter 2. There is too much severe convective weather in the summer. Thunder starts to sound in the evening, and the sky is covered with dark clouds. It may only rain for a few minutes, but the thunder is scary enough. At this time, everyone must have gone back to bed early, and there is no need to arrange anyone to be on duty in this kind of weather. No animal would be brave enough to come out in this kind of weather. Thunder rumbled in the middle of the night, and occasionally a burst of rapid rain could be heard. Bai Feng was awakened several times during the night. He always felt like something was screaming and roaring, which made him panic and uneasy. However, he eventually thought that he was scared by the thunder, so he forced himself to fall asleep. When we got up in the morning, the ground was indeed wet and there was some water accumulated, so a lot of work could not be done. However, everyone still got up and gathered together on their own initiative. After selecting the people, they were asked to go about their business. Those who had no work to do and were unwilling to help out to get work points went back to sleep. Those who were ambitious went to earn a house for themselves. Of course, not all the tribesmen were hardworking and motivated. Many of them just wanted to muddle through and thought that it was enough for them to live better than the wandering savages. Bai Feng was inspecting his vegetable garden when a tribesman came running over in a panic, saying that the cattle-raising tribesmen were looking for him because something bad had happened to the cattle. Something happened to the cattle? Bai Feng's first reaction was that something happened to the calf that was born yesterday, so he quickly quickened his pace and walked towards the cow sheet. As a result, they saw the tribesman who raised cattle halfway. He was crying with tears in his eyes. Baifeng guessed that the calf might be dead, but it had clearly stood up and fed milk yesterday, so there was no reason for it to die. Is the calf dead? Baifeng asked tentatively. The cattle farmer was stunned at first, wiped his tears, and nodded, agreeing with Baifeng's question. It's okay, it's just a calf. If it dies, it dies. We will have more calves born in the future. Just consider this as an experience gain. Baifeng comforted him. But the cattle-raising tribesman did not seem to be comforted. Instead, he burst into even more grievances and squatted on the ground, crying loudly. Baifeng didn't understand. No matter how heartbroken a calf was, it shouldn't be like this. He turned to look at the other tribesmen and found that they didn't look happy either. Baifeng thought to himself, it's not good. Only a calf died, right? So everyone shook their heads. So both the bull and the calf are dead? They nodded and then shook their heads, which made Baifeng even more confused. So he asked directly, how many people died? What happened? Just tell me clearly. The cattle herder tried to control his crying, but failed. Someone nearby said, Chief, our cattle were attacked last night. 4 of them died, big and small, and many more were injured. Baifeng felt dizzy. Who attacked? Which tribe? Did they leave any traces? The tribesman said, Chief, it wasn't the wild men who did it. It was wolves. There are lots of wolves. There are 2 wolves that were trampled to death in the cattle pen. There are wolf paw prints everywhere in the cattle pen. It's a wolf again. Baifeng felt that he was at odds with the wolves. When he first came to this world, he was ambushed by wolves. Last winter, he was attacked by a pack of wolves. Now, the wolves have robbed his cattle pen. How could this be tolerated? Baifeng was now feeling distressed and angry. But there was nothing he could do as it had already happened. He stepped forward and pulled up the tribesman who was squatting on the ground crying, and together they went to the cowshed to see the extent of the loss. As soon as we got near the cowshed, we could smell a strong fishy odor. When we went inside, we saw blood, gray hair, yellow cow hair, and wet paw prints all over the ground. The herd of cattle was still in a panic, and the sound of Baifeng entering the pen caused a commotion, which scared Baifeng. On the edge of the cowshed, there were 3 incomplete cow carcasses, all covered with wounds and bitten to pieces. I squatted down and endured the stench to take a look and found that their internal organs had been hollowed out. There were only 3 carcasses of cows, one of which was the cow that had given birth yesterday. It could be identified by the white pattern on its head, but now its eyes had become dark and dull and were filled with mud and water. Baifeng also felt a little sad. It was no wonder that the tribe member cried so sadly. There was a happy event yesterday, but today it turned into double the pain. It was not pleasant for anyone, but there were only 3 cow corpses here, and the calves was not here. Following the traces on the ground, we found an obvious dragging route. Along the way, we found that a hole had been dug in the wall, and the hole was full of scratches. It was not easy to make a hole in such a thick wall, let alone a wall so big that a calf could be dragged out. They couldn't dig into the high places on the wall, so they dug a hole in the ground. In short, they dug out a hole big enough to accommodate 3 Baifengs at the same time. Baifeng was very angry, but it was more important to keep an eye on the cattle now. He walked inside and called the calf, and the calf came out after mooing twice. Its pure white hair had become tangled with mud and blood, and its original color was almost unrecognizable. Dried blood could still be seen on its horns. I wasn't sure if it was from a wolf or another cow. It seemed to have wounds on its body as well. After a careful inspection, I found many scratches on its body, and its fur was scratched all over. However, its mental state was good, and it was not in any danger. Most of the other cows in the herd seemed to be injured, but none of them were in danger of life and could move around and eat and drink normally. Even if Baifeng wanted to give them some medicine, they were too alert now, and Baifeng didn't dare to get close to them. There were 2 trampled wolf corpses on the ground, not to mention that their bodies were trampled to pieces. If it weren't for their special fur and size, Baifeng really couldn't associate them with wolves. 2 wolves were dug out of the mud. They were inedible, but their fur was still intact. It was only their bones and internal organs that were crushed. Baifeng had the 2 wolves skinned. He wanted to make boots from them. He would not be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart unless he stepped on them all day long. Looking back, Baifeng went outside the city wall to see the situation outside the cave and see where the calf's body was dragged. He followed the dragging marks for a long way before he found the skeleton among a pile of rocks. There was not a trace of meat on the white skeleton. They really knew how to cherish food. Baifeng was so angry that he almost laughed. There was really nothing to eat on the ox heads, So they stayed there. Bai Feng became more and more angry as he watched. Thinking about his own experience of being tortured by wolves, Bai Feng simply didn't intend to endure it anymore and just found someone to kill this group of wolves. From now on, no wolves are allowed near the Bai Feng tribe. All the wolves that come will be killed. Bai Feng made a stern statement and rushed to the tribe angrily, ready to pack up his things and follow the footprints to kill all the wolves and take revenge. It just so happened that the tribe was in short of good leather. Since they had the ability to dig such a big hole in the wall and kill 4 cows from such a large herd, it meant that their number must be quite large. However, Bai Feng suddenly thought of something on the way back, so he took a detour to take a look. Sure enough, the cow placenta hanging on the tree was gone, and the ground under the tree was covered with wolf paw prints. Bai Feng was a little annoyed. This time he didn't think it through. Hanging the meat outside would just attract wolves. If there were these things again in the future, even if they didn't eat them, Bai Feng would just burn them instead of hanging them outside. Chapter 94, Killing the Wolf's Den. Bai Feng was very angry, and the whole tribe was very angry. Bai Feng said that he was going to encircle and wipe out the wolf pack. No one objected, and instead, they all went to get their weapons. Of course, Bai Feng would not be so anxious. Although there was no pressure at all to kill wolves with so many people, protective measures still had to be taken. The main concern was rabies, which Bai Feng was not sure he could cure. Although there are records in ancient Chinese medicine of using mad dog brains for treatment, Bai Feng cannot guarantee that it will be effective, although the brain of a mad wolf can also be used by the same token. There are other methods, such as the moxibustion method mentioned in emergency prescriptions for the elbow. This is because the rabies virus is not heat-resistant, so moxibustion is effective. Gu Hong also determined that the onset of rabies is once every 7 days. If it does not occur for more than 37 days, the patient will be ill. If it does not occur for more than 100 days, the patient will be immune. It is certain that Gu Hong had a lot of clinical experience in treating rabies, but it seems that the effect of moxibustion will not be very good after all. There is also a prescription, Xia Yushu decoction. The pathogenesis of rabies in traditional Chinese medicine is stasis and heat in the body that makes people mad. This prescription of Zhang Zhongjing was used by some people in the 1980s to treat rabies that had already occurred, and the effect was very good. However, it was forgotten after the vaccine was developed. Of course, Bai Feng knew the treatment method, and these medicines were very easy to find, so he collected them. However, he had never treated rabies patients personally before, so everything came from books and medical records. Therefore, Bai Feng thinks that it should be avoided if possible, and it is better not to have such a bad result. Bamboo armor cannot protect against knives, axes, or bees, but it is extremely effective in protecting against wolves' bites and grabs. But there is no time to make more exquisite bamboo armors. If it is any later, the traces left by the wolves on the road will disappear, and they will not be able to find the hiding wolves, especially now in the evening when it is particularly prone to rain, and everything will be gone once it rains. The thunder last night was so loud that it masked the movements of the wolves and the noise of the cattle. Also, there was no one on duty outside, giving the wolves an opportunity to take advantage. However, the fact that the wolf pack dared to act so recklessly on human territory, and even come out during a thunderstorm at night, reminded Bai Feng of the wolf pack he encountered last winter. Not every wolf pack could have such a large number of people and be so brave. Thinking of the look in the Wolf King's eyes at the end, Bai Feng felt that this incident must have been done by that group of wolves. Let everyone find bamboo, break it into pieces, and tie it to their limbs and bodies. Although it is a bit uncomfortable and not very convenient to walk, this kind of defense is enough for fighting wolves. Besides, it is not a fight with humans, so there is no need to pay attention to protection and flexibility at the same time. Bai Feng had made a set of wrought tan armor for himself early on, mainly because he was too afraid of death. Now his armor was being made. Bai Feng felt that since his intelligence and martial arts were not the strongest in this era, he would become the one with the strongest defense and the most surviving in this era. It was just noon, and there was still enough time. More than 200 strong men, carrying bows and arrows, holding knives in their hands, and wearing ridiculous bamboo armor, followed by Feng's footsteps to hunt and kill the wolves. The wolf pack's footprints are very clear, not only the footprints on the way back, but also the footprints when they went down the mountain to hunt cattle. Although they overlap, they're still easy to identify because they were at different times. This also shows that the wolf pack must live on this road. The further they walked, the clearer the traces of the wolves' life became. They could also see traces of them moving in different directions. Judging from the tracks, there were no less than 100 wolves in this pack, which was about the same number as the wolf pack they encountered last year. But until evening, Bai Feng and his men still hadn't found the location of the wolf pack. In order not to waste time on useless work, Bai Feng directly ordered to set up camp in the wild at night. There are so many of them, not to mention a pack of wolves. Even if a group of tigers came, they would have to consider whether they dare to attack these humans. Fortunately, it didn't rain that night. The moon was bright, and there were many stars. They built a temporary camp with branches, and several big fires burned all night. As soon as it was light in the morning, they put out the fire, ate a quick bite, and then started their pursuit again. One morning, although they had not seen the wolves yet, they could already hear their voices. They were downwind, so they were not afraid that the wolves would discover them too quickly. As long as the wolves appeared in their sight, they would have no chance of escape. Getting closer and closer, they finally found the wolf pack's lair, a hillside with a lot of gravel and many caves, perfect for the wolves to live in. Although it was cute to see the little wolf playing behind the big wolf and learning and practicing hunting techniques, Bai Feng had no sympathy at all. He was not a saint. We walked further and reached the range of bows and arrows, but there were still few wolves outside. It seemed that most of the wolves were not there, perhaps still sleeping in the caves. However, these 20 or so wolves are still wolves, and Bai Feng can accept them all. So he found a good position, drew his bow, and loaded an arrow. The female wolf seemed to have discovered something and looked in the direction where Bai Feng and the others were hiding. Bai Feng did not hesitate any longer and shot an arrow that hit the wolf directly. The others also fired a rain of arrows. Only a small number of the wolves below escaped without being hit. Their cries were very miserable, like the crying of little children, which made Bai Feng panic. But Bai Feng was still waiting for the main force to come out so that he could deal with them all at once. Sure enough, a few wolves poked their heads out of the cave stealthily to see if there was any danger. After trying several times and finding no danger, they took the brunt of the attack and ran towards the Luo people who had been shot. There were too few of them. Bai Feng felt that it was unnecessary and that he should wait a little longer until all the wolves came out before concentrating his fire on them again. Sure enough, before long, the other wolves saw that there was no danger outside and came out one by one to check. Bai Feng took this opportunity to call on everyone to shoot arrows at the same time. Another wave of arrows rained down, and many wolves were hit by arrows. Seeing that it was almost time, Bai Feng put down his bow and arrow, stood up, raised his sword, shouted loudly, and rushed out to chop the wolves. The wolves, already panicked by 2 waves of arrows, lost their courage as wild beasts when they saw Bai Feng rushing down and scattered in all directions, dodging the chopping knives. Even the counterattack had no strategy. Apart from the numbers, they were no match for the wolves Bai Feng encountered last year. Just when Bai Feng was wondering if he had guessed wrong, a wolf howl brought all the wolves back to their spirits. Bai Feng looked up and saw that it was indeed the Wolf King from last year. It was still as high-spirited as ever, but this time he had to kill it. Chapter 95 Wolf King. Under the command of the Wolf King, the other wolves instantly regained their fighting spirit, and their counterattack became organized using their hunting methods. Even if Bai Feng and the others had knives in their hands, the wolves would try to go around and bite them. But several wolves surrounded one person, and finally they bit the person despite the pain. However, the bite was indeed a hard bamboo piece, and the person was not hurt at all. Just when he was about to let go and bite another place, he was cut on the neck by a knife and fell to the ground twitching. More soldiers went down to the battlefield. Now there were more humans than wolves, not to mention the difference in size and strength between humans and wolves. The wolf pack was directly defeated, and no matter how the Wolf King commanded, it was ineffective. Seeing the wolves being chopped down one by one, the Wolf King had no choice but to abandon his den and his injured tribesmen. He called out to the surviving wolves and was about to flee. The wolves began to run away without stopping. Bai Feng and his men only killed more than half of the wolves, and dozens of them still ran away. Bai Feng wanted to leave no one alive. Even if he killed so many now, he would not feel satisfied, not to mention that the Wolf King was still alive. The Wolf King looked at Bai Feng with more vicious eyes than last year, which made Bai Feng very unhappy, so he asked the bear to shoot the Wolf King to death with an arrow. Knowing that they had long-range weapons and still standing there motionless, did they really think that it could hide like it did last winter? Needless to say, the bear also planned to kill the Wolf King. Now was the perfect time. He put an arrow on the bow and flew out with a roar. The Wolf King was sharp-eyed and realized something was wrong when the bear pulled the bow. He turned around and was about to run, but it was too late. The arrow shot by the bear directly shot the Wolf King down from a high place. Bai Feng saw it clearly. That arrow had definitely pierced the Wolf King, and now he wouldn't be able to live much longer. The wolves saw that the Wolf King had fallen, so they stopped listening to his orders and started fleeing in 2s and 3s in panic. Wolves run faster than humans, especially in a mountain like this, so Bai Feng just asked the warriors to chase them out and shoot them with arrows. If they are out of attack range and still can't catch up, then there's no need to chase them anymore. Now that the Wolf King is dead, these wolves are no longer a threat. However, even though the Wolf King was shot, Bai Feng was still worried and wanted to go over to check it out. It would be troublesome if the Wolf King had some kind of protagonist halo. He climbed up the hillside with a few soldiers and searched carefully, but apart from a pool of blood, Bai Feng really couldn't find the Wolf King's body. It couldn't be so bloody, Bai Feng thought. However, he followed the blood trail and saw a large pool of blood at the bottom of the slope. This should be where the Wolf King took a break. Anyway, he must have been shot and was injured. Even if he didn't die, he couldn't run far. After fiddling with the bushes, I found a bloody path. It seemed like the wolf was being dragged by something. Could it be another wolf? Bai Feng trotted after it, but before he had run even 50 meters, he saw the hiding Wolf King. It was gasping for breath and could hardly move. When it saw Bai Feng coming, it struggled to move, but did not succeed in moving forward. Only half of the Wolf King's body was exposed. Although his body was covered in blood, wolves were cunning. What if there were other wolves hiding here? Moreover, the traces on the road looked like they were dragged there. Asking a few soldiers to keep an eye on the surroundings, Bai Feng raised his arrow and shot several arrows at the bushes where the Wolf King was hiding, but there was no response. Instead, the Wolf King seemed to be hit by an arrow again and let out a groan. Bai Feng walked forward, raised his knife, and chopped off the Wolf King's head. The Wolf King lost a lot of blood, and not much blood came out his neck. After dragging out the Wolf King's body, Bai Feng thought he was shot in the lower abdomen, but he didn't expect that the arrow pierced his thigh and the other thigh was also stabbed. No wonder he didn't die for so long. That bloody trail should have been created by the Wolf King himself crawling with his front paws and dragging his body, not by other wolves. To be honest, Bai Feng was shocked by the perseverance of this wolf, or maybe it just had a strong enough desire to survive. But now that the Wolf King is dead, the other wolves are nothing to be feared, and the wolf problem near the tribe has been solved. The wolves killed this time can barely make up for the loss of the cattle. Bai Feng carried the Wolf King's head, and the warrior carried the wolf's body, and they returned to the battlefield and began to clean up the spoils. The tribesmen who were pursuing them came back. Nearly 30 of them had escaped, but they only caught up with 6. The others ran too fast for them to catch up, and the range of their bows was not enough. All the wolves were piled together according to their size, and after counting them, there were 84 wolves, not counting the cubs. This wolf pack was really fertile. The cubs were useless, and their skins were too small to make anything, but the tribesmen still chose to take them with them. At least they could make some broth. As for whether killing this wolf pack would cause the local ecology to become unbalanced, Bai Feng felt that there would be no problem at all. Not to mention that there are so many biological species now, and there are only a few dozen wolves missing. If the territory is empty, other wolf packs will come. He just hopes that the wolf packs that come in the future will be more sensible. And with so many wolves running away, it was just right. The Bai Feng tribe was also a group of hunters that could replace the wolves. They couldn't find as much prey in their hunting grounds as before, so it was just right that they could take turns to hunt these two places, and the wild beasts here could be cleared out, so it was relatively safe. After killing the wolf, you have to check the wolf den to see if you can dig out something or find a hiding wolf. To be on the safe side, it is better to light some wet leaves and firewood at the entrance of the cave and let the smoke go in to see if it can smoke out a hiding wolf. They lit a cigarette and fanned it, and Bai Feng and the others were choked. The smoke slowly entered the cave, and soon they heard wolves squeaking like puppies acting coquettishly. Soon a big wolf could not hold on any longer and ran out. The soldier guarding the cave entrance was quick-witted and swift-handed and cut the wolf's spine with a knife. The wolf kicked its legs and waited for death to come. After a few minutes, no more wolves came out and no more noise was heard, so they cleared the smoke and waited for the smoke in the cave to dissipate. Then they went to check to see if there was anything good. Pine branches were used as torches. Fortunately, the entrance to the cave was large enough for an adult man to enter by squatting, but the space inside was even larger, so it was no problem to stand or walk. However, as soon as he entered, Bai Feng vomited dryly because of the smell. It was not the smoke, but the smell of a wolf's den, a sour and stinky smell, the smell of freshly burned cigarettes, and an indescribable smell that made Bai Feng's stomach churn. But there was no reason to just go out after entering, and the cave was not very big. Bai Feng had already seen something there. When I looked closer, I saw a lot of wolf cubs on the ground. A rough count showed there were more than a dozen of them. Many of them looked like they had just been born, and their eyes were not even open yet. Bai Feng asked them to take these wolf cubs out and be gentle and not to think of killing them even if they were still alive. Bai Feng endured the discomfort and walked around again. After making sure that there was nothing left, he decided to leave. The oxygen in the cave was not sufficient, and the torches were not burning brightly. However, when he turned around, he saw something reflecting light on the ground. He squatted down and pulled it, and found that it was a piece of metal as big as an egg, and there were several smaller ones. Anyway, it was golden under the firelight and felt very heavy. Bai Feng guessed that it was gold because bronze was not that heavy. He quickly got out of the cave, threw away the torch, ran to a distance, and took a few deep breaths of the unpolluted fresh air. After walking around the wolf den, not only did his stomach churn, but his head also began to feel dizzy. The light outside was good. Bai Feng took out the 2 pieces of metal he had picked up and looked at them carefully. He was sure that they were gold because there were tooth marks on them from the wolf's bite. Only gold could be so soft. This must be the dog head, wolf head gold. Chapter 96, Treating Heart Disease. Although he had found gold, Bai Feng was only happy for a short while. Although he felt that gold was a good thing, he couldn't explain how it was good. It will be a precious metal in the future, and it will be a precious metal in 1,000 years, but it is really useless now. It is too soft and difficult to use for making utensils. It is useless except for its beautiful color. Moreover, bronze itself is golden in color, which is harder than gold. Even though it's useless, Bai Feng couldn't bear to throw it away. He decided to keep it. It doesn't take up much space anyway. He didn't have the chance to touch such a big piece of gold in his previous life. Now, he might as well satisfy his craving for it. After pocketing the 2 natural gold nuggets, Bai Fengqi was almost exhausted and turned around to check on the wolf cubs he had just brought out. There were 17 wolf cubs in total from all months of the year. 5 of them had not opened their eyes yet. Their silver gray fur reminded Bai Feng of the Wolf King. Perhaps these cubs were the Wolf Kings. 7 or 8 of them were already dead and could not be saved, but the rest were still breathing and moving their bodies. If they survived, Bai Feng would have planned to train them. It would have been great if they could have been tamed. There would always be a generation that would have turned into dogs, right? Especially the litter of silver wolf cubs. Bai Feng plans to raise them himself. If they cannot be tamed and are still very wild, then their Bai Feng tribe will get several completely undamaged high-quality furs. Carrying the wolf's body, Bai Feng and his companions were about to go down the mountain. If they hurried, they could still get back before dark. It was not a good idea to always sleep in the wild. The ground where the corpses were piled was covered in blood and mud. I didn't know if it would provide a good opportunity for other carnivores and scavengers, or if it would all become nutrients for the grass. The wolves were killed and revenge was taken. On the way back, the tribesmen were very happy. The bad mood caused by the damage to the cattle herd almost disappeared. Even if they saw a pheasant with a red belly and a yellow tail on the road, they would not take out weapons to shoot it, but would praise its beautiful color. When we returned to the tribe, because it was one day later than expected and we didn't go back last night, the whole tribe was in a state of panic. All work outside the tribal city was stopped, and only some work inside the city walls was done. The patrols on the city walls have become more rigorous. Bai Feng is very satisfied with this situation. As long as something happens that is different from the plan before going out, he will be extremely alert at the first moment. When the warriors returned to the tribe with dozens of wolves, the tribesmen shouted happily. This was the first time that their tribe took the initiative to attack the enemy. Even though it was not a human, it was still very successful. As soon as the wolf corpse was put down, everyone started to hurriedly take off their bamboo armor. To them, this was like torture. Not only was it ugly, but it also pinched the flesh and was very tight. If they hadn't been fighting the wolves, they would have taken it down and thrown it away long ago. However, this time Bai Feng felt that it was necessary to make some proper bamboo armor. Although the protective ability was a little worse, it was better than nothing, and there was no need to temporarily tie bamboo strips when in a hurry. I heard from them that the cattle are not in good condition now, and they are unwilling to enter the cowshed, because once they go in at night and the door is closed, they have no place to escape and can only huddle together and wait to be attacked. Bai Feng felt that heart disease needs to be cured by heart medicine, and the ring should be untied by the person who tied the bell. So he picked up the Wolf King's head and went to find the cattle. The cattle graze outside during the day and sleep outside the cowshed at night, leaning against the wall. The shelter of the wall gives them a great sense of security, and the wide grassland gives them the opportunity to escape when danger comes. Baifeng picked up the cow's head and found the calf that was nibbling grass. The blood on its horns had dried and fallen off. When it saw Baifeng coming, it just raised its head and mooed to show its support. Now, Baifeng and Sui seldom come to see the calf. Not only because the calf has grown ugly and a little smelly, which Baifeng and Sui find disgusting, but also because the calf is not very dependent on Baifeng and Sui after he formed his own tribe. So the relationship between them is slowly fading, but it has not yet reached the level of attacking Baifeng. It's just not as passionate. Although the calf was rather indifferent, Baifeng was still more enthusiastic and called out to the calf. When the calf raised his head, Baifeng held up the Wolf King's head for the calf to see. When the calf saw the wolf head, he was startled at first and took a few steps back. But then he saw that only the wolf head was left and the wolf was dead. So he walked forward boldly and took a closer look at the wolf head. He felt unsatisfied just by looking at it. So he used his horn to knock the wolf's head away from Baifeng's hand. After it fell to the ground, he raised his broad hooves and hit it a few times, almost breaking the head and embedding it directly into the ground. The calf called the other cows to come and see, and when they saw that it was the Wolf King's head, each of them was more vengeful than the other, and they would come up and step on it, even though it was very crowded. Only when the wolf's head could no longer be seen did they feel relieved and scattered to graze again. Baifeng saw that the cattle were in a better mood and did not stay any longer. He patted the calf's head and left the wolf's head there. Then he turned around and left. There are so many wolves, and it is unknown how long it would take if we deal with them one by one. However, the savages have experience in dealing with these, so everyone worked together, removing their heads and limbs very smoothly, and then slowly peeling their skin. The skins are put together and have to be saltpetered before they can be used. The meat is particularly prone to spoilage in the hot summer, so they are quickly processed with salt. Several of the little wolf cubs are now fully alive, and the slightly older ones are showing very obvious aggressiveness, pretending to bite people. Baifeng asked several warriors to share one, and it would be better to raise it together so that they could maintain a certain level of combat coordination. As for Baifeng, he was holding 3 little wolf cubs whose eyes had not yet opened. They were from the silver-gray litter. Now there was no milk, and there was no milk in the herd either. He didn't know if the little wolves could survive. The little wolves didn't know what was going on yet. After all, they couldn't see. But they knew that they had left the den and that the people around them were not their parents, but they didn't know what this meant. The tribe had no milk to feed, but there was a cow that had just given birth, and they should have been able to use its milk, but now the cow was killed by wolves. Baifeng couldn't possibly let them eat wind and drink dew. Given the current limited conditions, Baifeng could only feed them broth and rice porridge. Whether they could survive depended on their stomachs. Fortunately, the little wolves had their stomachs full after drinking, and after they were full, they lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Although the other wolf cubs are a little older, they're still not weaned. They can only be fed with meat broth, rice porridge, or something like that. I just hope they can be raised well. Chapter 97. The Microphone in the Wasteland. There were many wise men in this era. They often wandered among the tribes and made a living by fortune-telling or performing sacrifices for other tribes. They also have the most knowledge. Some of the wise men who are lucky enough not to be captured by wild beasts on the road may have traveled all over the land where human tribes live. The information of this era and the mutual understanding between tribes were largely obtained through these wise men, so the information gap between them is actually very large. But if you don't listen to the words of the wise, you will know nothing. The words of the wise may be exaggerated or outdated, but they are still of certain reference value and are much better than guessing on your own. Another type of people are the solitary wandering savages. They have no tribe and no one is willing to accept them. In addition to hunting some prey themselves, they also collect some seemingly precious things to exchange for food from other tribes. All tribes also have a tacit rule, which is not to kill savages who come to your tribe as guests or for exchange, no matter how big and powerful the tribe is, because these wandering savages are needed to convey messages. For example, some large tribes wanted to build a market, but if they alone occupied the place and people from other tribes did not come, their efforts would be in vain. So these wandering savages were the best messengers. They had to wander around all day to feed themselves. The big tribes gave them some food as a reward for passing messages among the tribes. Why not send one of your own people? It doesn't take many people to pass a message, but if you go alone, you will easily be eaten by wild beasts on the way, so lowly wandering savages are the most suitable. In order to ensure that the message can be delivered safely, those tribes will also find many wandering savages to pass the message at the same time, not just one. If only one person is unlucky enough to be killed, the message will not be delivered. Therefore, the lifespan of wandering savages is very short. Not only is there a shortage of food, but they're also more likely to encounter danger when living in the wild for a long time. They also have no tribe to go to. Some tribes could not hold on, and the tribesmen fled in all directions. Those people had no choice but to become wandering savages. Baifeng didn't know this rule before, until a stray savage came to the Baifeng tribe. Baifeng thought about shooting him to death with an arrow, but fortunately, he was persuaded by the tribesmen. If a person entered another tribe and was killed, there was only one possibility, that is, this tribe was a cannibal tribe. Moreover, their tribe has not received any news from other tribes for a long time, so they can take this opportunity to ask them. Invite the wandering savage in, and only after he delivers the message or answers the questions that Baifeng wants to know will he be given food. As expected, this wandering savage was only here to deliver a message. The large Qixin tribe downstream was planning to hold another gathering during the full moon season, also on the bank of the river. Last year's gathering was attacked by cannibals, so this time they chose a flat river valley that was not hidden in the forest. In addition, the Xian tribe hoped that the large tribes could send troops together to protect the gathering place to avoid being attacked by cannibals. When Baifeng heard the news, he was actually a little scared and really didn't want to go. Last year, Baoshi disguised himself as a cannibal and attacked the gathering. Fortunately, there was a forest, so they were able to hide in the woods and escape. What if this Qixin tribe also got as smart as Baoshi, set up a trap, waited for all the tribes to arrive, and then launched a cannibalistic surprise attack? That would be disastrous. Millions of families lose money to enrich his own family. This news is very important, but it is useless to Baifeng. The Baifeng tribe will not go to the gathering this year. What if they meet Baoshi again, and he is not sure whether it is safe? However, Baifeng still gave food to the wandering savage. Although he would not go, he could also see if the tribe had been cheated and then decide whether he could go to next year's gathering. It's a pity that the White Wind tribe is still too weak, otherwise he would have wanted to hold a rally. In addition to this news, the wandering savage also talked about some changes in the tribes near the Big River Basin. For example, the most important news was that the old patriarch of Swearin clan died and a new patriarch took his place. However, the patriarch was not the eldest son Qi, but the not-so-famous Bao Shi. There is also the old Shinnong, who is in poor health and probably won't live long. His son Lin Kuei is going to inherit the Shinnong clan, but Xing Tian doesn't think highly of Lin Kuei and also wants to compete for the position of clan leader. The stories of these two tribes are the most attractive. After all, they have been deified throughout the entire continent. However, Baifeng is a little worried about Bao Shi being the tribe leader. He had previously thought that Bao Shi was the designated next clan leader, but he didn't expect that he was just an ordinary second generation. However, judging from Bao Shi as a person, Baifeng estimated that the death of the old clan leader and his brother were both closely related to him. Then the rest of the information is nothing more than boring things like which tribe produced a tiger-fighting warrior, which tribe performed a high sacrifice, and which gods appeared. Finally, the wandering savage said something that made Baifeng's feet shiver. He said, "There's a story from Swearin, that is, the current tribe leader Baoshi said that there's a tribe called Baifeng, which is extremely wealthy and has many treasures. They spent dozens of beauties and dozens of bags of grain to get a knife. His brother Qi was killed by the chief of the He tribe who wanted to take the knife. It is really hard to imagine how good the knife must be to attract the chief of such a large tribe. By the way, your chief is called Baifeng. You guys are not from the Baifeng tribe, right?" The wandering savage suddenly asked. The tribesmen on the side nodded proudly, as if they felt that it was an honor for the big tribes to rob their tribe of its products. They even drew out their knives to show the wandering savage whether it was worth their effort. The wandering savage touched it and felt that it was really worthy of its reputation. He turned around and found that everyone was wearing a long sword. Combined with the high city wall, he felt that the White Wind tribe was absolutely wealthy, which he could not even imagine. All the tribesmen were very happy except Baifeng, who felt his scalp tingling. This was Baoshi's strategy. He wanted to push the Baifeng tribe to the forefront so that there would always be greedy tribes coming to attack the Baifeng tribe. If it were possible to kill this wandering savage, Bai Feng would have chopped off his head on the spot. Only the dead can keep secrets, so the specific situation of the Bai Feng tribe would not be revealed. No matter how much other tribes wanted to attack the Bai Feng tribe, all they knew was the wrong location and number of people given by Baoshi, which did not match the Bai Feng tribe here. As long as you don't say it, no one will know that you are from the White Wind tribe. However, this wandering savage is a problem now, but the rule is that you can't kill him once he enters the tribe. So what if you're out of the tribe? Maybe he was killed by a wild beast. Chapter 98, Come and Drink Soup. He casually let the wandering savage eat some food. Anyway, the wild vegetable roots could fill him up. The savage was not picky and drank 2 bowls of the bone soup. No meat, just boiled from crushed bones of the White Wind tribe. Fortunately, these things are not precious at all in the Bai Feng tribe. Otherwise, we would have to kill him later, and the food we just ate would be wasted. The message was delivered. The food was eaten, and before leaving he asked for a discarded, chipped pottery bowl from the Bai Feng tribe. Bai Feng naturally gave it to him generously, and the savage thanked him profusely and was about to leave. Originally, Bai Feng planned to wait for him to leave the city gate and then kill him with a crossbow. But after thinking it over, he decided that this was not a good idea, as it would easily lead the tribe astray and turn a good savage into a savage without manners and rules. He is different, he knows restraint, and knows the limits. This time he had to do it for the survival of the entire tribe. Seeing that the savage was about to leave the city gate, Bai Feng suddenly stopped him and said, I also have a message, and I hope you can help pass it on to other tribes. Of course, you can stay and have some more food. When the wandering savage heard about this good thing, he immediately sat down on the ground and waited for Bai Feng to arrange things for him. What message did he want to convey? What Bai Feng wanted to say was false. He just came up with it temporarily in order to keep the savage. Our tribe is short of women. So when you go to other tribes, you can tell them that the Bai Feng tribe can exchange food and weapons for women. We only want beautiful women. Do you understand? The wandering savage nodded to indicate that he had taken note of it. The tribesmen waiting on the side thought that the chief was really going to bring back some more beauties, and they immediately shouted happily. In fact, there were already far more women in the Bai Feng tribe than men. Every man could meet a woman and have the opportunity to pass on his genes. Those strong and capable men not only have more than one wife, but they also occasionally seduce women without husbands or are seduced by those women without even having to pay a price. Bai Feng knows this, but is too lazy to intervene. At least those men have better genes and their children are stronger. However, those men who are incompetent and thin are not welcome. No woman is interested in them. If they want to find a woman to sleep with, they have to live frugally and save part of their food rations in exchange for the opportunity to sleep with a woman. Bai Feng felt that doing so was immoral and indecent, but when he thought about it carefully, where was the morality in this shitty world? He did the same thing before he came here, and now at least he has restrained himself and no longer does things in the wild. At least he goes to the house. As a wandering savage, he can only move around in the outer city and cannot go to the core area of the Bai Feng tribe, so he cannot see clearly the other situations of the Bai Feng tribe. They don't even know that the Bai Feng tribe now has hundreds of acres of fertile land and no shortage of food. They have a herd of cattle that can continue to reproduce and grow, and they have no shortage of meat and furs. They also have fish ponds, vegetable gardens, various kilns, blacksmith shops, and so on. The Bai Feng tribe is very wealthy, but they can't let outsiders know. They can only get the impression that the Bai Feng tribe is just an ordinary hunting tribe, with better weapons and more prey to eat. But the damn Bao, she wanted to put the Bai Feng tribe on the fire, but the Bai Feng tribe did not have the ability to deal with those big tribes, so they could only try their best to disappear in the wilderness. If he wanted to spread the word, he should eat now. Although he was already full and a little stuffed, who would care about eating more? Would he die from eating too much? Bai Feng knew that people could die from being stuffed, but he didn't say it. People in this era only knew that not eating would lead to starvation, but they had never seen anyone die from eating too much. Bai Feng naturally wouldn't think of starving him to death. That would be such a waste. There are many ways to kill someone without them seeing it. For example, he had seen small mushrooms growing on the rotten wood of the wooden fence next to the vegetable garden. There are many edible fungi, and even more poisonous ones, but there are only a few major types that could be lethal even in small quantities. Coincidentally, the mushroom growing on the dead tree is the agaricus, one of the poisonous mushrooms that can be lethal even in small quantities. In the past, Bai Feng had bought some popular science books in order to find out which local wild mushrooms were edible, so he had a deep memory of this small but highly poisonous mushroom. There are many wild mushrooms in the wilderness, many of which are also eaten in later generations, but Bai Feng dare not pick them because he knows that mushrooms have a detoxification process, and mushrooms that can be eaten in later generations may not be edible now. For example, Flammulina velutypes, actually silver enoki mushrooms, Flammulina velutypes are yellow, have been eaten in later generations, but they are still poisonous, containing colchicine. However, they are safe after being processed at high temperature, so it is better to eat less. Bai Feng picked 3 poisonous mushrooms as big as fingernails, but was afraid that the wild man was too strong and might not be able to put down these few, so he picked a few more. After smelling it, there wasn't much smell, but Bai Feng didn't dare to taste it, for fear that he would get hurt if he licked it. Grab a handful of crushed bone powder and throw it into the pot to boil over high heat for half an hour. Bai Feng smelled the delicious aroma, so he threw in the mushrooms and smashed them with a wooden stick so that the mushroom juice could be fully integrated into the bone soup. He filled a bowl with soup and asked the tribesman to take it to the savage, but the tribesman probably couldn't help himself because the food smelled too good. He took a small sip while Bai Feng wasn't paying attention. Bai Feng heard the sound and turned around and saw that the tribesman had swallowed it. He was shocked and angry. He snatched the broth from his hand, not caring even if some of it spilled, and put the broth on the ground and kicked the tribesman. The man knew he had made a mistake and squatted on the ground obediently, not daring to resist. Bai Feng was very anxious. Just as he was thinking of a solution, he saw a bird feather on the ground. He picked it up, pried open the tribesman's mouth, and stuffed the muddy feather into his mouth. When it reached his throat, it scraped a few times, and the tribesman burped but didn't spit it out. He looked at Bai Feng with a little fear. He just secretly drank a sip of soup. There was no need to treat him like this. The tribe had plenty of bone powder. Before he could say anything, his mouth was pried open again. This time the effect was very good, and the vomit spurted out directly like a faucet. Fortunately, Bai Feng was agile and took a step back and moved far away when he was about to vomit, so the vomit did not hit him. Not knowing whether he had vomited everything out, he tried to poke again. The tribesman's tears were flowing, and his nose and mouth were full of vomit. Seeing Bai Feng coming again with the feather, his throat started to itch and he vomited again. Seeing that he had vomited everything out by now, Bai Feng told him to go back and drink plenty of boiled water. He must drink more. If he didn't want to die, he should listen to him. The tribesmen didn't understand, but still nodded with tears in their eyes. There was only half of the soup left in the bowl, but there was still some in the pot. Bai Feng filled it up with soup. In order to ensure that no other tribesman would steal the remaining soup, he simply poured out the bottom of the pot and then smashed the clay pot. Bai Feng then took the bowl to the wandering savage. After drinking it, the savage said it was delicious and he was so full that he could hardly stand up. But as soon as he finished drinking, Bai Feng advised him to leave quickly, otherwise he would die in their tribe. Chapter 99: The Wise. The wandering savage walked away, burping all the way, and Bai Feng saw him off enthusiastically. The tribesmen all felt that their leader's condition was a little strange, but they couldn't say what it was. Because he found white crystal with very high purity, Bai Feng started polishing it whenever he had time. After a long period of persistence, he finally got 2 lenses, one convex lens and one concave lens. An iron tube is forged with iron to be installed with lenses, with a convex lens in the front as the objective lens and a concave lens in the back as the eyepiece, thus making a simple Galilean telescope. It's just that due to the workmanship issues, it's still a bit blurry, and the image is purple when looking far away. But it's better than having nothing at all. Having such a telescope can give you the upper hand in war. Bai Feng has always kept this telescope in a bamboo tube and rarely takes it out. Although Xiong knows that Bai Feng has such a magical thing, which is like the means of a god, he has only experienced it once. The feeling of seeing something far away appear in front of his eyes is very scary, but it makes people unforgettable. Only Sui can play with it occasionally. This thing is very precious, but it takes too much time to polish it. When he was polishing, he produced several scrap products that were not smooth enough or had crooked shapes. They could not be used as lenses, but he could carry them with him and use them as fire starters. It was not difficult to make a fire with flint, but he had to find tinder. But this mirror did not require any tinder. All it needed was sunlight and a pile of grass to light it. If Bai Feng had not criticized him, Sui might have set the entire tribe on fire. Bai Feng stood on the city wall with a telescope, looking at the wandering savage who was walking away. When the telescope became blurry, Bai Feng discovered that he seemed to bend over and start holding his stomach, but he did not stop and kept walking forward. This is the onset of poison. As long as you enter the forest, you don't have to worry about being poisoned to death. There will be no body left anyway, and it will be decomposed by various creatures in no time. Baifeng was thinking mainly that since they were here to deliver a message, there would definitely be more than one person coming. As long as the people who came later didn't find out that this wandering savage had died in the Baifeng tribe, and thus make other tribes think that the Baifeng tribe were like cannibals, that would be enough. If they come again in the future, they will change their names and not say they are from the Baifeng tribe. They can call themselves the Xiong tribe or the Qi tribe. Anyway, the Baifeng tribe will disappear from the outside world for a while until the limelight has passed or the Baifeng tribe's strength has been improved. The poison of the wandering savage took effect, and the poison of the greedy man also took effect. Although they vomited it out in time, they were still affected. When Baifeng arrived, he was pale and groaning while holding his stomach. Baifeng asked him questions, and he still responded and was conscious. So he quickly found some boiled water, dissolved some salt in it, and forced the man to drink it. After that, he squeezed his stomach and made him vomit. He repeated this 4 or 5 times until the man was drooling from the corners of his mouth and no longer covered his stomach. Only then did Baifeng stop this rough gastric lavage. His complexion improved a little. Baifeng thought that he should be fine after being rescued. So he sat beside him and asked, "Will you still be greedy and eat random things in the future?" The tribesman shook his head with tears in his eyes, but soon he seemed to find something wrong. He paused for a moment to think, and then said in surprise, "Chief, that's soup." Baifeng told him to have a good rest, not to think too much, and not to talk nonsense. Everything is for the tribe. Remember, everything is for the tribe. When he went out, Baifeng heard him still repeating this sentence. One of his own tribesmen drank a sip and induced vomiting, but this happened. So the wandering savage must be dead now. Baifeng felt that he was really shameless, but there was no other way. For the safety of the tribe, he had to kill him. The tribe had just been peaceful for 2 days when another person came. This time the person was not a wandering savage, but a wise man. He not only came to deliver messages, but also to perform divination and sacrifices for the tribe. When Baifeng heard that it was a wise man, he asked someone to welcome him in. He was also very curious about what the wise men of this era were like that allowed them to get along well with all the tribes. The warrior came over with a sloppy savage with a huge tortoise shell tied on his back. In one hand, he was leaning on a pine branch that had probably just been broken from the nearby woods, and the pine needles and cones had not been cleaned up. In the other hand, he was holding a handful of straw, and no one knew what it was for. When he got closer, Baifeng saw that the thing should be yarrow, which was used for divination. Perhaps the wise man felt that Baifeng had been looking at his things for too long, so he became a little unhappy. He hid the yarrow behind him and coughed. Baifeng had no intention of stealing his things. It was just yarrow, a rotten straw. What use was it? However, he still pretended to be embarrassed and asked him to sit down. "My name is Wangzhua. I have traveled all over the world. There is no place I have not been to. This time I happened to pass by your tribe, so I came to visit you. At the same time, I can tell fortunes and offer sacrifices for your tribe." The wise man said very seriously. In line with the principle of respecting the wise, Baifeng quickly replied, "My name is Feng. This is the Ji, a Ji tribe. We welcome the wise man. It's our honor." "Yeah," Wang's simply responded and looked up at the sky. As for Baifeng's name change and the tribe's name change, all the tribesmen knew what was going on. Baifeng had also explained to them the reasons for doing so, and the tribesmen understood it. So when Baifeng was talking nonsense, the tribesmen didn't react much. Baifeng only felt that Wang's was a little cold and pretentious, just like the charlatans in later generations. He didn't know whether he had real ability or was just pretending. However, since he didn't say anything, Baifeng fixed his eyes on the tortoise shell on his back. The turtle shell was really big. Baifeng had never seen such a big turtle shell. It felt like a sea turtle's. Baifeng knew that the only turtle shells that big were sea turtles. Wang's felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Baifeng staring at the yarrow and then at the tortoise shell. Although people from other tribes would look at it, they would not look so brazenly. This is what my ancestor Fushi peeled off from the giant turtle when he created the 8 trigrams by the river. Later, this turtle shell was passed down until it came into my hands. Therefore, my divination skills can be said to be the strongest in the world. Fushi. Baifeng slammed the table and stood up. He didn't expect that the descendant of Fushi had come here. But according to the legend, Fushi created mankind and the world even earlier than Suiren and Shinnon. Baifeng thought it was just a false legend. He He didn't expect that there really was a successor. Chapter 100 Master. Wang Zuo was also frightened by Bai Feng's sudden excitement. He thought that Bai Feng had a grudge against Fuxi and felt that he was doomed. In the past, he pretended to be a descendant of Fuxi and was always respectful to everyone in the tribe. But when he came to the Ji tribe, not only did they keep staring at his treasures, it seemed as if they had a grudge against Fuxi. Bai Feng asked again, "Are you really a descendant of Fuxi?" Wang Zuo gritted his teeth and said, yes, sort of. What do you mean by if it is, it is? If it is, it is, and if it is not, it is not. I admire Fuxi the most. I didn't expect that I could actually meet his descendants. It's such a blessing. Perhaps the living Fuxi would become his enemy, because unification would be accompanied by war, but Fuxi, who had become a god, was Bai Feng's object of worship. Bai Feng also hoped that Xian Yuan would become a god with his wife Lei Zhu as soon as possible, so as not to affect their Bai Feng tribe. Hearing that the Ji tribe had no grudge against Fuxi, Wang Zuo breathed a sigh of relief and muttered to himself, "I'm scared to death." Then he straightened up and said, "I am a descendant of Fuxi, that's for sure. Since you said you worship my ancestors, I will reluctantly do divination for your tribe once." Okay. Bai Feng was very happy. As a Chinese medicine practitioner, he actually knew divination. For example, he knew the Lu Yao plum blossom. He just wanted to see how divination was done in the tradition of Fuxi. Bai Feng was waiting for him to start, but Wang Zuo didn't move, just sat there. "So, when you start divination, do you need anything?" Wang Zuo was speechless. Other tribes treated their children with delicious food and drinks, but the people of this tribe didn't know any rules at all. Didn't they know to give them some food first? "I've been walking for too long, and I'm a little tired. Let me take a rest first." Bai Feng finally came to his senses and realized that everything was paid for. So he asked people to prepare meals quickly. Meat and fish were a must. How could a wise man, especially a descendant of Fuxi, be treated the same as a wandering savage? Wang Zuo was invited to the tribe again. He couldn't sit directly on the ground next to the city wall, but he wouldn't be allowed to enter the court area either. The area next to the warehouse where firewood was stored was a good choice. There were houses that looked like they were lived in, and they were filled with firewood cans and the like. Wang Zuo couldn't judge the strength of the Bai Feng tribe. The food was very rich, with at least 3 pounds of roasted meat, a large fish, fresh bamboo shoots, and wild vegetables, which were blanched and mixed with some salt and seasoning powder. The fruit was seasonal wild apricots. Even though Bai Feng was the patriarch, he couldn't eat such meals every day. When the food was neatly cut and placed on a plate on the table, and Wang Zuo was given a pair of exquisite chopsticks. Even though Wang Zuo often ate and drank among various tribes and felt he had seen the world, he could no longer remain calm. Who makes eating so much trouble? Shouldn't they just roast a pile of meat and tear it into pieces, or cook wild vegetables into soup? But why bring out wild vegetables when entertaining guests? And what are these 2 wooden sticks for? Why not give knives and forks? Wang Zuo didn't touch his chopsticks. Even though he was very hungry, he didn't know where to start with the rice on the plate. Bai Feng picked up the chopsticks, picked up some bamboo shoots, and ate them, then urged Wang Zuo to pick up his chopsticks as well. But Wang Zuo had no idea what to do. He thought Bai Feng was deliberately humiliating him. He wanted to get up and leave after scolding him, but he couldn't bear to leave the food on the table. Seeing that he didn't eat and seemed a little angry, Bai Feng thought that he had not entertained him well, but when he saw him raise his hand but stop and his chopsticks were not moved, he realized that he had not prepared tableware for him. It had only been half a year since everyone in the Bai Feng tribe got used to using chopsticks, and other tribes didn't even know what chopsticks were. So he quickly found a pair of bronze knife and fork for Wang Zuo, and only then did he forgive Bai Feng's unreasonableness and started to eat with relish. Bai Feng wanted to eat with the guest, but Wang Zuo's expression became strange as soon as Bai Feng started to eat, as if he was the only one who could eat the food. Bai Feng thought that this was the way people thought in this era. Moreover, Wang's yellow teeth and spitting saliva made Bai Feng completely lose the idea of eating the food. By the time Wang Zuo was very full, he had not finished the meat on the table and had not touched any of the wild vegetables and fruits. Just a piece of meat made Wang Zuo very satisfied. Bai Feng was about to ask someone to clear away the leftovers, but Wang Zuo looked unhappy again and said directly, "Since these meals are made for me, I haven't finished them yet, and I will need to eat more later. Can it be that your tribe will only let a wise man eat such a small amount of food?" Although Bai Feng did not have such an idea, he just felt that he should make new food for the next meal. However, Wang's words made him feel embarrassed. He thought that he could not treat people of this era with the hospitality of later generations. Bai Feng apologized repeatedly, and Wang's would gradually calm down. Then he did not break his promise. He took out the arrow and started to tell fortunes for Jibu. Bai Feng asked if he could ask precise questions about the divination. Wang's would directly replied that whatever he had calculated was what it was, and told Bai Feng, who knew nothing, not to talk nonsense. Then Wang's would took the arrow and began to fiddle with it. He put 5 stalks in the middle, and then put some on both sides. He took a few stalks from the left to the right, and then took a few stalks from the right to the left. Bai Feng was confused. He also knew the theory of divination with yarrow. 50 yarrow stalks represented the avenue, and the one in the middle represented the missing one. However, whether it was only more than 30 yarrow stalks or the number that disappeared in the middle, Wang's divination was different from what he knew. Could it be that it was passed down incorrectly or changed by later generations? After a long while, Wang's sorted out the yarrow and said in a deep voice, "I have predicted that a great disaster will befall your tribe." This scared Bai Feng. "Master, what disaster is it? Can you tell me in detail?" Wang's was choked by Bai Feng's word master. Although he didn't understand what it meant, he felt that the word seemed to have a high taste. In the future, he would call himself a master when he went to other tribes. I asked the gods for divination, and they told me that a tribe called Ji will face a great disaster. The gods didn't tell me what kind of disaster it is, but you need to hold a grand sacrifice and offer 4 pairs of men and women to the gods. The more meat and food, the better. Only then will the gods help you resolve the disaster. Hearing this, the tribesmen nearby were about to cry, and they all requested the chief to quickly ask the king to perform a sacrifice to help the tribe survive this disaster. Bai Feng was a little worried at first, but after hearing this clumsy explanation, the fortune teller directly asked the gods and said Ji tribe. Where did the Ji tribe come from? Bai Feng made it up on the spot. He originally wanted to say the Zeke tribe, but he was afraid that others would know the name of the Zeke tribe as a cannibal, so he said Ji tribe. Even if what Wang's said was true, the one who got in trouble was the Ji tribe, so what did it have to do with their Bai Feng tribe? Now that I think about it, Wang's really looks like a master in every aspect.